All right. We are back and ready for day 2 of MCS 12, season 12. We decided we didn't want to have all of the teams join us yesterday, so we decided to kick some out and see who survived to day 2. And now it's going to be Championship Sunday, and we've got a lot more teams to eliminate.
Yes, indeed. We do have a lot of teams, but like you said, we got one eliminated per division here, and that means a lot better teams today, which is going to be better games. Also, best of 7 today, all day, which is going to make things a lot more interesting.
I am so excited for these best of 7s. Like we said, all day, starting with Rising Star, obviously moving to Challenger, and then Premier. We have 9 best of 7s today. So it's going to be a long day today. And we're hoping that we don't have the same intro of yesterday that we did today between you and I. You can see as we've got our matches that were played yesterday and our schedule for later today.
Yep, we got Rising Star, we got Derecho versus Brainerd first. My audio just cut out completely.
You're good.
On my end. But, yep, Rising Star versus Derecho versus Brainerd. We got Skay, Gumbro, Windy going versus J-Bay, Blasky, and Far. Both teams made it through. Brainerd kind of not doing as well as Derecho, but they still made it through nonetheless.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time here. Like you said, made it through nonetheless, just eked on by. It's going to be super interesting here. And looking at this Derecho squad, like we had mentioned with J-Bay, Blasky, and Far, this was an extremely great time to see these guys yesterday on stage. And I'm surprised J-Bay still has a voice. Every time I see him on LAN, my bro is screaming all the time. So it's going to be interesting to see if that voice is going to hold for them to make a deep run here on stage.
Absolutely. And I was having a talk with him just down there not too long ago. He was telling me his idea was try to keep his voice for today because it's a much bigger day today. But he said he couldn't for the life of him do that. He had to yell, he had to scream, he had to put his voice out there. So that's always funny to hear. But yeah, on this other side, Windy, Skay, Gunbro, those guys are putting in so much work. I've worked with them kind of through the season a little bit, trying to get them where they need to be, and they made it well enough onto the second day, so I am interested to see how both of these teams perform, because at the end of the day, whoever performs better today is the winner.
Yeah, we're actually seeing Whitlock was sitting there maybe subbing in for Blasky. Not sure exactly if that would be allowed, but who knows what'll happen here. But again, obviously Derechos are going up against this Brainerd squad, which is actually what Whitlock is on. So it's might be a little co-conspiracy shenanigans here happening on stage.
Absolutely not. Whitlock's just a goober. That guy just does whatever he wants to do. But no, realistically though, this Derecho team throughout the season were a very, very big competitor. They had an amazing regular season. I believe they were 12-3, which is just really great. And this Brainerd team, on the other hand, were the, I believe, 7th seed going into it. The Atlas kind of were below them, but kind of pushed them almost to that 8th seed by, winning Major 2. So they were kind of just on that brink. But despite being on that brink of getting kicked out, both just regular season and at LAN yesterday, they are still here.
That's what we like to see here. And again, these boys are looking locked in. There's a lot more smiles on the Derecho side, but here on the Victory side, no smiles. It was all locked in. It was actually interesting. I was talking to them. They were trying to get a scrim going between one of the teams earlier today, so who knows if they're locking in trying to get this early. But again, we've got Windy, Skay, and Gunbro. And kind of looking at yesterday, Windy was the one I think really, really was impressive, going for some crazy stuff and really just kind of locking down, especially in this LAN environment. For me, yesterday, he was the MVP on that team.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that because his 2 teammates are, higher salary than them, and they're, they've been good throughout the entire season. But Windy, as that 3rd man, definitely filled that role incredibly well, which, as we were talking about yesterday, you need that 3rd man role to be super strong.
All right, so we got the 3rd man locked down. The question is, what are we going to be picking on the desk? I'm going to throw it to you first because I ended up doing the predictions first yesterday between this Derecho squad and the Victory squad. Do I even need to ask who exactly you're going for here?
I mean, it's right here. Come on. I got to give it to them. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I think it's going to be a great series. I want Brainerd to win in 7.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that happens. I also hope it does go 7, but I am specifically looking at that J-Bay energy, and especially Blasky. He's actually got his kid watching right now, so I don't know if he wants to, choke and land and make a core memory be a first loss here. But so I am going to be going with the derechos here and see. I think, like I said, I think the energy and the screaming is really going to be a little bit of a mental fortitude that the Victory are going to have to challenge, because at least from what I heard yesterday, they're not as energetic of a team on stage.
Absolutely. We'll see. Game has started here. We are going to pause for just a second.
All right, now again, so I'm getting flashbacks from yesterday, guys. I am so terrified right now, and we'll have to see, please, that we can get this game going successfully. But we do have both of us. Hopefully, this is going to go to 7. Again, this is best of 7s all throughout today. And Des Moines versus Victory. Please, I'm getting flashbacks. No muting, no pausing. We're just going to try to get through this. Daddy Epic, please.
No, for real. No, those who know about that Epic Games Eminem concert years ago, absolutely screwed over. I don't think we have anything like that today, but I just hope everything goes smoothly. We are getting started here. 5 minutes on the clock. Des Moines versus Brainerd. Far starting up, trying to get a beat on Windy. Windy does get the 50, though, on Blasky as well. J-Bay trying to take a little bit of control of the ball. Gets bumped by Skay, and Gumbro's going to just take his time into the corner on 0 boost. Not able to do much, just trying to waste some time for his teammates to make a play on this ball, as Skay is able to get a clear.
We are looking again, reminding this is the quarterfinals. Winner is going to be moving on to play the semis. There is no more lives. Yesterday, obviously, we were rocking some group play, so you could afford to lose and still stay in here, but now it is no more lives. So everything on the line between derechos and Victory, best of 7. The real question is going to be who is going to start out hotter here in Game 1.
Absolutely. Like you said, there are no lives today. There's no losers bracket. It's just single elimination. You play once and you are done. So starting off here, 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. J-Bay trying to make a solo play here, and Gunbro getting beat out by Blasky, but Blasky not able to put anything on net here as Windy tries to get a big clear. Skay kind of blocking far here as Gunbro up in the air, almost gets a touchdown to the goal, but Blasky was able to get a touch on that.
Touch does go his way. Gumbro now to the corner. Far trying to get the pass out. Blasky, no boost. Far, no boost as well. Low resource on derecho for the first minute and a half here. Blasky is going to be the last man back. Not a super dangerous touch. He does get dunked, though. Windy and Gunbro, full boost, opting to not be aggressive. And that's something we're going to have to see is between these two teams, which one wants to be more aggressive with their second and third man. Chance here, Windy probably going for a double tap off the basketboard, but a diving save from J-Bay is going to relinquish pressure for just a split second.
Yeah, absolutely. That backboard defense is so crucial at all times at any level of play. Being able to hit that backboard from an opponent's standpoint is a really strong spot to hit. So if you're covering that, it's just so easy to be able to shut down so many different plays.
Chance here now. Brainerd with a little opportunity here. Blasky making it a little bit awkward. Shot going to go there. Gumbro now trying to throw us one downfield. And we're seeing both teams play so super safe here. Just trying to start out. They don't want to be the ones to make the mistake, especially with so much on the line.
Yeah, and absolutely. I bet you almost guarantee the first person to score, you're going to hear some screaming somewhere. Starting off trying to get that first goal of the day, trying to get that momentum rolling. But no one has been able to do that yet, as half the game has elapsed so far. Gunbro trying to get a 50 off the backboard here. Blasky, though, to shut that down. And Windy not able to get a touch on that, but leaves it for Skay, as Skay is able to get a decent touch. Gunbro trying to keep it in the middle as Far on 0 boost, having it dribbled out. Gets blocked by Gunbro and Windy. A lot of pressure out here from both teams so far, just kind of staying on that ball.
It's midfield pressure, though. That's the thing, is we're seeing J-Bay is going to get the first one here. You can see the screaming come through. But up until that point, we really hadn't seen actually a lot of shots from either team actually be threatening here. But Windy just pushed up a little bit too far, has to get a Fields backflip, and J-Bay just kind of getting a freebie tap in here, breaking that 0-0 deadlock.
Absolutely. Really great play by them so far. Trying to kind of breaking the ice here, starting the day off, finally getting that first goal. So maybe we'll see floodgates open. Maybe we'll see Brainerd try to just fight back and make one goal happen, try to tie it back up. But Skay is maybe going to be the one to do that as he goes for a flip reset, tries to get one, but Far ice out and able to get that block. Windy off the backboard, not able to do much here, and J-Bay given a lot of time here. Gunbro, though, getting a block, trying to bring it to the corner, does get the boost, but Far with a pre-flip, able to get that ball out as much as he can. And now Windy off the wall, not able to control it as well as he wanted to. And a really big beat by Blasky. Gumbro does get back for that, though, and he is going to try to just clear this ball out as much as he can.
This is some of the most passive and safe Rocket League we have seen here on LAN. Both teams are second and third man, not wanting to be aggressive as all. Skate does get a ripper on target, but JBay able to throw that one to the wayside here as Gumbro. Zero boost trying to follow on this pressure. Brainerd Victory is trying to create. Ball does go center. Desperate attempt from Skate. It does waterfall down. Where's the third man? But Windy, again, not wanting to commit. Again, wanting to play safe, but still down 1-0 with a minute 12. You got to wonder, when do you start to pull the trigger on the aggressive third man?
Absolutely. Once it gets to a point, you just have to kind of just, as third man, jump at that ball, try to get that ball in as much as you can, because realistically, they are down one. It is early in the series so far, so they don't really need to pull the trigger quite yet. But if it gets to later down the line and they needed this game win.
Oh, what a save from Blasky here. We see finally the aggression comes. That was the third man commit we were looking for. And JBay, though, unfortunately with a side flip, that could have been his chance to double up the lead here and ice here in game one. Now we see a chance going the other way. Blasky gets a good 50 on Skay. Ball drops to Windy. Windy trying to throw it forward to Skay. Does get a pop to the corner. Is going to try to follow himself. Actually gets a shot on target. A diving save from Blasky. Still not out of the woods yet. And finally we're seeing Brainerd come alive here offensively, but still just shut out so far.
Yeah, this Brainerd offense is kind of kicking it up a little bit, but that Des Moines defense has just been so solid as a bump comes out. Free open net for JBay. JBay is screaming. You can hear him across the whole place.
You know what's coming here. And Blasky with a great bump on Skate, zero boost, just making it awkward for him. And Des Moines looking to ice here with 14 seconds left. Victory now looking here. Do we see any kickoff strategy?
I'm not sure if they will. They're probably just going to try to play it safe. Maybe just put it back for Windy, maybe giving it an opportunity. But Far already up, just knew exactly what was going on. Going to probably shut this game down completely as Gumbro trying to make one for the road here and is not able to get that. And that is going to hit the ground very shortly here.
Yeah, great game one here for Des Moines. The only thing that I don't want to say concerns me a little bit, is the goals that Derechos did find was obviously JBay ended up getting one off of someone side flipping and then one bump out of Blasky. So as far as the demo, it's definitely in favor of this Derechos, but neither team really had, I don't want to say super threatening shots. A lot of it was just kind of pot shots testing the goals. And as far as based on the pot shots, defense actually did pretty good.
I'd agree, and looking at the stats for a second, there are actually 3 more shots from Brainerd than from Des Moines, which is kind of surprising. They did have that pressure. It's just, were they really that quality of a shot, you know? And I don't think they were as quality of shots as Des Moines were so far. So maybe if Brainerd can just hit that target just a little bit more, try to put them more top corner or down low, depending on the situation, just try to put it on target a little better, they might have a better chance here.
It's funny that JBay, that second open net was reminding me of yesterday when I think they were playing junk. Correct me if there's too many teams to keep track of, but again, it was like a Game 5 OT, and it was a Rule 1 that he ended up getting, and JBay just carried the ball all the way across the field into the open net. And hey, JBay so far, he has been consistent in hitting the open nets, and sometimes that's really all you need to do, especially in these high-pressure moments here on LAN.
And yesterday I did mention when I was casting one of their matches before, I did say JBay is going to be a big factor in this team's success. You know, Blasky has done such a good job as well, but JBay, I feel like he has that ice on LAN. He wants to win it, and you can hear it every single time he's here.
As we are going to trickle our way here into game 2. The question is going to be, we've been talking about JBay, we've been talking about Blasky, and as far as the Brainerd Victory side, who is going to be the one to step up? Is it going to be Gumbros? Is it Skay? Or like I said, I was really impressed by Windy, and we'll have to see if he, as the series keeps going on, will show me the impressive stats he did yesterday.
Yeah, Windy just needs to lock in as that third man. He did a good job yesterday. He needs to do a good job at that today, but I also think I've been watching Gumbro. Gumbro has done such a good job. He's not the absolute most mechanical guy, but he's just so solid at the game. His positioning is good, his challenges are good, and that's what you need to win at LAN.
As we see now, again, Gumbro, you're talking about him. I want to see him back it up, everything you're saying. I'm hoping it happens. I hope we have a good fight on our hands with these two dog of teams going at it, as we now see Skay just see the ripper on target. That one's dangerous with Far with a diving save. Gumbro trying to get the 50 and read that touch here. Blasky with the whiff. You can see him in cams freaking out about that one. Probably telling himself he should be hitting that one, which you think he should. Far now trying to get around one. Skay with a good 50. It does pinch mid. Is anyone up early for this one? Gumbro is. Blasky smartly doesn't even bother to dive, knowing he was beat to that ball.
Yeah, and one thing that's really funny, and I mentioned this, There are 5 Octanes on the field as I'm yapping. J-Bay with another one. I believe he has scored every single time for Derecho so far.
And you're noticing these J-Bay goals, they're nothing fancy. It's the follow-up tap-in merchant off of far, getting a really good pressure touch off the backboard, forcing Brainerd's defense to be awkward. Again, consistently from J-Bay. The tap-ins, they work, and they're finding goals again and again and again.
Absolutely, J-Bay's been so good at that so far. He needs to continue that if they need to win, but also Blaski has been seeking out those bumps on that last back, and that has been putting a lot of pressure on that Brainerd defense, which has given J-Bay all these beautiful tap-ins. But starting off here, we got 1-0 Des Moines, Derecho starting up. We got another shot on net here as that one sneaks its way through somehow.
Again, these goals that Derechos are scoring, this is just like last game. J-Bay gets a good 50 and Skays on 0. Windy's low on boost, ended up getting caught out. And it's just these rotations from the victory. They're giving these open opportunities to the Derechos, and they're taking it. Again, they're being consistent with just some open net shooting. It doesn't need to be fancy. I don't want to say they're playing basic Rocket League, but especially in these high-pressure situations, tap-ins from J-Bay and open nets from far so far have been the keys to victory. And Brainerd offensively still with 0 on the board. They're now looking at 8 minutes of gameplay without finding the back of the net.
They definitely need to change something up here if they want to make anything happen, whether it's trying to dodge these demos better, whether it's trying to go for demos of their own. That's always something that, you know, Rocket League has evolved into. Over time, you're seeing a lot more bump plays, a lot more just like trying to take someone out of the game, because that's such a powerful thing to be able to do. As we have an opportunity here, a shot on net, as we're getting bumps, as I'm saying, but it's just barely up top, and now Gumbro in a 1v1 with 0 boost, able to dive on that, getting that save, but they're still not out of it yet. J-Bay trying to keep this ball in. Skay given enough time to try to get it clear here, maybe one more touch on that as he does, but Blaski just taking his time, getting a 50 here. Shot from Windy off the backboard, able to get one more, but it is blocked out by J-Bay.
Oh, I love the defense there. You can see so smartly, only one person from the Des Moines Rachos ended up jumping as J-Bay stayed low. I love it. That is good comms, making sure that even in a dangerous situation, they're not double committing. This Derecho squad is looking so impressive just from the sheer making sure they're not double committing, and I really love them early in this series. I'm glad my prediction's going right so far, but again, the victory, we're still waiting for them to find the back of the net, and that might be the one goal that gets the ball rolling.
Absolutely, it could open the floodgates, but also, if it doesn't happen this game, you got to wonder, is Whitlock going to step in and try to talk to them and figure something out, try to tell them what they do need to change, because something definitely
they do
needs to
have
change.
timeouts. Do we think we see a timeout if Derechos continue to hold the lead for this game?
As we're saying that too, we finally get a goal out of Brainerd. They finally get out of their drought of no scoring. Gunbro with just such a basic, beautiful double tap down and a good follow-up.
Making it easy for themselves, and I will say Windy happy to get one of the easiest goals he's probably going to score. He saw J-Bay getting some tap-ins, and he said, I kind of want to do the same here. So great job that Brainerd finally, after 9 minutes, almost 8 minutes of gameplay, finally gets their goal here. Now the question is going to be, after you finally broke your 0 streak, can you find a second one? Because Derechos, again, they keep knocking on the door with these basic goals, but if Brainerd can just clean up defensive mistakes, Derechos, they have been struggling to get any offense besides countering on mistakes from victory.
Absolutely. Begs the question, if Brainerd just tries to play a little bit smarter on defense, maybe none of these goals could have happened. But we get a 50 here, kind of pinching almost towards Brainerd's net. A little bit wide. Skay was able to get back for that. Trying to get a pop over one. Does succeed in that, but Blaski just waiting. And that's one thing I've noticed from Blaski. He's been so patient on so many plays. He just sits back, waits for Brainerd to give him a free ball, and it's worked so well so far.
Making it consistent. Sometimes boomer ball is the key here, as we see a pass to J-Bay. Going to rip that one to the corner. Does end up getting the corner boost. Gumbro now trying to throw one downfield. A great demo from Windy. Blaski is going to be back in time. Gumbro actually missed that corner boost, and Blaski ended up getting a dunk on one. 2v1 opportunity, but J-Bay and Blaski not on the right page. That was a golden opportunity for a counterattack, but Derechos just falling a little short, but still they had the lead with 30 seconds left.
Makes you wonder if they were almost trying to go for a pinch there, but just kind of miscommunicated it, or maybe a pass. But either way, there's a little bit of miscommunication there, a little bit mistiming. But 20 seconds on the clock. Brainerd needs to fight back. They need to put another one in, despite finally getting a goal in the series. They need one more to stay in this, as Skay able to put one up to the middle, but just gets demoed. No one there from Brainerd. And a little bit of miscommunication there, too, as two of them bump each other. But ball still goes down the field. Blaski able to get a block. 5 seconds on the clock. Gumbro needs to make a play on 0. It's just so tough for him. And J-Bay going to put this one down. That is 2-0 derecho.
Derecho, consistency is key, and I have been so impressed by Blasky and specifically going for the demos and everything, making it easy for JB, like I said, to come in and get what he needs to get done in these tap-in goals. But again, the demos, look at the side of Victory, getting 9 demos on the side and getting just a little bit of rail in here for this Des Moines Derecho squad. But again, only getting 1 goal out of all that chaos.
Yeah, I definitely need a little bit of quality shots, better quality follow-ups, maybe. I almost said per chance. Oh. Hello?
All right, well, we're back to this, folks. We're having issues again. But you know what?
Oh.
All right, perfect. All right,
cool.
Well, apparently they can still hear us on stream. They just can't quite hear us in the venue, which makes it a little awkward for us, but we'll keep her going here. But like we mentioned, though, Game 2 going to Des Moines. So now we'll see if we do have a timeout call here and see how much involved Whitlock is going to be. But I will say, Des Moines Derechos 2-0. Yes, they have the series lead, but again, I think it's so winnable in terms of if the Victory can just figure out the rotations and get a couple goals, momentum will so easily shift their way.
Absolutely, I agree with that. They definitely just need a little talk, a little bit of time to figure out what's going on here. But as you can see, first game, they were scoreless. Second game, they finally got their goal. Maybe things are starting to shift around. They're starting to figure out what they're doing offensively, defensively. Maybe can get a few more goals in here, and maybe things will start turning around.
Yeah, I think they did, in fact, call a timeout. You can see Skay ended up throwing the one of the headphone ears off and seeing how much Whitlock wants to get involved. You can see he's just sitting there menacingly, just waiting to see if he can top it himself. And we do, in fact, have the timeout call. And it looks like we got J-Base in the back doing some push-ups here. Who knows if he said a bad word or something down there, but we'll have to figure that out later. But I will say, though, I'm feeling pretty happy with my predictions right now. And obviously, you being on the Victory squad, do we do the basic, tell me what they got to fix here?
Like I said, this game is all about being able to either play as a team, maybe more passes, or just trying to take the opponents out of the game with bumps, demos. It's such a powerful thing to be able to do. I mean, taking someone out not only takes them out of the game for like however 4 or 5 seconds it is, but it also messes up with rotation. You have to think about that. And that is such a powerful thing to be able to do. Mix them up. That might give you enough time to maybe steal some boost and, just put a lot more pressure on the other opposing team.
I like a lot more pressure here, and I'm liking that we're kind of fixing the delay here, which makes it a little nice for the casters up here. And this is going to be fun as we're going to be slowly getting into this game. As you can see, the players are just ready to see if they can lock in here. But 2-0 on the side of Derechos, a Victory. They need to lock in here, and again, they can only drop one more game before they have to attempt to get a reverse sweep, which is something that no team really wants to do here. So we'll have to see how they can tackle that one. But again, Victory, they got a long hill to start climbing.
Absolutely, and this is do or die. They need to figure something out or they are out of the tournament for the rest of the day. But they're going to jump back in here in just 1 second, see if they've kind of talked it over, figured out what they're going to change. Starting off kickoff, Des Moines up 2-0. Windy on winning the kickoff, actually almost getting a shot on net. Potential open net here as far, gets faked out, but Blasky not able to get a touch. J-Bay trying to put one upfield, gets blocked, and this pressure from Brainerd's already looking so much better.
I'm hoping that as the time keeps on ticking down, we will see Brainerd coming out with a little more fight in them. Again, no one wants to see 4-0 sweeps, especially on the caster desk here, but Skay is going to try to see. Again, he has been incredibly quiet in this series and really still waiting for him to kind of come alive in this LAN setting here, because clearly the Derechos are in terms bringing the energy.
Yeah, it could just take another minute for him to just kind of get warmed up, figure out what's going on. But, sometimes that's all some players need. Some players might take a little bit longer to warm up than others. I'm definitely one of those players, to be honest with you. So I completely understand what he's going through. But just got to keep that mental good as they're losing. They cannot slow down at all.
And we do, in fact, have a B stage match going on as well, as Fargo is taking on Burnsville. And currently, Burnsville up 1-0 in that series. We'll make sure to keep you guys updated as that series goes on. And who knows, if we are done quickly here and that match is still going on, we might have to toss it up here and see if we can get that going as well. But again, with the time it keeps on ticking down, we do have a minute 20 into this game. And so far, the Victory still able to hold off Des Moines' attack for now.
Yep, momentum has shifted within the first minute. It was kind of Brainerd, put a lot of shots on net, but now it's Des Moines. It's finally starting to get a little bit more pressure back on this Brainerd team, but nothing yet to go into the back of the net as J-Bay up for that ball, gets beat by Skay. Lasky just waiting back in net, getting that save, able to put it to the safety of his corner. Gets absolutely destroyed by Gunbro there, but nothing able to go into this back of the net as J-Bay off the ceiling, not able to follow up on this, kind of falls in front of it, and another one flies by from Des Moines. There's only one back as Brainerd has a chance here to maybe put something in, but nobody is there to kind of put it mid, and just nothing happening yet.
Nothing happening indeed as far is going to get a jump for one. Skay trying to work his way through some 50s. Gunbro now tossing this one out the backboard. J-Bay is there, gets a decent clear to the sidewall, but Gunbro and Windy both in the same spot, making it a little bit awkward. Actually gets past one far with the goal line save, and that was almost a horrific defensive mistake from the Derechos, but Brainerd fortunately not able to capitalize.
That was certainly an interesting offensive play by Windy there. He kind of like pre-flipped and got one more touch around that last defender. That they were not expecting that at all, but in just enough of a position to be able to get that save, keep the game scoreless here as Skay gets blocked by Blasky. J-Bay up, trying to put anything near net, but just could not get around that ball as far. Able to get one touch to Blasky. There's a chance here, and that one is going in as Blasky off a pass is able to put it on net.
Able to put it on net indeed, and we're now just trying to see if this Derecho squad, again, they're really good at finding the first goal of these games. They now have 3 games in a row, taking a lead here. And again, great passing plays and a heads up from the Derecho. You can see it's all smiles, and again, I love hearing the energy of them screaming. And the question is, Victory, you got to find a reason for giving yourself to scream. Let them know that you are not down and out yet.
Yeah, they got to give me a reason to make my prediction correct as well. I need to see my Brainerd boys bring this back. They still have that opportunity, but they just need to have better shots on net here as Windy trying to take one for himself. Does have to leave the ball on 0. 50 goes back to Gunbro, but Far just jumping over Gunbro, able to get that touch around him. And Gunbro still kind of alone here, trying to get one big clear out. His teammates are finally back to support him as much as they can. Windy tried to get around Blasky. Blasky is just there for that, and only person up is J-Bay from Des Moines, trying to put one on net. Another shot, very, very wide from Blasky. Maybe just trying to keep pressure on as much as he can, try to control that boost, and he is doing very well of that so far.
Chance here with the ripper on target. Blasky is now last man back, trying to buy time for Far to get back. A little bit of awkward touch. Far now awkwardly on 0 boost. J-Bay with a diving save. Windy trying to work his way there, and still the time keeps on ticking down against the Victory. Des Moines Derechos with, again, a 1-goal lead here. Might be a little 50 going to the corner. Here's Windy trying to jump for this one. Blasky, a little bit of a tough spot here, but gets a great touch to the sidewall. Able to actually follow up, gets it around 1, and Blasky still on that ball as J-Bay now throws one at the back wall. And Victory, again, as a team, they seem like they have decent rotation, but again, just the shots have been lacking.
Absolutely. Offense is one thing. Obviously, defensive mistakes are the biggest thing. I've always thought to myself, as long as defensive mistakes don't happen, it's okay to have offensive mistakes, because at the end of the day, you make an offensive mistake, you can just shoot again. You can keep going. You can keep putting offense on. But a defensive mistake leads to a goal on their end, and that is so hard to come back from.
Ooh, Skay with the gripper on target, and that is gonna be it. We've been waiting for Skay to come out in this series here, as he got a great touch over one, and Blasky in a tough spot, and Skay, you could see he was threatening the bump with Gunbro, and he ended up pulling the trigger early, and Victory tying up with 28 seconds left here. The question is, what else do they have in the tank? Otherwise, if Derechos take this, they have to attempt a reverse sweep.
Absolutely, and they are still only up 2-0. They still have 2 more to win regardless, because, yeah, again, it is best of 7. A lot of games to be played today, but it's whether or not, they can keep Brainerd from winning this game, because that could kind of turn the tables as a shot comes out from Brainerd, but this is really, really dangerous for Brainerd. Windy able to get that boost and win the ball as well. Skay waiting for that, gets a beat on Blasky. J-Bay cannot miss this as he does get that save, but the ball is still up. Brainerd still has an opportunity to get this on net, but just doesn't get there on time.
OT, this is so critical. Victory desperately need to find a game win here. J-Bay getting a good jump on the kickoff. Actually immediately going for demos here. Skay now, last man back for a split second. Blasky is going to be taking over, trying to get a touch on target. Not very powerful as Windy does get around 1, gets around 2. J-Bay, a little bit of a dangerous commit there as third, but he does get a good enough 50 to buy time for Blasky to get back and find resources.
Yeah, one of those things as third man is definitely, you don't want to challenge too hard if you know you can't win it. J-Bay able to get the win, and Windy able to finally put Brainerd on the board here.
You could see it coming here. Skade getting the pass mid, JB off the backboard, and the defender Far just trying to find resources. Great shot from Windy up and over the last man, and we finally have a series on our hands.
Maybe they got a talk from the net stacker himself, Whitlock. Maybe they figured out what they needed to do. They finally got their win, but they still got a lot more to go through today. 3 more wins for Brainerd to win the series, only 2 more for Des Moines.
Looking at that shot difference, that is utter domination. 14 shots to 5. And Brainerd, what's interesting is as dominant as they were in the shooting, obviously it did take to OT for them to find the back of the net. But again, going back to it, a lot of the shots Victory are taking just aren't super threatening. I really love that skate. Finally, they slowed it down, and I think that's one thing they're doing right now is not forcing these opportunities. They're really doing a better job in the last half of that game to really focus on, let's take some fewer shots, but make sure they count.
Yeah, and you can see on that OT shot there, Windy absolutely popping off. Finally get some energy on this Brainerd side. Maybe try to keep their mental up as much as they can, because that is always a big part of Rocket League, keeping that mental good as long as you can. As soon as your mental goes down, you start playing worse. Mental gets even worse because you're playing worse, and it's just a downward spiral.
Yeah, it's going to be a downward spiral, but a spiral that, at least for the Derechos, they do not want to attempt to go down that one. And again, if they can get an early goal, again, they go 4 for 4 for finding the first goal of the game. I think momentum is going to swing back towards them. They are really looking to ice it out here and go on to match point. Because again, if they drop this next game, momentum will be fully in Victory's half, and the question is maybe we see a timeout from Derechos. So this game is critical, and 4 for 4 off the kickoff. Derechos finding a goal first here.
Absolutely beautiful kickoff. Blasky somehow 50s Windy as Windy's trying to just aggressively drive through that ball. And that just gives enough time for Des Moines to put one in the back of the net. Absolutely beautiful kickoff. Can they do it again, though, as Brainerd needs to kind of fight back on these kickoffs? They cannot keep losing them like that over and over and over again.
Oh, this is dangerous. Ball might be open for a split second. Skay, though, shot is going to be off target. Far with a really good read downfield. Gunbros not able to beat out Blasky in that one. Actually ends up getting a 50. JB now diving on this one. Low boost to his name here. Skate now actually in an awkward spot. Ends up getting a great 50 as this one does drop downfield. Windy trying to pop this one mid. And Skate again diving on low boost. Gunbro's third man does get a little bit of an aggressive touch, but I will say I'm liking that Victory is being a lot more aggressive as a team. And as we saw last game, if they keep shooting, they're going to start to find the back of the net. This is the Victory we expected going into the series.
Absolutely. They're finally starting to follow up on each other's touches, and that's always a big part of threes, especially as first and second man. Being able to follow up on that touch, keep pressure away from Des Moines, being able to just bang it downfield, and then you can just keep railing shots at their net, and that is exactly what they've started doing. They've finally figured out what they're doing on offense. They just need to be careful on defense. They need to keep their defense solid as well, because you cannot overcommit.
Yeah, they're definitely, as far as the Victory side, they're not giving up cheap goals. They are making the Derechos work for them. And Far, again, he had the kickoff goal. It's going to follow up here. Blasky with the shot off the backboard. And both players committed. And then Far, just bigger than Skay, finding that ball ping-pongs into the top corner.
Absolutely beautiful shot, good offense. That kind of shot off to the side there was a little awkward for Brainerd to work with, because they probably thought that shot was going to be on target. But another shot out here from Blasky, just a little high, and Gunbro with a really great read on that ball, able to get that out, but J-Bay was there to kind of contest that. Far able to beat Gunbro on 0, but Windy with a free ball here, maybe trying to go for a 50 here, give it easily to Skay, as Skay able to get to this ball on 50 boost here. Does get a beat on 2. Far last back gets demoed, but nobody there from Brainerd to follow up. Skay just barely off the post.
That is going to be heartbreaking here for the Victory. The chance was there. They just couldn't follow Far. Now throw this one to the corner, buying a lot of time to find his team resources here. So we see all of them getting boosted up. And the Derechos actually not expecting Windy to have kind of a poor touch there. So the ball does drop to Blasky. Skay now trying to go for a solo. We see Gumbro actually gets a demo on 1, and that is going to be a free counter. Great job. We see the demo, actually just the bump coming out on the goalie. And we saw it last game. The demos were getting heavy on Victory. I love this physicality and this new reborn Victory squad.
Absolutely. I've seen them grow throughout the season and change how they're playing, and this is the best I have seen Brainerd play as far as just kind of offensively finally figuring out what they needed to do. And this is the perfect time to do it at LAN when you have 1 life. You need to play as good as you can, and they are playing as good as they can right now. Potentially could get better throughout the day too, who knows, but all they need to do is win this series. Des Moines 2-2 against Brainerd right now. Still up a game in the series though for Des Moines.
Blaski now trying to work his way through. This could be a little awkward off the backboard. Far has no boost. That's actually such a smart pump from Blaski just to try to buy a little bit of time. You can see, though, Derechos are getting starved on boost here. Victory trying to keep on pressure. J-Bay gets it around 1, but Skay, he has done so much better these last 2 games. Really come alive here as we see Far drops it off to Blaski. Blaski trying to go for an air dribble bump. Actually has 2 defenders jump here. J-Bay now going to shoot it off the backboard. Can he read this one? Drops it down. Has to leave it. Doesn't have enough boost to get up here. Blaski trying to keep this one in, but again, it seems like the Derechos are just getting a little desperate now because they're struggling to find the net.
They just cannot break out of defense, it seems, for the most part. And when they are able to break out of defense, they kind of can't put on a good enough shot, which, you know, Brainerd is taking such good advantage of that and is just kind of just on the ball at all times, not giving Des Moines any space. And we see a double whiff here. Somehow, I think both players could probably expected to touch the ball and kind of go for 50, but a potential shot out there. Far is able to dive across the field. J-Bay just trying to put one downfield on net, is a little bit wide, giving Skay a lot of time, and a bump comes out here from Windy too, kind of delaying the rotation as there is a potential open net here. J-Bay is last back on nothing, but oh my goodness, someone just flies right by, not able to put that one on target.
You can see the desperation is coming through here. Derechos really just trying to hold on by the seat of their pants here. No, they're again, you can tell the energy is gone. They're making some more calming mistakes. The resources are struggling. Victory is in full control. Even though this game is tied currently, I do expect Victory with shots after shots. I think they're going to find a way to pull this off here. The question is it going to be in regulation or OT? Otherwise, Derechos, what do you have left in the tank? Especially, you need to find a way to get match point because Victory are coming quickly for this series win.
Potential fake out there in the corner by Windy does get read, surprisingly, by Des Moines. And Skay putting one downfield, trying to put one on target, but Far is just there every single time. As Far, again, trying to get a pinch off the ceiling. Not quite downfield. Gumbro is able to contest that one, pull one backward, goes down. Skay just not able to read that waterfall. And Windy on 0 boost has to make a play on the ball. Does get beat though, and this one could be slightly open. Gumbro getting chased by Far, but on 0 boost is able to get that big clear. Lasky is alone back here for just a second, trying to get a 50 on the ball, just try to keep it close to his teammates as Far is able to follow up on that one, gets the full boost. Does get beat up by Skay though, and these challenges by Brainerd are so quick every time.
Every single time it does end up happening. Great challenges here. J-Bay is going to get a shot on target now. Windy trying to work his way through the side here. Far gets a 50 on 1. Trying to work and see if Gunbro can get a touchdown field. He can. Blaski not turning. J-Bay now last man back. Has to dive on that one as he does. 22 seconds on the clock as it does tick down. Far getting a good read, but gets beat barely. Just gets a nick on the Octane there. Surviving. Des Moines, they're trying to hold on to OT. Victory try to take some regulation. Skay now going for a solo play. Can he find the double tap off the backboard? He does get a 50. Windy is up. Can he get this one on target? He can. J-Bay is there for the last second. Then Derechos are just trying to get it out here. They are desperately trying to make it hit 0.
And this one is on target potentially. Windy trying to jump up and just barely hitting the ground. Overtime on game 4 here. Brainerd just barely getting away from that one. But despite that, that was the first glimpse that Des Moines has had in what feels like the entire game to finally get a goal.
They scored 2 goals in the first 30 seconds, and then after that, it was just, hold on, boys, we're trying to survive here. And Victory, again, they have had so much pressure, and somehow, if Des Moines Derechos can find a way to steal this game, it will be heartbreaking for the Victory. They feel it. I would probably agree that they deserve to tie up this series, but anything could happen here in OT.
Absolutely. Des Moines just trying to do what they can to try to stop the momentum of Brainerd, as Brainerd definitely after that last game is getting a little bit of momentum. They're finally figuring out what they're trying to do. Skay able to get a touch on that. Does get beat out by J-Bay though. His ball is into the corner. Blaski on 0 boost trying to dive into that one, but Windy with almost a double, but that's a little scary. That was open,
split second.
But nobody able to get that one into the net. Blaski trying to get a 50, still in the corner here, does get bumped out, and Windy just trying to take his time, trying to force a 50, maybe keep it close for his teammates here as he gets another 50. Actually, really good play by him, getting past 2. Des Moines had to scramble back, but they are doing all right.
Skay with a great clear again, trying to buy time. A little bit of resources are lacking on the Brainerd side. They are now boosted up here. Gumbros actually ends up beating out 2. J-Bay, and again, it goes back to it. This seems to be a different Derecho squad. Just they're having some weird calming mistakes. They just don't seem as confident in their own play. And Blaski has to dive on that one. Victory, how with their amount of pressure have they still not found that 3rd goal?
Yeah, they absolutely need to find it. This defense on Des Moines has just been so solid this entire game, but they have not been able to find this offense. As Blaski going for a bump, Skay, though, able to bail his teammates out there far on zero boost, not able to make much of this ball here, having to give it away to Brainerd. But a potential shot by Blasky. He gets there. He absolutely demolishes Brainerd and puts that one in the back of the net.
Out of everything we have seen, you can see Gunbro going for that one. Windy expected him to make a touch, and that is demoralizing for this victory squad. Again, Derechos find themselves now on triple match point, but as far as the pressure, it was so ungodly one-sided.
Yeah, absolutely good offense. I am very surprised Des Moines was able to save that game.
How is Victory not out shooting Des Moines? It seemed like they had so much pressure the entire time, but somehow, like we mentioned earlier, Derechos are still fighting themselves on triple match point. I'm at a loss here.
I don't know what it is, because surprisingly Brainerd also had a lot of saves there, despite it seeming like Brainerd had all the offense. But to me, I feel like it was probably more of an offensive in the midfield thing. Brainerd kept control of it in the midfield a lot more than Des Moines did, and that's what made it seem like they had so much more offense, but their shots just were not good enough the entire time.
Skay, now again, we've been waiting for him to come alive in the series, and he has really stepped up, but still, it's going to be heartbreaking not able to find that goal here. And again, it was out of absolutely nothing, and J-Bay able to just get a little touch that bounced up and over Windy, as we are going to have to say, all right, boys, we're locking in here. But again, it all started with Derechos getting 2 goals in the first, what seemed like 30 seconds, and then after that, the victory just hounding them, but still, the goals were eluding them.
Absolutely. Brainerd needs to make something happen there. They need 3 wins here in order to stay in this, as Des Moines only needs 1. Des Moines is in such a good position here. But can they do what they did last game? They had so much more pressure on them, but Brainerd still lost that one. It begs the question, can Brainerd just finally put one into the back of the net and bring it to another game?
Can they find a lead early? They've never, ever found one, and J-Bay is consistent 5 games in a row that the Derechos end up taking an early lead on Brainerd. I will give a quick update on the B stream. We do have Fargo taking on Burnsville, and currently, as I take my phone and zoom in really close here, we do have Fargo is up 2-1 over Burnsville.
That is certainly a great tech to have, as, J-Bay almost able to get this one into the net. Brainerd finally back on that kickoff, able to stop that one though, and Farr getting dunked. Blasky with a super awkward savior as he misses, and Skay able to put one in. 1-1 Brainerd.
Something that's kind of fascinating is that as far as the Brainerd side, they have never found a lead in regulation. They got their 1 win in OT, and then obviously they just lost OT there. So Des Moines, they have always been in the lead, except for that 1 OT loss here. And again, the Derechos, it seems such a weird series, because again, they were kind of dominated for the last, what seems like 10 minutes of gameplay, but they're still in the driver's seat as far as the series score.
Absolutely. Gumbro needs to make something happen here. I was kind of gassing him up earlier. He needs to make some work. He needs to put them on target just a little bit better. But I know he can. Skay coming out here. J-Bay able through that demo to see that ball going on target, able to get that save. Gunbro trying to get a 50. Does beat out 2. Blasky, though, just waiting for it. But Blasky can't get a good enough touch out. Windy was there waiting for it. Gets a 50 as well, but no follow-up from Brainerd. What we saw last game was Brainerd able to follow up on so many shots, but now I can't see it as much anymore.
Yeah, it really has been kind of the J-Bay show as far as Des Moines Derechos in terms of finding it. Every single ball he touches seems to go on target, whether or not it's threatening or not. But like you mentioned, Blasky's kind of been quiet. He was going for a lot of demo plays earlier in the series, but hasn't really been able to hit in those last couple of games here. But again, Brainerd victory, they had so much pressure last game. Obviously, this is now life on the line, do or die, as that one is going to be, what a save! How did that not go in?
That was an absolutely perfectly placed shot by Windy, but this Des Moines defense, as it has been this whole series, has been so solid. They've been able to save so many shots that we've thought have been able to go in. And it begs the question, we're talking about Brainerd maybe putting more, just more quality shots on net, but we're seeing they put that quality shot on net and it's still getting saved. What else can they do at this point?
No way!
The ball pitches into the Brainerd net.
And again, victory has just got to be just kicking themselves, just saying Rocket League gods why. Every ball just seems to go against them. And Farr is going to take it. You can see all of them on the Derecho side just laughing, kicking themselves. Even on the side of victory, you have to laugh it off, right? Especially with your back against the wall. You cannot let that be detrimental to your season. They need a bounce back goal quickly.
Absolutely, and all things considered, that goal was very unlucky. They are still only down by 1. They could definitely make something happen in these next 3 minutes as Gunbro trying to make that happen as I'm talking. Windy able to follow up J-Bay with enough boost to get a touch on the ball, but not a great enough clear as Skay trying to contest that ball in the air. Does get beat out. This Brainerd team needs to keep this offense going. Far is 0, having to go for boost, and this might be open. Blasky, though, as just a brick wall in the net every time.
Every single time is correct here. Skate trying to drop this one down. Actually gets it around both defenders. I don't think any of us thought it was going to happen here. As Des Moines, you can see, really low on resources here. Brainerd even lower as Windy is still on 0. Skate trying to get back here. Windy desperately going for that corner boost here. Gunbro actually a little awkward. J-Bay gets a bump on 1. Far with actually a fake, and Blasky, what a play, but Windy with the save. That was almost an immaculate play. And we might see the double tap.
Comes out.
It's on the goal line. Someone just has to tap it in. How is Derecho's not scoring?
That is an absolutely unbelievably turn of events there as Brainerd is able to keep that out of their net. They still need to make a play though as Brainerd down 1. Skay on this ball, getting a good 50. Gunbro up the field, maybe able to put a shot on it. It's super awkward for Blasky. Potential follow-up from Windy. Missed though, leaving Skay alone here. Not able to get back and get a touch on the ball.
We've seen that before. We've seen J-Bay get the open nets going the other way. He's been so consistent. And again, Skay, low boost, trying to be aggressive. I don't blame the victory because again, every time they're getting so close. This has been a whirlwind of a series, but at the end of the day, it comes down to J-Bay hitting open nets.
Absolutely, Skay just kind of creeping up there way too much. He kind of got ahead of himself. That ball went over him as third man, not able to get that save, but a potential shot here coming from Gunbro does get blocked by Blasky, and Windy trying to take his time, get a flick over Blasky. Blasky able to get that, but giving Skay a free ball here on full boost, trying to get a beat on J-Bay, but J-Bay just up in the air already, able to get a block. Windy trying to get a beat on Blasky. Gunbro is left back alone for just a minute, but staying on that backboard, able to save anything there. And one more time, Gunbro has to get a clear here, but J-Bay is just there every time.
Right now, here are the ratios. Honestly, I won't even bother to throw pot shots like that on target and just have it go the other way. Just take some time, take some 50s. Let's just play some boomer ball at this point, boys. And if you're the ratios, let's just do a little bit of time wasting right now as J-Bay again does dive in. This is incredibly awkward.
There's a chance here, but Gunbro is not strong enough.
And again, it's the desperation from victory. I'm surprised the ratios were so aggressive with the 2-goal lead with 45 seconds left, but it does give victory an opportunity to get back into this game. But again, now we're seeing Far just trying to play keep away.
Oh, that was just such a great opportunity for Brainerd. They had the shot if they just hit it a little bit harder, but that is going to almost what looks like seal the deal here as they still need 2 shots with 30 seconds left. It's so hard to be able to do in 3s, and they need it right now. Far keeping the ball away from his side. Windy on 0 boost trying to keep it up as much as he can, but Blasky able to catch that. Just trying to beat 2. Gunbro flying across the field, able to get a beat on 2. Far though up, and just nobody from Brainerd able to keep pressure on. 10 seconds on the clock. Windy is just rotating back, waiting for anything, any boom as he can. Windy with 6 seconds cannot make much of this play, and this game is going to be over.
Ladies and gentlemen, Des Moines Derechos will be taking down the Brainerd victory in 5. It was a crazy series back and forth. You thought that victory, with all the momentum and all the crazy shots they had, were going to find a way back. But at the end of the day, J-Bay topping the scoreline. And for me, again, his consistency to just honestly hit the open nets was, in my opinion, the factor that got Des Moines the win.
Absolutely. You saw so many times J-Bay just had a free net and was able to, I don't think he missed a single one the entire series, which is just what put them ahead. You know, each game was close, but that one goal every single game that J-Bay had was enough to put them ahead every single time.
Brainerd was never in the lead. Like I said, except for that one single OT win, they were never in the lead in this series. It was always Des Moines getting early open nets, again, mostly from J-Bay or for some crazy pinches. But again, Des Moines Derechos, they came out with a plan. They had the energy. It got a little sketchy in the middle there, but they will be moving on to the semifinals.
Absolutely, Des Moines with the ice, able to get through. Brainerd unfortunately having to go home today, but still 2 Brainerd teams left to play today, Premier and Challenger. Speaking of Challenger, up next we have Burnsville Inferno versus Buffalo. They will be going off in the quarterfinals for Challenger next.
Which we got a little bit of a special treat for you guys as we're actually throwing it over to the B stream now, which I believe last time I checked, is we're going to be getting ready for that one. It's going to be super fun as we work our way over there. But again, you have to give a massive shout out to JB Blasky and Far as they are working their way. And like we said, with the energy, it brings you so far in this stage. And we're going to be locking in here our first semifinals.
Absolutely. They definitely had a lot more. I mean, you saw all teammates from Des Moines popping off every time a goal was scored. You can only really hear Windy on that Brainerd team, and that energy difference showed a lot.
It did definitely show. And again, the victory, they had Whitlock behind them. They had the great opportunities. I'm still trying to process in my brain, how did Victory have so much pressure? But just like I said, the goals just didn't seem to fall their way, and they're going to be kicking themselves. They're definitely going to be thinking that they should have won that series. And I'm not going to lie, they probably should have made it at least a lot closer in terms of the overall scoreline. I think 4-1 is definitely not as close as that series was on paper. But at the end of the day, that's sometimes just what happens, and Brainerd will have to bow out, at least with their first team here today.
Absolutely, I agree that very close, but every single game, but just they did not have the ice. Des Moines does have the ice. We will be seeing them later in the day as they move on. And like I said, next up, Inferno versus Buffalo. You got DJ. I believe they're going to be playing with Lumi today. So it's going to be DJ, Lumi, and Dicey.
And Lumi's actually playing right now on the B stage. And we'll actually look as we do actually pull it up right now. As I say that, we actually perfectly timed it and tossed it to Lumi and squad here as Burnsville find themselves up 2-0 with a tied series right now currently in Game 5.
Absolutely good series going on here. I am curious to see who would win because Fargo has been good in Rising Star all season. They were the #1 seed. They've won a major. They have been so good. But you see them down here, potentially having to go down, like having to win 2 as compared to Burnsville's 1 this next game if they lose the series, this game right here.
This is going to be interesting as we saw Burnsville. They ended up going, I believe, 1-2 yesterday, I think is what they ended up working on, but it was enough for them to get through here. And again, best of 7 makes it interesting because I think honestly it gives more time for Lumi to kind of go crazy and do what he does best. But again, if this scoreline holds, we will be going to 5. And I know we did ask for a Game 7. Who knows? Maybe this is how we end up getting there at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Fargo will need to fight back, though, as there's only 20 seconds left. Not much for them to be able to do here as they're just constantly on defense from what it seems. And this game is probably going to go to Burnsville here.
I do have to agree. Burnsville rocking with Bang, Lumi, and Whirl is going to be going on to double match point here. Air, Seer, and Seppi will have their work cut out for them. But you have to give a massive shout out to this Inferno squad, especially Lumi. He played so much Rocket League, and like you said, he has to go from playing on the B stage to immediately jumping on the A stage and mainstream and playing for the Chow team.
Absolutely, a lot of work cut out for him. But as I was saying, you have that DJ, Lumi, and Dicey team. They're going to have to face off against that Omaha team, which is Maidits, Nate, Pace, and Fana. And I will tell you right now, I played that Omaha team yesterday. They were the only ones to beat my team in a Game 5
Subtle
yesterday.
Flex. Okay, yeah.
They... a little something. All right. But they played incredibly well. That is the best I've seen them play all season. We played them regular season. We played them Major 1, and we beat them both times relatively comfortably. But yesterday, they played so incredibly well, and if they can do that again, they might have a chance of beating this Inferno team.
Well, I'm hoping that it could happen here. I think it's going to be interesting. Like you said, they played really, really well. I will say, though, seriously, Lumi, in my opinion, has been one of, if not the most impressive person in Rising Star so far. And he, for me, currently is my tournament MVP. Again, we'll have to see how far they can go. Obviously, Blasky and Co. did an incredible job with their first or their first quarterfinals, moving on to the semis. But again, you can see both teams back and forth on the Bravo stream. You can see Wolf behind them. They got a squad. And that's something that's interesting on the B team versus the main stage. The main stage, the only person behind you typically is the GM. On B stage, you might have friends, family, significant others, maybe your kid 2 feet behind you.
Yeah, and they get to watch everything that's happening from everyone's POV. It's definitely an interesting change from being kind of on that stream.
Hey, if you get a little tense on the B stage, I know maybe like Weevil can give you a little massage real quickly, try to get you a little loose here, getting ready for the next game. We'll have to see how that goes here. But again, we are going to be slowly working our way into Game 6 now with, again, we see double match point coming up.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Seer and Seppi and Air can do here as they are on their life or death moment right here. They need to win these next 2 games if they want to stay into it, which is just so terrifying as a team to be in.
It looks like my guess is there was probably a timeout call, which is why we're taking a little bit longer to get into this game here. But again, that's the difference at the B stream is you have so many more people ready to go back and forth here on this one. But we are going to be, like I said, slowly working our way into this stream here. And again, we have double match point here as we are going to slowly work into this one as Fargo versus Burnsville. Again, if we see Fargo get one more game, they will be going 2-7, which, like I said, I wouldn't mind to start off our day here.
Absolutely, starting off kickoff here. Fargo tries to win it, does get a beat from Sear here, trying to put it on this Burnville side as Sear, another beat here, but absolutely not. Whirl had none of that. And Air trying to put one on target. Not on target, though. 0 boost for Bang. Lumi having to cut in and save the day. And as you said, Lumi was so impressive yesterday.
Hey, look at that.
I've seen, so incredibly impressive today. Lumi is definitely an MVP candidate.
He has been so good here, even on 0 boost, getting the flick over 1. And Seppi, again, if he had maybe 5 more boosts in the tank, he could have gotten up in time, but just not quite enough in there as Burnsville going to be going up early. And again, they are on match point. It is currently 3-2 on the scoreline in favor of Burnsville.
Yes, they only need one more, and Lumi starts off. They're scoring early in this match. They have nothing to fear right now. But Fargo, as I'm saying that, does get a really good shot. Sear able to follow up, but no, he just misses. That is exactly what he needed to be able to stay in this game. But they still have 4 minutes 20 on the clock. They could still make something happen here.
Oh, but they can make something happen. But if you're Sear, that is going to be eating at you. And just you're thinking to yourself, God, that should have been it. That should have been the tying game. And the longer that they don't score, the more that's going to eat away here as Burnsville. They are going crazy on start of the offense. And something we learned yesterday with how good Lumi is, he is almost always finding that extra touch. This might be free from Whirl, and it is as Whirl getting the freebie. And we actually saw, look at Lumi being annoying on Sear, getting the demo on the goalie, as well as the thing gets died for his efforts by Air. But he got a golden opportunity for his teammates to tap it in.
That was an absolutely beautiful play. Lumi, I feel like every time Burnsville score is a part of the play, every single time. He is the reason they score a lot of the time, which is very fitting of an MVP candidate. He has done so much to be that MVP candidate and is showing it now as he puts their team up 2-0 right now. Fargo needs to fight back. Burnsville has kind of built a cushion to work with here and just needs to waste time as much as they can.
So we see now a little touch here. Whirl on 0 boost. Actually ends up going for that corner, a little bit awkward. Lumi does have to dive back here. Whirl's on the side, well, not enough resources to get to that one. Bang, being so good as that third man, just trying to wait and be aggressive. Burnsville, they just need to milk the clock a bit here as there's now 3 minutes left on the clock, just over that here. Whirl trying to get a little pot shot on the corner. Does make it tricky to Seppi. Doesn't have a lot of boost here. Lumi probably going to boom it right on back. In Burnsville, if you're them, this is where you can play boomer ball, waste time and waste the resources for this Fargo squad because they're panicking a little bit, being down 3-2 in the series.
They definitely are panicking as much as they can, but this ball is just constantly on that Fargo side. A potential shot out there from Lumi does go a little wide, but Whirl trying to keep some pressure on Sear on that backboard, able to get that clear. Ball is still kept in, though. A demo comes out from Seppi, leaving this net potentially open here. Air trying to go off the double, and an own goal is actually going to put Fargo in a potential spot to come back in this game.
You can see the guys on Burnsville just shaking their head. Whirl just saying, it's on me, boys. That it's unfortunate it bounces off him. You got to shake it off because you just had the last goal. You guys are still in the lead, but Fargo now getting a little bit more life here again. They need to get this game to force a game 7.
Absolutely, they need one more just like that. But you have to be a little scared because getting your only goal like that, where it's an own goal, is like you can't bet on that to happen again. You need to actually change how you're playing the rest of the game. You need to maybe, like I always say, those demos have been working for Lumi so well. Maybe try to demo Lumi, take him out of the game because he's been so good, but there was a potential shot there. A little bit of pressure here on this Fargo side, though.
Oh, no.
Able to get one downfield, but unfortunately misses that ball.
The panic starts to set in. This is where the nerves are real, and it's going to be who can work through them better. Lumi and Bang are going to be the third man here. Bang does get a reset on 1. Drops it down to Sear, though, who gets a kind of a freebie to work his way down the field. But I'm still looking at this Lumi Whirl Bang squad in Burnsville. They only need 2 more minutes to hang on. But Aaron Sear, Seppi now trying to just hang upfield. But we're seeing lots of demos. This is coming very, very physical game 6.
Absolutely. Fargo, though, still down 1 with 1:43 left. Need to make some play here, but these shots just aren't good enough. They're just not strong enough. They're not well placed enough. and these follows have been good, but these demos are what's really breaking this Fargo team apart. Every single time there is a demo, they just are right back to defense immediately.
Right back to defense is Lumi. Going to throw that one Seer. Going to get a booming clear downfield bang already there. Going to be taking his time, trying to go for an air dribble around one. Gets a touch of the sidewall. Should be able to follow up here. Actually gets a whiff on one. Whirl does come in to help out though. Not a lot of boost on the side of Whirl here as Fargo now. Again, time keeps on ticking down to a minute left on their line. And they pinch it. And that's actually going to find it. And Fargo, out of sheer nothing with either an own goal or a team pinch, finds themselves in this series tied.
That is an absolutely crazy, interesting play to make, but they get away with it, and sometimes that's what you need. Something that's just like not as expected for the other opposing team, and it works out for them. They are able to get back into this game. It was looking so scarce for them at first, but a potential shot on here is almost going to bounce in. Bang, not able to get that one in, just bounces off the post as Fargo tries to keep this pressure on. Lumi is able to keep it on the blue half though, as Air trying to take his time into this corner, does not have enough boost, just barely misses it. Does get a flick past one though, as Whirl is already up, trying to keep this on the blue side here. Fargo just fighting for their life, trying not to get scored on.
Ooh, bang now is going to be a third man. Does jump. Seer does beat him to that ball. 30 seconds left. We have overtime looming. Burnsville might be on golden goal territory with Fargo has their life on the line. There is no more games that they can lose. And that is almost another own goal as Bang somehow survives. Burnsville are not making it easy on themselves.
Flip reset out of Lumi here. Does get past two, making it really awkward, and a beautiful top corner shot for Burnsville. Puts them up. This could be the deciding factor of this series.
It's the solo plays from Lumi, getting it around Seer. Air just has to dive, and what a shot going bar down from Burnsville. They just need to hold on for 12 more seconds, and they will be moving on to the semifinals. Fargo not out of the woods yet. Again, whether it's an own goal or a pinch, they seem to find a way, but it is now full desperation mode, but it is zeros across the board for resources from Fargo, and they somehow still get it mid. The ball just has to touch the ground if you're Burnsville, and it does! Ladies and gentlemen, the Burnsville Inferno in 6 will be your victors.
That is an absolutely humongous win for them because they were not in as good of a position throughout the season as this Seer team has been. I can't even, I don't have any words for that. That is just such a good win for them.
It was a great win back and forth. And again, it's so difficult, especially when the goals you give up are an own goal, a team pinch. We almost saw a second own goal in the same game. But at the end of the day, Burnsville, and again, you have to shout out Lumi. It's the solo plays. He's been so consistent. He, like I said, has been my tournament MVP so far for Rising Star. And he has about 2 minutes before he has to go back onto the main stage and play for Chow. So there is no breaks for him.
Absolutely. No, he's been putting in work yesterday in multiple different tiers to make sure that his team can make it through to day 2. He did a great job doing that yesterday, and now, because of that, he has a lot to play today because, unlike yesterday, we got a lot of best of 7s today. He's got to play more games.
Hey, we had a game 5, then we went to a game 6, so we're slowly working our way to a game 7. But for right now, we are going to be going to a quick break, and we're trying to set up, like I said, we finished off Rising Star. We got rid of a couple teams, but now it's time to lock in for Chow.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys very, very shortly.
Space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? Past the battlefield, 1974. Oh yeah, I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no. Inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. At least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. A king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a they just wanna take your life. Try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the 1974.
Are you passionate about gaming? Do you like computers? Have you ever thought about modding or coding a game? Maybe even building your own game? Well, if so, then you're in the right place. SkillQuest is where your passion for gaming meets your tech career. Here at SkillQuest, we build tutorials around your favorite games that also teach you essential tech skills. Our courses are designed to transform your passion into marketable skills. We're talking about software engineering, game design, and more. So get ready for some awesome projects like exclusive Rocket League coding tournaments. Here, you'll have a chance to showcase and hone your own skills while competing against other questers. Or learn how to build your own custom Rocket League map from one of the greats, Lethamir himself. Everything we teach here is about helping you to become a creator and create within your favorite environment the games that you already love. But how do you join the SkillQuest community and embark on this incredible journey? That's easy. You can go to our website, but you're right here on YouTube, so just click one of the free tutorials we have down below. You're joining a community of gamers just like yourself that have passions for building and creating new things. So what are you waiting for? Your quest is already beginning. Go find a project that you love or drop a comment on one of our videos and tell us what type of project you want to do. And hit that subscribe button to make sure you get all the updates when we release new material. And as always, make sure you join our Discord so that you can share your project with us because we want to see your success. Welcome to the SkillQuest family. I'll see you in your project.
Everybody, welcome to day 2 of MCS Season 12 LAN here in River Falls. I'm your host, Gold Dude MK, joined by my teammate on the derecho, Far, and we have a big series ahead of us. In the quarterfinals, we have the Burnsville Inferno taking on the Omaha Buffalo. Both teams went 2-1 in their groups yesterday. Burnsville ended up the 2 seed, while Omaha ended up the 3, I want to say, but there was a lot of tiebreakers going on there. And so yeah, both teams looking strong, especially in some tough groups as well. And yeah, I'm just excited to see these 2 teams duke it out. It's been mentioned already, but there are no second chances at all today for any team. What you've done throughout the entire regular season, what you've done throughout yesterday at LAN, it doesn't matter anymore. You got a best of 7 in front of you. You have a timeout as a little bit of a, not even a lifeline, just like a piece of driftwood to hold on to in the ocean. And other than that, it's just you and the torrent out there. So you have to come out on top. And yeah, another thing that I wanted to bring up really quick is we do have Lumi, who is subbing up in a way, although he's been unbelievable all season. A MVP candidate in Rising Star, so I don't think it's going to make, and it's been the play all weekend as well, so nothing different here for these teams. They are both ready to go, been planning all night, and I can't wait for the series to start.
It's going to be a very good series to watch. I was able to watch the Omaha Buffalo play yesterday. I can't remember who it was against, but I know it was a very good series. But I mean, yeah, looking at the bracket, we did have the derecho and Brainerd Victory go 3-0 in their groups and get that bye, but sitting in that quarterfinals is going to be the Burnsville Inferno and Omaha Buffalo, who we are going to be watching right now. And then on the other side, Chicago Jungle and Rochester Rhythm. And I just want to point out, this is a very similar situation that Rochester had yesterday, because they had to play with a sub up from Rising Star in Sersha, and they dominated. They were amazing in that series. So I'm wondering, is this going to be a repeat of that, or is it going to be a little bit more awkward, as you know, you have to play up in a very a little bit more awkward of a play set.
And here we see a little bit of a recap of the Rising Star results from earlier. You saw the Des Moines derecho taking a 4-1 victory, but here we have the Burnsville Inferno Challenger roster here. And we got all 6 players at the desk ready to go, so I am so excited. First player for the Inferno is DJ, then you also have Dicey, Toro, and like we mentioned earlier, Lumi stepping in here, who has just been playing unbelievable all season. And so yeah, no real changes there, like I said. Otherwise, we have the Omaha Buffalo Challenger roster starting off with Buff Boys. Oh no, sorry.
They are Buff Boys.
That is their team tag. My bad. I was like, that's not a player. We got Pace, we got Fena, and of course you have Made It's Nate, who was an all-star for Challenger. So really good players on both sides of the pitch here. And like I mentioned earlier, 2-1 for both teams, so no one coming in completely undefeated, but they played really well. Omaha actually was able to take a game off of the team that got the bye from their group. The Brainerd Victory were able to get that first round bye, but they went 2-1, and that one loss was a 3-2 series victory by the Omaha Buffalo. So they know how to take down a Titan here in River Falls, and they have a tough matchup against the Burnsville Inferno, who have been looking very formidable themselves this weekend.
But we also have to factor in the pressure that you're feeling. Yesterday was groups. Regardless of how you did in the last series, you still have 1 or 2 more depending on where you are in the day. Now that we're here, no mistakes. You cannot afford to lose a series. Every single game matters, and that can put a lot of pressure on some of these players. We've seen some players actually surge with the LAN pressure, and it's awesome to see how well they perform under it. But we've also seen the other side of that coin, where players kind of crumble under it. There's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of pressure that they're feeling, and it causes them to break, not either as a player or as a team. And that can be a very big factor. So now that we're sitting in this single elimination bracket, the mentality is a very, very big factor here.
Yeah, and especially, on LAN, it's a little, I mean, it's not super early in the morning, but it's early in our day here. Those first 2 games in a best of 7 go by a little bit quicker than you'd like, especially if you're on the losing team. You could be so ready for a series, you're hyped up all night, you're warming up, well, not necessarily warming up, but you're getting your mind right in the morning, and then all of a sudden you blink and you're in a 0-2 hole in a series, you're using your timeout, and you have such a monumental task in front of you. So for both of these teams, obviously if you can go 2-0, that's wonderful, but you just cannot go 0-2.
But moving on to predictions, these teams have been doing really well all weekend long, but it's so hard to pick one or the other. But I think the sub up for Burnsville it's going to give them an edge on this one. So I think that Burnsville takes this one. It's going to be a close series, but it will definitely be. It'll be a very good series to watch, but I do think Burnsville is going to come out on top here.
You're going to go with Burnsville. That is, it somehow seems like the casters always go against each other. I am going to go with Omaha here. That victory that they got yesterday, over the victory actually, really impressed me. And so, yeah, I'm going to be picking them. I'm going to say, I almost said in 4, thinking that this is best of 5. That would be a little bit disrespectful. I'm going to go Omaha in 6 here. But yeah, did you say, I forget, did you say in 7?
I think it was going to be Burnsville in 6. So.
In 6. Okay, so we're both thinking 6, both feeling a little Neo-Tokyo here. I think we are almost underway with this series. Again, like I said, teams are ready, and we are jumping in here. Feina back there, pace on the kickoff. We're going to have an immediate shot by Dicey Moon, and he will cash that check. 1-0 lead for the Inferno. Just 4 seconds into this game, free shot popped up off the kickoff, and just laying it over the defense there, getting that early lead. And if you want to start out, it's a quick series, it's a long series, depending on how many games we go, but that is how you want to start if you are a fan in blue here.
And now Burnsville looking a little bit awkward on their back and having to play the backboard with no boost. A great pass out mid, though. DJ still has boost, leaving it for Toro. That one's going to get 50'd off the post, but it gets cleared away as another send. DJ sets one on target and is able to plant it in the back of the net this time. Now Burnsville have the insurance.
And I want to correct myself from earlier. It looks like we do have Toro here, so not Lumi. Either way, it seems to not matter whether, maybe I'm making a mistake up here, but Burnsville is not making a mistake on the pitch. They are up 2 goals, just 22 seconds left. They also get a decent start on the kickoff, kind of just lasering that to pace, not able to do much with it. DJ getting it out. The pressure has been unbelievable for Burnsville. Feina having to get a catch, but fought off by DJ. Toro ends up not getting a ton on that ball. Nate trying to pre-flip into that, but it goes back to DJ, who has looked great in possession so far. Flipping, get the reset, forcing 2 front posts, but not able to get the follow-up. Toro off the backboard. That's a miss. DJ thought about going, ends up leaving, and Nate now with an opportunity is pushed wide. Toro with the turn, catch, grab, pop out left. Dicey Moon waiting for that reset. Toro not able to get it. Feina got just enough of a piece of it, and the only person up right now is DJ, who is going to use everything in the tank to get a touch. Toro a little bit awkward, had to pre-flip with 0 boost. And these teams have been going. Omaha has definitely settled in. I was a little bit nervous, especially with my prediction. I was a little bit nervous to start the series, how they just could not even get out of their own half, as DJ just is going to make me shut up and say, hey, we got 3 goals on the board now. No one jumping up for that. Well, I guess Feina did, but with 0 boost. DJ with the low shot snipe. And now they just, you can't sit on your laurels, but they have the ability to now just coast the rest of this game and start out the series with a win.
And I think that's Caster Curse at its prime right there. Talking about how Omaha has been able to kind of find their place in this match, and then immediately Burnsville get a 3rd for themselves. But there's still plenty of time left in this first game, so Omaha have the opportunity to try and send it right back at Burnsville. Pace not quite able to get the touch off the ceiling. Now it's a push down to the other side. Toro playing, trying to get the read. It goes out mid. Whoa. It's an opportunity for Dicey Moon, but he elects to leave it. That was a great opportunity for Burnsville, but sitting up 3-0, you do not want to play too risky. Dicey Moon playing in the corner. That's an awkward touch, but DJ's there to pad the back line as Pace touch out off the corner. It goes mid only briefly. Dicey Moon, no boost, is able to get it cleared away. Feina has control, has the boost, has the space, gets 50 by DJ. Now it's going back the other way, and I want to say it. I think Omaha found their place so far in this game 1.
Yeah, DJ is looking unstoppable so far in game number 1. We're only halfway down. Can't get that double tap, but sets up a teammate. Toro putting it home. 4-0 Burnsville now. Omaha needs to figure out how to stop DJ. He has been an unbelievable engine, not only offensively in this game, but defensively too. He's had some great cuts, some great backboard plays, and he's just been everywhere on the pitch. There's a reason that this man was an all-star this season in Challenger. Toro with a free opportunity pop. Dicey getting a bump too, maybe buy some time, but DJ not able to go in right away. Pace, 50s DJ. It does go in the favor of Feina, who takes a 50 himself. Maybe could have had a free beat. Dicey Moon up early, free backboard, tries to go to the right, and it goes right to DJ. Omaha defense cannot figure out what they are seeing. Dicey up so early, and just Feina putting it right in front of DJ. Actually may have been trying to catch, and just no one, I don't know if no one calmed it, or if they didn't see DJ was there, but he's everywhere and somehow invisible to the defense at the same time.
And I feel like for Omaha at this point, there is still a lot of time left in the game, but 5-goal deficit is a very tall order. It's not impossible, but it is a very big ask. That one actually a good look there for Mate is Nate, but unfortunately goes a little bit wide as Omaha still trying to get some of that offensive pressure going, try and get their first goal of the series and of the day. Feina send up to the ceiling. DJ full tank of boost is able to beat Pace to the ball. Toro last touch gets that sent away. Feina immediately on the challenge. A great read there from Toro, but unfortunately no one there from Burnsville to cash the goal. Made his Nate. Good read there. Had some control, but ran out of boost trying to get that further down. Pace has the opportunity. Gets a 50. Feina keeping this one on Burnsville territory, but like I was saying earlier, no, they had such, it was so close. Pace has another errant shot, but it gets cleared away. But for Omaha at this point, I think just this is the match where you get all the mistakes out. This is where you just say, okay, well, we lost that one. We know what we need to fix. We can just go into game 2. Oh, the double goes in. Toro, what a shot to give Burnsville their 6th.
Oh, what a double tap. High drops down low. Nate with the piece, but not enough to keep it out of the net. And talk about stunting on him. And game number 1, 6-0 with still a minute left on the clock. Dicey also getting a beat there. And yeah, like you mentioned, you need to have a short memory here if you are on the Buffalo. You need to quickly figure out, okay, what went wrong in this game? What do we need to fix? Now let's put this all behind us and go into a fresh clock. 0-0 score line, drop down pass, 2-goal. There's nothing on the shot, but Dicey not able to get there. Wasn't sure who was going to end up shooting it. Kind of worked out as a bit of a misdirection play there. Dicey just frozen in the net. 6-1. Maybe, you know, Omaha still thinks it's winnable in the and let's see here. Otherwise, Burnsville might be pushing for a little bit of a Brazil. Pace off the ceiling, tries to get there, but it's shut down beautifully. DJ pre-jumps, that's a backflip, and he will get it. The 7th on the board, and he is chirping the Brazil. What a pre-jump by DJ. Just, I mean, disrespect.
I mean, I feel like if Nate unfortunately didn't fall victim to the backflip, he probably would have gotten up to that and been able to get a block, but just the ego chow from DJ to send it in the back of the net, that's kind of sending a message to Omaha, like, this is our series. You're going to have to fight really, really hard if you want to take it away from us. But 7-1 scoreline, Omaha not going to be able to get this game back into their hands, but just running down the clock. That one goal could serve as a momentum starter for them going into game 2, because I mean, being able, you've proven that you can score on them.
Oh
they
my
are
gosh.
able to be scored on. That would have been another one, but it hits ground before it goes in. And Burnsville Inferno taking game 1 in dominant fashion.
Wow, what a start for the Inferno. And the scoreline, I wanted to see it. 4 goals, 5 shots, an assist as well for DJ. Just everywhere on offense. And like I said, didn't have as many of those defensive or midfield metrics as far as saves and demos. That being said, made a huge impact in the little things as far as cutting, both offensively and defensively. Right now, like we see there, a great pass by Dicey, DJ in the midfield. Omaha not respecting the attack of Burnsville. I guess I can't tell if they're not respecting them or they're respecting them too much. They're just not challenging early enough. We see a jump off the backboard may have been in play there, and no one is calming who is going to go. They need to sort this out quick because, like I said, you can go down 0-2 so fast, and then all of a sudden your timeout is gone. And if you drop another game, I mean, you may as well just chalk up the rest of the series. So a lot of experience too. Dicey Moon, if I'm not mistaken, is a champion here in MCS. So he's got that championship experience. We're kicking off game number 2 here. DJ versus Fena goes in the favor. I thought maybe Burnsville had a chance, but Omaha with the collect. Pace trying to get it past 1. Gets a bump as well. This could be a free opportunity, but Fena slow back. Does not get bumped by DJ, so they stave off the defense. But that was a great opportunity and a good look that we really haven't seen out of them so far. Oh my gosh!
Pinch, what a pinch! That was amazing from Omaha. That is exactly how you want to start off this game too. Just chalk that last one up. It was an unfortunate circumstance. We weren't ready, and that is the exclamation point for Omaha. We are still in this. We're going to make you fight as hard as humanly possible to take this series away from us as well. Kickoff falling in the hands of Burnsville. DJ has control off the wall, gets it past Mate, but is able to maintain control. Demo on Fena as Toro has some control, gets demoed for their efforts. That one's going to sit in the Omaha corner. Shot goes wide for Dice Mood, and now Pace pass over to Mate as Nate. That was a good look for it, but no goal to speak of, and only 1 goal. We're almost a minute in. This feels a little bit odd. Oh, that, I mean, make me eat my own words. There's the shot. There's the save from Nate, and now it's Burnsville just trying to keep the offensive pressure going.
I mean, it was like everything DJ touches so far is gold. That shot was moving so quickly. Toro trying to reset it past 1. Shut down. DJ gonna have to play this to the left. Gets dunked by his own teammate. Does get the corner boost though, and Dicey is able to get back to the ball. Toro also picking up a demo in that midfield. DJ off the backboard, poking it out. Wants to get it to Dicey, but Dicey with nothing in the tank. He's not able to be a winger for him there. DJ rallying back. It almost gets past him. He does get a little bit of a pop, but this should be a free double opportunity. Shut down by the defense. Fena trying to poke it past. We have another good look here for Omaha, but it's shut down. Pace tries to get this down to a defender, but he's taken out of the play by Dicey Moon, wiping him off the pitch, who also gets a nice carry past 1, but can't get it past the second defender. Pace able to get it past 1, past 2, no boost. Trying to take a 50, a fake, something. Where's the shot? They go for another pinch. It worked earlier, but someone, that was such a good look. You just gotta put it in the net.
Somebody's got to go there from the midfield. It looked like both Omaha players kind of panicked on it a little bit. Here's a good look for them, but great defense there from Dicey Moon to keep that out of the net. As now we see Burnsville trying to move back down the field. 2 players without boost is going to make that pretty difficult, but DJ's able to pick up that midfield.
That works.
Pop from Pace over to Toro. He has 1, but Fena immediately on the challenge, sends that right back to that midfield line. Nate gets a good touch, sends it past 1. Toro with great control there in the corner is able to get it past that first attacker. DJ a little bit awkward in the net. Nate trying to keep this one going. It goes to Toro, but quick thinking keeps it away. Not out of the woods yet.
Whoa. Oh my God!
Not able to play in the back of the net either. Omaha, another golden opportunity for them to score, and they just can't capitalize.
I think we had 4 straight players miss the ball. Oh, Dicey with the fake. Pass 2, dusting, dicing, and scoring. We have a tie game. What a beauty. Quick pop. Faking the first, catching it around the second, and a free net. Pace not quick enough to get back. Can't really blame him. That was just such a beautiful play by Dicey Moon. And even scoreboard. We talk about Omeda's Nate with an opportunity, but it's a little bit wide. Toro off the ceiling, Pace trying to pinch it down. Goes over to Fena. Omaha making the most of that fresh clock in game number 2 here, as it's DJ's world and we're just living in it. It should be switching back soon as Fena scores. Sorry, I couldn't see anything for a moment there. Let's see what happened. Toro, bit of an awkward touch, ends up dusting a teammate as the other one gets turned into dust, and that one was an absolute 1 kph scorcher into the back of the net. Omaha have their lead back once again. They are 146 away from evening up this series in a very unexpected way after such a brutal loss in game number 1. Oh, wow!
Oh,
Can't believe it.
Now the insurance there for Omaha. That is very, very good for them. Fena with great control, flicks it past one and just muscles through it and gets it past both defenders right there. That was a great goal right there, but still a lot of time on this clock, and unfortunately they do not have that 7-1 deficit that Burnsville had in that game 1, but still having that insurance can do wonders for you if you're able to just hunker down and make sure that Burnsville doesn't get in the back of your net. DJ going for the air dribble, gets bumped off. Dicey Moon trying to get the follow-up, but great clear from Pace. He's going to send it all the way back to that blue corner. Fena with the shot on, but Toro with the save. Pace immediately on the challenge, has plenty of boost, plays it low. Dicey Moon trying to just get a read on this. It was a bit of a confusion play there in the corner, but now it's a breakaway opportunity for Burnsville. Nate able to get back in time and get a hand on the ball. And now a big clear coming from Omaha. That's 2 players gone from Burnsville. Dicey Moon, last man back, just has to play safe and is able to. And we're under a minute left here in game 2, and Omaha look a lot better than they did in game 1.
They do. DJ going for that sidewall, not able to get the second part of that play. And we have an overcommit here. Omeda's Nate slowing it down. What? Why is that not in? I don't understand. Fortunately, they're up 2 goals, but I don't know if that was for fun or I don't see any need for that touch. If anything, the opposite. Burnsville maybe has a chance here. The bump as well. And a save by Omeda's Nate, but it's put in by Dicey Moon. This is going to be a long 23 seconds here for the Omaha Buffalo. What an awkward play. Omeda's Nate already in the air before that ball was even touched. 1, 2, 3, 4 times, able to get the save, but Dicey Moon with the cleanup there. 1 goal game, 23 seconds left. Can Omaha hold on and even up the series here?
20 seconds to go. It's now or never for Burnsville if they want to take a very commanding lead in this series. Sitting on their back half is not going to do them any favors, though, as 10 seconds left. That one goes into no man's land. Pace, first one to the ball. Fena just trying to play coverage, keep the ball on that blue half. Don't give them the opportunity. That one's going to bounce down. That one's going to hit the ground. And Omaha are able to get the response they very much needed in this game, too.
Whew. They had some iffy moments in that game, but they looked very much improved. Pace, only 205 score, but honestly had a huge impact on this game, both offensively and defensively. You see them with that catalyst team pinch goal, absolutely gorgeous. Dicey trying to match them with a beauty of his own, but wasn't able to get any help from his teammates. Toro had that really nice double tap, and DJ, who was just everywhere in game number 1, pretty quiet, at least on the score sheet here in game number 2. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could win game 1 1,000-1. If you lose game 2, the series is even. It doesn't matter. So Omaha with more than life now. They have, we got a best of 5 ahead of us. We have from best of 7 to best of 5. Both teams still have their timeouts. And yeah, I'm just really impressed with how Omaha came back in that one. They look like a completely different team.
Couldn't agree more. They did have a couple instances there that made me a little nervous. They had those, maybe not open nets, but pretty easy goals, and they would slow down or stutter, or there was a miscomm. And I feel like if that gets mopped up here in game 3, it's going to be a domination from Omaha, kind of getting some get back on Burnsville. But now kickoff is underway. That's going to be a shot from Pace. A quick ringer gets cleared away. DJ in the air has all the room to work with, has no boost, but goes for the double. It gets off target, but a great save from Nate, is able to keep it away. Toro playing up off the wall, doesn't have any boost in the tank, trying to just get to 50. That one goes all the way off to the other side of the field. Pace playing control, playing it safe, trying to get this as far as possible into Burnsville territory, but Toro immediately on the challenge, trying to get that follow-up bump, but just couldn't quite reach it. Dicey Moon gets a touch over to the wall. DJ has control, has the boost, but gets it over one. Toro, great control there in the offensive half there to keep the Burnsville offense going. Another good look at it there for DJ, but unfortunately just a little bit too early on the attack. Wasn't able to get a look into the net as this one sending back into that Burnsville corner. Dicey made a great touch. Nate immediately on the challenge. Leaves it for Pace. It may have been a big mistake. As now all three players up for Burnsville. Somebody's got to score, and it's going to be Dicey Moon.
As we see the Omaha players kind of looking at each other going, hey, what was that, guys? Made as Nate deciding at the last moment, literally last possible moment, I think I may have even seen a ghost touch, to leave that one. Teammate behind was not prepared, and they now find themselves down again. They've shown that they can play pretty well with a lead or tied. So far, not so much down as far as coming back in the game. We'll see. Is it going to be a repeat of game number 1? Or are we going to see the same Omaha team that we saw in game number 2? Meanwhile, DJ looking a lot better in this game than he did last game. He had that beautiful double attempt that was, I mean, nearly perfect placement. Unfortunately, the save was perfect. Fena, past 1, past 2, trying to pop it. No follow, though. Pace wasn't sure what the plan was. Does get back to it. Fena may be able to get a bump, and they do find one, but it's not in time. Dicey Moon misuses that jump and is going to lose the ball. Toro with the follow. Pace wanted the clean collect, but was pressured here as we see some close post defense. I'm not sure how much I love that, especially with these boost totals, as we saw Burnsville for a moment there had a combined, I think, like 5. Fortunately, Dicey and DJ picking up fulls. Midfield pop the DJ. DJ trying to go downfield, but that ends up going wide, having to double it just to keep it in play. Dicey taking the 50, but it will be to a flying Fena, who gets it midfield, but it's shut down by DJ. This Burnsville defense is in full bend but do not break mode right now.
Even just that one goal lead can get you a game win, and especially losing that game 2. You want to get back into this series after having such a dominant performance in game 1. Fena looking for the shot. Dicey Moon able to get it up, and it goes back in. Fena, I don't know if they were able to get a follow-up touch off of the backboard here, but it was still a really solid goal. Let me see. Wait. No, there it is.
Wow. Right there.
What a heads-up play for Fena. That was so confusing. I didn't know what happened, but it was a great shot regardless. And now a tie ball game for these two teams as kickoff falling into the hands of Dicey Moon. Gets it past 1, looking for the dunk on Nate, but isn't able to get there.
Shot.
DJ looking for the follow-up, goes up off the backboard, has a slow touch, has the reset, I believe, but isn't able to squeak it past the defense. Toro with another errant shot, but again, not able to get it past this Omaha defense. A big 50 sends it out into the air. Toro gets it sent back into Omaha territory. A big hit in the corner. That one's just playing slow. Pace able to get there first. DJ on the immediate challenge. Gets bumped out of the way, but it's still a very dangerous ball. Dicey Moon's going to put it in the back of the net, and now Burnsville have their lead back.
I'm not loving these goals that Omaha has given up right now. Pace just handing the ball to the offense there. Nate and Fena, not sure who was going to be the early go there. Ended up being no one. And Dicey Moon just able to plant that one in the back of the net. They now have a lead here. We do see a bump in the midfield. Toro flying it to the orange half. 50 goes neutral. Fena, the only one up. Dicey Moon just delaying it off the front, or off the backboard rather, or sidewall. DJ gets the 50, and it's pushed out. Dicey Moon with the collect, trying to take a 50, but doesn't get the dunk. Instead, it's a follow-up by Toro. We have a lot of commotion in front of the net here, and Omaha cannot escape the jam. Their one offensive goal so far has been really pretty, but their defensive mistakes have been equally as unfortunate.
Just over a minute left here. Burnsville still sitting in that lead, but it's a very thin lead. Trying to extend it is Toro, but a wide shot not going to get put into the back of that Omaha net. Now, Dicey Moon just trying to play time at this point, burn that clock as much as possible. Bit of a double commit there, but good communication from Fena to letting Nate know that they've got the ball, they've got the touch, they've got a little bit better coverage than their teammate, but now It's a send downfield from Toro, looking for the double, can't quite find it. It's an opportunity. Feina putting one on shot, but DJ with the clear. Pace just trying to play possession. DJ immediately on the punish. It's an opportunity here for Burnsville, but it gets saved away. Now last man back. Toro able to get a touch. It goes up the wall. Oh, made his Nate. Has control. Looking to get a clip here on land, but can't get it past DJ. Feina immediately on the follow. Now last man back. Pace does not have a lot of boost. Is able to get a pinch out and give their teammates time to get back.
I think Pace was a little bit worried of going as that third man because the offense was so stretched thin there, but I think with just over 10 seconds left, you just have to. We do have a sidewall opportunity here, but it is slammed down by DJ, who takes that second game in style. Dude, Nate almost at the ceiling. That would have been disgusting, but the follow-up just wasn't there. Tried to push it off the wall, and like I said, I'd love to see Pace just send it there, because at the end of the day, you're already down a goal. You got like 15 seconds left. If you end up taking a bad 50 and it's in your net, oh well. At least you're not, getting struck out looking. So Feina with a really nice goal off that post, jumping sideways off the post. But these defensive mistakes right now are just killing them. They need to figure out how to calm to each other what the play that they're going for is, because we had two people thinking that they may be able to make a play, and I think it looked like, maybe slightly different, but basically neither of them ended up going for it. And that was the difference in this game, really.
I think at that point, once you have two people that don't really know who's going to go, I think a double commit is better than no commit, because we saw it happen multiple times in that series where either they would both go at a super awkward position, or they just wouldn't go at all, and they immediately got punished for it. So I think just having a hand on the ball will do wonders for this Omaha, especially on their defense. But as we get into Game 4, Burnsville up 2-1 in the series. Kickoff falling into the hands of Burnsville. DJ has control, goes for the low 50. Toro almost there to get the catch, but goes just a little bit too much behind, as now Omaha have the opportunity. That one rolls straight off of the ceiling and onto the ground. Toro going to be the one to pick this one up. Feina on the 50. Toro still no boost, but going for as much coverage as possible. Not quite able to get it past the second defender, however. DJ able to get it past that second one. Dicey Moon has the pickup, gets the fake pass one, still has some boost, but Pace able to get it cleared away. And I feel like this game hasn't gone on very long, but it feels like this is the best we've seen these teams so far.
Yeah, they're looking very clean so far, both of these teams. I want to give a quick shout out. Toro's been looking very impressive so far, just like quietly impressive. I mean, we had that loud double tap in game number 1, but pretty quiet on the stat sheet since then. That being said, doing a great job of just being the connective tissue of this team. They're looking really well connected, finding each other, as that looked scary for a moment, ends up working as a good back pass. DJ with the quick chow. Pace not able to find the double. Toro off the backboard, can't find the second one. And what? Oh my gosh. We've seen this a couple times. Sometimes it goes in the net, other times it doesn't. Maybe let the ball get away a little bit too much. And DJ and Dicey flipping and flying, not able to get anything on the ball. Omaha able to just flick it in, and they have themselves another lead. So far, when they are down in the game, they lose. But when they are up in the game, they win. So we'll see, will that hold? We have a lot of offensive pressure here for Burnsville. Shut down very nicely. Great touch by Pace. Trying to get him out of the jam. Does for a moment, but Toro with a great play. Pass 1, pass 2. The third doesn't get a touch, but there was no follow-up. Did not play the miss. Pass across. Shut down by Toro. A defensive pass across. Shut down by Toro. Made his Nate Prout just waiting in that back left corner. Gets a flick past 1. Pops it up for Pace, but Pace not there. A little bit of an awkward touch by Dicey. Both these teams are taking went from playing confident and fast to a little bit of dance in the corner for 30 seconds, and then let's go to the other corner for 30 seconds. But they're getting things figured out a little bit. We're seeing some actual shots put on the net as DJ getting past 1, can't get the bump on the second, and Toro is going to push this wide. They have yet to find a goal here in game number 4.
And it kind of jumping on what you were talking about, it does feel like these teams, they're playing a lot more conservative. They're not wanting to overextend an attacker and get punished for it, because we have seen things like that happen a lot, especially in the series where you have that second man or even that third man extend just a little bit too far, and it's immediately punished by both teams. Have had instances like that, but now they're just trying to play a little bit more safe. An opportunity here for Omaha, and it goes off the post. It rolls away, and Omaha going to be wanting that opportunity back. Fena trying to get it back in the hands of their teammates. That one send out mid, but no one there from the orange half to take advantage. A bump in the net. DJ trying to get that last touch, but it gets saved away by Pace. Toro gets one over, but Nate is immediately there to pick it up. It's an opportunity, but DJ on the immediate challenge gets it cleared away. Looking for the double, can't quite find it. It's an opportunity for Omaha again, and it's just not fast enough.
As that was just wide. I don't even understand what happened earlier. I mean, Omaha rushed the shot attempt when they didn't have to. At the same time, I don't know where the Burnsville defense even was. I didn't see if there was and this could just be me, but I didn't see a demo or a double commit. It just kind of happened. Meanwhile, we have a double opportunity. Toro with so much net to shoot on and ends up putting it wide instead. Nate off the ceiling. Gets the second touch, fakes it low, pinches it on, but saved by Toro, popped out by DJ, and followed by Dicey. That would have been a nasty insurance goal. Instead, still just a 1-goal game here, but Burnsville has been held scoreless. We do have 3 Omaha players jumping off the backboard. This could be an opportunity, but Nate is able to pop it past one, and no follow-up there. Pace just going to push it into the corner. This is a shot opportunity, but Fena is taken out of the play, who would have been that follow-up here. 39 seconds left. Omaha need to hold on. That's a big miss, but fortunately, the Burnsville attack did not anticipate for that. And we got that 30 seconds remaining timer. Omaha have not looked great in their losses, but have looked suffocating in their wins. They need to take them out here, as that will do it for us. The second goal, Nate able to get one on target. DJ poking it out, but no boost for the follow. Toro with nothing, DJ with nothing, and Dicey with nothing. We have a tie series, the best of 3 ahead of us, barring a miracle.
Barring a miracle. We have seen that happen before. I think earlier in the season, there was, I can't remember what the series was, but there was one where they were down, I think 3 goals, and they made sure to come back in like 30 seconds. It was crazy to see, but now Burnsville just trying to get some momentum for Game 5. Toro has that one on target, but it's saved away by Nate sitting in that Omaha corner. Pace just trying to keep it away from everybody. Let that one die. Still bouncing around, but that one's going to hit the ground. And now 2-2 in the series. Buffalo and Omaha and Burnsville. I'm having a moment. They're so close. They're so close. It feels like they have really solid games, and then they'll immediately have they fall back. Both teams have a good game, and then they kind of just lull for a little bit. They kind of just don't perform as well in the next game. But it begs the question, which team is going to be the one to push as hard as humanly possible, get that little extra distance to try and take this series away?
And a brutally quiet series as we get a little bit of a peek into the B stage. I'm not sure if we're getting a timeout or just a little peek, but we have a quick overtime here between Rochester and Chicago here. And I'm like, should I cast this one really quick?
I believe you're correct. There was a timeout called. I'm not entirely sure by who, but
yeah. There was a timeout. Okay, I wasn't sure because the series was tied. But anyway, so let's get into this quick overtime here. A little bit of fake power, trying to put one on net. We have a couple of substitutes for the B stream, and we're jumping back in. So I don't know what the result of that overtime is. It looks like they're still playing on. If you are here in person in the venue, it can be found kind of in the back left of the room. Otherwise, if you're watching online, there is the MCS Bravo stream. But we have game number 5 kicking off here after that brief timeout. DJ keeping it close, trying to 50 Fena. Dicey Moon wants to get there, but no boost, and Toro's going to have to make a diving save here.
And it's hard to tell which team is going to come out on top. Actually, Omaha having the first shooting opportunity, but aren't able to place it into the back of the net. Toro gets it past that last man. That's an open net. There's the goal that Burnsville was looking for in that game 4.
And I was going to talk about, kind of before we hop to that quick OT, that sounds like just ended. A brutally quiet game on the stat sheet for Burnsville. Obviously, when you're getting shut out, you're not going to have, those goals to bump up your score. But I think we had 2 players in the mid-hundreds, and then we had a player below 100. So they weren't even really getting good looks on shots. They weren't even really getting saves either. Kind of just pulling the grass a little bit. And they're able to outdo themselves already here early in game number 5. They want to take this one and have that match, that series point advantage. Dicey Moon with the pop. Pace trying to get a touch, ends up being a pass down, but Nate is able to collect off the backboard and find Pace, who gets a pass 1. Pass 2, gets demoed for his troubles, and DJ collects, gets that boost, and loses the ball a little bit, almost dunked as well. Both these teams, they'll look good for a moment, and then the next moment they'll kind of lose all that momentum that they once had.
And Omaha they're looking as aggressive as they did in Game 4, but it feels like Burnsville have definitely kind of ramped up their rotations, trying to make them just a little bit tighter, close up those gaps that Omaha was able to score through. But still sitting up just 1-0 in this game. We've seen those 1-goal leads disappear super, super fast. Here's a good look at it. Dicey Moon, with help from DJ, is able to get it saved away, but at the sacrifice of all the boosts that they had, here comes another one. Toro,
the
bump
bump,
out of the
wow!
way. Nate going to send that one to the back of net, but a phenomenal bump play from Omaha to get back into it.
And you love to see it. Pace working as a fake, diving down. And we've talked about jumping off that backboard or the post earlier. Does it again, this time to pick up a crucial bump. And Burnsville could have had a follow on defense as well. There was someone behind that was ready to make a save if need be. But I think that either they were called off or they just left to play because, hey, my teammate has a free save here. Not when Pace is around, as we have a quick poke shot. Goes wide of the net. Tries to get it over to DJ. Dicey, went for it. That's a huge double commit. Who is up here? Fena trying to get the shot, trying to get the double, is not able to finish the job. Instead 50'd by Nate. Pace popping it up. Back to Nate, who pops it. I thought may have gone for the low side pass, but unfortunately not, as we see a demo in the midfield. Pace having to buy some time. Did not need that corner boost, but wasn't able to get it, as that is a very awkward play. Pace getting bumped back. I think it may have been, I don't know, I don't think it was a pool shot, but was taken out with that ball. It was nearly a pool shot. Just that midfield miss ended up killing them, and Burnsville with another lead here as we are halfway through game number 5.
2-1 for Burnsville. Do they decide to just try and kind of hunker down, don't let Omaha have any offense, or do they try and extend their lead into making Omaha have to work harder for it? Toro getting bumped out of the way. DJ getting demoed, I believe, but still able to get a touch on the ball regardless. Pace playing in the corner. Bit of pandemonium going on over there in that Omaha left side, but everybody's able to get out a ball, send over to Nate. That one's going to find its way on target, but DJ, quick thinking, is able to get it saved away. Demoed for their efforts, and now Toro just trying to play coverage. Able to get it past one, but Nate able to get a big send downfield. DJ, last man back, able to get the block. And, I mean, DJ actually able to get it past one, able to 50 it past the second, just looking for that final touch, but Pace is speedy enough to get away from it and get the clear away. And this Omaha team they've had a couple of good opportunities this game, but it's just, there's always a defender. Oh, no. Oh, no. The demo plays in this game are just going off. I'm not even ready for them. That first one I wasn't ready for. Dicey Moon just gets a bit of a throw at the net, and then, there goes the defender.
Payback on Pace there. Got one earlier. The bump, not a demo. And Burnsville putting the exclamation mark on that play there. Said, you're going to bump us so we're not able to save it? How about I take you out of the play completely later? DJ with the backflip in the midfield. Nate, almost able to make something out of nothing there, but Dicey with the touch. Fena trying to get it off the ceiling, doesn't get a ton there, and it's shut down. DJ pushing it upfield here. Dicey wants that corner, does get the corner. Toro slowing it down. Pass one, the pass to DJ, but it's shut down by 2, and Toro now will fall. He's not able to get that double midfield pass shot on the net, and Omaha need to score. They need to score now. Nate doesn't get a ton on that. Nobody has triple zeros for Omaha, and someone's just got to rotate out and get a couple pads, if not a big boost. Toro with the musty. Dicey popping it up the wrong way there, as that could be a shot opportunity. Pace putting it in play, but it's nowhere near the net, and Toro's just going to take this slow, take a 50, let that clock keep winding down field for Dicey, who cannot finish this game off. Still looking well with a 2-goal lead, 22 seconds left, but wasn't done yet. I thought it was going to be done there. Dicey trying to hunt for that finish. But this game is all about wrapped up. Burnsville just playing with their food right now. Toro up early to the backboard, and with 5 seconds left now, it's a nice little sidewall double, but with 5 seconds, with the game over, Burnsville now on series point. They have 2 games to win 1 here. Meanwhile, the Omaha Buffalo, we talk about no second lives, no mercy. You can't lose a single game from here on out, at least in this series. If there's ever a time to lock in, it's now.
At this point, it's kind of the same system of you're down in goals, you're down in a game. What do? Full send. Your net does not matter anymore. Not exactly the same system, but just that full send. There's nothing to lose at this point. Just got to get everybody on offense, full aggression, full physicality, even if it is warranted, and try as hard as you can to even just force a game 7 and try and get in the heads of your opponent, who are now sitting on series point.
And right now, as we see a timeout here, we gave our predictions earlier. We both said in 6. I said Omaha, so mine cannot come to fruition. Yours, however, looking pretty good right now. Burnsville wanting to take this one home in 6, wants to advance to the semifinals here in our challenger bracket, as we see the players loading in to Neo Tokyo. Everyone is getting ready. We got players hopping in the field. All 6 there I see are ready to go, as we are just waiting for kind of the final pieces to fall into play here. Kickoff in game number 6, Omaha with their season lives on the line officially. Pace trying to start them off strong and just reads the defense like a book.
And for Omaha, that is the exact start you need. Toro just gets a little bit too heavy-handed on that touch and sends it right out mid. Unfortunately, no teammates back to try and cover the net, and it gets sent right in 4 seconds in. If I'm not mistaken, that is how Burnsville started game 1. They started immediately on the scoring, but now Fena trying to keep that momentum going. Big send out from Toro. Pace a little bit awkward, has to leave it. Toro still playing coverage on that ball. Dicey Moon gets a send in, but isn't able to get a touch. As now Pace send over to Fena. Fena with full boost, has control, has the space, trying to go for the double, but Dicey Moon with good coverage on the backboard is able to get it cleared away.
As we see Fena not able to collect, puts a pot shot on net, and Toro 0 boost to work with there. Great shutdown in the midfield by Nate. No one able to cover it up. Toro went to the corner thinking that a full boost was there. Instead, the greed will catch up to them, and they are now down 2 goals. Omaha has not had a ton of scoring output so far in this series. Even when they're in their wins, they've been pretty low scoring. Well, now they have a 2-goal lead to work with. There's still over 4 minutes left, though. As we saw earlier, it is really easy to lose a 2-goal lead with so much time left, and Burnsville is on a great path to do that. DJ just rifling it down the middle there.
The turnaround that Burnsville need. Now that 1-goal deficit can disappear so unbelievably fast, and we've seen it happen I believe in this series there was one game where a lead was almost completely dissolved almost immediately after getting scored. But just under a minute gone so far. Omaha trying to maintain their lead, trying to force the game 7 that we all, I'm sure, I don't know about you, even if my prediction's wrong, I want to see a game 7 between these teams. I feel like that would be awesome. But Omaha trying their best to make sure it happens.
DJ getting harassed.
And gets bumped, but is able to get the save. And now it's a send downfield for Burnsville, trying to tie this game up to potentially take it away. Here's the shot, goes a little bit wide, not enough speed to get it into the net, as now Nate gets it past 1, but it doesn't have the speed it needs. Pace is able to reach across, but unfortunately couldn't make the read. That one's going to find its way on target, and Burnsville tie it up.
Great upfield presence by Toro there. DJ just playing it big miss, and Toro smelling blood in the water turns on Feyna to take him out of the play. We've seen that a lot in this series. I think a disproportionate amount of demo or bump goals on the last defender as Pace trying to get their lead back, but it's just wide off the kickoff. That could have taken the wind out of Burnsville's sails as Feyna trying to pop it, but it goes a little bit too high. And in less than a minute, actually, we evened up our game here. Omaha with 2 in the first, Burnsville with 2 in the second. Who is going to break this tie? DJ avoiding the bump and getting it upfield as well. Both of these teams are looking very confident right now and going back and forth with these shots, with these clears, and with these demos.
I was talking about Omaha having some good opportunities for scoring earlier in this series, and it seems like that curse has kind of come back a little bit. They've had a couple of good back-to-back opportunities for scoring, but they just couldn't get that little extra bit to send it into the back of the net. As now we push down to the orange half. Feyna gets 1, but it goes loose. Good touch from DJ to send it out mid, but neither teammates are ready for it, so that one is going to go unredeemed. Feyna on the challenge, able to get it past 1, but at the cost of all the boost they had in their tank. As now we sit in that Burnsville corner, a very familiar spot. Here comes an errant shot on target from Mate is Nate, and that is going to give Omaha back their lead.
Whew. And what a shot there. Feyna with the credit on the assist, and Nate with the cash, putting it top cheddar there as we have 2-13 Omaha with a much needed lead here. They want that game 7. Toro, a little bit awkward, having to loop back, is able to control very well past 1. Dice harass a little bit in the midfield, can't get the read there. DJ following it up, quick off the corner, ends up slowing it down as I say that. Toro gets beat. Dicey with the 50, but it's won by Feyna as DJ does not have a ton. Gets bumped out here. The blue defense has to be careful as they are scrambling right now. Pace with the quick shot, but it's nowhere near. I think they were hoping for a little bit more on that one. Dicey past 1, but it's kept in the midfield by both teams here. Who is going to put this? Are we going to put this? Oh my gosh, that was disgusting. I was going to say, is Omaha going to break the dam, or is Burnsville going to equalize?
Oh
it is Pace with an absolute corner beauty. We talk about in game 2, they had that team pinch catalyst goal, helped them get a win after a devastating game 1 loss. Well, now they are getting quick to go to Champs Field and do it in style. They just have to hold on for another 80 seconds here, and I haven't seen every game, as Feyna may have just put this one out of reach. I haven't seen every game here, but that may have just been the goal of the tournament so far. That corner double was just disgusting.
Beautifully placed, beautifully shot, and I mean, that's how you get momentum, like not even just gameplay, but just like spirit in terms of mentality. That is something that gets teammates like, wow, that was a really good shot. We're able to score those on these guys. So, I mean, Omaha just trying. They have a 3-goal lead as we go into the final minute, trying to force game 7. At this point, I feel like you just kind of just sit back, don't want to overextend, do not want to get this lead.
Wow!
But DJ with a phenomenal read off the backboard is able to send into the back of the Omaha net.
What a read. I mean, just the complete disrespect. DJ says, I know exactly what you're doing before you even think about doing it. Bringing this game within 2, there is still a chance. Omaha has to not blow the rest of this game here. Burnsville, meanwhile, trying to clutch up. They want this one to end here on Neo Tokyo. They do not want to go to Champs Field because anything can happen. That's a big miss, but 2 go, kind of dusting themselves, making it awkward. Pace kind of last back there. No boost in the reserves for Omaha. We have a couple players pick up 100, so they are back in it. Toro with the catch, fakes it past 1, or 50s 1, but with 19 seconds left, if they do not score here and now, this game is going to be over, and we are going to be going to the really just the ultimate field in Rocket League. All Game 7s are played there for a reason, because that is the field where champions are made. And DJ will put this one down. We are going to Game 7 here in our second series on the stream. What a treat we have for ourselves today.
I mean, our predictions are gone. You predicted Omaha in 6. I predicted Burnsville in 6. But who can be upset about a Game 7, especially with how these teams have been playing so far and just go. It's been a slugfest. One team getting just a really dominant start, and then it's just back and forth and back and forth. And Omaha definitely putting in a bit of a exclamation point on that Game 6, especially with that double tap from Nate. I still can't believe that. DJ had a really good follow-up read on the other half, but I still cannot believe how perfect of a read that was. It bounced exactly where he was reading, and it's just a full send straight into the net. And I mean, especially in this game, looking back at it, Nate was deadly in those corners.
Yeah, as we see that double tap there, it gets cut off, unfortunately. But Pace, I mean, we talk about that corner double, also starting the game off with a really good read. You talked about the mental aspect of what a goal like that does that for you as a team. I can't get over it. I about guarantee that all 6 players on the field are well aware of what impact a goal like that has, as we do see a bump on the defender there, but Fena had some time bought by the second man. Pace respawning. Fena gets it past one. DJ collects and pops, but Pace is already up. Right now, it feels like a war between DJ and Pace, and the players around are enabling them to do great things, as we see Toro going for a flick. DJ up, 0 boost, can't get it past the defense, and 30 seconds into this game, Burnsville is looking like the more dangerous team.
And we got to take into account the fatigue factor. Game 7 can be just as deadly just because the players are tired, especially in a series like this where every goal is such a fight. And now being able to go all the way to 7 with it, it's just how tired do you get at this point? How much have the comms kind of gotten a little bit more quiet? You're a little bit more fatigued. How do you just kind of bounce back from that and keep the momentum going? Omaha trying to keep the ball out of their net. That was going to go wide. Nate able to get there first and keep that one away. A bit of a scare there for Omaha, but they're able to get away with it unscathed. Now pushing down to the other side of the field. A shot on target from Fena. Gets the follow-up, but not able to put it into the net. Nate gets one. It rolls up. DJ there first. No boost to work with. Toro able to get there and cover that secondary touch. Now Dicey Moon, no boost. And it feels like now they all have boost, but there was a very long period of time there where all 3 players on Burnsville, absolutely nothing at the time.
Well, and kind of on the same side of things, Omaha has also been running really low. As I say that, they had about 41 combined. Both of these teams right now clearly giving it their all on the pitch and off the pitch. 2-on-1 opportunity. Nate trying to circle back. The midfield pass shut down, and we are still tied here. 2 minutes have been gone now in Game 7 here on Champs Field. Toro up, able to get that second touch. No reset, or decided not to use it. Fena getting that corner boost. This one is going to fall in front of the net, but it's saved. Although DJ off the ceiling with the reset, not able to get the dunk there, as that's a huge demo, going to open up the space. Dicey Moon trying to fake the first chow, is able to get some possession there on the second one, but Nate just going to send this one out. Let's let everyone regroup here, as this game is halfway over already. It's felt like a blur, and both of these teams are so desperate for a goal.
It feels like there was a goal within the first minute for every single game in the series, and now it's just a deadlock between these two. Neither can find the back of the net. Omaha trying to be the first to put one on the board, but not able to get it just yet. Fena,
2 up.
Good touch. It's a double commit, but it's on target, and it gets saved away. A great save there from Dicey Moon to keep that scoreline empty, but now it pushes down to the other side. Nate, last man back, had plenty of space, is able to get that just completely sent all the way back to the other side of the field. Big 50 is going to roll off the ceiling, race to the ball. DJ able to get there, but no boost left. Pace picking this one up, has the control, has the space, tries to go under Toro with the reset, but unfortunately isn't able to get that past the defense. Now DJ gets one sent but Fena immediately on the challenge. Now, Omaha, it feels like they have a lot more offensive pressure in the latter half of this game. It's just raising the question now, is this Burnsville defense going to crack, or is the Omaha offense going to be the one that overextended? There was a bit of a look at it. Fena and Pace going a little bit too far past that. Toro, pass out mid. DJ looking for the shot, but Pace immediately on the disruption is able to keep the scoreline clean.
And I think Toro was looking for Dicey off the backboard there. Dicey, though, leaving the play. We have some numbers here for the Omaha, trying to fake out, but DJ reads it well. Pass Dicey over to Toro. Toro flying it upfield. DJ with the pop down to Dicey, who pushes it wide. Under a minute here, and these two teams will not allow each other to score. Pace wants to find a teammate on the backboard, but nobody's up. And it almost is a nightmare scenario for Omaha, who have been, like you said, heating up in the mid portion of this game. But right now, they need to escape their half. Burnsville getting demos, getting the control, getting boost as well. Omaha need a big 50 there, and unfortunately, it goes the other way. Nate loses that 50 as well. Pace needs to buy some time, get some control. Does pinch it off the sidewall, but it goes right to Toro. Dicey trying to get a bump. 17 seconds left, the shot. And we are absolutely in golden goal territory. These teams are scrambling right now. 10 seconds left in game number 7 as we see the crowd counting down. Fena trying to find that free backboard. Toro clears it. Nate trying to keep it in play. Burnsville wants to keep it down as they actually keep it up. Dicey Moon past one. Pace is floating and tries to kill it, but it's kept in by Toro. DJ is up, wants to put the exclamation mark on this game, but it's saved once again. Pace trying to keep it out. Dicey still wants to keep this one alive. Fena with the pop. There is no boost for Omaha. DJ is still up. Can he get the reset? He cannot, and the ball touches the ground. I kept wanting to throw it to you, but the play just could not get out of their half.
And 0-0 going into overtime in Game 7. This is the excitement that you will expect from teams that are as stellar as this. And now a big send downfield.
Is that it?
Be a reach. That's
going to
be It's going to go in. Omaha winning in Game 7 overtime.
Wow, an absolute heartbreak for Burnsville, who started this series off so strong. And Pace with an absolute laser over the entire field. It never touched the ground once again. A little ironic because Burnsville never wanted to let it touch the ground going into overtime. And it looked, the Buffalo never really had a chance. Once Burnsville had all that possession at 0 seconds, I thought for sure that Burnsville was going to clutch up with how they were looking. And instead, just an absolute bomb across the field that no one saw coming. And Omaha will advance to the semifinals.
What a series. You couldn't ask for a better series than that. It's back and forth between these teams, and then a Game 7 with no goals going into overtime, and it's just a full send across the field. And unfortunately for Burnsville, they get caught a little bit too far up. That's a tough spot to be in, though, because you don't expect a ball to have that much power, especially going straight at your net. But that is, unfortunately for them, how it turned out. So, as you said, Omaha going to be pushing on to that semifinal match, I believe playing Brainerd, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, that's going to be another really good matchup. They definitely have a gauntlet going into this day, too. So if they're able to make it to grand finals or potentially even win, that is just a testament to not given, but it was definitely earned.
Yeah, well, and we talk about Omaha, taking on the victory later. They're the one team that's given the victory a loss at this event, so it'll be really interesting to spend hold. It is very difficult to beat a team twice, though, and I mean, you said at the start of this series that not only was this going to go 7, but that Omaha was going to win. I would have been shocked, especially allowing 0 goals in game number 7. They had 2 shutouts, or Omaha rather, kept Burnsville scoreless in 2 games of that series. Burnsville could not replicate what they were doing in game number 1. And like you said, it wasn't even necessarily the defense that got caught out there in that overtime. They had players in the midfield who even had full boost, but that ball was just moving so impossibly fast that there was no way anyone, as soon as it was in the air, I said that is in. Like, no one is getting back to that. unbelievable series by both teams, though. As you said, the back and forth. I think we only did anyone win 2 games in a row? I think the only team that did was Omaha at the very end there in games 6 and 7. I could be mistaken, but just an unbelievable showing for both of these teams. Omaha, though, is the victor. And like you said, they will be moving on to a series that they very well could win, and they may be feeling good about that matchup. I'm not sure. I can't believe with these mistakes that we saw early in the series, how much they clutched up on defense to close it out.
And it's a tough spot to be in, because yes, goals like that happen in that Game 7 overtime. They happen every once in a while, and it's kind of upsetting, but to have that be the one that sends you home, it's just a heartbreak. But still, a phenomenal performance from Burnsville, but just a little bit better from Omaha. Again, no one, our predictions were both unfortunately incorrect. Well, you got the right team at least.
I did get the right team.
But I mean, a Game 7 like that,
I did not see that.
You can't be upset about that. That was just phenomenal showing on all counts.
Yeah, and the player to do it as well, Pace, the one who put the hammer down in game number 6, ends up the champ in game 7, the hero. And that is all that we have for this series here. Far and I will see you later, right after. But there's another series. We'll have a premiere series after this, so don't go anywhere. Again, I've been your host, Gold Dude MK, joined by Far. And thank you for joining us. And like I said, we'll see you later.
What time to be alive? How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974. make you move. So baby, let's open tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We've had a lot of fun so far today, rocking some Rising Stars, some Challenger matches. We had one go to 6, one go to 7, and now we're moving up our way to Premier. And this is going to be fun here. And now we've finally found Cabbage. He's been gone for a while. I know the sign's broken.
Things.
I'm too old to try to hold on to these things. The sign is broken, but Cabbage has been gone. He finally found his way to get here. I know instructions are a little difficult, but you finally found your way. And hey, you get to start off with a banger Premier match.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good one. I mean, I'm kind of surprised. Of course, we talked about this just before the stream started. I was expecting the other matchup. I was not aware of the whole substitute situation, so I didn't realize we were seeing these two. So I'm kind of as surprised as you are.
I'm just really glad that all of your work going into all the stats and everything is thrown out the window, because now that means you know about as much as I do about these matches.
Yeah, and I think, we could harken back to the old clip of Stewie tearing my script in half. So, that's kind of the thing we can call back to here. But it's going to be a good one, like you said. I mean, it's a really tough act to follow, seeing that series where it started off looking looking like it was just going to be an absolute beatdown out of Burnsville, and then the back and forth. I mean, it was a great match to watch. Just nothing more you can ask for.
Oh, it was
Game
super
7 overtime,
exciting.
but then this one...
It did end in a little weird way, so hopefully we don't end in that, but yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be a good one. This one here, of course, a team that had won last year. We talked about this as well, but, champions a year ago, and then they split up coming into this season. So, is Whitlock going to get revenge? Does Fours, is he that next step to elevate them even higher? What does that look like for these two teams?
Yeah, for those of you guys don't know, it was Whitlock, Katomac, and Wubik ended up all teaming together, and we saw a lot of success out of that team with Whitlock leading the way. And like you mentioned, Kato and Wubik said, all right, Whitlock, you only won, but I don't know, I wasn't a sweep, so we're going to kick him out and everything. Ended up getting 4s, and then Whitlock obviously going with Kixby and Bubbly Reaper, seeing if that is going to be the combo of those three that'll take down his old team.
Yeah, and of course, the other thing I want to talk about too is these are all names that I know. I know all of these players except for Kixby. He's the one player that's such that new element to me where I'm like, what can he bring to the table? Can he show up on the biggest stages? Because that's sometimes what we see with these teams. We saw it. I guess we kind of saw it in the regular season, but some of those teams, absolutely stellar. They're 8-1 in regular season play. The moment they get to those majors, they just fall apart. They're just out in the group stage. There's nothing. So can he bring it on the stage?
Yeah, it is going to be interesting because as you kind of alluded to, everyone else on this series has a ton of LAN experience. And obviously, we have at least half of this lobby just has been the most recent winners. So as far as stage nerds, probably not going to be a ton here. But as we are slowly working our way into the lobby here, it's going to be interesting to see who is going to have the momentum. Obviously, this is semifinals, right? There is no more lives to be lost here. Yesterday, they did drop a couple, series here and there. They do work their way out of groups, but they have a long way to go if either of these teams want to get a repeat champion from last year.
Yeah, and I mean, just a reminder for those of you at home and everyone, or just everybody watching, really. We've got the semifinals. This is the lower semifinal, so win this one, you're into those upper semifinals, and then you're into the championship. So it's kind of the weird thing where we've got two sets of semifinals. It's almost more like a quarterfinal with byes, kind of, however you want to look at it. So, win and you continue, win and you still have to play at least one more best of 7 today, 2 if you really want to take that title. But, hopefully we don't start to see kind of exhaustion work into that there. Sometimes we see that with players if they just have to play all day long. We've seen that with subs before too. If they have to play 5 or 6 series in a day, it's just they're exhausted by the end. But I think these two teams, we got a little bit of a preview in the in the intro as well about a previous matchup between these two sides being kind of, I don't know, weird, just kind of odd from what it was sounded like, where it's just blowouts in both directions, neither team really looking all that competent. So I don't know what to expect because these teams, on paper, look like stellar rosters. But from hearing that, it's got me confused. It's got me worried a little bit.
Hey, I'll take worried, right? As we are kind of running through the players here. And yeah, that is the man that I think it's going to come down to a lot is Whitlock. Yeah, he has been extremely, extremely successful in his MCS debut. And this is the player that every single league he is in, I have mentioned that he, for some reason or another, always find his ways into the grand finals. He is rocking, seriously, it's like a 90+% success rate of finding the grand finals here, and we'll see if he can continue to do it here. But as we're now seeing, that Fours is a Season 8 Premier Champ, so that means at least 4 out of 6 of these players have rose to the occasion and lifted that trophy.
I believe Bubbly Reaper won at one point as well. I'm not certain with
hard
that.
To keep track after 11 seasons of
I almost guarantee that he's been in a grand final because I feel like I've said that. I feel like I've commented on him in his debut season as the there, but we'll have to see. As I don't know if this is meant to be what we have to pick because I don't really want to go with Duluth here. Is this what? Are you assigning us picks now, Stewie? Is that what I'm seeing?
No. They're just talking about who's going to go in this one. But I will say, and kind of how I alluded to earlier with Whitlock, like I said, he is so successful in finding grand finals. I don't expect that this is going to change here. I do expect that the Victory are going to be taking this one. I'm hoping in 7. I'm hoping we get some good content out of this one. If we can repeat the content that we had for the last Chow series, I will be a very happy camper.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest ask that we have is just a good series. I mean, that's all you can really ask for. You don't want it to be sweeps. It gets you back on schedule and all that jazz, but it's more fun. We'd rather be delayed. We'd rather have those full good series. And I think on the side of Duluth, because we talked about kind of Whitlock being the one we're going to look at on the side of the Victory, for Duluth, I mean, do you have anyone you're really focusing on there? Because I feel like we can talk about Fours if I had to talk about somebody, but I mean, we've seen Wubek have incredible series on LAN as well. So it's really, I mean, I would say either one of those two. Do you agree? Is Katamak the one you're looking for? What do you think?
I am actually looking at the Wubik squad. He did so well last season, and obviously this season again they're trying to recreate everything. But as small of a human as he is, he has such a big personality on the pitch, and we're hoping that he, at least for me, I think of the loose side, it's going to come down to Wubik specifically.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting. I think it's really hard to tell. It's always those difficult things of you don't know who's going to win it until you're in the series. And even then, I mean, we saw in that last series an absolute blow on game one. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And it's the beauty of it, but it's also the difficulty on our side of how do you choose that winner then? How
do you choose? The question is, are you actually going to make a pick then? I got to
wait, okay. I didn't realize
actually make a pick here.
I'm going with the Brainerd victory. I got to go with my boys. Like I said, I'm a part of the franchise this season. Did not play, but, number one bench warmer. So, we'll see what we got this season. But we'll go together. We'll either look like fools together or we'll look like geniuses. So
it's a win either way. As long as we're sticking together, I will take that gladly here. As this is going to be a super fun match here for us to get into. Again, it is going to be best of 7. This is the last quarterfinals here, and then we'll be bumping to the semifinals. And then I will say a little bit of a hint here. We will be going over some of the MVP winners and all that stuff. Those will be announced later, but just know that they are coming. We didn't forget about it. We had obviously some issues yesterday. We were going to tackle it, but hey, so far, knock on wood, haven't had a lot of issues. We're hoping that success continues.
Well, I could just take my MVP award right now if you want. I can. Oh, it's this. It's thank you. We've got I don't know what this is. What is that?
It's a microphone. If you missed it, we have a whole inflatable band downstairs.
Wow.
We got props and everything.
Okay.
So this is obviously the microphone for obvious reasons up here.
Yeah.
So I'm sure I'll have to grab this later when we do some interviews and stuff like that. But it's going to be a lot of fun getting in here. Both of us have the Brainerd taking this one. Again, we're hoping in 7. Obviously, not everyone wants to see a sweeps, but it's going to be interesting. We might be starting off very early, but 4 is not able to find that one. But again, so far today, we have seen some struggles and some very, very defensive play out of a lot of teams so far, as they are having their game 1, game 2 jitters. But especially for these people who have so much experience on LAN, I don't expect them to be as passive starting out.
Yeah, and I think if either team is really able to capitalize and start putting that pressure on early, that's going to be such a big benefit. Like you said, with that LAN experience, with that, if you take that 1 or 2 game lead early in the series, it might be wraps before it even really gets started. So we'll see what that looks like. Is Katamak trying to push? Ford's going to go for a quick shot here, try and get some offense. Duluth looking good early on, and there's our first one. Fours, nice and easy.
Yeah, Force ended up missing the first one after about 10 seconds of gameplay, but does get the follow-up there. And that's just a sheer follow-up. Bubbly not able to get there. Whitlock ended up cheating a little bit aggressively, probably expecting Bubbly to get the touch. He didn't. Force getting a solid shot on target, and Duluth with the 2 greatest chances so far, able to snipe one of them.
Yeah, and I think it's just continuing that pressure there. We'll see what the boost comes into play as well. Of course, those higher echelons of play in MCS, always the players that can do more with less boost, but if they run out, it's still such an advantage to the team that's able to control that on the pitch. As now Kicksby going to go for the 50. Wubik's going to win that one, and again, we're going to call his name a lot in this series. Whitlock going for the sidewall. Fours easily handles the 50. Fours again off the sidewall. Can he get a pass out mid? That's going to be towards Wubik's direction. Can he double it? He can. Whitlock, no, misses both directions.
It's unfortunately, Kato was there, a little bit of backflip. I don't think Wubik wasn't getting as much power as he was hoping for there. And still Duluth now with a second one, and we're trying to figure out where did the defender go for Brainerd?
Yeah, Wubik was right there, and I don't know if he just didn't. I think he must not have saw Whitlock. I think he thought he was farther away, thought he had a little bit more time, because that's really that's a path you take if you're going for the sidewall touch. That doesn't really go for any sort of 50 there, so the weirdness starts early.
If I'm on the victory side, I will gladly take that, as we're going to see Kato going for a solo play, trying to go for the signature shot. But was Whitlock able to stop that one quickly, as he's trying to go for a solo play of his own, but great early challenge. And that's something that's going to be so key here, is making sure that teams both have enough resources to challenge for these early solo mechanical plays that we are going to 100% see people try to hit.
Yeah, and Kicksby there, kind of a miss. There was a pretty open net, but he just didn't have enough boost, or at least didn't jump soon enough to get up for that opportunity, as now Wubik's going to try to get a pass out mid. But again, his teammates have none. There's 12 boosts between the two of them. They both grab fulls finally. So the side of the Duluth Superiors at least has some boost in the tank now. But, those opportunities, it's going to start to mount later in the game of, we had that 1 or 2 chances early on that nobody had boost and we just missed it.
Whitlock now with the absolute clanger downfield. Can he get the read? What a 50 from Kato and Whitlock. Oh, I love to see how easily both of them read that ball so perfectly. Kicksby now gets it around 1, and can he get the touch? Is going to actually get a fake. and that's going to be a freebie for Bubbly. No boost, still gets it in, and the double fake ends up working out in Brainerd's favor.
Yeah, I was worried Bubbly Reaper wasn't going to get there. He had very low booster, actually 0 through that entire stretch, but able to just put himself in the right spot, beat that defender, and out of position once again are the Duluth Superiors. So a good response here out of the Brainerd victory, those back-to-back, and can they build on this one, as it's been a pretty calm back and forth.
Calm back and forth indeed. Whitlock now trying to go for a solo play, trying to amp up some of the energy here. One thing that's interesting is with these goals, at least from the casting standpoint up here, we aren't really hearing some of the players screaming. I know earlier in Rising Star specifically, both sides were screaming at each other, but these players so far on the field, especially when goals are going, we're not really hearing the energy yet.
No, and I mean, even the Challenger Series, too, we heard a couple of, a lot of noise out of Matus Nate pretty late in that one with how big of a series that was. A huge pinch now. Opportunity potentially, but Kixby up quick with the defense. Gonna send that one out and away. A 2v2 here for a moment as there's a bump coming out. Now Bubbly Reaper trying to chase. They'll let that one roll down. It's going to be possession the other direction, and this is dangerous, but Whitlock, again, easily there to cut it off. And again, that kind of midfield battle, it's another thing we always highlight with those higher level players is who can control the midfield, as they can usually control most of the match.
Oh, Kixby with a good touchdown field. Kato going to have to rip this one to Wubik. Wubik doesn't have the resources, though. Has to try to throw it mid anyways. Can't get the power. It actually goes for a double commit. Kixby and Bubbly, both on 0 boost when they committed. Ends up actually working out, and Bubbly's actually backwards. Somehow he's still on this ball. Ends up working his way to Whitlock, who can't quite get a good touch there. Wubik again on 0 boost, and you already alluded to it. The resources are probably going to be the #1 reason a team will find a Game 1 victory, and so far it is the victory that have been more successful in holding down those pads.
Yeah, another opportunity there where Whitlock had a great pass out mid, but both of his teammates rotating, so it just kind of feels like he's left out to dry. And again, 4 is easily there for that save. I feel like so far for the shots, they've been pretty soft too. That's the thing that we expect out of the Premier players as well, is a lot of pace, just a lot behind their shots. But I feel like the ones we've seen so far, they've all just been a little easy. Like that one right there, it's just not enough behind it to make it dangerous.
Ooh, demo potential there. Bubbly was looking for Kato. Kato able to dodge at the last second. Wubik now trying to just float in the corner. Kato actually up to the ceiling. What a quick recover out the ceiling. Kato using all the boosts, making sure, again, they're trying so hard to not allow these solo plays to even manifest even the slightest bit. As Whitlock, that one is open for a split second, but Wubik is able to get back in time as the clock keeps on ticking down in favor of the victory.
Yeah, and Kixby now just playing keep away, just saying, I'll just float this thing in the sky. I know you guys are low. An opportunity maybe the other direction, maybe a bit overconfident. Nice save on his own defensive side as Bubbly's going to go for a pass out towards mid. Nobody there. Catamac, they'll take it the other way. But again, low boost for him and Forrest, both on that side there. Just nothing they can do. They had Wubik mid with full, but no passes available. As now 4 is out towards mid once again, and just he's going to take it the other way, but a solo play is not going to be enough against this team.
Not going to be enough as the clock is going to tick down here. Wubik now trying to get something going. Whitlock now just going to place a boomer ball. They can play keep away. They just need to have the ball hit the floor one more time, and that will be a Game 1 victory, as 4 is not able to let that one go, and that is going to be it. Victory, taking a Game 1 win. And it's kind of interesting because we mentioned, we do expect them to be a little passive, and I think they came out very hot in the first minute. Like, hey, we got to go for all these solo plays, and then both teams kind of settled in to a passive attempt where we go for a little boomer ball. They had some good opportunities, but like you alluded to earlier, not really aggressive shooting.
No, I mean, we see the replays of the goals here. It's that one, a little floater from 4s, and then the one that Bubbly Reaper is going to score, just tapping it in on that back post. I mean, this one is the hardest shot, and even that, it doesn't really have the teeth to it. It really just doesn't. But I mean, at the end of the day, victory, they're not going to care. They'll say, we'll play.
Counts nonetheless. Yeah, they don't care. They're up
1 mile per hour goals the entire day long, and if they win the championship, they don't care. So, our wants and our needs up here don't really make the difference.
I will say that's one of my favorite things that happens in Rocket League is you'll get absolutely clipped on it. It's just a ridiculous goal, and then you get a kickoff, and it's like, they are worth the same.
Yep.
And, hey, like I said, Duluth is now going to be looking for a response here. Just a reminder that both teams do, in fact, have timeouts. Whether or not they use them will be a different story. And also, we do have a Div B match that is going on. We will make sure to update you guys with some scores as that series continues to go on. We've had some ridiculous Div B match that earlier we actually ended up bringing the Div B series up onto the mainstream here just to end up casting and end up going Game 7. It was super, super fun. So who knows? We got 2 chances between 2 series. Hopefully hopefully one of them goes to 7.
Well, and I gotta ask you real quick. Down on top of a computer on there, is that a snapping turtle? What is that? What is our mascot going on down here?
I think it's because Wubik has an Ocelot, it looks like, on top of his PC that he's been rocking for years.
Yeah.
And so it does kind of look like a
snapping turtle
or something.
Is it a dinosaur? I don't know. I saw it in the camera there. And I had
both
to
teams
talk
have their mascot. That's what I know. Is there's no more. There's no chance that Wubik just has the mascot buff. Both teams has it. As we're now seeing Fours getting the first one. And this is just Whitlock taking time. He didn't even see Fours. Just came out of nothing, able to tap that one in. And even we didn't see it coming in. Quick lead going to Duluth's way.
The comments are shut up and cast, you know.
Yeah, honestly, we don't care about the turtle.
Who cares about the other stuff? But, you know, a great response here, a great way to start off game 2. It's just really, you know, we need to see more offense. I think that was the biggest thing. It's an easy thing to pick apart there, but it was just both sides didn't really have the offense that we expect from them. As Four is going to look for a solo play here, might be able to drop it down. No, he's going to miss that one, but Katamak's going to keep the pressure going. Kixby, quick save off to the corner, easily handled there, and now he's going to go the other direction. Bubbly Reaper, great bump on the sidewall, nice and easy there. The coordination is stellar.
Yeah, Kixby with a great flick. Gets a popper one. You can see Bubbly is just haunting Fours, able to get him turned around and give it just a free goal. And of course, Kixby doesn't just want to tap in it. He wants to slot it with a ripper off a flick. And a quick response for Brainerd, not letting Duluth savor their lead.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing we talk about is if this series continues the way it has, just, you know, quick responses out of Brainerd and then just taking over the game. They felt quite comfortable in the last one. Not a lot of power behind the shots, not a lot of, you know, energy, but just comfortable. They really didn't seem like they were worried about anything. They didn't really seem frazzled in any moments. You know, it's just a clean 5 minutes from them. So we'll see if that continues again in this one, as Kixby's going to have an open opportunity off that demo. He's going to take it high. Going to get this one into the back of the net. No, Cato up with a quick defense. Whitlock trying to pass mid. Bubbly Reaper just going to put that one sidewall again, and a little bit low boost here. It's going to be dangerous for Brainerd, but wide open net. Is that one going to go in? It will. Whitlock's going to get credit for it. A little bit of a steal, but I don't think Brainerd minds.
We saw that one slowly coming to fruition here as it was so low boost. All 3 players on 0. Fours dig at the corner, but not enough to get back. And Brainerd with a quick response. Again, Duluth got an early goal from Fours, who did a great job just able to be speedy, getting a dunk on Whitlock. And then Brainerd says, I don't care. Give me 30 seconds. We'll get the lead back. And that is exactly what they did here.
Yeah, I think we should go to game 3 at this point. It's 2-1. It's going to be the final score. We know we're just going to have 3.5 minutes just playing it out. So, you know. Unless they want to prove me wrong. You know,
I mean, I wouldn't mind them proving you wrong in this situation, but again, a lot of it has to go with the boost management, and Duluth has struggled so far, especially in Game 2, of just not having a lot of resources to go for these solo plays. Especially early in Game 1, every single team, they were taking turns of just going for some solo plays, and especially in Game 2 and the latter half of Game 1, it just no longer existed. Everyone said, all right, no more solo plays. We're just going to play some boomer ball, try to go for some redirects and counters.
And that's the biggest thing. I think the boomer ball, I was going to highlight that. It's just, it feels like...
Hey, look, boomer ball.
Oh, there we go. Is that going to go in? Oh, it will. Okay. Duluth, you actually get away with it here. But I was saying, Duluth has just been kind of just kicking the ball downfield, and that's part of the reason they've been so low on boost. They're always out of boost because they just send it downfield. They got to rush after it, go for the 50. And then it's just got no speed. It's got all Brainerd defenders behind it. But in this case, Brainerd overconfident. They finally rush forward. They're just like, okay, we got this. We're just going to put everybody in the box, and then you pay the price. So, I mean, hey, Duluth, I guess it works, but that's not a repeatable goal. That's the thing that concerns me, is that's one, you get those one-offs. Now Brainerd's going to say, okay, we gotta lock in a little bit more. We got to play a little bit more defensively, a little bit smarter. But
well, look at their other goal, too. Fours ended up dunking Whitlock and able to get a little tap in himself. But like you said, it's not sustainable, as we might see a great air dribble bump here coming out of Kixby. He had the first goal with the flick, and now getting the third one here. But you can see again, Bubbly Reaper being so annoying, going for these bumping plays, letting a solo play opportunity come to fruition.
And again, you talked about the players popping off in those other series. I love the face cams after these goals. It's just 6 guys who couldn't care less.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no
smiles.
energy.
There's
they don't
nothing.
care.
They're just like, oh yeah, we're playing Rocket League, I guess. You know, whatever. And it's just, it's funny. It's great.
Maybe when we see match point. Maybe when we get later
yeah.
into the series, it might be like, all right, now it matters if we win the game. Right now, they're like, hey, until we're on match point, we don't care.
Yeah, really, that seems to be the case. Which, I mean, honestly, I don't mind that. If that's your motto,
they're saving their energy because they might be thinking that, hey, we got a long day ahead of us.
Yeah, well, I mean, also, too, the thing is you're 1.5 games into this series. Don't take anything for granted. We've seen reverse sweeps. We've seen everything across the board. So really, nothing's remotely assured right now. So you got to, kind of play smart, keep going as you do. As Wubik's going to go for a quick 50 sidewall. Whitlock easily there. 4 players in on that side. Now Cato, they go for a shot there. He's trying to tie us back up here, dropping it low, but Bubbly easily there. And now Teams trade demos on that far side. 4 is a nice 50. Kato's going to be the first one there. Maybe an opportunity for Duluth. He's going to have to follow it up himself, trying to drop it out towards mid, but Kixby, again, we've been saying his name a lot, and he just looks so strong here.
This might be open.
Oh, Bubbly Reaper, a bit of a miss. That was definitely a tough one to handle.
Shaking the head in the cams. He knows he missed that one. That would have been really nice to have a little bit of a buffer goal with their current 3-2 lead. So we'll see if that does come to bite them. But right now, still, look, you mentioned earlier, Duluth, a lot of the boomer ball. They got 1 goal from it, but I need to see a little bit more than just boom and pray.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be an opportunity here for a pass out mid. 4's trying to connect with Wubik. It looked good for a moment, but now Kato out of boost, has to retreat, just give the ball back up. And an opportunity here to take it towards his back wall. This is really an awkward spot to work from. Definitely can kind of get it out of danger, but really, can you get it down the field? No, he gets demoed there. Now Bubbly Reaper is going to continue the pressure. That's out towards mid, a big miss. Reaper can't put that one away. He's had 2 chances on open nets. That one, I think, tougher than the last, but still just something you expect him to hit. It's going to be an opportunity now for Whitlock. Put it out towards mid. Is that going to go in? No, a great save by 4s, and we keep going here. 35 seconds to see if Duluth has a response in game 2.
Bubbly just not quite able to eke that one through. They're just going for all these backboard reads, but again, not able to really get a good threatening rebound here. Now working the other way with 20 seconds left. Duluth trying to find anything. This is where I'm expecting them to be really, really aggressive, but still the resources aren't really there for them to go for a full-out counterattack. As 4 is actually with a whiff on 1. No one from Brainerd expected it. Counterattack here, but Whitlock and Kixby, they're playing super defensive. They know they just need to survive an extra 5 seconds.
Yeah, but a great opportunity. Kato is looking for a highlight play there. That's going to go back out towards mid. A 0-second opportunity. Wubik's going to chip that one high. 4's, he's got the height on it. Maybe. No, that's going to go towards the sidewall. Wubik, can he put a shot? No, that's way too soft towards center. 4's, he's going to keep it up. We can maybe see another opportunity here, but it's going to be dangerous. Catamax up for this one.
Oh, no way.
That one's assisted. Opportunity. Kixby, great save towards the corner, as Wubik's going to try to help out here as well. Whitlock back out towards mid. Catamac, no, can't handle it in the end. And, I mean, a great opportunity. Definitely like the chance there. But it can't come down to that 0-second opportunity.
It does come down to the 0-second opportunity. Not able to find the win here, and Brainerd will go up 2-0. And a quick little update on the B stream. We do have Omaha taking on Minneapolis. Currently, Omaha is up 2-1 in Game 2, as they currently do have a 1-0 series in lead there. So we'll continue to update you guys on the B stream. Yes, you live on the way how I find out. I've had to do that all the time right here. But hey, you know what? If it works, it works. And right now for Brainerd, with what they're doing, it works. It works, right? Duluth, it's a lot of boomer ball, and I think you and I, from the casting standpoint, we're really trying to analyze Duluth and see what exactly is the play style they're going for, because yes, they are finding some goals, but it's not really based off of a style of play specifically.
Yeah, and I think part of the thing, oh, hey, we're going to get a little preview of the B stream here, at least a little bit of a look in there. What my biggest concern is right now is the fact that I think either one of these teams, the style they're playing right now, it's not going to win you a championship. It's not going to get you past those semifinals. I think if you play this against a team that's firing all cylinders at the premier level, you're getting dusted. I mean, it might be like a 4-1, 4-2 series, but I don't think you have a chance to come away with it. So I want to see if Brainerd, if you're going to sweep this series, show me why you can take that next step further in the next series. I want to see more aggression. I want to see more passing plays, something that just gives me a little bit more of that confidence. But, I mean, for Duluth, the great news is you're only down by 2 games. You got a lot of runway to work with here. We can only give you that grace for so long, but until we give a reason not to, until 4 games are on the board, you've still got a chance at it. So let's see what you got here. Can you find something quick?
No, I was going to say, there's almost a second there. We almost there's no way this works again. One thing to note, though, is that, like we had mentioned, both teams have timeouts. Are they going to take it? There's probably a good chance that they don't, because for whatever reason, the higher level you get, the less likely they are to take a timeout. But if Brainerd does win this game, they will find themselves onto triple match point, and you'd think would force Duluth to take a timeout, but they're thinking right now that they do have a play style they think and have faith in that will continue to work. Question is, over these next 4.5 minutes plus potential OT, does it work? Because right now, they've got their backs against the wall early in the series.
Yeah, and again, low on boost there. You see 10 total boosts between the players. Now all of them empty. They are able to grab both corners there, get full and kind of drop back into defensive positioning, but a little bit of a triple commit. 4's, can he find a way to break forward? He can. Can he get a pass out mid? That one looks great. Catamac, no! He's going to miss the shot again. It's just got to be on target there. Wubik, great touch towards the middle, but nobody's able to convert. Duluth Superiors applying some pressure, but just nailing the crossbar right now.
I love that slow play from Bubbly, just buying a little bit of time for Whitlock to get back in kick speed. Like I said, I don't think either one of us expected that redirect. Neither did Superiors, but that ball is on target for a split second. Force is up early. Whitlock getting around 1. Bubbly Reaper going to kick speed, and I'm loving these quick counterattacks from Brainerd. You can tell they're really trying to speed up the play compared to last game.
Yeah, and it's working well so far. They're just at least trying to apply some pressure at some point, that's kind of what I always preach, is just at some point throw the rulebook out, try anything. It doesn't matter what you're used to playing like, just get some aggression going and see when something goes in. You'll get something to stick eventually, as maybe an opportunity here. Player in, crossbar down, and there we go. Four's finally going to find, it's not finally find a lead. They've had a 1-0 lead in all 3 games, but finally find the breakthrough goal.
Fours is the one finding the back of the net, even if all 3 players from Victory were on the goal line. They were both just jumping, and that's kind of the difficult thing is, right, 3 players are going to jump on the goal line. You say take a shot, and it really is a 50-50 shot on if people jump in the right direction. But Duluth, this is something that we saw last game, and then Brainerd Victory ended up getting 2 goals in the next 30 seconds. So they right now are not loving Duluth ever having a lead in the series.
What I do like, though, the one thing that's giving me a little bit of hope here for Duluth is this lead comes not like 20 seconds into the match. It's about 2 minutes in, so it gives me a little bit more confidence that they're settled into this one. They've got a little bit more of an idea of how they want to play this game, and maybe a lead that they can defend. The problem is I don't think Brainerd's going to ever let you win a game with just a single goal on the board. I think they're going to push you. They're going to say you need to score more than that because we're going to put some in the back of your net. But that one, a little bit of a mistake. Wubik shot out mid. Bubbly's back there for the save. Cato going to get a pass out towards mid. He's going to be pressured from behind. Whitlock, easy save on that side wall. Now Fours gets demoed as well, so this should be an opportunity to kind of calm it down here for the Victory. They're going to rip it downfield, and Bubbly Reaper will chase.
Fours now taking over here. 74 boost to work with. Probably trying to go for a bump here. Trying to get Whitlock, though. Not able to get the greatest touch here as Cato does top this one mid. Should be a free clear for Bubbly, which it is. Kicksby now racing. Gets dunked by Fours. This one is on target. Bubbly's incredibly awkward. Whitlock not able to get back. And again, we had 2 defenders back for the Victory. And Duluth, just out of sheer, just toss the ball on target and pray. Find a second goal.
Yeah, and it was really just Bubbly Reaper being really awkward there, and such a close opportunity there on that other defender going for the crossbar pinch to try and clear, but just can't find it. And I mean, at this point, it's Fours. It's Fours versus the world. Wubik and Cato have been there, but we need more. We need more out of those 2, and hopefully they'll wake up here. Hopefully Fours has bought them enough time to get into this series, but I just get a little worried.
Oh, it's fair to be a little worried here. Like you said, we're looking for Cato, we're looking for Wubik, especially as I was alluding to earlier, before the game even started. I'm really looking at Wubik. I'm looking at Wubik. And granted, I didn't expect Force to do this well because he is right now dragging his team to try to find their first game win of the series here. We'll see if he can be successful in that one. But right now, Brainerd, they have not found themselves in a 2-goal deficit at all in this series, and they are knocking on the door to try to break that lead in half.
Also, I don't know why I'm nervous. I mean, we both chose the Brainerd Victory, so I mean, just let them cook, right? Let them just work through it. We'll see what happens. But it's going to be Bubbly Reaper off in the corner. Kicksby trying to pressure as well. And I mean, I've seen some low boost totals here for the first time in this series. It feels like I look at the scoreboard and I see Duluth having consistently more boost. I think Brainerd's kind of starting to focus on it a little bit more here, but still, it's allowed Duluth to have some more of this continued pressure as Bubbly Reaper just trying to get this one out of his own zone. Kicksby and Whitlock both up for it, and that's where it gets dangerous as well. Both players jumping just causes a little bit more of that deficit. Both players just having to spend that boost to try to get anything on the ball, and if it's not a good touch, it's doubly a waste.
Yeah, and throughout the regular season, it was mainly Bubbly Reaper and Whitlock going for so many demos, Whitlock getting so many assists, but right now Duluth has been able to survive the physicality so far, and I think it is going to lead to them getting a Game 1 win for them, at least, as obviously we are now having Game 3 close out here. But like you mentioned, Duluth, they have boost, and who would have thought when you have boost, you can make a lot more plays work.
Yeah, as easy little touch here for Wubik off to the corner. Kicksby, that might be an opportunity for a shot. Fours and Cato both in net with low boost. Now opportunity to kick this one high. Whitlock, pass out center. Kicksby still going for the pressure here. We're going to see it from a long range. No, Bubbly Reaper can't put it away, so I think that it might be too late for the Brainerd Victory now. They're still going to keep pressuring here, but it needs to be a goal basically now, and you're welcome, Brainerd Victory.
Hey, remember we talked about that Duluth's been able to avoid the physicality and blah, 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 blah. Well, look what just happens here. Whitlock going for the bump on Wubik and then does get the demo on the last man back in Force, giving a free shot for Kicksby. Now with 18 seconds left, do we see any kickoff strategies?
I don't think you do. I think you just play it normally. I think Brainerd Victory have been good enough as that one kind of just a little bit of a, not quite a fake, but just passing it back here. Kicksby out towards center. Can he rip this one off the ceiling? Will it waterfall? Nobody's up there for the read.
Oh, it has
off
to
the
be
crossbar. No, Whitlock couldn't put it away. Now Bubbly Reaper, can he put a shot on? Cato escapes the bump. Whitlock, that one got dangerous for a moment. Now out towards the middle. Fours. Oh, geez. Almost kept that one up there. Lets it drop, and the Superiors find the win.
That was a pretty dangerous last 20 seconds of gameplay. That, you could tell from the victory, that was all out. Everything they got, every ounce of boost, trying to find the back of the net. In the end, it didn't work. Looking at the demos, we see 7 demos on the side of victory, able to only find 1 goal out of that. But Duluth able to get now 2 goals early, from Force. And again, like we mentioned, it's all Force. Offensively, it seems everything is going through him. Really looking for Wubik and Kato to step up. Yes, Force did get them a win, but like you said, it's not sustainable to rely that heavily on a one-man show.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you have one of those pop-off performances, it might be enough to take the series. I got to contradict a little bit there, but I don't think beyond this series. I think that's just the tough part, is that Force, it's too much to ask to carry 3 straight series unless you have a player who's having like the series, or I guess the day of their life, maybe, something like that. But it's going to be kind of interesting to see, as on the other stream here as well, a good back and forth. And I mean, this one's a fun one too. I was kind of hopeful to watch this one. Of course, you saw, you talked about everything I did before it, but it was an exciting one nonetheless. But back to our series, Game 4. Is the pressure on the Victory, do you think, or is it back on the Superiors? Who's really got...
I think the Victory is looking at the same thing. Okay, guys, obviously our playstyle, they have now countered it with doing a lot better job with boost management, and they're actually, being a little more aggressive. Still, I do think the Victory maybe got a little comfortable saying, wow, we just took 2 games off them pretty easily. We're maybe not relaxing a little bit, but I think this game right now, Brainerd is going to get a lot more aggressive with their physicality and their shots. I think they're going to come back with a vengeance and get themselves onto match point here.
And it's going to be interesting, too, because it's just that it's going to be that early goal. Can someone break the ice early on in this one? Because Brainerd, we saw them with those quick responses. They've still yet to score first in any of these games, but if they could find a goal like 30 seconds in, I think the game is going to be theirs. As Bubbly was going for that bump. Kixby would have had an open net, but instead, that's going to miss. Whitlock now pass out middle. Cato's a little bit awkward. Wubik is going to end up getting demoed there as he passes it forward. Now Ford shot in from range, but easily handled. Kixby off to that side wall. Is going to lose that 50 now, as Bubbly's going to kick this one forward. And now Brainerd, I mean, I know it's just kind of an isolated moment there, but a couple of boomer balls there that we didn't see out of them in those first 2 games, but in this one going a little bit more powerful, and I don't think it serves them as a team.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it is going to work out well. Maybe they saw, hey, Duluth started booming the ball, and it got goals for them, so maybe we should try that, but we'll see if they do fall into that trap. I say trap, but again, it did work for them, technically, but I don't think that is Victory's play style. I think they'll kind of stick to what they're doing. Like I said, I think it's going to be physicalities, try to get a couple more solo plays, and I do think the fast counter is something to be really, really watched out for if you are on that Duluth side. As right now, again, anytime Force is on the ball for Duluth, though, I would be terrified if I'm Brainerd.
Yeah, as now this one's going to go the opposite direction. Kixby, unfortunately, the lead player there, but he's 0 boost. I think he goes for a little bit of a bump in the back of the net. Now Wubik's going to have an opportunity for a one-on-one. Does get it past Whitlock, trying to pass it middle, but Kixby, great 50 there. Is going to kick it out towards Whitlock. Going to go for the solo play. Whitlock trying to go low for the 50. Bubbly Reaper, another miss there. And these are all somewhat tough situations to find yourself in. You need a really quick reaction, but I mean, 3 misses now in the past 2 games. That's not what we expect out of a player of his caliber.
It is tough. You can tell he's kicking himself. Well, and like you mentioned, yeah, it is really, really quick reactions, but these are goals that he can definitely find. So, but I will say, like I said, they're being more aggressive. They're going for physicality. That's some of the first time we've seen low demos here, as Reaper does drop it down. He does have a reset, opts not to use it. Whitlock gets a great pass mid, but no one can really do anything to follow up here. Fours on low boost. Thankful if you're on the Victory side. Trying to go for a bump. It does get one. Kato, though, is going to get the mid boost. Wubik is just going to drop it to the sidewall, but Bubbly, again, going for demos. Goal might be over for a split second as Kixby trying to get a demo on one, actually. And that's a name, Kixby. We haven't really talked about him much these last couple games.
Yeah, and I think that might be part of the reason that the Brainerd Victory is struggling a little bit more, but I really don't think it's necessarily on his fault. I think it's that the team as a whole are just struggling. The chemistry, it's not like it's falling apart, but it's not quite as clean as it was in those first 2 games. It felt like a really strong unit once they kind of settled into those first 2 games, but recently it's felt a little bit more disjointed. It's a little bit more difficult, but maybe Kixby can get us started again. That one's going to be an awkward touch there. Wubik's able to get a nice double, though, to knock it down and get it out and away. Cato's going to take it forward, and he finds some offensive pressure. He's going to take it towards the ceiling, trying to kick it, but no. I mean, that one's not going to work, and I think that's kind of the interesting thing, too, is I feel like for Premier, you expect a certain level of passing and kind of a certain level of offensive creativity. So far in this one, it's been a lot of very simple plays. I feel like there hasn't been that kind of that extra flair you expect for the best players.
Watch this. No, I'm kidding.
Great 50.
That'd be really cool if I could make that happen. But Bubbly actually just ended up missing the ball again, and I think that the stage might be affecting him just a little bit. Maybe the thumbs aren't working exactly how he's wanting them to, but for whatever reason, he's now missed a couple opportunities, and there's a couple balls in the corner that he probably should have settled. Just things not working for him, but this has to be a goal, and it is. Kixby just throwing a freebie here. Whitlock, nothing crazy, but again, it was demos and awkwardness and great physicality coming through on the Brainerd side.
Yeah, I mean, it's not pretty. I mean, it's nothing to hang in the Louvre, but, you know, it works.
Hey, LAN sometimes isn't pretty. As we know very well, I'm casting a lot. A lot of times the mechs go, a lot of times it gets ugly, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, but I feel like the title card for this series right now is just like world's most boring Premier Series, you know? Let's see some highlight plays. Let's see something exciting,
wrong,
you know?
Well, and like we said, the first, little half of game one, like everyone's going for solo plays, and you and I are like, oh my God, we're about to lock in, boys. It's going to be a crazy match. And then it got a little quiet, and then, like you mentioned, it kind of worked out well for Brainerd. How does this go in?
I don't know. That might be Fours taking the freight cabbage method to goalkeeping of get the fuck out of the way of the ball, but yeah, that's a really bad miss there.
Hey, ball went in the back of that. You remember we said Brainerd doesn't really care if it works, and that is going to be them getting a 2-0 game, which is actually, we saw Duluth finding a 2-0 lead last time in game 3. So Brainerd, they just need to hold out for like 60 seconds, and they're going to find themselves onto triple match points.
Yeah, and I think it's really just at this point, find a way to win. I mean, I think you can be happy with the win if you finished out in 5 games. I think that's okay, but I think you need to definitely understand that this was not your best Rocket League. Nothing necessarily like egregious, nothing you did terribly wrong, but it just doesn't feel like the level that you can bring to this competition. It feels like there's a level that we know that they can hit, as maybe an opportunity. Whitlock was going for that double. Bubbly Reaper's just going to interfere from behind, just kind of a little bit of a back check here. Now Kato's going to pass this one out towards mid. Wubik's got about half a tank, but again, it's just an easy read off of the backboard. I think that's the tough part too, is that those backboard touches can work, but really they oftentimes struggle against these high caliber players. Reaper, nice save there, doesn't miss that one. Love to see that he's making contact on the defensive side. At least, you can't make it on offense. At least do something to help out your team there.
Kixby's there. Oh, what an angle, go in!
Oh, there we go. Whitlock puts it away. Another goal steal out of Whitlock.
This was almost the most disgusting redirect we have seen. Kixby dropping it down, Fours able to get a touch, and that's just going to be a massive momentum boost going Brainerd's way. That is the goal that they worked hard for, and especially going into this potential last game, in game 5, Duluth, they have so much work to do, and again, offensively, it has really gone through Fours mainly. I'm still looking at Wubik, I'm still looking at Katomek. Where is the big impact? Because now it is do or die. You have no more lives, and you need to win 3 games in a row.
Yeah, and that one's really concerning too. First game decided by more than 1 goal. So that tells me that the victory, again, not looking terribly comfortable, but at least looking competent enough to get the win and definitely just close this thing out potentially. I think it's going to be a pretty kind of clinical finish for them here. I feel like you saw the offense, 7-3 shots there. The saves 3-4 in the other team's favor. But I mean, you're shooting 7 times. You don't really mind if you're having a couple more saves on your opponents. So I think for the Brainerd victory, it's just close this thing out. Don't try to get too fancy with it. Don't get overly confident. Just continue what you're doing. It's not the prettiest Rocket League, but it gets the job done, and it'll get you into the next matchup. And then what I start to wonder here is this one of those games where a team is playing to the style of their kind of that same complementary style where one team plays it a little bit softer and the other team kind of joins them in that style, or is it them just being a little slow to start? I guess I don't really quite know.
I'm a little scared to even answer that question because, like I said, I think the speed of play has kind of been a killer for this style. And like I said, you have these reigning champions with Wubik and Kato, obviously so successful with Whitlock, but you swap in Fours, who offensively has been a monster, but Kato and Wubik, like I said, just really, really quiet. But looking at quick update on the B stream, obviously we've got Omaha up 2-1 over the Miracles, and this is actually surprising because yesterday with Mogi Squad, they were going for highlight play after highlight play, crazy passing plays. They were having fun. They were just, I don't want to say monkeying around against their opponents, but they were just dominating and messing around a little bit and still finding a victory. So this is actually the first time we've seen the Miracles not really dominate here. But going back to our game, which obviously is a little more important right now because it's on the main stage here, Duluth have a heck of a lot of work that they need to figure out right now.
Yeah, it turns out, the B stream's going to go to Game 7 overtime. It's going to be like a 5-6 final score there. We're going to get like 1-0 here. We take it. We got a lot more Rocket League coming your way. It'll be good, but, we got to complain a little bit. If we don't complain, what are we doing? So an opportunity for Bubbly Reaper. Quick off of the kickoff here. That's about 30 seconds in, but still quick enough, we'll call it. As he's going to try to pass this one out towards the front. Kixby, can he find a way to get it on target? Not really, a little soft. But Bubbly Reaper, nice little kick high. Can Whitlock come in for the shot? Bubbly Reaper was going for the interference, but again, just a little far away. The physicality might be the key for the victory to come back into this and kind of, get it started here in Game 5.
Yeah, Game 5 is going to be crucial here. Again, Brainerd on triple match point. And again, they have found a lot of goals off of physicality, not as many of the solo plays. Obviously, we had Kixby getting a ridiculous redirect last time, as Whitlock might be going for a solo play of his own there, but not able to wrap around that for that double touch here. Bubbly Reaper, again, he has been, as far as scoring, hasn't done a ton, but again, it's mainly been the physicality. You actually saw, specifically in Game 3, he really kind of laid back a little bit on the demos, but last game he was hunting, and I really expect him to do the same thing here and really try to open up those shooting lanes.
As little 50 up high here. Bubbly Reaper will get us started. That one just a tight little angle there. And I think it was a miss by the Superiors that really set this one up.
It's actually a bump on Whitlock. You see Kato miss on that one, and then off the back wall, able to drop it in. And just as I had mentioned, Bubbly's not finding it. He's going for the bumps for Whitlock. Well, actually, it's the other way around now. Yeah. Whitlock now off of a little bit of a solo play setup. Kato not able to get that one, opening up the shooting lane here for Brainerd victory. And they now are in the lead. And like we said, Duluth, they need to go all out. They have to find something and find it fast, because Brainerd with their offense, they're going to find the net again. Duluth, though, you need to keep up offensively to try to stay in this series.
Yeah, but with the physicality, one final point, I just love to talk about it, that you talked about switching it up, where it's a different player going for that bump, a different player scoring. Some of the best teams we've seen in MCS history since early season I think it was 3 or 4, we had a team that just was so aggressive with the bumps, and it was so hard to play against because every player on that team could shoot, every team could save, every single player could bump. It was just such a comprehensive group of players. So seeing other players going for that physicality makes this a little bit more concerning, because that makes it that, maybe the victory really going to go for that physical play later in the day. You talked about how much they have been throughout the season, and I mean,
it's good! Whitlock getting a freebie here, and Kixby just goes. Wubik was caught last man, and this is just a little bit awkward. You can see Duluth is getting desperate, and you can see there is no smiles on the Duluth side. The morale is very obviously down here. Brainerd, they just got to hold on. Like I said, they're going to find the back of the net. It might not be the prettiest, whether it's physicality, solo plays, passing, or something, but again, when you get an open net opportunity, they were very quick to counter and realize that Duluth had pushed too far.
Yeah. I really think just you need somebody to be that spark. Forrest can potentially do it, but Wubik and Forrest both jump for this one, so it puts them in an awkward spot. Cato's going to miss that one. He was trying to just tip it on forward. Now Forrest has to play defense, and you kind of see the windfall of that early situation where both players are low on boost. They're having to play defense with one player just completely empty as Bubbly towards the back post. Wubik's going to drop this one down. Cato, that shot goes high. Forrest a low shot to the middle. Wubik, can he put it away? No! It's too soft, and Kixby's there for the save. Duluth, it was a really nice play, just continuing to apply that pressure, but you need to find a way to really have it be a little bit more aggressive. It was just a soft touch.
Quick update on the B stream. This is ridiculous. We just had Omaha win a OT, and they are going to be going up 3-1 on the Miracles, who in my opinion were one of the most dominant teams in Premier and definitely favored to go very, very far. So somehow out of nothing, Omaha looking to keep moving on in this bracket, and there's a decent chance Omaha is going to be joining Brainerd, and both of them will be moving on to the semis if Brainerd can just have these next 90 seconds pass.
Yeah, and so potentially, upsets on both sides, but that's the beauty of LAN, is you never know what you're going to get. And this one, it's looking real nice here for Brainerd to finish this one out. I didn't realize that's actually not an upset, but, whatever. Either way, we'll send it, as this one's going to go high off the backboard. Kixby's going to kick it out middle, and I think for Duluth, I'm not sure if you have any way to get back into this. I think the aggression might do it, but it just feels like Brainerd knows how to counter that playstyle so well that I think you're screwed. I don't think there's anything you can do in this final minute. You just have to kind of hope there's a huge mistake out of the Brainerd side, or you're done, or, the season's over.
It seems like a lot of what it is has Forrest go upfield and see if he can just make something work, right? Kato and Wubik obviously doing a lot of boomer ball, and Forrest did really, really well in the beginning of the series, but I think, like you mentioned, the victory just countered it, right? They did a lot better job of slowing it down and working around Forrest, and once they got a really good job of shutting down Forrest offensively, the Brainerd were just dominant, and that is going to be the icing on the cake here with 43 seconds left, unless we see some kickoff goals here. Kato getting to 50 here, Wubik just awkward, and what a touch from Whitlock to dime there, touch from Kixby to dime up Whitlock. And yeah, Brainerd are probably looking to walk away with a 4-1 victory here.
Yeah, and Brainerd finally, there was some energy there. You talked about it, maybe on match point, they'll finally get us a little bit of a little something, a little shouting,
just a little
and there
bit.
was
just
really,
creeping in there.
It was. I think it's just the comfort of having that third goal. Of course, say what you want about how many goals you need to have a comfortable lead, but I think all will agree that 3 is pretty darn comfortable, as it's a chance maybe to make it 4. Whitlock trying to kick this one out mid. Kixby's there for the pass, but no, Cato cuts it off nice and easily. Can he find some final gasp here for the Duluth Superiors? No, that's an easy 50 the other way. And Brainerd, I mean, It has not been the prettiest 5 games of Rocket League, but it has been comprehensive. They have looked pretty darn solid, made up for their mistakes, and really it's going to be them seeing what they can do in their next series.
I think it was maybe a little bit of an awkward play style that Duluth came out with that I think actually it nerfed Brainerd well, but I think in terms of Duluth, they just didn't really have a lot to come out here with. But again, this is where we will say goodbye to the Duluth Superiors Prem team. They had a great run, but at the end, victory with a dominant 4-1 fashion. And I do think that victory got better and better as the series went on. And in the end, Whitlock is really, really good, and he will be knocking out his old teammates, the 2 reigning Premier champions in Wubik and Cadillac, and also doing it by getting more score than both of his teammates basically combined.
I think he had more score than the entire Duluth Superiors team there, if the quick math serves. I
wasn't going to comment on that part. I was trying to, jump the teammates, but yeah, unfortunately, Duluth, you're going to be bowing out here.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that's going to be interesting to see. I'm excited to watch them play later in the day. I want to see what this team looks like when they're playing somebody of a different play style. I think it's nothing against the Superiors. I think, we see they're here for a reason. You don't make it to LAN by accident. You don't make it by being a bad team. You make it there by being that strong team, by finding a way to get wins. Put points on the board when you can find it, and in this one, just unfortunately not quite enough. So victory, it's you kind of summed it up well there. It's just a little bit awkward, so they kind of had to kind of adapt to that, but looking good now, of course, up against the Lumberjacks. That's going to be a great series as well. And the other side, Buffalo already in the semifinals.
I think you're jumping a little ahead. I think Productions is trying, Suey's trying to will, Buffalo there so he might try to beat down on them earlier. But either way, victory will be moving on with a 4-1 defeat to Superiors, and then you'll be playing the Lumberjacks next. That is going to be a super, super spicy matchup. I know we are just finishing up the B stage, but again, we'll get there when we get there. But as far as this series here, like I said, from start to finish, it was Brainerd in the driver's seat.
Yeah. I don't think there's much else to say about it. I think it's really just a team that looks pretty, kind of confident, kind of unconfident. There was a lot of weird was the acronym we used to start it, or not acronym. Weird was the word we used to start at the beginning. I think that served for most of this. There's just some oddities in it from start to finish, but I mean, we can hash out 50 ways. Brainerd just got the job done. I think that's the biggest thing.
And that's the end of the day. Kind of what we mentioned earlier. It's like Duluth, Forrest had some crazy solo plays, right? He was able to kind of drag his team to get that 1-game victory. But I don't want to say it was a little bit of a fluke, but he had a pop-off game. I thought Forrest looked really, really, really good on the Duluth side. But like I said, unfortunately, it is a team game, and supporting cast and Kata Wubik didn't really live up to my expectations here. Even shout out Bubbly, right? On the Brainerd side, he definitely struggled this series. Did not look to his Bubbly best here. Obviously having some whists and everything, but like I said, they got the job done, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. They can go try to, get rid of their mind and their mentality in this one, get rid of some mistakes. They got a couple hours before they're going to be playing Bemidji, and I bet they're going to come out with a different play style and a little bit more cleaned up rotations.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, of course, Lumberjacks will have not played a match yet today, so the victory will have a little bit more of kind of the comfort of being in the LAN environment, but I think that Lumberjacks team is so incredibly strong that, if they're just able to use that and just come out with some heat, that the victory might fall a little bit flat. Maybe they could rise to the occasion. I mean, I think it's a team that, based on the player, based on the name value, and based on how we saw Kixby play there, I mean, stellar. He's looked absolutely fantastic. So I think, it'll be interesting to see if those other players can kind of get involved and what that looks like. Up next, of course, though, we've got Inferno versus the Maulers at the Rising Star level. Do you have a prediction for that one? I mean, I'm a little bit more familiar with Premier this season, but do you have anything you've got?
I'm not going to lie. I've got a couple friends here on the Inferno side. I'm hoping they'll be taking that one. I definitely was trying to help them a little earlier. There's so much fun vibes around. Pretty much that whole team. I know a lot of them and everything, so I definitely am going to be thinking that hopefully they take it. Unfortunately, I'm not casting that one, although I did get to cast one of the Rising Star matches earlier. But we'll have to see what happens here. What I do know is that we're not actually done with Premier, because we are seeing the B stage getting tossed on the big old projector here. And we are seeing right now if somehow the Omaha can get a crazy, in my opinion, Omaha, if they win this with Mate as Nate, it would be a little bit of an upset, because Mate did play earlier today, actually, already on the main stage. If they can take this over Miracles, that'd be pretty crazy, especially with Mogi leading the charge for the Miracles.
Yeah, and I think this Omaha team has gotten better as the season's gone on through the late end of the season, especially Major number 2, 3-1 in their group stage, including a win over this Miracles team. Would eventually get knocked out in the quarterfinals, so they really didn't go that far, but a team that at least showed they can play with some pressure up against them as an opportunity here. That's going to drop this one down, maybe an opportunity the other direction for, is it Fauna?
I'm going to go Faina.
I feel like Faina. I heard Fauna earlier, but I feel like Faina's the better one.
Fauna, Fawn, who knows? just Fa. I don't know how you want. However you want to work it, we'll know who we're talking about. How's that? But again, like I mentioned, Mogi and the Miracles are trying to work this way. They need to win now 3 games in a row. Omaha just trying to hope and will that the Rocket League gods can find them to get 1 goal here in regulation. Maybe they can force OT because they just won game 4 in OT to force them to a triple match point here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what those final 35 seconds, some physicality here. Eli gets taken out. Now this one up the sidewall. Mogi easily intercepts that. He's going to kick it to that far wall. Eli trying to kick this one down. Pace, can he get a pass out? No, it's going to get shut down there, but made it's Nate up for the quick pinch. This one goes out mid, but Mogi the first one there with a lot of space to work with. Going to slow that one down. Nate going for the 50. Now an opportunity for Eli to get involved. It's just going to be a little slow 50 out towards the middle. Pace rips this one high, and I think the thing is that Omaha needs to have a response here now. It can't be this pass out towards the middle. They're going to let it go, actually. A low pass out towards the middle. They're going to play for the 0-second opportunity. This one's going to go sky high, up towards the ceiling. Mogi's up for the defense. Drops it down. That doesn't touch there, so made it's Nate. An opportunity at 0 seconds. Nice 50 there. And the Miracles, step 1 of 3.
Miracles do survive here. They'll be moving on and surviving for 1 more game here. So now we got a little spicier. Miracles now need to win 2 games. Omaha need to win 1. I know last time we brought up the B stage, it did go 2-7, so we're kind of following the same path potentially here. We're hoping potentially it'll happen.
Yeah, and I mean, from the glimpses we've got there so far, definitely a faster pace of game. There's definitely a lot more of that back and forth action that we expect out of the Premier level. So it is nice to see a little peak in there. And I think the thing is too is that, I mean, if the Miracles go through, of course, they're probably a favorite. They're just such a good, solid team. The Buffalo, if they win, I mean, that's so fun to have that team that has that upset, because then you say, okay, they upset that team. Can they upset the next one? Can they do that again? Can they just keep on going? How far can they go? Can it be one of those just miracle runs where you see that team?
And the miracle part about that, we're not even going to find out, at least for you and I, because we are going to be throwing it to a quick break. Because as much as I want to watch the B stage, I know we got to lock in here, and we do have more matches. We have our semifinals coming up for Rising Stars, so we're going to go to a quick break, lock that in, and we'll be back with some more MCS action.
I'll tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a life, what a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield, 1974.
center of the net. Ogie does go missing, but Eli's there to cover mistakes. He's barreling in looking for that equalizer, but it's going to come in time. I mean, the pressure is building here. That's a big miss, though, and now Paige has to dive in. Cut off an play or anything, and Eli might have it. He's going to find the play mid from the box. It's done. Shot on target. It's away. It's on target. Pace has to save. Oh my goodness. It's a huge clear, but Loki's in the wings waiting for it. Full move, looking for the backboard. It's going to have that clear all the way down. It's a big clear, though. It's giving their team behind it. It's great. Especially with the time on the clock here, but we got to start some offense eventually. Something like the rushing it will be as well. One of these plays eventually will find it actually that it's a matter of time. That will be the one, but eventually the walls will fall. And eventually great initial save from Maine State. Should have had that one. That goes touch on the replay was a little bit tragic, but you're going to have to get this one down 2-0 Omaha. Not as one-sided as we saw last week, but it might just end up that way almost in front of the box. Great control touch is awkward for the defender. Objectively made for Maynard somehow using the pocket off the net able to work the body the way to save that ball. Ogie, draw, shot on target, but Pace is getting able to save, and we're still looking for an opportunity for Omaha. Spark some offense. It's looking very difficult. This might be the chance. Eli's last back was very low boost. That touchdown is not ideal. Feta is up, but Bogey's already got the beat. One more touch towards mid. Pace also put into a precarious spot. Basically, as last, able to get the clear out temporarily. Sean, control touch on the sidewall, looking for the bump even. Eli can now dive in. Feta gets a mention towards the midfield. Who's going to have the beat here? It's not going to be Ogie or Maine State as Bogey flies past the ball and gets bumped on Mason. Midfield pass goes through. Shot bottom right is just wide. And that's the precision. That's the precision that we need from Omaha. And we're lacking it right there, unfortunately.
Think about all the ones you
Closing the gap at the very least. I know this beat that's a fantastic touch. I know that we can overcome. That's a retouch is over temporarily. Eli didn't able to grab the back. Going back into safety, but it's just looking so difficult. It's a crazy sidewall. Make something of it. When the darkness comes in, we're that's when we need each other. Down into the midfield. Should be the first one here. Heavy touch. Making the fight. Shot on target. That's not good enough. He figured it out. He did a pinch for coverage. Now Omaha running up speed here in the corner. It's going to be a miss. That's when we need each other.
Have you fallen fast? And don't know where you are. You feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we lose it, oh, I need it, I need it. When the dark
All right, welcome back, JDs and Lentilmen. We will be back with some more games shortly, but really quickly, I do want to hand out and congratulate Mr. Curtis Blasky, get doxed, with the Rising Star MVP medal and ring. That is absolutely gargantuan. As the captain and pseudo GM of the Des Moines Derecho, congratulations. How do you feel?
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised. There's some monsters in the MVP race, and I don't know if I'd necessarily pick myself, but I'm honored. I did put together this medal, so it's nice that I get to bring it home with me.
Did you actually?
Yeah. So it's awesome I get to bring it home with me, and the
ring
ring's
is
massive. I have it
gargantuan.
on my thumb, and it's still slipping off, but hey, I appreciate it. I definitely got to put this up in like a box or like a little thing behind me for on stream. This is my peak.
Well, now you have to win LAN. You're welcome for that.
Yeah, all the pressure's on us
Yeah.
now. But yeah, super excited, super pumped, super grateful to be here, and loving it here, loving playing. So having an awesome time, and thank you guys so much.
No problem. Oh, thank you for the microphone. I am happy that I can hand it to you. You are a super good friend of mine, so congratulations. Wishing you guys the best through the rest of LAN, and congratulations once again.
All right, well, congratulations, Blasky. I think that is well deserved. We got some very solid players in Rising Star, but Blasky has shown above and beyond throughout the season, doing very well at this LAN, already in the semifinals. But speaking of semifinals for Rising Star, we are about to watch one, Maulers versus the Inferno, and I'm excited, Coop. What do you think about this match?
Yeah, so a little insider info. Obviously, Bloomington had a very, very, very good performance yesterday. The Inferno actually just got wrapped up with a scrim against the Brainerd Victory, who unfortunately dropped yesterday. But we'll see if that helps them out a little bit. These are two extremely dominant teams. I'm hoping that this will be a very close game, like, drawn out, all the beautiful parts of a good series. And I'm extremely excited for it.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited. I'm excited to watch my own team.
That is
I'm
true. I
GM
forgot
of the
about
Maulers,
that, yeah.
so I'll try to be only mostly biased on this one.
Well, yeah, we'll see how
only
that
mostly
goes.
though.
Yeah,
So
we'll see.
yeah, but the opponents, Inferno, such a strong squad. They performed very well in that last match. They're looking very, very solid. We already saw Lumi play very well in Challenger yesterday, and now he's playing in Rising Star, which the competition is a little bit easier. He could do a little bit more, show a little bit of his mechanics. Don't want to give him space on the field.
Absolutely not. I do want to quickly shout out, I believe it's Bang's family that is in the crowd. Thank you all for coming, cheering on. We do love and appreciate everybody here for the support. I really do think that as far as the gameplay, I'm expecting a lot of bumps. I know Bloomington especially is just so disruptive on offense, namely kicking drop and sleeve.
Yeah.
They're just monsters in terms of just overall aggression, shoving you around the field, putting you in places that you really don't want to be. And we'll see how that impacts Inferno as they walk into this.
Yeah, that's definitely one of their main play styles, is making you not be able to play yours. So it's going to be so difficult for Inferno to match that, but they've shown time and time again that they have that firepower. They can find the net. I think this is a wonderful matchup.
Yeah, one thing that I always get kind of concerned about, just kind of conceptually, is you win your group, which means that you get a bye on that first, I guess, quarterfinal round. That means you might be coming into this a little cold.
Yep, momentum's a big thing.
Momentum is huge. And Inferno have a lot of that walking into this. I don't know how much Bloomington was practicing. I'd imagine they were hitting the sticks a little bit this morning.
Yes, they did have a little bit of scrim that I was watching back there.
Okay, both teams
yeah.
doing that. I see. He's watching. But yeah, we'll see if there's any nerves. I mean, this is even more pressing than the first day, in my opinion. Granted, you are kind of used to that stage atmosphere now, but this has all the marbles for today. So I'm going to have you pick first. I think I picked last time for predictions, but you go first.
Like I said, I'm only going to be mostly biased.
Okay.
So this is where I'm going to get nice and biased. Bloomington in 4. They're gonna
wow.
go crazy. No, I think they're a very strong team. I think if teams play like they did yesterday, I think Bloomington looked the best of all the Rising Star teams. That being said, throughout the season, I would say Inferno had that edge, but I'm going to bank on Bloomington carrying that momentum that they had yesterday. Yesterday, they played the Inferno, and they did sweep it.
Correct.
So I'm just going to take it again. I think Bloomington are looking very good here at this LAN, and I think they're going to continue that here.
Okay. Yeah, only mostly biased.
Only mostly?
Only.
During the cast, I won't be, but that's where the mostly biased part comes in.
We'll call that when I see it. But I'm going to say I have to disagree with my co-caster every time. It's something that I do. So I'm going to say Burnsville. Best of 7s tend to go a little longer just because there's more games to play. So I'm going to say Burnsville in 6. I do think it'll go like a long time. If Bang keeps doing what he was earlier, it's going to be pretty hefty for Bloomington to have to pick up some slack because Bang was popping off.
He really did.
Like on the second stream. But I'm going to say Burnsville in 6. I hate doing this because I have friends on pretty much every team, so I just feel bad rooting against them. But I do think it'll be Burnsville.
No, I've had Lumity on my roster a couple seasons ago. He was actually teamed with Sleepdog in season 10. So yeah, I'm very, very familiar with some of these players, and I'm very excited to get into it. But yeah, like you mentioned, Inferno coming off with some momentum here. They were able to defeat the Fargo Steelhawks, who were, if I'm not mistaken, the #1 seed.
Correct, for a long time.
Throughout the regular season, they were the first team to pick their team in their groups, all that. They were able to take them down. So that momentum could absolutely help them here.
Yeah, Fargo yesterday was firing on all cylinders, and it was really weird for me to see them drop out so quickly today, because they kind of gave me just early major Fargo vibes where they were just running everything, and then they just kind of fell off today. But moving into this Rising Star semifinal, Burnsville versus Bloomington, we got Newt bringing up pressure up into the Burnsville half here. Whirl sending it over. Sleepdog with the intercept. Is this on target? It is not. And kicking will not be there for the shot. Early aggression here on Bloomington.
Absolutely. That was a great chance for Bloomington, but they might be missing a little bit here on defense. Lumity going to try to get some control here. That's one thing that Bloomington has to watch out for, is the control that Burnsville has in the air. Both Bang and Lumity going to be strong threats in the air. So Bloomington knows that they have to meet them early and disrupt their offense.
Newt with a clear upfield here. Whirl meeting him into the corner. This does go midfield. Kicking drop. Puts it on target, but Bang is there for the save. Lumi now clearing it over. Intercepted by Newt, pushing it up the sidewall. Whirl now banging it midfield. Sleef and Bang up 50 over to kicking drop. Clears it upfield into Burnsville here. Whirl off the backboard, meeting it early. Sleepdog puts it midfield once again. Bloomington just trying to push this midfield any way they can here on offense. Bang now, little counterattack up the field, popping high midfield for kicking drop. So he gets a first touch, second around Whirl into the Burnsville corner here. Lumi doesn't get the touch that he wants, as Bang will have to take over for him. Bang gets it past 1. Pass 2, now looking for a pass midfield. Lumi, though, intercepting. This does go mid. No one is home for Burnsville, though. Kind of some interesting rotations here on offense.
Bit of double commit there from Bloomington. Bang might be able to put this one away. He does. First goal goes in favor of Burnsville. Bang into the bottom left corner.
Bang is doing his best today. He has been in my opinion, I keep glazing him, but he has been the most dominant player for Burnsville today. When Bang is feeling it, your defense is having a very, very tough time. So hopefully he can keep that up here into the rest of this series. But we now have Bloomington with a little counterattack. Bang sending it off his own backboard. No one really home here for Bloomington, but Burnsville doesn't really want to meet it into the midfield. Kicking drop up for the shot. Off of the backboard, kind of leaving the defense in a weird position. Bang with a little psycho touch. into the offensive half here. Lumi doesn't get the touch that he wants. Sleef and Whirl into the corner. Now this is on target. Little double commit from Bloomington, and their defense is looking a little scrappy today.
Yeah, definitely a little scrappy. Burnsville is just putting on the pressure, and Bloomington's struggling to figure out the recipe to stop it. Bang almost gets another one there, but just wide on the shot. Lumity going to be taking this one forward. Sleef Dog intercepts. Grabbing that boost, gonna have some boost here. Kicking drop just behind it, not gonna be able to get a shot on. Newt taking it over, but Bang on the backboard, able to get an easy clear. Lumi gonna be taking this one solo. Kicking drop early challenge, is able to get a good 50 there. This one falling mid, but no Bloomington Maulers player able to intercept.
Whirl now doing some aerial things, intercepted by Lumi. Not sure if that's the touch that Lumi really wanted off the backboard. Kicking drop now. Passing it over to Newt. Bang there for the intercept. Will we see a double? He gets bumped by Newt. Fantastic heads-up play from Newt, keeping that off of the table here for Burnsville's offense. Whirl, though, chipping it back in, not giving Bloomington's defense any kind of break here. Sleef. Oh, there we have a Rule 1 with Lumi and Kicking Drop, excuse me. So this is a 2v2. We will see how this shifts the dynamic. Who queues rank together more is basically how this is going to play out, as we have the beautiful POV of Lumi and Kicking just got the smooching on the side boost. Newt, though, bringing it upfield. Can he get this on target? Unfortunately not. Sent back out by Whirl. Sleef Dog trying to get something off the wall. No, it's broken, but hopefully they better go back to it.
Nope.
The Rule 1 is broken. Almost instant karma as Bang sends it on target, sent back out.
Newt gonna try to meet this one. Bang just able to get this one off the backboard. Kicking a little bit of a rough clear. This could be a shot on target. Lumi does get one through. Just a bit of a misclear. It goes off the ceiling and back to the mid, and no one on Bloomington was ready for that one. Good angle from Lumi. Kind of came from the side there and was able to get this one on target.
Yeah, he caught Sleef in a pretty boost-hungry position, trying to snag that corner. So he unfortunately is going to be kicking himself for that one for a little bit, but Lumi trying to get a double. I don't think that's the first touch Lumi wanted, as Kicking Drop gets the easy score off of the Lumi mistouch. But yeah, some momentum here for Bloomington, basically just equalizing that previous goal that they gave up. So we'll see if they can bring anything to the table in the last minute of this game.
Yeah.
But now Lumi off the kickoff, off the backboard. Early aggression off the rip here. Bang, trying to bring it up the wall. This is dangerous here for Bloomington as they send 2 up for it. Lumi popping it back upfield. Whirl looking for a touch. Gets a little doink into the corner. Sleef Dog met by Lumi. Immediate 50 straight down. Whirl popping it off the backboard. Double commit out of Bloomington. No one will be home for a little bit for a potential shot, but Bang off the demo from Lumi, popping it in the corner. Now Kicking. It's a pass 2. Will he get it on target here for Bloomington? And Lumi is there for the save. The goal line defense coming out from Burnsville.
Sleep Dog able to get a 50 in the midfield. Only 10 seconds left. Bloomington has to make something happen now. Bang, putting this one almost on target off the backboard. No control from Bloomington. I'm surprised Whirl honestly pressed that one forward. He could have just let that one roll and it would have gone away. Does not matter though. Inferno take game 1. I'm already wrong.
Yeah, true. yeah. How dare you be biased, Clash? This is what happens. But yeah, fantastic game by both teams. Kind of a weird first game, as it's pretty common. But yeah, I mean, Lumi, Bang, just hitting each other back and forth. Whirl kind of running crowd control. Got a couple bumps in that game. Seems to be just their go-to play style, and it's working for them. I think Bloomington, really all they got to do is fix the hand-me goals, really. I mean, make sure that you're watching your boost, calming, all the fundamentals of Rocket League. And really, you don't need to do anything flashy. And I don't really recommend people do anything flashy to win these games. Just play normal. That is a great life fact.
That's amazing.
But yeah, we'll see if they can carry any momentum, or I guess bring any momentum, kind of shift it into this next one. But yeah, quality first game from Burnsville.
Absolutely. Yeah, they were able to just keep the pressure up. Bloomington weren't able to get those demos that they've been looking for all season. I think early game they were able to get a few, but they just weren't able to maintain that play style, and Burnsville worked their way forward. It looks like we have a Lumi view in the middle of our thing on here, so now we have to look backwards. There we go. Yep. We're back on. Kicking drop, able to get this one forward. Lumi takes it over. just gonna play it around a couple players here. Goes for a flip, doesn't quite get it. This could be dangerous now for Burnsville, but great clear from Bang, relieves that pressure quickly.
Bang met by Newt into the midfield here. Lumi up early, trying to get a dime over to Whirl, who isn't able to get the bounce that he wants. Pops it backwards, kind of a uncomfortable situation here for Burnsville, but Lumi, Bang both sending for this ball in the side. Little 50 by Lumi, I believe that was. We're bringing it up the sidewall now, trying to get some offense. This is where Burnsville shines, is these aerial plays. Bang popping into the midfield, kicking is there to receive it quickly. We keep getting our stream switched over. But Bang with a shot off the corner. Will not find that. Lumi into the midfield once again. Kicking drop, trying to get some kind of clear here over the sidewall. As the Bloomington defense looking a little scrappy, and Lumi will bring it home for Burnsville, a minute and a half in.
Has a little bit of space in the midfield, kicking drop, not able to challenge that when he wants to, has to make the save, just doesn't quite make contact. And great shot from Lumi. They're finding that space, and they're finding those opportunities to capitalize against this Bloomington defense.
Yeah, they really do like putting it top bins, is what I've noticed. Like when they get some kind of redirect or really any shot, they're just trying to sky it off the crossbar down, or really however they can work it out. So we'll see if Bloomington can regain any kind of momentum here, as they're kind of just forced on their back line the whole time. And I do want to point out, you mentioned earlier, I guess we mentioned earlier, the Bloomington strat of bumps. We haven't seen any.
Hasn't been much.
Because they can't leave their own half.
Yeah, it was just very early in game one that they had a little bit, but not recently at all. Lumi just able to keep up the pressure. Whirl gonna try to get this one middle. Good 50 though from Sleep Dog. This one may be going on target. It's gonna trickle almost in. This is still dangerous though, and Lumi does pounce on it. Just no one able to get a solid enough clear for Bloomington here, and Burnsville just taking so many shots on the Bloomington net.
Yeah, shout out Lumi here. Second man is so important on offense, and it's for tap-in merchant plays like this, where you just kind of get some good 50 or touch off the backboard. However you got to do this to just get this thing kind of like floating midfield and then slam it home with your second man. So this really does seem to be turning into the Bang Lumi show here. Whirl putting one off the backboard here, collected by Sleef Dog in his own half. Now Bang off the sidewall, not the greatest first touch, but he is there for the recovery. This will kind of triple pancake midfield, and Whirl is there for the finisher, and Bloomington's defense is in shambles right now.
They have no match for the mechanics that are coming out of both Bang and Lumi here. Whirl able to get the goal, but it's just so free. All he had to do was be there, and there was nobody to defend it. Burnsville just capitalizing on outplays over and over, and Bloomington has to figure out some sort of answer. They don't want to give them space, they know that, but they're struggling to cut out that space right now.
Yeah, the Burnsville offense is just so oppressive, and these Bloomington clears that will usually work in most situations of just kind of banging it upfield. Pardon the pun with Bang, but it just it doesn't work, because the Burnsville squad just sits midfield waiting for them, and they got to start to kind of carry these out with dribbles. But Newt with a goal line save here in Bloomington's half, kicking drop, clearing it upfield, relieving some pressure, letting them get some boost and whatnot. Bang though, looking for a pinch.
It's just
off
glued
the
to his car.
That thing is like a magnet on the front of his hood. But Lumi into his own corner here, gets it past one with a little 50 with kicking drop. Now against Sleef Dog in the side. Sleef Dog popping it to Kicking. Kicking puts it under Bang, but he gets there. The goal line save from Bang, keeping it 3-0 here with just under a minute and a half left. What did we just witness?
I'm lost for how did that not go through? That was an incredible save by Burnsville. I thought there was no way that wasn't going to go through. It was such a dangerous, tantalizing ball right in front of the net, and somehow Burnsville is able to keep this thing up by 3. They have had incredible defense when Bloomington finally gets some pressure, and they keep this thing just, I don't know. Burnsville have been looking incredible, especially Bang Lumi. And Whirl has been playing well, but he hasn't had to do that much, so it makes it even more incredible. I don't know. Newt gonna try to get something going here. They only have 45 seconds to do so, though.
Yeah, Lumi trying to keep this pressure on off the backboard. Bang, as we hear some screaming from the other stage. That one must be a
That's
good
always
game
going to be
going
a
on.
great show. They always pop off.
That must be Des Moines. Kicking drop and bang into the corner here. Will float midfield, but Sleef on the backboard to clear it out. Kicking though, looking for 2, gets it past 1, but Lumi will be there for the save. 20 seconds left in this game. I believe it's at least 3, I think 4 unanswered goals here for Burnsville. So see if Bloomington can get just any kind of consolation prize at the end of this game. Would not be surprised if we saw a timeout, honestly. But bang.
It has to be, right?
I would. But 2 seconds left here when this touches the ground, and bang ensures that it will. And Burnsville taking game 2 in spectacular fashion.
Inferno are looking unstoppable right now. I'm really curious, assuming that they do. I would be shocked if they don't. What Bloomington's plan is going to be to counter this. That they surely are going to discuss it. They're surely taking a timeout. They do indeed. Just got word that they do take a timeout here. What kind of things can they change to fix this? They feel so out of it.
I don't even know, because the issue stems from a whole load of smaller problems, really, and that's just how Rocket League kind of works.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, is you get one thing that's not up to par, and then you have to kill other things to overcompensate for that, and then you just get this big webby mess, really, of what you hope is a defense, right? So I think as soon as that thing is midfield, you got to get someone on it. Comms are going to really make or break any team, especially in a nervous atmosphere like a LAN. And what I mean by that is boost management. You got to know who's going for the ball, who's where, so you can get boost to do things. Every time, basically, that we've seen Burnsville score, Bloomington's boost meters are in the negatives, it seems. And it's really, really difficult to make any kind of a defensive adjustment or anything when you have no boost.
Yeah, they've been really stuck in their half for such a significant portion of this series. They have to figure out a way to start playing their play style, get a little bit more aggressive in the midfield, get those challenges early, and really just rotate fully wide. As soon as they start tripping up on each other, Inferno have been so quick to pounce on that and put them away pretty much every single time. They have to figure out a way to spread themselves out and get some momentum going.
I will say that it's been a couple weeks, but when I played for Jungle, we did scrim the Burnsville squad one time, and it was basically this, just extreme offensive, basically like oppression. Where they just kind of occupy your space the whole game. And what really helps with clears is dribbling it out. Whether you want to flick it out, whatever. It doesn't take a whole lot of boost to do that. And they kind of are doing it in, like, I've seen kicking drop go for some like air dribble clears and things, which works. You can get it past a bunch of people, but it kills your entire boost meter. So obviously we don't really know what they discussed in that timeout, but we'll see if they can, as we see more bumps come out already off the rip. But yeah, 10 seconds in here, already looking like a much more offensive Bloomington team. Sleef Dog doesn't get the shot that he wants on target, as this will go off of the sidewall. Whirl now putting a shot on target, sent back out by Nude, as we now have some conflict in the midfield here. Lumi and Nude in Nude's favor. This will be on target, sent back out by Bang. Lumi, though, looking for a pass upfield to Bang. Kicking drop, will need to send it over to the sidewall now. Just under a minute in, completely different Bloomington team in my eyes.
Yeah, they're already putting just more pressure on, but very quickly, Burnsville is back on the offensive end. They have to be able to, them being Bloomington, have to be able to relieve that pressure quickly. They do. It's back in the Burnsville end. Bang. Taking so much control, trying to put this on the target. Kicking drop, not going to be able to get the double. Well defended on the backboard by Burnsville. Lumi going to get a 50 here. Newt kind of wins it, though. Bang, a little bit awkward. Newt going for a fake, but no one there for Bloomington. Sleep Dog going to try to press this one forward. Not going to be able to. Bit of a backflip from kicking drop, but luckily for him, no one was ready to go on Burnsville. Newt going to try to challenge this one. Probably not. Never mind. He just fakes it. Sleep Dog able to get a big bang, but that's the kind of thing that you've been mentioning that they kind of don't want here. Kicking drop. Good save. This could be a follow-up. This could be on target. No. Goes high. Is there any follow-up? No. Sleep Dog going to be able to get this one out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Whirl with the The upside down card touch just kind of popped it slightly too high. I don't think it really had much of a chance of going in anyway, as they were all just kind of in the net stacking, as Whitlock so eloquently does, but kicking drop unfortunately blocking Sleef's shot on target, but kicking drop now with a little 50 off the sidewall. Sleef Dog and Bang into the corner now. Bang trying to find someone midfield, gets it past one, past two. Whirl is unable to get the touch though, and Burnsville is kind of in a slightly worse situation offensively than they'd like to be for these secondary follow-ups, as Lumi clearing it upfield, sent back off the crossbar by Newt. Whirl popping it again. Burnsville moving into the offensive half and keeping it there as they have been doing this series. Bang with a 50. Newt off the corner with the bump. Will this be on target? And no one goes for the ball on Bloomington.
Yeah, Sleef Dog, if he was able to get that second demo, they would have had so much time to put it on, but just not quite able to connect. Bang, just going to take some control here and misses it a little bit. This could be a chance for Bloomington. Newt just touches it on his way out. Probably didn't want to do that, and Sleef would have had a shot, but Newt going to try to keep some pressure up. Whirl going to clear it out. Sleef, air dribbles starting up. Lumi going to try to challenge it. Sleef does beat him. Bang on the backboard, able to get one out. Will be able to double off the backboard. Great clear from Bang.
Kicking drop now off the backboard. Went for a bump on Lumi. Will not acquire it. Bang. Popping it. A little bit out of reach as he's got a 50 kicking drop into the midfield. Lumi up nice and early. Trying to keep this offensive push here for Burnsville. Whirl with a shot on target. Lumi with the pre-jump off the Sleef Dog clear. Keeping it in the offensive zone here. Bang. Just trying to find someone midfield, cleared out by Bloomington. A minute and a half left into this game, and we are completely scoreless. This is looking nothing like the first two games. Bang, up early for the backboard read, does not get it. Whirl with a nice fake on kicking drop. Lumi having to bring it into his own corner here. Zero boost off the back wall, does get the 50 with Sleef into his own midfield, or excuse me, into the own corner. Whirl now banging it off the backboard. Bang and Newt up in Newt's favor now. Whirl gets demoed. This is an opportunity here for Bloomington. The pass over to Sleef Dog. Lumi thought he was going backboard with the pre-jump, and Bloomington will make their first punish here in Game 3.
Yeah, and finally some pressure coming out from Bloomington. They were able to get multiple demos, giving them multiple chances, and finally they were able to execute on one. Bloomington with the lead. They absolutely needed that. They cannot drop this game. Best of 7 reverse sweep is so hard, so they have to be able to take this one. They have to be able to maintain this lead now. Kick and drop, able to get that one out into the Burnsville corner. Going to try to get another one here, but probably not going to be able to. Sleef Dog trying to get this one middle. Lumi might want to try to get that one on target, but instead just plays it into the Bloomington corner. Lumi trying to get it middle, not going to be able to. Kick and drop, intercepts well. Bang, tries to get this one out. This one's a chance for Sleef Dog, but it is cleared out by Burnsville. Newt doesn't make contact. Whirl with a little bit of control, but no boost. Lumi, full boost on him. This could be really dangerous. Great interception from kicking drop. Zero boost, though, for Bloomington here. They were able to pick up a few there. That was desperate. They are in their half with only 15 seconds left. Newt, great 50 coming out from him. Kicking drop, not going to be able to get it clear. This could be a chance. Sleef Dog is able to get the clear. Zero boost on Sleef Dog, though. Only 5 seconds left. All he has to do is be able to kill some time here. Bang, with one last chance for Burnsville. He's not going to make contact. This could be a chance. It isn't. It falls to the ground. Maulers take Game 3 and reduce that lead.
Yeah, they needed that, especially for their mental. Scoreboard, whatever, but that mental game is everything.
Absolutely.
I tell people all the time, people underestimate just how much of a mental game Rocket League is.
100%.
Especially in longer series like this best of 7. And kind of like weird on the defense for both teams this game in compared to the first two, I guess post timeout is how I'll word this. They seem to be more focused on preparation instead of reaction on the defensive end. For example, that shot by Sleef Dog, Lumi actually pre-jumped thinking they were going to go backboard, and then there was a couple times on the Bloomington defense where Burnsville just kind of didn't really do much, but you got 2 already in the air for Bloomington. Just kind of a weird mental mind game chess kind of a match. So we'll see if that continues into the next one. But Bloomington finally getting some skin in the game with their first win.
Inferno offense felt a little less dangerous in that one. I'm not sure if that was Inferno getting held back with the timeout or if it was something that Bloomington was doing. Either way, There was a shift in momentum there. Maybe Bloomington can keep it going here as we get into game 4. On the hands of Sleep Dog, just kind of leading his team into this one.
Yeah, Sleep Dog has really shown up here for Bloomington. Just kind of being that second man, you know, there for potential opportunities. I've seen him in the midfield pretty much all of like any offensive time that they have. So we'll see if he can continue to dazzle us for his team on the offensive end. Lumi here up really early for this save. On the shot from Sleep Dog, kicking, doesn't get the touch that he wants. Bang now, his turn off the backboard as this ball is having a tea party here in the Burnsville corner now. Newt off the backboard, Lumi and Bang up. Bang will chase it down. Sleep Dog, zero boost in the tank. Whirl tries to pre-jump it, is faked out. Bang off the touch into the midfield. Lumi into the corner as well. Bang into the corner as well. Playing a little boomer ball here in the Bloomington half. Whirl over to Lumi looking for the shot. Kicking drop will send out. And this is kind of just like a, I don't know, moon ball kind of game almost with these corner touches.
Yeah, everyone just keeping this ball high and no one able to put it away. That's a huge demo. Lumi gets another one, just secured it. Bang gets the first one on the board in this game 4.
Yeah, this is what we call a double homicide, folks. Lumi just going in, killing both of the defenders for Bloomington. You see Sleep Dog last second in that cam just sitting there. He 100% knows what is happening after that ensues. But Burnsville kind of flipping the script here, getting bumps on Bloomington, which isn't exactly how I thought this match would go. But as they take 1-0 lead here with just a minute and a half in.
Kicking drop, gonna take control of this one, tries to play it out. Bang, doesn't have any boost, goes missing. Whirl and Lumi combo to get a big clear there. Sleep just trying to get this one out quickly. Lumi trying to follow it, is gonna be able to. Newt, good clear, but only, kicking drop is able to beat the defenders there. That looked like it could have been dangerous for Bloomington there as it fell mid, but with the defender beating them, they were able to get out. Sleep Dog trying to play this one middle. Sleep Dog again up for this one, somehow is still on the ball. Almost 50s it again. Newt playing it on target. This could be dangerous. Whirl has to get a good clear, is able to. Bang to the corner, gets boost. That should relieve the pressure for Burnsville.
Yeah, Burnsville clearing it out, kick and drop, and Sleep up for this one in the midfield. Lumi down to Whirl, looking for some kind of offensive push here into the Bloomington half. Newt sent back out. Bang up early for the intercept. Kind of a midfield fight off the sidewall. Sleep now getting a pinch into the zone. Whirl over to Lumi. Lumi looking for another touch after the first, gets it past one. Newt is there, but is demoed, and bang! Putting it into the net here, 2-0 Burnsville.
Bloomington trying to take some control on their side, but Burnsville is capitalizing on that, finding those demos when they're an opportunity, and Burnsville takes a 2-0 lead now. What's Bloomington gonna do to be able to counter this? Sleep Dog plays it, tries to get it middle for his teammates, but somehow Burnsville comes out with control. Sleep Dog now in his corner. Gonna try to get it past one. Is gonna be able to. Newt up now. It ends up being a bit of a double commit for Bloomington, but out of their half now. Kick and drop. Trying to play this one back. No really danger for Burnsville here. They're just trying to play it high. Newt does pounce on this. I'm surprised he actually committed for that. That was a little bit dangerous, but oh my goodness, Sleep Dog has a free ball. Doesn't quite get it on target though.
Yeah, Burnsville looking extremely boostless right now as Lumi's taking it into the corner, looking for another one. Past kicking, leaving Sleep last, but he does get a touch and a dodge on the demo from Whirl. That was an extremely important touch. Newt trying to get something going here for Bloomington. Kicking drop back into the midfield, looking for another one. This will pop off the backboard. Kicking, looking for the bump. Does not get it, but Newt does not care as he's able to slide it right past the defender. 2-1.
Yeah, just the bump threat did so much. Bang having to back away from that. Newt has the placement to be able to put that one away. One interesting note, no longer on the breakout, Newt. We had 2 breakouts for a while there, but Newt is on the Fennec, so it's one of the few rare times that you're going to see a breakout in competitive games. But Bloomington has been playing with 2 of them, now just 1. Sleep Dog trying to get this one out. Newt able to get a big clear here. He's going to try to keep this one going. This one might fall mid. This could be dangerous. Whirl has to get a good clear. He does. On 0 boost, though. Trying to continue it going, but Lumi is going to have to continue this for Burnsville.
Yeah, Bloomington needs to find something soon to relieve this pressure here. Down 2-1, 1 minute left now. Sleef trying to get a touch over to Newt. Rush off the corner bounce, kicking drop. This is almost on target off of a little miscommunication. Third man from Bloomington. Sleef Dog putting it over to the sidewall. Him and Whirl 50 off the wall. 50 with Lumi off the wall as well. Bang doesn't get a great touch as he gets the bump on Newt and past one now, just trying to keep this past that coveted midfield line. Whirl up nice and early over to Lumi. Whirl trying to get some kind of offensive push here as he has been the kind of utility player here for Burnsville in this series. Kicking drop, trying to dribble it out, sent out by Bang here. Sleef moving it into the corner. Whirl now with 50 with Newt off the corner. Lumi, not the greatest clear, making Bang have the diving save here. 10 seconds left. All Burnsville needs to do is keep pressure down for 8 more seconds, and they will bring this to a match point. Sleef with an interesting touch into the backfield. The bump, Newt, when this touches the ground, which Bang will ensure occurs. Inferno taking game 4.
Inferno able to bounce back after that game 3 loss. They're looking good again, able to keep the pressure up against this Bloomington squad. Limiting Bloomington's demos like crazy, only 2 on that side, and instead they get multiple goals on the side of their demos, able to put so much pressure. That demo from the double demo from Lumi was
that was just wrong. That's
very
a war
important.
crime.
Yeah, just throwing Bloomington's playstyle right back in their face and making it work.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it was. They scored 2 goals, and both of them came off beautiful demos.
Yep.
It's one. I mean, people will have their own opinions about bumps, but I think it's a really integral part of the game in that you can just, like, bumps, not only do they take you off the field, they screw up rotations. You've got to tell your teammates you're dead. Like, it's a whole different cascade of things that bumping someone just ruins.
Yeah.
And it's a really, really good way to play the game, you know, within reason. You know, Crimsix is notorious for just driving around chasing people, and you can overdo it, but teams that do it well see a lot of success here.
Yeah, and on the B stage, I believe that was Derecho up 2-1 against the Rhythm, but the Rhythm were able to get that most recent one. Maybe they can continue some momentum. Maybe they don't want to do what Bloomington just did and drop that 4th game, but
That is correct.
But if they can get this one, maybe they can bounce back. But as we get into Game 5, Bloomington, it is now do or die. They cannot lose this game or they are out. Newt gonna try to get this one target just wide. That was a great opportunity. Maybe should have left it for Sleep Dog. He had a better angle, though Newt was able to get the shot earlier. Kicking drop, gonna try to keep this thing going. Sleep up to Newt. Is he gonna be able to get this one forward? He is, but I'm not sure if any Bloomington player is gonna be able to get there in time. They are not. Whirl pressing this one forward into the Bloomington half. Kicking drop. Going to be able to get first to this one. Has some control on this. Looking for a teammate maybe, but plays it into the corner himself. Able to beat one. Sleep Dog pressing this one forward. No boost to be able to follow it up, and Whirl gets a big clear.
Yeah, I know Bloomington wants those first 10 seconds back. They had,
Yeah,
like,
that was a great
I think
opportunity.
4 opportunities to put it on target and just couldn't find the correct angle, or the wrong person went, whatever. But they, you know, we'll see if they can shake it off. Keeping some pressure here in their zone, though, is Burnsville midfield. We're a little bit too far back to read that. 50 with Sleep Dog off the other sidewall. Going back and forth here. Kicking drop. Cleared into the Burnsville corner. Now Bang, met by Sleeve, gets it past one. Newt there for the cleared. It is just Whirl back. If Newt can find this midfield, this is extremely dangerous for Burnsville. But Lumi in the midfield trying to just maintain that pressure is Bloomington. No more Bloomer clears from Burnsville allowed. A shot from Sleeve sent back out by Lumi. And this one's looking a little bit slower compared to the last game.
Both teams just trying to find an opening, but no team is giving right now. Sleep Dog, big clear coming out from him, is going to be able to follow it. Might go for a bump. It's just making the Burnsville defense awkward, but second player comes in, is able to clear it out cleanly. Lumi leaves it for his team, but they didn't realize that they were about to have the ball. Kick and drop, pressing this one forward. Going to go for a 50, just beats one, almost through, but great save from Whirl coming to save his teammate.
Yeah, Whirl just bailed out at Burnsville. The pre-jump into the fake from kicking drop. Beautiful play from kicking drop, but Whirl is there for the last second save, but the offense continues here for Bloomington as Whirl has to send out yet another one here, putting in work on the Burnsville defensive end. Kicking drop and Newt bringing it offensively here. Off the sidewall, looking for a bump on Lumi is kicking drop, but he will not receive it. Whirl now off the sidewall, looking for two. Kicking drop there early. Sleeve popping it up as well for the little self pass. Into the corner, will we see another bump attempt from Bloomington? We will. Ill-advised, though, is the rotation. It almost works out. Newt, though, Sleeve dog into the corner. Intercepted by kicking drop. Lumi gets it past two, gets destroyed upfield by, I believe that was Newt, or Sleeve, but Whirl trying to get some pressure here, gets it past one, past two, pops it high. Is anyone there for the backboard read? And there was no second man there for Burnsville on that Whirl play.
Still dangerous, though, that Bloomington was stuck on so low boost. Luckily, they were able to get it out there. And Whirl has been stepping up on the defensive end for Burnsville. As Bloomington's got that pressure, Whirl has been doing so much. There's a demo on the back line. This could be dangerous now for Bloomington, but no follow-up from Burnsville. Whirl has plenty of boost and all the control. Newt has to be able to challenge this one. Is going to be able to, but 15 into the midfield. Kick and drop, left alone on defense. Lumi, though, shot a little bit late, not going to be open at that point. Bang, tries to get a middle, is going to be able to, but no follow-up again from Burnsville. Sleeve dog, big clear, on zero boost, though. This could be a shot, though, for Bloomington, excuse me. Kick and drop, pressing this one forward. This could be a chance now for Burnsville. Sleeve dog is able to get back in time, able to get the clear. On zero boost, though. Bloomington might be a little starved here. Good control, though, from kick and drop. Should give them time to collect.
Yeah, that play attempt from Whirl looked extremely promising, but I believe it was Sleeve Dog was able to get the save last second, puts it on and clangs it home here for Bloomington, up 1-0 with under a minute left.
I feel like Bang might have been just a little slow to that rotation. They expected him to be back in time, but just didn't get the challenges early. Both of the other Burnsville players stuck in the corner, and Bloomington find that opening and capitalize. Kick and drop. Big Bang trying to get this one out. And another shot on target. Sleeve Dog finds a little opening in the midfield and finds the top corner of Burnsville's net.
Yeah, we're seeing some offensive life here, abusing the failed clears here from Burnsville as Bloomington just seems to be firing on all cylinders here. Closer second men, just trying to build that pressure to force mistakes and, more importantly, punish them when they occur. But this game is not over. As we just saw, you can score twice in like 10 seconds, so we'll see what happens. But Newt trying to get a pass over to kicking drop. Is this on target? Bang will collect and do what he does best off of the backboard. Gets one, gets two, popping upfield. Lumi is up with zero, though. Is unable to get it on target. Whirl must turn on this to keep the play alive here for Burnsville. Kicking gets it past one, sent back up here. Lumi now off the sidewall, trying to get one here. 8 seconds left. Burnsville needs one yesterday. Bang off the backboard, 2 up here for Bloomington, and they will take game 5.
Ollers looking good again. I feel like all of these games have been pretty stalematy until that first team gets the goal.
The floodgates.
And then they just keep on pressing. The other team has to try to get this thing out. They feel like they have to continue. And then the other team just keeps bouncing and keeps putting goals away. Whoever gets that first goal, I feel like has such a strong advantage in this series, just with how it's been playing out.
Yeah, I will point out, I didn't really see a whole lot out of Bang on the offense that game, and I guess the one before that as well, compared to the first couple.
I feel like Whirl has really stepped up.
Whirl has really stepped up. And I don't know if that's just Bang getting, because when you're pushing a team on match point, then you kind of like psychologically you're like, all right, let's just win one more, take it easy. And that can kind of change the dynamic of the game. As speaking of beautiful game dynamics, Des Moines, 7 seconds into an OT, bringing it home here, putting it up. I believe that was 3-1 was the score of that.
In favor of Derecho there.
They on match point now, but speaking of match points, we are still on match point here for Burnsville as Newt tries to get one corner, sent back out by the post with 100% save percentage. Bang Moving it upfield though. Lumi now doesn't get the greatest touch off the sidewall. Will be met by Sleef Dog in the midfield. Kicking drop though, kind of a pseudo pass into Whirl. He can't get the touch that he desires. Lumi putting it to the right side. Awkward stuff here on the Burnsville defense, but is able to be saved once more. Whirl now. As Bang leaving it upfield for him. Gets it past one, but Sleef Dog will not allow that second one to come. Moving upfield now. Bang gets destroyed for his efforts. No one really going for this ball midfield. Whirl swoops in for the play. Trying to get a bump on Newt. It will not arrive. And Burnsville just trying to, I think they're trying to go back to their first couple games of just be super aggressive on the offense, get Bang involved, and
get the demos too.
See if they can get something going here.
Yeah, they're really pressing the offense here, and Luby trying to get one through, almost able to beat that last defender. Whirl playing at mid, but no one for Burnsville is going to be able to pounce on this. Big clear coming out from Newt. That's going to be on target. Good clear from Lumi. Going to take some control now, flicks it over one. Going to be able to follow for the second. Kicking drop left alone back. He's going to watch out for a demo too. Lumi's watching and trying to look for him, look for that demo, but not quite able to execute on it. Whirl playing this one forward, not going to be able to get the bump again. Big clear, Lumi's going to have to get back, is going to be able to take a lot of control here. Burnsville just trying to hold some pressure. A little bit of a miss from Lumi there, but it shouldn't be a problem unless Bloomington's able to pounce on it and find that space in the midfield. They almost did that, almost goes through. Is it going to be able to? No. Whirl on target, no!
Yes!
Off the corner and in. Whirl just finds an opening. Mistouch from kicking drop. Just sits tantalizingly on the goal line.
Yeah, that, enjoy your free blood pressure check, ladies and gentlemen, on that beautiful double tap from Whirl. I had no idea who was scoring that. That was pure chaos, but if you're Burnsville, this is a massive weight off of your chest. You are on match point, but getting that first goal in this game is extremely important. As kicking drop, trying to find the equalizer. Whirl with a mid-clear. Lumi, though, bringing it upfield now. Met by Newt, gets it past him. Just Whirl here in the backfield, looking for a pass over to Lumi. Lumi cannot get the touch mid, but forces the Bloomington defense to back up a little bit, letting Whirl get to that. Sleef now, dribbling it off the wall for kicking drop into the midfield. Sleef Dog looking for a shot, and he puts it on, tying up this game with half of it remaining.
Feels like Burnsville is kind of lacking the midfield in front of their net presence. And anytime it falls in front of that, and there's too frequently not a player there, Bloomington are taking advantage of it. There has to be someone that's ready for that. There has to be someone ready to pounce on any ball floating in front of them, and it's happening too frequently for Burnsville. Kick and drop. Gonna try to get up for this one first. Not gonna be able to get the double. Sleep Dog alone back, but luckily for him, Burnsville plays it far, but almost misreads it enough that Burnsville was able to capitalize. Not quite though. Newt could be first this one. Almost gets demoed. If that demo went through, that was almost certainly going to be a goal from Burnsville. Kicking drop, playing it forward on zero boost. Bang, bangs it right back. Kick Newt, playing it to the corner here on zero boost. Sleef is going to have to take it over. Plays it a little hard. Maybe wants to control that a little bit more. Newt going to be first to that one. This is going to be a shot on target. Good save from kicking, but is there a follow-up from Burnsville? Not quite. Not fast enough. At least that's going to be through. And exactly the issue that Burnsville have had on defense happens to Bloomington here. Ball falling right in the middle of the field. Lumi finds it first.
Yeah, Sleef was there, but boostless and afraid is not the way you're going to be able to get there before Lumi. But bringing it home, top bins once again for Burnsville. They do love painting that top shelf where Mama keeps the cookies. So we'll see if they can continue scoring here. They don't need to, but I do know that when they have a lead, they do love to expand it. But Sleef Dog, first little ceiling play we've seen from him this series, I believe. Trying to maybe change something up here, get some kind of momentum moving here for Bloomington. Newt trying to get to this as the Whirl touch comes out, sent in, or I guess on target by Lumi. Sent back out, Lumi with the shot. This will be another one, and bang! Making it a 2-goal game for Burnsville.
Kick and drop, almost making it work, but just couldn't get an angle clearing. It was almost able to follow up on the save. If he did, that would have been incredible. But Burnsville finding the space in that midfield, able to get another one away. Now Bloomington has to respond quickly. They only have a minute 17 where they are going to be out, and Burnsville will find themselves in the grand finals. Whirl up first for this one, looking for a double tap, but bumped off of it. Newt playing this one forward, is able to beat a couple. There's only one back for Burnsville, but great touch from that one player, being Bloomy. Kicking drop, able to just beat one. I thought that was going to be a 50. This could be another one. Not quite. Sleeve on 0 boost, though. Not going to be able to get much on it. Great 50, but he's just sitting on that boost. They're really struggling to get some here. Newt playing this one forward. Lumi intercepts well. Off the backboard, no one's able to make contact on Bloomington, and Bang didn't expect the miss. Maybe could have been there a bit faster if he did, but this one falls all the way clear. Newt gonna try to get this one middle. It's maybe gonna fall on it, not quite. Sleeve able to take control, doesn't make contact. What is happening? No one's making contact on Bloomington here. Newt gonna try to get this one forward into the corner of Burnsville. Whirl makes contact there. A kicking drop, trying to get this one forward. Desperation now for Bloomington. They have to get a goal now. Newt gonna try this, get this one middle. No, leaves it for Sleeve Dog. Probably a smart play. He had an awkward angle. Sleeve playing this one middle to Newt. Newt now kicking drop, doesn't make contact. Sleeve has to get this one back middle. Isn't gonna make contact. That's almost certainly gonna do it. Burnsville are gonna be going to the Rising Star Grand Finals.
That will secure it.
And wonderful plays by them.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to be that guy. All right. I said Burnsville in 6. I'm just going to say, I said Burnsville in 6. My boy Bang brought it home. Lumi, though, that game specifically, Lumi was the MVP.
Absolutely.
Absolute banging play, pardon my pun, banging plays from Lumi, setting up Whirl and Bang for success as they secure their way to Grand Finals.
They looked so good doing it too. Throughout that series, they were just able to maintain so much pressure. The only times that they lapsed on that, Bloomington was able to capitalize on, but for such a significant portion of it, it felt like Bloomington was stuck in their half.
Mm-hmm. That is the way Burnsville loves to do things.
It's amazing.
They are all about oppression and offense, and it can backfire if you do it too much. I am very guilty of that, but if you do it right, it is the ticket to success, as they have beautifully demonstrated. I do not know what the results of the other match for Rising Star is, as we have it pulled up now. As Rochester will be taking Game 5, making it 3-2 on the series score so far in favor of the derecho. So we will see how that next game plays out. But yeah, that you know, Rochester and Des Moines, these are two very different teams in my mind.
I agree.
They're very well-rounded, which makes it very, very difficult to pick apart any part of them, which is why they're seeing success and have made it this far into day 2. But yeah, I'll be anxious to see, hoping my boys on the derecho bring that one out, but I'm done being biased for today. And yeah, we up soon we'll have some beautiful Challenger gameplay for all of you.
Yeah, but yeah, quickly on this one, shout out to Burnsville. They looked really, really good. And whoever wins this series on the B stage, they're going to be in for a tough ride facing this Burnsville squad who's looking real good. I think they significantly improved from yesterday where they did drop to Bloomington. They found such strong offensive pressure, such a strong rotation that they were able to just maintain that. And it's going to be a tough challenge whoever goes up and faces them. But yeah, on that B stage, we got a game 6 coming up, again still on match point for derecho. So if you're in the venue, go ahead and check that out. We got the screen there. You can look over the shoulders. Don't do that too much.
Please do not harass the players.
Yeah, don't get too up and close and personal with the
I know my gameplay is good, but please stay off my shoulder.
Yeah, don't breathe down their neck. But you can watch from a little distance. That's okay too. But feel free to watch on that TV as you're here. And if you're online, please do check out that B stream. But we will be going to a break here shortly. We're going to a break right now. So
W transition.
Coop, talking about this next match real quick, since we're not casting it, who do you think is going to take it?
All right, well, come on. Looking at who's playing, you know who I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to pick a biased Clash GM pick. I'm not GM, but my boys on the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. I got to go with them. Love them to death. And I cannot wait to see them on the stage.
I'm glad you picked them because I want to go derecho. So
oh, perfect.
I think derecho have been working so hard and have been improving so much that I feel like they're just such a solid team at this point. They have a coach that they even brought in to work with them.
Yeah, Brewer Dog.
They've been
Shout
scrimming
out.
so much. I think Derecho are a next level beast just because they're such a solid team. But don't go anywhere. You will be seeing that here shortly as as Derecho pops off in the background there. I think that was Derecho. I'm not sure. But check that out as we're watching that. I'm sure we'll have it during the break. Don't go anywhere. We got Challenger coming up.
You won't get far. Now I know you're confused. People tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. What damn, what a life. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974.
rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of street lamp.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'll be bad for still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you, but somehow I keep running back to you, back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
We are back. We had a nice little break here, and now we are going to be getting into our second presentation of the day today. I am here with one, as we get to the right screen, the Challenger MVP in Luigi. We have to give it up, man. Massive, massive congratulations to Luigi. You get your medal, you get your ginormous championship ring here, and then you get a little gift card to go along with it. So let's give it up for Luigi, guys. Give it up. That's what we like to see. So again, massive congratulations. I did ask you right before we went live, did you expect this?
Yeah, I did.
Just simple. Yes, yeah. No, that's fair.
I mean,
obviously, dominating performance on the season. Like you said, you definitely broke some records when it came to you this year.
Yeah, the goals per game, but yeah, my teammates helped a lot with that too. Like I can't do everything myself.
That's very fair. We ended up seeing the Rising Star MVP in Blasky. He's actually still in the hunt for the championship. Obviously, you are the same. As soon as we're done here, you'll hop on stage. Obviously, how confident are you going into? You got to get one more game to go to the grand finals here.
I'm confident in my team. We're going to make it.
Confidence, that's what I like to see. Any thoughts you want to give out to the world, any fans or anyone watching? Obviously, as we see here, you breaking the records. We're just kind of going to be glazing here. Yeah, the single season MCS record, that is a ludicrous stat for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I do. I'm a shooter. Nothing fancy.
That's fair. Well, Luigi, again, massive congratulations to you. Best of luck. We'll have you guys, you can pop the headset off and head back down there because we do have a match that we need to get to. Again, massive congratulations to him. We are going to still throw it. Eventually, we'll go through, the premier MVPs. We'll do the whole GM MVPs. But we have a match that we have to lock in here for. And that is going to be a super fun one. We got a Rising Star grand final set. Now we have to figure out what is going to be our Challenger MVPs. And you're not Luigi.
Our Challenger MVPs, well, that is Luigi.
Yeah, Luigi's gone.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But Des Moines Derecho, Chicago Jungle, it is a exciting one, to say the least. I'm hoping for more action the last time around. I think we'll get it here. This Chicago Jungle team, not that good in the regular season. It's a weird thing to say. They're the number one team coming into the postseason. However, in the regular season, 7-8. If you go by record and tiebreaker, 11th in the standings. Of course, they actually finished pretty high up, but it's only because of those majors, winning both majors.
Yeah, how does that? Are they just a LAN team? Maybe when it comes on the line, maybe when they actually want to try, there's something on the line, maybe that's what pushes them to be as successful as they've seen in that system.
Yeah, and it's something that to me says that they can play under pressure, they can play when their back is against the wall, but really they haven't been in that situation all that much. They've had a couple of tight series overall in the majors, but really for them, it's winning. Their majors, it was the first major, 3-0-3, not a single loss. It was just ties in that regular season, or I guess the group stage, I should say, and then 4-1, 4-0, 4-3. 3, and then in the next one, did struggle. They actually did lose to a 14th ranked superior team, but then fought back, won the rest of the way, and had a nice sweep through that postseason. Of course, the grand final being a best of 7, going all the way to that 7th game, so they can be pushed, but it feels like that bend don't break. And it'll be interesting to see what the derecho have to counter.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. And we have, looking at the side of the jungle, we got Rizzer, we got, it's Red, Wizard, and Rizzer. First of all, that's a little bit of tongue twister. Try saying that. And obviously, Hude fill out that roster. And they've had some fun. Obviously, this team earlier had to play in Premier as well. It was a whole mess. And then obviously, on the side of the derecho, we got Rick, T-Jack, and Divine. This is going to be a really, really exciting match. I know we, as casters, didn't unfortunately get to go 7. Obviously, the B stage did, and then we didn't even get to cast that, but it's fine. I'll yell at Stewie later. But right now, we're going to be locking it and seeing who we think is going to be taking this one and figuring out who the heck is going to make the grand finals.
Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, you talk about the players again, and to me, it's really hard to choose against the jungle here. I think it's kind of that easy one where it's saying, they should win. On paper, they're the better team. On paper, they're the team that's going to take this without much concern. But that's the thing, is you never quite know.
Is it major jungle or is it regular season jungle? Because we've learned there's two different people.
That is true, and that was a thing discussed as well, is that any teams that have won both majors in the past have not been able to convert at LAN. So it comes down to that question of, can you actually be the first team to make that kind of the triple crown, we'll call it, or something of that sorts, or is it kind of continuing that pattern where teams have kind of figured you out, you've got a little stress, a little pressure, a little something else there that kind of, muddies the waters. So I'm going to say for my prediction, just to mess with you, I'm going Des Moines derecho.
I was going to go, okay, first of all, no, hold on. Okay, I got to line up my storyline here, right?
Nope.
So we just saw on the B stage, we ended up seeing the derechos. Obviously, Blasky had an unbelievable MVP performance, right? He ended up making to the grand finals. And so I am also actually going to be going with the derechos here, mainly because I want to see derechos go for the grand finals for Rising Star and for here in Challenger.
Oh, okay, so we actually are not split, but we're gonna.
You thought you were gonna trick me, and apparently I didn't even get a choice here. So my opinions just don't matter. It's fine.
There we go. All right, fixed it for you. So, but yeah, I think it's not even necessarily a meme strat. I think the derecho is a strong team. I think T-Jack has that experience. We've seen him on stages before. We've seen him in LAN experiences. Has done quite well. Rick and Divine, newer players, but of course sometimes that's when those players rise to the occasion. The legends are born on the stage.
Yeah, I think this is it's an interesting strat. I've been saying this for so long, ever since I've seen the man on the screen right there, Rizzer, play. He has such a unique playstyle, and honestly, just straight up, he's probably going to be the best and most mechanical person on the field. That's just a fact. But the question is, with Red Wizard, and Rizzer, and apparently for the jungle, as all those stats are here, we've got 2 Rizzers, so there's a lot of S's and C's going on here, so Hude just does not matter. But Rizzer is a player that you have to play around. He has such a unique play style, and if you can play around and utilize him to the best of his ability, it's going to be immaculate, the amount of offense that he is going to put on the field.
Yeah, and I think for the derecho, it's find a way to stop that. You got to find a way to play around that, because you know that pressure is coming your way. You know what he can do on the field, so you need to find a way to kind of make that difference happen, make the pressure, and just find a way to fight back. So for the derecho, I think the biggest thing for them, start off hot, start off early. I don't think that if this turns into that hard gone back and forth battle, you're going to have a good time. I think you need to find a way to get out front and capitalize early when they're not quite into it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we start here, as we are going to slowly work our way into this game. In Chicago Jungle, they're not taking any bit of time here. They're trying to throw 3 shots on target right away, but like we mentioned earlier, it is, in my opinion, going to be the Rizzer show, and most of the offense from the jungle will go through him. So the question is for Des Moines, how do they stop him?
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of that possession in the midfield. Of course, you're able to set up those plays. The challenger players, even cleaner in their midfield, even cleaner in the air. So they love to have that possession in the midfield, make some passes happen, make some touches off the sidewall, just kind of do something that works well with it. So we'll see if that continues as Rizzer sends this one towards net. Should be easily handled. T-Jack, that one's a little bit of a misplay, but Red Wizard unable to shoot. And this one starting off a little bit messy for both sides. Some really weird misses and just kind of some oddities.
T-Jack, though, going for a quick counterattack. That ball is going to be shot upper 90. Hude is back, still not out of the woods yet here. Now, good counterattack potential here, but Hude, not enough boost. And this is what we're liking to see. But granted, this is what we saw last series that we casted game 1, was back and forth, quick battle, quick punches, really trying to bring the aggression. And then later in the series, they really settled down. But for right now, Des Moines and Chicago still with a 0-0 log on the board. But Hude, if he can read this one, might be looking to break it early.
Yeah, nice little boom down the field there. Red Wizard going to try to send that one back. A miss, though, so Rizzer gets put into a little bit of an awkward spot. His teammates in net both pretty low on boost, but able to carry this one out towards the midfield. However, that's kind of a big burn there. Rizzer has to use his entire tank of boost just to get that one clear of his own box. So if you're the Des Moines Derecho, you might not really know that he's out of boost, but you definitely know that that's kind of a big win in retrospect. It's an opportunity maybe for T-Jack going for the double touch, sends it sky high. Now Rick, can he knock it out towards middle? Divine lower corner, and there you go, Des Moines Derecho.
That's something we're liking to hear, is the energy. We didn't hear it really last series. Starting off early, Divine just slotting that one, just eking it into the bottom right. Des Moines, after 2 minutes, able to get the first goal on the board. And Chicago, they had a lot of pressure, but yet to actually get a goal explosion out of it.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing, too, is that I feel like when they find one, they're going to find a lot. So for Des Moines, if you can double up this lead, you're going to be in a much better spot. I think you could still win with the one, but it's highly unlikely against a team that are like the Chicago Jungle, as they're going to take it forward here. Goudet trying to get this pass out mid. T-Jack an easy stop there, and it's a counterattack. Rick, that one does get through. He's able to send it off towards the corner, but I don't think there'll be much more here. Unless Divine has a real nice 50. No, instead, Red Wizard trying to kick this one out middle, a soft touch. Goudet, both and him and a defender going missing, so opens up some space, and now Rizzer on the backboard.
Rizzer now going to be leaving that one for Red Wizard, making it awkward. T-Jack trying to figure out if he actually ended up saving his teammate's shot there in that situation here. As Goudet trying to go for a counterattack again. Red Wizard with a shot, and again, still not able to find a Chicago. They've just been lurking, but still not able to find that final touch here. As Goudet probably going to rip this one downfield to Red Wizard. Red Wizard just trying to stretch. Maybe if he had a dom on his hitbox, he would have reached it, but Octane not still quite there. And with half the game gone, Chicago still trying to figure out how do we score.
Yeah, but the good news is for Chicago is we've seen them in situations like this where they do kind of start off slow. I don't really want to say struggle because it doesn't really feel like they're struggling, just not really clicking at their full capacity right now. But they're still able to come back into it with a lot of heat. As this one might be a beat by Rick. It's going to go off the ceiling. Can he put it away? No. Great save out of Red Wizard. Now Red Wizard can transition. They've got Rizzer out center. Goudet's up nearby as well. A little bit of a physical play in the net, but Rizzer doesn't go for it. Open up some space. However, that one floats out front. An easy cleanup.
And I'm trying to even listen if they scored because I heard absolutely nothing from the stage. T-Jack with zero boost, just trying to flip Divine, trying to throw a hand up, but Rizzer with a good slot, just going post and in. And Chicago finally, after over 3 minutes of gameplay, able to break their scoreline of 0-0. Now, we got a 1-1 game with 2 minutes left, and I will say, Chicago, I think, like you mentioned earlier, it's going to take a little bit for them to settle into this series, but Rick doesn't want to even give him the chances. He going for the ground pinch, taking the lead back.
Yeah, and that one a really nice solo play there. Just reads Goudet going high. Red Wizard trying to jump across at it, but beautiful play there on a Rick. And that one, you know, T-Jack does get the assist, but that was all Rick from start to finish. So really nice play there. The immediate response. And I mean, you talked about it in the earlier series as well, as how demoralizing it can be to, you know, have that goal and then immediately give up that kickoff goal. That's something there where it's just like, oh, okay, great. You know, it doesn't even matter that we scored. As this one might be a chance for another Divine. That one was dangerous as T-Jack hits the post as well. Now Rizzer shot low. Rick, nice save off to the corner once again, and Chicago has to find them where it back into this game once again as Divine just kicks it high. And I mean, it's easy defense here. The Des Moines Derecho, they feel quite comfortable as Rizzer trying to pass this out mid, but Rick, another easy save, and it just continues.
Continues here as Goudet trying to drop this one down. Rizzer is there for a shot, trying to shoot that one upper left corner, and he does. Nice and consistent, but what a drop down from Goudet, giving him just an easy chance at the ball.
Yeah, and T-Jack, I think, just stuck sideways on the goal line. Teammate not able to come in. Rick was the nearest one, but just can't dive in front of that one. If it takes to the far side of the box there, definitely can make it happen, but unfortunately, that great pass out of Goudet, and it's the difference here now. Can Rick look for a response on a solo play once again? Going for the flip reset? No. That one's knocked down. Divine, can he get through? Couple of 50s. Still gonna have a chance on this one. Trying to kick it out towards mid. T-Jack, low shot. That one's sent off the ceiling. Still looking for that quick response, but Rizzer is going to be able to take this one away. Kicks it downfield. Rick, nice interception, and I like the midfield back and forth. Both teams trying to shut down those plays really before they get started.
Ooh, follow-up there was there for Divine, but going to be a little bit of a miss hit on that one. Rizzer got to take his time. Is incredibly awkward, and fortunately for him, Des Moines not able to find this one with 30 seconds left. They were just gifted a golden opportunity. They might be getting burned going the other way. Red Wizard is going to find that one, and just like that, Des Moines botch an open net, and on the counterattack, Chicago get a lead with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, and this is why Chicago Jungle are so dangerous. It felt like a really quiet game for them, but they just slowly creep their way back into it. They slowly find those opportunities, and that one misplay, that one opportunity where you don't stop them in the box, Hude drops it down, ties it, and now just a breakaway opportunity. They're so good at finding those spots to capitalize and punishing that it's so hard to play against them. Now T-Jack is going to chase this one down. Rizzer, can he follow it in? Not quite there. Now opportunity for Divine. Rick instead touches that one. I think it was a mistake. I think Divine might have had a little bit more on it. T-Jack, can he get a pass out mid as to 50? No connection. All three players in the corner, all three players low on boost, and I think this one's done. Rizzer's just going to let this one float. Dangerous there.
Got a little sketchy. You and I sharing a side eye there. Not sure, like, does he know that we're on 0 seconds here? But he does get it to the end and does get it to the ground, and Chicago do take a Game 1 victory. A little bit of a comeback there, and we see Rizzer top on the scoreline. I expect him to do that just about every game, but my God, what offensive pressure from Des Moines, but still not able to find the back of the net. I think more than we expected. It was a lot of physicality, a lot of everything going, but at the end of the day, it's still not enough. And Chicago, with their limited chances, really made quality count.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you really saw it there, but it was 16 shots for the Des Moines derecho, 5, 6, and 5. So all players getting involved, but that tells me kind of the potency. It's kind of that question of, you know, you get outshot by 7, but you win the game 3-2. You got to have better shooting than that. I mean, it is good saves. We know Rizzer, we know Hude, you know, they can play good defense, but at some point you got to find more quality opportunities. You got to pass it a little bit more, just work the ball around, find a way to make that offensive pressure actually translate into quality opportunities.
We'll have to see how we do see a bounce back from the derechos. And I'm looking, like I said, right now is going to be at T-Jack, right? We saw a couple open net misses, unfortunately, and same with Divine. I don't you can just call it the whole team, but it's like there were golden opportunities that they needed to execute on, especially with the last 30 seconds here. If they were given a gift from Chicago and it turned it into a counterattack of them getting an unfortunate miss, Chicago's, you know, blessed the thank them their lucky stars, but they'll take a Game 1 win. And kind of what we talked about earlier, it might be ugly, but as long as you get a victory, they're going to be happy with this one. But as we get later into the series, it'll be interesting to see as teams settle in, how does their play style change?
Yeah, but Hude's going to look for some quick offense here, trying to kick this one out middle. Nobody there to support. Instead, Divine in the opposite direction, but Red Wizard, easy save. They'll take it the other direction. Rick kicks it back mid, but again, it's just midfield battle back and forth. Both teams taking opportunities. Rizzer's going to go for a bump here. Got to clear some way for Hude. Instead, nice 50, long range on that one. Rick will chase. Can Red Wizard get in there for the defense? Instead, T-Jack up for this one. Nice 50. Is there anything to follow? No, but a miss. But Red Wizard, good second touch there.
Red Wizard actually with a pre-jump on that one. I love that. Ends up getting a reset. A defensive reset goes hard, I will say. And, well, actually, I guess we don't know he got a reset because there isn't an indicator, to be fair, but Divine. Exactly. Exactly. Rizzo, this one actually might be going the entire other way. Is Rick not able to find it? And again, a counterattack out of nothing. Chicago have the lead.
Yeah, that one's painful. Rizzer just kicks this one downfield. Rick, I don't know if he's just nervous that he's got a player on his back. T-Jack trying to get in there as well, but just not clean enough. And mistakes like that you can't have against this jungle team. I mean, you might be able to get away with it. You might have an opportunity, but it's going to be so difficult to come back now. Maybe Hude's got a quick second here. No, instead that one's kicked out towards the middle, but Red Wizard will keep this pressure going. No boost in net. Hude's going to miss. Red Wizard gets blocked. So now it comes to Risser. Can he touch this one? Nice little fake slow. Kind of keep some time with it. Go for the boost game. I mean, that's a smart play right there. You see a couple of players on the Des Moines side really low on boost, and that's been such an important piece that we've talked about all day long. And it'll continue here. This Chicago team loves to go to the air, and so it's going to be crucial to control that, or at least have that on your side.
They need to have the resources here, and this might be a chance opportunity, but a miss from Divine, and another weird side flip, back flip. T-Jack and Rick trying to handle support here, as Rick now is going to sit that third man, trying to probably just buy some time. Smartly wakes, gets a popper one, but Hude running rampant, getting a great bump on one. Rizzer taking control. That's something he loves to do. He's gotten burned a couple times, and I know for a fact that if you are Des Moines, challenging Rizzer so early is going to be crucial for them, just to make sure that they can get it off him just like that. Almost made that happen. Love a good caster curse here, but Rizzer, again, sometimes at defense, you just got to boom the ball away.
Yeah, and right now, Des Moines doing really good to put 50s on in a decent spot.
No way it happens again.
It's another full court shot. Oh, that one just hurts because it felt so good. Des Moines were applying pressure. They're going for all those 50s. They're just keeping Chicago on the back foot.
What a rip. That's no bounce. That is an insane shot.
Yeah, that was a beauty there for Hude. Definitely earned that one. But, I mean, Des Moines, you go for the aggression there. You pressure, like you said, you pressure Rizzer. You just keep putting those 50s on, and it felt like they're on the back foot, and then immediately just that. What do you do?
Making it awkward is what you do, which is exactly what's happening right here, as Rizzer does get around Divine, but T-Jack smartly gets back in time. Rizzer now looking for a back pass on Wizard. We see him going for a solo play, goes for the reset. Can he get maybe a low 50, trying to get a fake on one, but Rick not falling for this one. Rick now a lot of resources. Again, it goes back to Des Moines Derecho. They have 22 boosts as an entirety of the team versus Chicago. They're sitting here with like 200 boosts. It is so in favor of Chicago, and again, it allows Rizzard, like we see here, to go for these solo plays and just cause chaos.
Yeah, and I mean, they get possession, if nothing else, into the offensive zone because they're able to just take that sky high, and there's nothing the defense can do. Is now Rick's going to try to go for a bump here. That's a good response there. Physicality we highlighted earlier. That's definitely something we might see here.
Yeah, Rick trying to work his way through, gets a bump on one, Rizzard getting done with his effort, and then Wizard on 0 boost just has to 50 and pray. Even if he got it around 1, you could see the second man was coming in. Yeah, that ball was going in no matter what, off a great heads-up play from Des Moines Derechos. And now they do get a response here from Chicago, but again, I don't expect Chicago to keep scoring these full field just boomers here.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing the Derecho actually have, I would say, kind of in their favors is in a weird way that the goals that have been scored against them, it's been more of those kind of one-off goals that you can't really keep reproducing unless it's a mistake by your own team. So, clean up those little bit of missteps, as this one might be an opportunity for Divine instead, the 50, the opposite direction. Rick, can he come around for a touch on this one? It's going to be awkward. Riz is going to win it. A good defense behind. Divine goes missing, actually. So that opens up some space here, but should be okay as that one's sent downfield. Hude up for it off the sidewall, and Rizzer is going to just send it down.
Chance here now. That flick is going upper 90, just off of the crossbar. I thought for sure that was going to hit T-Jack there for the follow, and it still goes in. We were a little scared for a second, but Derechos off of a crazy flick that Hude wasn't able to save, and then Divine down to T-Jack. Not a lot of resources, but they do find it, and Des Moines Derechos getting 2 goals pretty quickly back-to-back. The question is, can they find a third and tie up the series?
I do got to say, love that shot out of Rick. I think that it's really well done by T-Jack there to finish that one. A really tough spot to put yourself in, but he is able to convert, and I think that's, why we were looking towards him. We saw that, we said that he needs to be the one to really kind of anchor this team and give them like the stability that they need. So continuing that here early on is good to see, just game 2 of the series. Wizards trying to kick this one down. T-Jack sidewall, Divine, nice little bump there. Now Hude is going to go up for this one. Rick, opportunity for a breakaway, but great stop there in the midfield by the jungle.
T-Jack now just throws one downfield, up and over Wizard. Actually, he's still on the ball, but just doesn't have any resources to work with. Divine, a little bit of a pot shot on target, actually ends up causing a double commit. That is not the first or second time that has happened out of the defense of Chicago. I know for a fact a lot of these players in the Chicago squad, when things get a little tight on defense, they don't calm, but when they're given golden opportunities on offense, they can tap it in.
Yeah, that one a little side field miss, and then it opens up the space, and it's such a great pass out of Rizzer there. He's just able to put it across the face of the goal, set it up just so easily.
There's almost nothing the defense can do, right? You have to jump and pray, and suddenly it's going 20 feet to your left. And Rizzard, it's so complicated with Red Wizard and Rizzer. It's tongue twisters. You guys are killing me here. But either way, end of the day, Chicago Jungle are 15 seconds away from getting their second goal and will be halfway through to making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think at this point it really comes down to Des Moines. You need to find some more. You need to clean up your own mistakes, but you also need to find a way to capitalize more on the offensive side. Maybe an opportunity here. Rizzer's going to take it high out of boost. So this opens up some space. Divine, if you can catch. Oh, T-Jack, that one a bad touch there. And it's up on the turf. Jungle, I mean, that one, again, it wasn't easy by any means, but it didn't seem that worrying. They seemed like they were confident, they seemed like they were comfortable, and they don't mind playing that way. Again, they're outshot by Des Moines, but it doesn't matter when you play solid defense and you capitalize on those mistakes. 2 full court goals. I mean, that's the difference, right?
It's funny you say that because, yeah, it's 2 full court goals. It's goals that you don't expect to happen again and again, but somehow it is 2/3 of Chicago's goal. You can say Hude even put his hands up when he scored. They're like, oh, my bad, guys. Like, I don't even expect that at all. But at the end of the day, we do see a timeout call here from Des Moines. I think it's needed at this point. I mean, like, but the nice thing if you are Des Moines, like you mentioned, the goals they're giving up aren't really recreatable, so I do think that there is some really good opportunities for them to look back at their mistakes and say, how do we quickly fix it?
Yeah, and I think the nice thing for them, too, is they do have a coach behind them. So they do have that extra set of eyes that's been able to kind of watch all the screens, kind of see what's going on from a little bit more of a general sense. Always a nice thing to be able to kind of have that extra pair of eyes on it. Really, hopefully someone who's got a lot of knowledge, a lot of, input, and can kind of say, hey, guys, this is what you need to do. Because I think for them, I think they have it in them to take this to the Chicago Jungle. But not without adjustments. I mean, just playing the way you have right now, the jungle, if they don't find those full court, like kind of breakaway or opportunity goals, whatever you want to call them, they're going to find goals in other manners. They're a team that knows how to score. They're a team that knows how to put that offense onto the floor, but I just don't know for the Derecho. I don't know if physicality is the difference. I don't know if maybe playing back. I guess any.
Yeah, I think part of it has to do, obviously, you have to get your golden opportunities, but one of the things that's not happening early is they're not challenging the midfield very, very well. And when they are, they just only have 20 boosts to do it. And a lot of times it's putting a hand up versus actually getting a good 50. And so it comes down to making sure you're getting small pads, making sure to get the corner boost. But Rizzer specifically, and honestly, to an extent, Hude have done such a good job of just making sure the ball is high, right? Forcing out the resources of this Derecho team. Like you mentioned, Jungle want to play in the air. They want everything to be high and mighty, and they know that they will need the resources to do it. They are trying to force Derechos to play this high aerial game, and right now they don't have the resources to do that on the Derecho side. So what they need to do, slow the ball down. Let's take some ground 50s. Let's take some flicks. Let's lower the ball to the floor and see, as we do get back into this game, which it sounds like we're ready to do, we'll see how do we respond here. But quick little update on the B stream, it looks like. We're not even done with game 1 here, so there's a good chance that game, who knows, might be ending up back here for us to talk about. But again, as we work our way to game 3, Chicago 2-0 on the series. They need 2 more game wins to clutch a grand final victory. And Derecho, they're currently just twiddling their thumbs trying to figure out, boys, what do we do?
Yeah. I think it's going to be early pressure here. I think they're going to go for some quick offense as an opportunity for Rick to go for the early 50. But again, that one just goes to the sidewall, opens up an opportunity the other direction. Now Divine, that one, a bit of a mistouch out towards their own net by Red Wizard. T-Jack's to go up for this one. Rick now shot low, easily saved, but Divine can come around and cut that one back towards frame. Red Wizard's going to drop it down. Divine, does he have a pass out mid? That one's going to be real tough to get through, but T-Jack, a little bounce pass out mid. Hude, nice touch. And again, the early pressure here. There's a demo there to try to alleviate some of that, but I like what I'm seeing out of the first 45 from Des Moines.
First 45, they had a lot of pressure keeping Chicago in their half, but Hude instantly, like we talked about, going for these aerial plays. Red Wizard's probably going to bang this one downfield, ends up unfortunately getting a whiff. Rick now, can he go for a flick? He does find it off the crossbar. Where's the follow? This should be wide open, and it is. Defenders galore missing on the jungle. An early goal is spelling greatness if you're a Des Moines fan.
Yeah, and I guess the one thing that concerns me is with the aggression. We've seen them outshoot the jungle all 2 games so far. It's been 27 to about 10 for the shot total. So it's really heavily in favor of Des Moines. And it's just, that one was caused by a miss. There was just a miss by the defense of the jungle. You can count on that for a goal, maybe per game, but it needs to be a little bit more on the passing side. And again, I don't like to rip against those teams that are kind of struggling on that back foot, but it's what has to happen as Red Wizard. Immediate response.
And this is exactly what I talk about. Rizzer going up, going for some solo plays, going for some Meki plays, beats out 1, gets the double tap, beats out 2, drops it down, and then Wizard, he just needs to tap it in. And this is something that we saw earlier, actually calling out J-Bay, is that he did such a good job of playing that support role. He let the first and second guy go crazy, and then he was the one who was the tap-in merchant, but he did it so effectively. And right now, hey, if Wizard, that's all he has to do is get some tap-ins from Rizzer going crazy Meki-wise, he'll take it.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing, too, is there was a bump there. I thought Hude was the intended target, but then, of course, he gets taken out of the equation. Doesn't matter. They got another player ready to go. So that's the other thing with this jungle team is they're always able to kind of...
No way, it happens again. Okay, hold on. Okay. Someone has to have Magda at this point, right? Like, this is ludicrous that every single pinch seems to be on target.
Yeah, but thankfully, T-Jack's able to get in front of that one. Rick's able to transition. That's a great little shot from the sidewall. Divine.
What are these pinches? I'm sorry to cutting out. I don't understand. Like, we just saw this going the other way, and then Divine just rip on target. Like, it seems like no actual goal is happening from a normal passing play or a standard shot. It's just, hey, what if we just pinch it together and we'll 50-50 if it goes to your net or to my net?
Yeah, but I mean, hey, Des Moines, they'll take it. They'll take those risks. You got to take something. You got to play it something. Oh, Hude's going to save that shot. That was near post. I don't think the Derecho defense would have been there, but they able to stop it with the assistance of an opponent as this one pops up. Rizzer trying to send it downfield. T-Jack, but low boost, and that one's going to be dangerous because all 3 players on the side of Chicago have a lot of boost. Divine, great touch pass 2, gets it actually past the 3rd, but without the positioning to go for it, ends up having to give that one away.
T-Jack now with a whiff on 1. We see some bumps here. Rizzer, can he find the touch? It is dropping back to Divine. Was not on target here. Red Wizard trying to keep on some pressure here. Ball does go mid. Divine just rips it off the backboard. We see Hude trying to keep pressure. Rizzer now last man back. It was a 2v1 for a split second, but T-Jack not able to get the great shot on target, which he does there, as Rizzer now does end up getting that corner boost. And we are seeing Des Moines having so much more pressure, and we thought that might have been the third goal right there.
Yeah, and that one, I think just if the comms were a little bit cleaner, I think you just say pre-jump, just go for it. I'm going to get it there. But unfortunately, it's so hard to kind of translate that in live action, so I understand it's tough. But I mean, a good opportunity, you see that one developing there. You see the players knowing what they need to do. So it's in a good spot here. As this one's going to kick back out towards mid, a little 50. It's going to float high. Rick's going to leave it there. Divine, can he come in? Oh, maybe it's T-Jack instead. Don't love the touch there, but just trying to play on that midfield defense. I do like that idea as Divine gets stuck on the post, but able to recover. And again, it's just Des Moines. They're looking more comfortable in this game, but we still need to find that little bit more offense.
Oh, this might be a dangerous touch here. Rizzer out, Wizard out to Rizzer. T-Jack now going up early. Gonna be taking his time here. Still 90 seconds in this 1-goal lead for Derechos. It's all they're looking for. Again, they just want to find one individual game on the board to start their journey towards stardom. Chicago now trying to get this one just to go on to triple match point and see if they can clutch a grand finals here, as Rizzer now is going to rip this one downfield. Wizard has no boost to work with. It does drop mid. Now Hude might be caught off. He's going to be able to get back in time. This is going to be dangerous. He does get it off the post, and a great touch from Rizzer to stop the follow-up shot.
Yeah, but again, dangerous for just another one of those full field shots, just ripping it down there, and I think that might continue here. We keep seeing Chicago Jungle go for all three players forward, which we know they like to do. They like to push forward. We'll see if there's more of those opportunities. It just kind of requires the ball to bounce into a perfect spot, as this one might be an opportunity here. Wizard going to send that one high. It was a tough angle, but sends it over top of the bar. Now Wizard trying to kick it back out mid, but Divine easily handling it. As we go under 40 seconds here, it's a kick out mid, and Rick easily just kind of playing that midfield role. They're going to just keep interfering here.
Hude now trying to take his time. Just buying time. I love that to see, going for some 50s. Rizard, can he find it on target? He doesn't. Is the follow-up there? And Rizard was a little bit too far away, but Wizard, he knows he probably should have put that one a little bit closer on target. There's not many often times that these teams are going to give up a free double tap opportunity.
Yeah, and I think it's mistakes like that that might just be the difference in this game. I think it's going to be that one lucky pinch off of the sidewall. Divine just challenging it at the right moment, and unless there's going to be a chance here towards middle, Rizard back post. No, that one's too far away. Wizard, he's up for it. Can he get a shot? No, there's nobody there. And Derecho, not the prettiest, but you get it done. You're able to play solid defense, and I just want to see the shot totals at this point. I want to see how bad it is. Okay, 8-3, so again, still in favor of the Des Moines side, but I guess it works. Divine, the hero.
Hey, 3 shots on the side of the jungle. They did get they got 1 goal, they got a couple goals, but it wasn't necessarily the prettiest here. I will say Rizzo, though, again, it seems like every single time the ball does go in the back of the net, he is getting that high goal participation here. And now I am looking, honestly, at Red Wizard and Hude. I know a lot of times Hude is kind of left back as that third man, and a lot of it has to do with the resources getting out. Like, they're looking for these outlet passes, but the problem is every time they do, it's either maybe a little bit behind, or the person who does go for the outlet pass only has 5 boosts to work with.
Yeah. As a little look in on the B stream once again, and I feel like, honestly, I feel like the Omaha Buffalo side has not left the computers all day. I feel like every time I tune into a match, either on here or on the B stream, it's just them playing, and I just feel like it's got to be exhausting for them, but I mean, if they're able to keep it going and they're able to keep playing well, I think they have a chance here. As this one, just in game 2, so, pretty early on in their series as well. As,
I do expect it to go Brainerd's way, I will say, especially as we just crowned Luigi the MVP here. We've seen May Isnate, he's had to play an ungodly amount of Rocket League, obviously having to play for multiple teams here. And I will say, though, I expect the victory to get the victory in that match. But for right here, I know both of us ended up going with Des Moines, and so nice for our prediction-wise to see them take a game. But Jungle, I think, firepower-wise, it's definitely, they have the advantage. It's just a question of if they can execute or not.
Yeah, I think in this one it's going to come down to if they can find a way to keep their boost high and still play solid defense. I just felt like there was too many times where they would get the breakout, but then they wouldn't get that second touch there with the player with boost, which is what they do so well with, you talk about the aerial plays, you talk about them just looking for each other. If you don't have the boost, or at least don't have the second player with the boost, it doesn't matter. So I want to see them focus a little bit more on that here, and then I think they'll find their way into the back of the net. As Rick, quick early save on this one, and it's going to be Hude. Going back on defense again, a little bit dangerous, but nice response out of Rizzer.
Yeah, low boost on the side of Chicago Jungle trying to get a counter here. And Divine actually gets one of the weirder touches we've seen. Red Wizard is going to be last man back here. Potential flick coming out of Brick, which he does pop it up high, but perfectly to Wizard as Red leaves that one. T-Jack now trying to go for a sidewall read, and Rick actually accidentally booms it across the field, and Wizard gets a golden opportunity. And again, it's weird touches that seem to work for both teams right now.
And that's so tragic, too. If he gets that dribble up the sidewall, he's able to put it into a really good spot. He has two opponents that have less than 20 boost, but instead just a beautiful pinch out to the middle.
We've all done that touch on accident, and you just go, really? Like, I wish I could do that on purpose, because sometimes you just rip one mid, and you're like, hey, my bad, guys. Had a little more sauce on it than I expected here. And in this situation, Jungle able to capitalize on it as Wizard does find the back of the net. Now, the question is going to be, this is the first time they've had a lead in a little bit of a while. Can they figure out how to get more, quote-unquote, normal goals with the firepower they have on this Jungle team?
Yeah. I will say, I honestly don't think it's a necessity. I think at some point there's that whole aspect of, oh, are they just a lucky team? But, you know, as one of my casting partners, oh, this one's going to be dangerous.
They're lucky that it's scored right there.
Huday's going to go for the double touch off the backboard. It's going to get dangerous, but as he would always say, you got to be good to be lucky. You got to be lucky to be good. So it's kind of that, like, good teams just happen to find that quote-unquote luck, and I think that might be the case here with the Chicago Jungle. They put themselves in spots to capitalize on those mistakes when they do happen to happen. And continuing on here, just capitalizing when it happens.
As T-Jack now opting to leave this one, going for his corner boost, is going to try to read a pinch from Wizard, as Rizzer is going to make this a little bit awkward. Hude does have to work his way back. Wizard is there, as Red now going to be going up the wall. Drops it actually accidentally to T-Jack. Rizzer low boost incredibly, but again, no one expects these zero boost misses on the backboard. I don't expect them, but if somehow you were to think, hey, I bet this person who's sitting in like GC3 SSL is going to just whiff the ball, yeah, then we'd all be golden.
Yeah. Well, and again, it was a weird touch there where I feel like Des Moines, they're getting a little bit too desperate, in my opinion, where sometimes they're giving away opportunities where the ball is floating, they have the next touch, and instead of just dropping it to themselves, maybe popping it up again, they drop it in the direction of goal, but it's so soft that it's just an easy clear the other way, where, the Chicago Jungle can either say, yes, we want to take this, we want to dribble it, or we just want to rip it out of our zone and play, go chase the ball. And I think that's something that's really hard when you're on the back foot to kind of adapt to that, but it's something that if the Derecho want to win this series, they need to be more comfortable letting those touches be a little bit more soft in the offensive zone.
I'm just going to call it right now. The next goal that's scored is going to be a stupid pinch going around the field. That's just what's going to happen at this point. But with under 2 minutes left, again, the Jungle do find a lead here, and they are going to be on match point if the scoreline does still stand here. Derechos with a lot of work to work on here, as Rick is going to force a pinch as it goes very far mid. Divine trying to find a sidewall read, a little bit ahead of him, as Wizard again going to miss the ball. T-Jack gets a free opportunity, but a good dunk coming out from one, and then Hude just throws us on net. And like you mentioned, it's starting to turn into a little bit more boomer ball, and see how much physicality the person upfield can make.
Yeah, and again, I mean, honestly, even the Jungle are getting in on this, where they're just throwing it downfield instead of playing that possession style, and it's weird because it's really not their play style at all, and I'm surprised to see them play that way when they have the space to work with, but they're still just, I guess, saying, whatever, let's just play this way. As this one's from Divine, going to go top corner. Can it be a save? Rizzer almost getting your prediction to be true there. It wasn't a pinch, though, so I think we couldn't allow it, as this one's going to be stopped by Divine in the midfield. Wizard sending it back forward again. That's a good touch by Hude, top corner, but T-Jack a nice little touch once again. And final minute here, does Des Moines have something left in the tank?
We'll have to find out. Divine, though, doesn't have anything left in his tank, as he's at 0 right now. And Rick going to be trying to find going early here. He does not get the touch there. Wizard has to dive, throw a body of this one. Rick now can eat a pop over one. Hude is awkwardly back. A little bit of a weird touch here. Double commit from Rizzer, but it does buy time. Rizzer now getting a pop over one. This might be a little awkward for Rick. Is going to have to just throw this one to the sidewall, but there's nothing he can do for an outlet pass. He has to boom the ball, but in that situation, it wasn't to anybody.
Yeah, thankfully they're able to kind of adapt to it and get T-Jack out there with some quick pace, but this one's going to go the other direction off of the ceiling. Is it going to go in? And it's going to be a pinch out of the corner. Red Wizard goes tap in Merchant, and yep, there's your pinch.
Told you, that's just that. For whatever reason, in this series, the only goals that seem to be scored are crazy pinches across the field. And again, Jungle are now 23 seconds from going on to triple match point here, and will only need to have a couple more weird pinch goals need to go their way before they'll find themselves in the grand finals with the winner of who is going to be on the B stage.
Yeah, I will say the one thing for the jungle that I do want to compliment is their defense has been strong. As this is an opportunity, that was a huge miss there. That could have been the chance, but Divine, just the bounce shot does not connect. Now Rizzer's looking for a third one in this. Divine's going to pop that one up. Rick, can he get a touch off his own backboard? He can, and this one, it's done. Is there going to be a third goal? No, there is not. The jungle take that one, move on to the match point, and I just feel like their defense has been solid enough and they've been able to put pressure where it's needed that even if the goals are ugly, even if they're really not what you want to see, it's good enough. And in this case, Jungle 10-4 in shots, finally see Des Moines on the back foot for an extended period of time, and the Jungle, I mean, it's a clean game 4.
Well, and kind of what it sums up for me the entire derecho time that time is we saw the last 10 seconds, right? It was an open net that unfortunately the bounce shot ended up hitting the crossbar, and you just kind of go, really, guys? Yeah, that unfortunately the Rocket League gods are in this individual game not going to be in favor of you, and so we'll have to see as we work our way through if we can see one more game out of the jungle. And we are in fact looking at the B stream right now, and it is in fact the victory up 2-0, and they're up 2-0 actually in the series. So like I expected, yeah, the MVP, Luigi, he is going to be looking to convincingly, potentially 4-0 sweep that game.
Yeah, and I think it's not something that's out of the realm of possibility, and it's tough because I mean, if you're on the side of the Buffalo, there, this happens all the time. We got those teams where it's just like you're not a bad team, you're a quality team, but the other team just has that one player that plays so incredibly well. They elevate the rest of their team to that level, and it keeps going as the face cam there is stuck. That's a great freeze frame. Great pointing that out there. We'll have to go back to our game, see if Chicago can close it out in Game 5, or if we get more action here in the Challenger semifinal. Winner of this one into the grand final, playing for the trophy. Later, I guess, actually just the medals, but playing for the glory.
Playing for the glory. So what are the odds we start with a pinch goal? Just putting that right now. $5 it happens?
No,
this is ridiculous how many times it's happening. You got to manifest a little bit, right, at this point?
I think maybe it's your fault.
Probably. Hey, I will take full blame, all right? I will take full blame because unfortunately, Des Moines can't seem to score quote-unquote normal goals, right? It has to be some craziness, and it is granted on the both sides, but I do expect this game, though, I expect some more solo plays. I expect Chicago to really, really take it to the air and see if Des Moines can keep up with their pace.
See, I think you didn't read the script before we got into this one. Des Moines scoring a turtle backflip goal in this one, so get ready for it. It's gonna be quite something, but we'll see where we get to that one. As Rick's gonna go up off his own backboard, we're getting about the farthest shot in the field. As Rick's gonna send this one down the sidewall, Divine in for the 50, and Rizzer's just our favorite player right now, apparently.
Apparently, it does seem to be correct here, as Red going to be all the way one downfield. Rizzer going for a solo play. Does get up over one. Doesn't have the resources. This is a free touch for Hude, who can't find it. Rizzer with the follow, and he can't find it either. But again, golden opportunity for the jungle. They had the firepower. They obviously just couldn't connect, but they're making incredible chances.
Yeah, Divine, nice 50. That one's going to go high off the ceiling. Is that one in the back of the net? It is, and that one. Is that a pinch? I think that's just an awkward 50, right?
I mean, it's sort of. It's like a 50 dunk. How about this? It's chaos, right?
It is chaos. It is not
the
clean.
goals can only happen on chaos. We can both agree on that. And Des Moines, Chicago, they don't care. They're just happy to see the ball go in the back of the net. But if you are the derechos, again, you got a goal. You can be happy about that one. But I'm still trying to figure out, hey, Chicago's probably going to score in the next 30 seconds off of their own pinch. So you better get a new plan.
Yeah, and Divine's going to try to get us started here. He's going to take it up towards the sidewall. It's off the ceiling. Wizard misses on the secondary touch, so T-Jack is able to send this one forward. Now this one's dropping down. Rizzer, can he kick it out down the field? Going to go for the slow play. That one's just a soft shot on net, nothing really of it. And it keeps on going here. That one down towards the net. T-Jack, sidewall. Hude, it's denied. Actually, excuse me, no, he actually wins the 50, but nobody there to assist. So Jungle, so far in this one, the first 2 minutes here, it's early on, but have looked a little scattered.
Scattered is I wonder if that's an understatement, because that kind of explains the entire series so far. T-Jack ends up dropping that one down. We saw that Red ended up missing that one entirely, a little bit of a side flip, but fortunately he does have two other teammates here. As Hude, he's actually been very, very quiet kind of on the scoring. He did get one incredible boomer all the way downfield that ended up being no bounce, but after that, really hasn't gotten a ton, and as I say that, almost gets a goal there. That was a great opportunity here, as now Red trying to work his way through it. Rizzer going all the way back for his corner, but that's something that he loves to do, is those deep rotations, so he can get the ball and be super mechy with it, as that shot again going wide. And you got to keep kicking yourself if you're Des Moines, because these are technically open nets.
Yeah, and that one was a clean passing play. It was the right positioning, the right play. Everything was set up. That should be a clinical finish there, but they just miss it wide, and it kind of starts to feel like destiny that the goals cannot be scored in a normal fashion, because that was about the cleanest, most typical Rocket League goal you could ask for, and of course it doesn't go in. It's now opportunity sidewall. Hude kicking it out towards the middle. Opportunity for Red Wizard. He's going to go backwards on it.
No way.
Oh, it's a save on a Divine. It would have been crazy. But T-Jack able to hit it down, and now this one continues. Risser's going to go up for it, but Rick, great clearance there. Unfortunately, not on frame.
Not on frame. Hude not able to replicate his big boomer from the back left like last time. T-Jack trying to hit this one high, but a good challenge from Red. Now Rick taking his time. That's it. Rick is a name, actually, we really haven't called in a while, mainly because he didn't score a pinch goal at this point, let's be honest here, but Divine now trying to pop this one up. Red drops this one. You can see Rizzer is waiting, but between Rizzer and Hude, only having 30 boosts to work with here, and we're seeing Jungle a little bit more starved, but on side of the Des Moines, I'm trying to figure out their rotations here.
Yeah, it feels like the 50s are just so awkward again, too. It just feels like the players, you mentioned it earlier, are just throwing a hand up. They're really not going for playing a 50 to put it into a useful spot. They're just saying, I'm going to get in front of this one. I don't really care what happens. As this one's tipped downfield, Hude is going to go for it. But it's just kind of devolved into something that's a little bit sloppy for both of these sides. The Jungle, I think it's really not their playstyle. Des Moines, we've seen them kind of switch it up throughout the series and throughout the season. But just for them, neither team really feels comfortable, and it's quite odd.
Well, and we say kind of it's quite odd, but like we've had 50 seconds left, and Des Moines is about to, assuming nothing too crazy happens. But if the scoreline holds, they will find their second game of the series here and be forcing Jungle into a little bit more of a tight spot here. As I say that now, Hude now is going to be a little bit too far back to get that third and final shot here. Hude does get it around one. Actually, 50's a nip, but you can see again how far back Wizard and Rizzer are playing, and neither one of them are really being super aggressive, which is surprising considering the scoreline.
Yeah, but again, it's just opportunities the other direction. T-Jack, he's been great on the back line. A couple of huge saves and some nice clearances as well. We'll just float this one downfield. Divine looking for the shot, and Rizzer with the save. Again, it's a save on a pretty nice shot. It's an opportunity the other direction, but Rick up for it quick, and this one should see time expire. Divine's going to have to make one more touch on it. Kicks that one out towards mid. It might be a little dangerous, but nice little control to the far corner. Rizzer, however, will keep this one up, and it's only a one-goal game. Can he kick it out towards mid? Hude's up for it. Great stop by T-Jack. Now Rizzer keeps it up once again. Wizard can't get on the end of it. And dangerous, but well done by the Derecho, getting in front of those opportunities, bleeding that boost away, and finishing the game 1-0. It's not clean, but it's a win nonetheless.
And no surprise, Derecho out shooting Jungle. That seems to be a very common theme here. And Hude, I did say he's been very quiet, rocking a solid 78 points for that entire game. So now I'm looking at the Jungle saying like, hey guys, we better lock in here, right? We can't count on pinches working for everything, even though that only seems to be the way it can score. But it's one of those games that it seems to be whatever the gods decide, because seemingly their playstyle, their 50s, their pinches, who knows what's going to happen. I genuinely don't really know how to describe what exactly we're going to be in for looking at these next couple of potential games.
Well, my biggest wish is that I don't want it to come down to just one of those lucky pinch goals. I would love to see a player have a highlight play, have a great passing play, a solo play, something of that sort to finish off the series, so we get at least a little bit of a bang, a little bit of kind of a period.
But you're telling me that the two of these teams that we are watching is supposed to go against this potential Brainerd team, which if this game goes their way, they will have swept their way into the finals with the MVP Luigi. I don't genuinely know if either of these teams on stage currently hold a chance to go against that victory squad.
See, but I think it'd be kind of fun. There's a chance that it just gets so messy once again that maybe it is a chance. Maybe there is something to be said. But I do agree. I think that Brainerd is definitely looking like the favorite to win the whole thing at this point. Great opportunity off the early moments for Divine, but it gets sent off of the post. Now T-Jack.
Oh,
this
look,
one's
a
50
pinch.
high off the ceiling. It drops down, but Rick, can he put it away? I don't think so. It's going to be a miss there, but Red Wizard able to clear it at least as far as T-Jack. He'll take to the air now and a pinch off to the side. Rick able to settle it down, going for the flick towards the back post. Rizzer, however, that's going to be an own goal, I think.
Remember we said that it's only chaos and things just don't work how they're supposed to work.
Oh, never,
and
okay.
you can see Divine, he had pre-jumped that, and somehow he ends up getting the read. And Chicago, again, find themselves down a goal early in this game. And technically, if the scoreline holds, we're going Game 7. I know we asked for Game 7, and this is probably the weirdest way we might get there.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, I'm starting to wonder, is this going to be another 1-0 game? Do we just see more back and forth chaos until nobody's able to score and we just finish it off in a nice, easy fashion. But hopefully we'll see something. I want to see a couple more goals. Of course, some of the most fun ones are those 10, 11 goal games, but we'll see as T-Jack just ripping it down the field once again. Wizard's going to send it off the ceiling. He's got enough boost to continue with this one. Can he kick it out into a useful position? No. Rick easily taken away. Counter the other direction. Hude's going to rip it back towards the ceiling once again. Divine, awkward, great read there, but Rizer's going to put it back towards frame again. T-Jack lets that one go. Rick going to get chased towards the corner. And off the ceiling, should be fine.
Should be fine for Divine. Is now Red opting to take his time here. Going for a 50. It does pinch directly on target because, again, that's the only place these 50s can go. As we see now Rizzer trying to work his way, maybe going for a fake on one. Opts to go for the low 50. He realized the fake wasn't on the right angle for him. Rizzer might get a drop down here, but a good 50 from Rick now going the other way. Wizard now just has to buy a little bit of time here. And it's actually, for the first minute and a half, Des Moines Derechos, they're the ones who have a lot of pressure off of quote-unquote normal Rocket League.
Yeah, but again, it's just the possession back and forth, and I feel like the boomer ball somewhat continues. Neither team really playing it too terribly slow. They're trying to go. I think their biggest thing is they're fine trying to push it downfield because they're hoping to catch the other team out of rotation or out of defensive rotation at least. But I think that's the thing, is that neither one of these teams really is being potent enough to make that matter, so it opens up opportunities. And Divine, good opportunity there. I think T-Jack's shot would have been a little bit better, but maybe we keep going as Rick's going to kick this one off towards the corner. T-Jack, first one there. Now Red Wizard towards the backboard, but Rick easily handles it in just a continuation of the back and forth.
Yeah, we're still, like I said, I'm looking for Hude to really step up, right? He's not exactly putting the best name out there for KBM players, as Rizzer now trying to throw this one downfield. He might get a chance here. T-Jack again is going to rip 50 off the corner. Divine might try to pre-flip into this one. He does try, can't quite get there. Hude now actually ends up going for a fake on one. That was brilliant to get Rick to bite, but Rizzer then, again, not the best follow touch here as he does just throw this with his wayside. 2:15 left on the clock, and Chicago Jungle, suddenly they're the ones that they can't seem to find a shot or get out of their own half.
Yeah, and the offense is just lacking, and it's weird from a team that we've seen so much from. T-Jack, another huge save on his own goal line there. We have said his name a lot in the defensive zone, and it has been a reason that this team is still in this series. That last game, a couple of mammoth saves to keep them from falling up behind, as now this one's going to be a little bit awkward. Somebody needs to go, and Rick thankfully goes for the 50, but it opens up some space. Hude flicks it. Man, that's nothing. Divine's just easily able to handle it in a pinch down the field. Going to go off towards the corner. Wizard's going to take it up towards the ceiling. But again, I just don't love them slowing it down like that, because by the time you're at midfield, you've got 10 boosts left in the tank, if even, and it limits your options so aggressively.
This sounds kind of crazy to say, and genuinely I'm wondering, when's the last time you've seen an infield pass from either of these teams this series?
There was one, was it early on? I don't know if it was this game or last game. I think it was last game where it was a good opportunity, but then T-Jack just missed it. It was
that's
wide,
right, that's right.
That was the one. I think that's one.
I'm looking at the Jungle, and especially if their aerial game has kind of been nerfed, what it seems. And instead of booing the ball, I would love to see some low plays. Can we see some 50s? Can we see some ground shots here? As Des Moines, again, they are the ones who have all the pressure, and we can see right in front of our eyes, the Jungle is starting to crack under the pressure.
Oh, and an opportunity. Rick's going to put it away. Just a floater to the back corner, no authority on it, but it finds its way in. And that one, actually, it was a pretty nice shot out of Rick there, just able to put it right out of reach. And Des Moines, I think they're going to force a Game 7. I think we're going there, and it's going to be shocking if the Jungle lose this one. They looked so comprehensive in those first 3 games. Of course, did lose the third, but they just looked like the better team for all of that.
Well, the only reason is because we both picked him. We knew what was going to happen here. We just had to make it a little bit spicy here with 40 seconds left. Chicago, though, again, they seemingly, in my opinion, haven't really had momentum for the last 15 minutes of gameplay, even when they won their last game to force it to match point. I still don't think they really had the best momentum. But again, throughout the craziness, Des Moines is able to prevail, and they are starting to look like the more and more structured team.
Yeah, and now dangerous opportunity. Hude, can he get in? No, Divine, great stop on the 1v1. He's going to take it the other direction now, trying to just pop that. And Rizzer, nice save there. Able to keep his team in this with just a 2-goal difference. Hude, if he can find the back of the net right now, maybe an opportunity, but no, that one's out of reach, kicked out mid, and that one's sent away. And it will be Des Moines Derecho, maybe a chance for one more. Rick, no, can't get through, but they will force Game 7.
We have to see a timeout, right?
I don't know. I don't know if the Jungle will care. I think they just want to keep playing.
Boys, please don't. But please, there has to be a change. You cannot rely on craziness with pinches and weird stuff to go their way. It sounds like they, in fact, are going to be calling a timeout. And, yeah, Divine had a spectacular game. And, again, no surprise, Des Moines Derechos are out shooting the jungle. It's happening every single game, it seems like. And I think finally the chaos is starting to slow down. And when it comes to that, no more chaos means the jungle seemingly are struggling. The only reason they found games is through weird chaos. And now that Des Moines is finally getting a little bit more structure, they're taking that away.
And I know we don't have a gambling sponsor, but I want to posit this to you. The over/under on this final game for shots for the Des Moines Derecho, I'm going to say about 8.5. What are you taking?
I could say 5 for the jungle because that seems to be on that.
No.
You think 8? Oh, I'm going above 8. I think the Derechos are 100% getting more than 8 shots.
See. Yeah, on average right now, it's been about 9 shots per game, which is absolutely crazy. That feels like a team that should be winning it by and large. But of course, their wins have been with 2 goals, 1 goal, and 2 goals. So who knows? I mean, that's kind of the fun of it, though, right? You know, we don't.
But I see that they're getting more momentum, right? And yes. I think, like I said, it's getting to be more classic Rocket League with a lot more better rotations here. As we do see the timeout, we can see trying to keep the hands warm and everything. And I know on the side of the jungle, they just quickly pull out the phone, check Twitter. So who knows how much they're actually trying to figure out. Maybe it's a new play style. Maybe how do we want to change things? I think they're just cool boys, something. I don't know, chop cheddar, brain rot, blah blah blah. Let's hop back into this game.
Do you think? I got to ask you this then. My only thought is, do you think that it is a let's try to ice out the Derecho? Do you think it's just maybe one of those timeouts you take where you say, all right, you're on a hot streak, kind of a basketball timeout. You're on a streak. We're not going to do anything to change our gameplay. We're just going to try to stop you, cool you off a little bit there, mess up the mojo, and go from there.
That's going to be a fantastic question to answer. And right now we are looking at this 1-0 Omaha trying to hold on. Brainerd might not be sweeping here, but still Omaha potentially trying to start a chance at a reverse sweep. We will get there when we get there if that game does get back to us. But for right now, we have what we've all been wanting up here on the casting desk, a Game 7.
As we're back into it here, Des Moines, they're going to go for this one. Can they find a way to make the miracle happen? It's a team that has been the best for most of the season, the best in big events. First shot of the game there. But, I mean, this Des Moines team, the Jungle team, they've been the best in the big events. And is it finally that curse? Is the curse catching up to them of winning the majors but not able to close out at LAN? As we'll see here towards the backboard, Rick, this is going to be an awkward spot, able to 50 it up front. Now Risser off of the ceiling, trying to pass that one out. Hude just a little bit too close, unable to take that one. So Rick off the sidewalk. We see a highlight play, gets boomed into the ceiling, and it's taken away.
I'm really looking at Hude to step up here. You're right, he's been so quiet. It really has been Rizzer just trying to make something happen. I think he might be playing a little bit too aggressive, maybe a little bit too high for his teammates, as that was a potential just sweeping across the goal line of the jungle, able to survive. And Des Moines, again, they're starting to put on a lot of shots. I know we gave the over-under of 8, and right now, Chicago, they've been really, really pushed against their limits here, dropping these last couple of games. But again, can they just somehow say, Rocket League gods, give me one more goal, and we'll see if we can hang on here, as that is going to be another shot, and Des Moines is pounding on the door.
Yeah, and just looking for those opportunities. I feel like they're starting to play a little bit more cohesive, though. These have been some plays that have gone at least in the direction of a teammate. It's maybe not a passing play, but at least something that goes in that direction is something to be thankful for. As Red Wizard trying to put that away, but Divine, huge save on his own goal line, as now this one gets dropped down. Kicks back out towards mid. Divine's going to send it low. I like that play there. Give it into a spot that maybe Rick can chase. It's going to go up off of the corner, but Red Wizard, another great touch, and T-Jack sends it low directly into Hude, so that's a little bit of a mistake there. Teammate back on your goal line is very low on boost, but Hude just not able to get anything done.
And look at, you can see as we're looking at Hude going for a reset, and then it pans to Red Wizard, just grabbed the left corner, and Rizard just grabbed the right corner. And it goes back to those two specifically, the Rizard combo aren't really doing a good job of supporting that first man, and once they do get upfield, they're just not really working fully as a unit here.
Yeah, and Risser, a shot on net there, a lot of pace behind it, but right at the goalie. Didn't even have to move to save that one. It's the opposite direction now. Risser able to stop that one as Divine tries to carry it in. T-Jack and Rick both low. Okay, Rick gets the full boost out of the corner. Risser was going for the, oh my gosh, I was trying to invert it there, but nothing. As bumps, I mean, physicality on defense as well for the Derecho. I feel like that's been a big part of this one as well, is they're able to just, pressure in there and able to keep those opportunities from really forming by putting themselves on the line.
Oh, this is getting real dangerous. You can see the jungle, we're starting to look for some of those bumps. That's something that has eluded in the last couple games, as that pinch is not going to go on target for one of the first ones that had shot not go in the back of the net in a while here, as Rizzer is going to try to take this one low, go in the air, does get demoed for his efforts. T-Jack is going to rip this one. This one may be a little awkward here for Red Wizard to read. He cannot read it. Golden opportunity to drop down, but Hude does throw a hand up here. Now Divine, not a lot of boost. You can see Rick does opt to leave this one, and it seems that the jungle, they're starting to panic here, but still 0-0s is the best thing either team could see right now.
Yeah, and I think they really just need to find their footing in this one. It doesn't need to be a clean series. It just needs to be a clean game at this point. As Divine rips that one around. Risser on the sidewall. He's going to be able to put it out towards mid. Opportunity for Hude, but it's out of reach. And a great touch by Rick to put that one off towards the corner. Now T-Jack up for this one. Drops it down. Opportunity once again.
Low
Risser.
50. Low 50. Yep, there it is. I know he loves to go for those, as he's going to be going for a solo play. Probably going to try to get a reset and drop it low again. You can see Red Wizard was leaving again, as Hude had to drop back his third. And again, I really want to see that second person on the Chicago team be a lot more aggressive. Right now, it is going to be a little sketchy, as we are now down to 70 seconds left in this Game 7. And you can see how passive teams are being, as Rizzer is just going to boot this one downfield. Neither team wants to make that mistake.
Gosh, I wanted a controller disconnect there for a second. It was pinched off. It was rolling towards the net. Just miss the ball. Just let it happen. You know, make your day. But it's going to keep on going here as Risser has it once again. That's going to be touched off to the sidewall. Is overtime really on the cards in this Game 7? As it is, they're not going to be just one of those weird goals as T-Jack kicks it downfield. Divine should easily handle this off the sidewall. He does. Float it downfield, and I think we might actually need overtime to hit that 8 goals. Or 8 shots, excuse me, not 8 goals.
It might have to happen, as we see Hude not getting the best touch here. 29 seconds left. Rizzer just has to buy time, going for his 19th sidewall read this series. Not going to be able to find the back of the net with this one, as Red Wizard actually just drops it down. Dangerous for a split second, as Hude had to dive on that one. And honestly, if you're Chicago, I think you're hoping for OT at this point.
Yeah, I think either team is probably fine with it at some point. It's, you know, this feels like a golden goal type of game. As T-Jack shot there, and T-Jack's gonna put it away. That one, I think it was just mistakes out of the jungle, and it might end here.
You could see Wizard got caught from post, no boost. Rizzer was in net, was expecting maybe a little bit of a touch, and Des Moines out of nothing. They need 9 seconds to go by, and they will clinch a grand finals appearance.
But opportunity here for Rizzer. He's going to go for the sidewall. We haven't seen the solo play. Trying to drop this one down, collides with Red Wizard, and it should be done. T-Jack's going to hit it. It's down, and the derecho, 3 match points against them. They come up with the wins, and they will take the series.
One of the weirdest series I think I have ever casted the shots. You're telling me we had 4 shots, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it took for Des Moines. It seems like they had so much pressure, and in the end, the one final goal was just a little bit of a misrotation from the jungle, but T-Jack able to find that one. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our first grand finalist set here for Challengers.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough, because I feel like for the jungle team, on paper you want to choose them based on everything we've seen all season long, but I mean, we've seen where the cracks form, and it's just in series that it feels like they should win, but they just can't find the offensive power. When they find it, they're absolutely dominant, but when they just fall flat, it's shocking. And I mean, we saw that in their regular season series, losing more than they won, but unfortunately, just not enough here. I mean, it's
go us,
not
though.
a lot. Yeah,
go us. We asked for 7,
we did.
check. We both went with Des Moines, check. And we both think the Victory are going to win on the B stage. We're still working on see if maybe we'll get that one up and going. But as far as this match here, like I said, Des Moines Derechos, they now have a grand finalist in Rising Star and a grand finalist in Challenger. So phenomenal job to that club so far.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I guess the biggest thing is the fact that it doesn't matter. You know, we can talk about it all day long about how ugly the series is, about, you know, what happens there, but they got the win. And I mean, that's the biggest thing, is nobody remembers the past champions and says, man, that was an ugly grand finals. They say, hey, they were the ones who won it. So
I don't know. There's quite a few people in the crowd that will say at first, hey, I'm blah, blah, blah. I've gotten second 9 times.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you don't remember the series. You know, you just say, we lost, we reverse swept, yeah. But for Derecho, I think some time to regroup here, as some energy there, as Who knows what's going on?
Well, I know for a fact that that is going to be Victory currently in the lead, is what I'm guessing, because I saw it was just tied as the clock is ticking on down, and we are way up with 8 seconds left. Yeah, we might be catching the last of the series here, and yeah, Brainerd Victory looking again, assuming the scorelines hold. Both teams now going into the grand finals, scoring with 9 seconds left here. We'll see if the ball does touch the ground, which it will, and we now have our other grand finalists in the Victory, and I'm not gonna lie, Cabbage, I don't genuinely know if Des Moines have a chance with the dominant performance we just saw in the Victory on the B stage.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself here.
No. Trust, bro. Trust. Hey, this one went well, sort of.
We'll have to see. I think the real thing comes down to is, can the Victory play their play style?
It's true.
You know, can they get shut down? Because the Des Moines team, we saw them, you know, it was awkward 50s. It was them just kind of throwing themselves at the ball, but in some effect, it worked. It was enough to slow down the Chicago Jungle team. So call it, you know, not what you should be doing, call it a weird play style, but it works. So we'll see if they've got it here, you know, when we get to the grand final. But until then, I mean, they've just got to study up, Brainerd Victory, rest those thumbs, and see what you got for your final match of the season.
Resting those thumbs, indeed. Obviously, we will have, you know, a lot more matches here. We have, you know, Prem up next. We got to do the Prem, you know, we got to figure out an MVP. Then we got to get the best GM of the season. We have a bunch of grand finals. This has been such a crazy season 12. We haven't, I will say, had too many upsets, but we've had a lot of teams punching above their weight class and going to 7. I'm getting
there's an upset right in front of you.
But what I will say, I think Chicago Jungle, I think regular season Jungle showed up to play today.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, there's not much more to say. I mean, it's a team that was Titans in those tournaments, but just flops in the regular. Well, maybe not flops, but just kind of average in the regular season. I will say flops is a bit aggressive, but yeah, just a team that really couldn't find their way and couldn't find the footing. But I think it's probably about time that we get ourselves ready for the next match coming up here. Premier on the cards, and it's going to be an exciting one. I mean, it's always great to watch, and I think the big hope for us at this point is just some more offense. You know, I want to see goals. I would love to see every game end with 10-plus goals in this one, but apparently I'm a bad bookie, so what do I know?
That's fair, but yes, we are going to go to a quick break and get ready for our last semifinals of the day before we rock back-to-back-to-back grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going to crown some champions soon.
You're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. What damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974.
Yeah. Oh, am I on? Oh, perfect.
there you
All
are.
right, we are so back, chat. So for those of you who are paying attention on the Challenger one, they actually showed the wrong screen. So some of you already know who the Premier MVP is, but it is none other than my man Kixby.
Woo.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
You put in
Thank you very
a
much.
hell of a work, or I guess hell of a job for the Brainerd team. You get this ring to, if you want to show that to the camera, and attempt to wear it.
Let's go.
But yeah, congratulations. You guys have come so far. What are your thoughts?
I mean, man, it's so cool to be able to play in this. This is my first league, first full season of a league that I've played, and it's just been so fun playing with Whitlock and Barry at the start of the season, and then working with Bubbly. It's just been really fun playing with those guys, and I'm really proud of them and how far we've made it, and hopefully we can go all the way.
Nicely done. Yeah, I won't take up too much of your time because I know you have to warm up for your game on the main stage. So, congratulations once again. Huge, huge accomplishment. Welcome to the league, if no one ever told you in person. And, always fun times with you, Kixby. And shortly, we will be heading back to that next Prem game. Thank you all.
Awesome.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Long time no see, ladies and gentlemen. I know you missed me. We have up next the semifinal game on stream for Premier, the Brainerd Victory versus the Bemidji Lumberjacks. I am joined by yet another new caster for me today. How are we doing?
I'm doing incredibly well. It is a joy to be up here watching Premier, of course, fighting for that grand final spot. This is exactly what both teams have been fighting for this entire season, and now it's time for them to prove themselves.
I completely agree. I also think that Stewie could have gotten some less bright lights up here, because when I am casting and I get involved, I start baking in this thing up here. So hopefully it's a kind of quick series, but we'll see how she goes. But shout out Bemidji, and apologies for this being the only time this weekend that they have made the main stage on stream. Due to some scheduling issues and things, we had to move some games around. So nice to see them actually on the main stream and stage for once. And hopefully this will be a pretty good game, as these are two rather dominating teams for Prem. Obviously Brainerd, I believe we've seen a couple of their games this weekend, and then Bemidji, Boo and Boo and company putting in work as always. So yeah, I'm hoping that this is a good game, and I'm excited to see what some Prem players can do on LAN.
Yeah, for sure. We already have seen Whitlock's team, of course. We know what they can do. Kixby, of course, just got MVP. Got to have that confidence going into this series. But then Bemidji, they're kind of a question mark here because they're lower seeded. They did top their group. They went 3-0.
Correct.
So they are definitely coming in hot. But they've also not played at all yet today, right? They didn't have that earlier quarterfinal. They're coming in a little bit cold in that sense. So maybe that plays into who's favored here?
It's definitely a weird thing. I noticed a little bit of, or not necessarily fatigue, but just kind of like coldness, I guess, with the Rising Star match. I spoke with a couple of those players after the game ended, and they were like, yeah, it was like kind of weird having this break and then jumping back into the match. So, but yeah, we will throw it over here shortly to the game, but let's run some predictions first. I let Clash go first last time, so I'm going to go first. I'm going to say I have to go Brainerd. I'm going to say Brainerd in 5.
Now, I did tell Mr. Ben Storm that I was going to predict against this team.
Oh!
I am not so certain anymore. I don't know. I feel like every time I cast Whitlock, he wins. Maybe that's just because Whitlock wins a bunch.
This is all good to hear.
I also feel like every time I cast Tricky, he loses. So I think that historically speaking, I have to go against Bemidji and go for Brainerd here. I'm all on the Whitlock train. Maybe he'll camp net just so hard that Bemidji don't even get a goal.
That is true. He is known to do that. We'll see if sometimes he gets saves for things that shouldn't even be saves. But Brainerd already looking a little questionable on the offense as they can't get that one to drop. But Tricky, I guess, moving upfield now here for Bemidji over to Boo, putting one up, but sent back by Bubbly Reaper. Cleared upfield now is Kixby. Swish collecting in the corner. Met by Whitlock. Bouncing midfield. 2 men on, and it's past Kixby. Bemidji taking one extremely early in this series.
Yes, just 20 seconds of pass, and already on the scoreboard are Bemidji. Whitlock's 50 left something to be desired for certain, and Bemidji definitely like that early lead. Let's see what they can do with it here on the kickoff. Looking for a teammate maybe? No, trying to win through is Swish. 50-50 comes out, Tricky into the corner. Boo committing a little bit hard. Kixby with an immediate shot. Swish with the save. First test pass for the Bemidji defense. Now Bubbly down to Whitlock. Whitlock under one. Whitlock with the goal. Equalizer here at 4 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yeah, Brainerd kind of just abusing the corner and the ceiling, dropping midfield passes. It's a pretty good way to score as they beautifully demonstrate. Shout out Rubber Ducky Explosion, and a heads up play here from Brainerd, tying it up. 2 goals in under a minute here in this Prem semi-final here. Kixby getting it past 1, past 2, just Boo in the backfield. Does get the clear into the sidewall here, looking for another one midfield now. Whitlock a little uncomfortable for boost, leaving Reaper to go up for this. Whitlock doesn't get the touch that he wants. Kixby is able to get the cleanup though. Swish popping at midfield. Whitlock up early. Gets 1, looking for 2. Intercepted by Boo into the corner. Now over to Swish. Swish carrying it past 150 with Reaper into the sidewall. This ball has been stuck in the Bemidji half for about 15 seconds. Kixby with the pinch off of Whitlock, takes it 2-1 here for Brainerd.
Yeah, just a beautiful heads-up play there from Kixby, sort of cheating upfield, knowing that he has the support, knowing that Whitlock has the outplay on the first, allows them to really just take advantage of that man advantage, push up the field, get a goal from it as well. Now Whitlock up off the sidewall, runs out of boost though, has to leave this one for a teammate. Teammate be out by Swish there. Now Tricky into the corner, trying to play it around Kixby, but the premier MVP bit strong on that 50. Now Boo up into the corner himself, tries to do it with a double, has the double mid, shot opportunity, Swish's shot saved by Whitlock. So good in net, Mr. Whitlock, of course.
I was gonna say who else, but Whitlock going for a shot on the other end, sent back by Trickster. Swish and Kixby into the midfield, Tricky, a little awkward. Boo having to pick up some slack here on the Bemidji defense. Whitlock puts one on target, saved by Tricky. Boo and Kixby fighting on the wall. Kixby opts to just leave it for the read. Slamming it back downfield. Tricky and Swish a little low on boost now. Swish picking up that corner, looking for a touch off of his own backboard. Whitlock there for the chip into the midfield. Boo clearing it. Intercepted by Kixby, looking for a shot on target. Tricky popping it off the wall. Boo with a 50 popping up high. Whitlock tries to get the read, but will not obtain it. Tricky and Boo on the backfield. Tricky getting demoed. Potential opportunity here for Brainerd on the odd man rush. But Boo brings it down slowly here for Bemidji on the offense. Swish looking for a shot, but doesn't quite get it to ring out. Tricky off the sidewall, trying to get past one. Whitlock there for the recovery. Reaper off the backboard, just trying to maintain pressure out of this Brainerd half and get a good clear. Whitlock uncomfortable in the net for once in his life. Tricky into the corner though. Over to Boo. Gets 1, looking for 2. Gets it midfield. Swish is there. And Brainerd's just been kind of keeping pressure in the midfield to just not really allow Bemidji to get any open looks.
Yeah, Bemidji's definitely been on defense a lot more than Brainerd so far in this game. Of course, it is just game one. Not even fully done yet, so maybe they turn it around later in the series. But right now, it has been Brainerd pressure over and over and over again, and we see it here. Kixby with the finish, of course, but Whitlock with the setup. Threatening the double, Hahabu has to jump, respect Whitlock's shot, but at some point, you can't send so many people off the backboard and expect your net to not be defended.
Correct. Like, this is textbook Brainerd, really. You have Reaper running crowd control, kind of bumping behavior, just making the defense uncomfortable. Whitlock always diming Kixby. Kixby is, as we, beautifully showed the MVP reveal for this match. Brainerd can't even let me talk without scoring another goal. But yeah, I mean, that's just how they work. They get infield passes, get shots on, and someone runs crowd control on the defense, and it's showing success for them as they're up 4-1 with just over a minute left here in game one.
Yeah, Brainerd have been finding each other so beautifully, both in the midfield, in defense, and on offense. They have found each other on the passes. They've let their 50s be supported by teammates. There hasn't really been anything super threatening from Bemidji. Of course, their only goal really early on from just a pinch off of Whitlock, it kind of feels like that one wasn't even that well earned. So Bemidji's still really looking to get more comfortable in this game, in the series even. And now, double commit from Brainerd might give them a chance. Hahabu on the ball. Shot opportunity here from Swish. Goes far. Tricky off into the midfield, trying to play this one mid to Hahabu. Hahabu commits. A Kixby redirect, buys a little bit more time. Now Whitlock off to the side while this touch goes a little bit too far. And now Kixby tested in corner, tries to get a psycho touch, but ends up just tapping it into the corner. This ball still not safe yet. Bubbly River goes missing. Hahabu up with the double tap, has the flip reset, and uses it to finish.
Yeah, this is how Bemidji operates. Similar to Brainerd, they've all got pretty defined roles, I'm not gonna lie. But Hahabu is that offensive pressure for Bemidji. Always has been, always will be. The dude is cracked, and I think I was actually gonna point out earlier that I expected to see more out of him early in the game. I don't know if it's, granted, this is their first time on the main stage. So they might be a little nervous, get those kind of shaken out. I don't really know exactly, it's just game one. But I do expect Hahabu to kind of have these pop-off moments for a lot more games of this series, I'm not gonna lie. But with time expiring, Brainerd will be taking game one. Now this is Prem, so it could take an hour and a half for it to touch the ground. But Brainerd will be taking this one most likely 4-2 for game one, and 4-3 as Hahabu gets the consolation goal here for Bemidji. Hopefully they can carry some of this momentum here into their next game.
Yeah, those end goals, I mean, at the end of the day, it is still garbage time, right? That goal does not count at all, besides for on the stat line.
Correct.
And I think that will at least give them a little bit of confidence going into game two. It did feel like they came out the kind of slower of the two teams, even though they did get that first goal. And of course, on the scoreboard, we see Hahabu carrying that team. We expect that. Of course, Kixby on the other side, also really high points that game. I'm curious, though, can they keep it up, right? It's a matter of Kixby versus Hahabu. Right now, so far, Kixby has found his teammates more often. He has found the solo plays more often. Hahabu has been deadly on the ball, but he hasn't had that time or space.
Yeah, one thing I do think that Bemidji could do a slightly better job of is controlling the clears. Because I think Brainerd is extremely good at intercepting these booming clears. They love the air. They really do. So if you want to get this out of your zone, you can't exactly bang it, because all you're going to really do is just set them up for some kind of aerial play. And the last thing I want to see is Whitlock and Kixby in the air coming in my direction. So I think if they get some controlled clears, because the issue is they're playing on their back foot the entire game. And you can't exactly win one if you never leave your half. And Hahabu isn't going to be able to do stuff like this if you are. So I think getting better clears is going to drastically change the pace of this game here for Bemidji, but right now everything is fallen for Brainerd.
Yeah, although Bemidji have the vibes. They are definitely a vibes team. You can tell any team Tricky is on, it's going to be a laughing team. It's going to be a fun team. It's going to be all smiles no matter the scoreline. but I want to see a little bit more from Swish and Tricky even himself, right? They need to support HaHaBu, and they need to get some things going on the offensive side. We haven't seen Bemidji really pressure on that offense as much as I'd like to see. Maybe here they can do something. HaHaBu has some boost, but Kixby off the ceiling has a flip, uses it, but not the touch he wanted. Now Whitlock left back alone, immediate challenge, does well to play it past Tricky. Now HaHaBu off into the corner, has time, has boost, off of the ceiling, goes flip over one. Not quite good though, barely off of target. HaHaBu now back on the ball, trying again, just reload with the boost, get another flip reset, go for it again. This time Swish the one to try and finish that one away, but not quite good enough.
Yeah, it is. This is what I was talking about. Bemidji HaHaBu special. This is how they operate. And HaHaBu is really waking up. They're already doing a much better job of keeping the ball out of their zone, whether that's through stuff like this, like a pinch clear, or dribbling it out. Whatever they're doing, they're allowing themselves much more time on the offensive half. And it's really opening up, and especially Swish and Tricky hitting HaHaBu, getting plays going. This is already looking like a much better Lumberjacks offense here in game 2, as we have a demo coming out onto Kixby, leaving it just 2 in the backfield. Now Reaper gets the clear out. Tricky looking for the touch upfield. He will get it up to Swish, gets 1, looking for 2. Whitlock there for the slam though. HaHaBu gets 1, gets the reset. Swish cuts, no luck upfield however. Tricky slamming it off the ceiling. Potential opportunity here for Bemidji. But Whitlock playing defense as he always does, looking to take it up the wall. Boo with the pre-jump. Ends up being slightly wide into the corner off that pinch. Tricky with the pinch with Bubbly into the corner. Swish looking for a bump onto Whitlock, but he will get the clear. HaHaBu dropping it down. Not the greatest touch, as Whit does get a flick off, forcing the double commit out on the Bemidji defense. Tricky with a crazy wall read, and this is already a completely changed Lumberjacks team.
Yeah, and I feel like Bubbly Reaper also on the side of Brainerd has to get slightly more involved. He's been, when they did win Premier, of course, Bubbly was crucial on that win, getting tons of demos, using his physicality to give space to AquaXO at the time. Now he's trying to set up Kixby and Whitlock. Hopefully he is able to continue that physicality and really start to push this Bemidji team. But that is a shot, and that is just going to find its way into the back of the net. HaHaBu, of course, behind the shot. Not too surprising with his offensive output, but just a really good recognition of no last man back on Brainerd, able to get there in time and slots that perfectly in the back right corner.
Yeah, I don't think that could have been closer to Kixby without getting touched, I'm going to be honest. So fantastic placement from HaHaBu, just the touch off the corner, the clanger power, but now Brainerd moving things into the Lumberjacks half. Fantastic double from HaHaBu, leaving his... we got the demo on the backfield, and Whitlock will drop it right under the Bemidji defense. Right as I'm talking about them clearing it out, the demo comes out, and HaHaBu unfortunately can't read Whitlock's fake. Tie game here with just under 2 minutes left.
Bemidji, though, looking to get back their lead, of course. Now off to the sidewall, not quite. Challenged early from Swish. HaHaBu now on the solo play pop. Kixby off to the sidewall. Swish not able to get that follow-up. Kixby with a sidewall read, and that is just in. Kixby with an insane read. Perfect placement. Just knows that the defense is not back. Doesn't need to have it go super powerful. It's just a matter of placing it on the net as Bemidji trying to scramble back, not able to get there in time.
Yeah, I mean, this is your premier MVP doing what MVPs do. Fantastic placement, like you said, and Brainerd has completely changed the pace of this game in the last minute of this gameplay, as they almost score another one. Is anyone there for the follow-up? Kixby turns once again, up 2 now with a minute left, or a minute and a half, rather.
Yeah, and Bubbly Reaper is so crucial on that play. Not only did he set up Kixby on the shot, he also bumped the last defender, guaranteeing that that goal was going to end up in the back of the net. Now, of course, HaHaBu off the kickoff, an immediate follow-up from Bemidji. They are not dead yet, at least in game number 2.
Yeah, this is what I was, not necessarily this way, this kickoff goal, but this is what I was expecting as far as scorelines go for these two teams. Both very offensive. very mechy, very irritating to defend against. I was expecting higher scoring games, I'll be honest. But the series is still young as Bemidji tries to claw their way back into a game that I bet they thought they had a couple minutes ago, but we got Reaper putting one on target now. Off the backboard is Swish, looking to put it into the corner for Tricky. Tricky cannot reach it though. Reaper off the backboard. Kixby is up, and it is saved by Tricky. Reaper bringing it back to Whitlock over to Kixby as the biblically accurate Brainerd play transpires. Swish clearing it upfield now. Over to, oh my God, what a touch. Whitlock with the save. Reaper now faking it under one. Whitlock and Reaper kind of a little double commit, but it will pop mid for none other than Kixby. Gets the reset past one, but Swish is there for the recovery. Bemidji down one with 30 seconds. They need to find one very, very soon.
Yeah, of course, time is a resource, and Brainerd taking advantage of it right now, just trying to make that clock tick down. But here's a chance. Hahabu tight angled, not able to find it. Swish on the follow, has low boost though, needs to grab mid, does successfully, forcing it for Tricky. Tricky does play it up. Whitlock there immediately on the 50. Kixby trying to demo through. Hahabu with just a bang out, trying to buy his teammates time. But Brainerd immediately swarming, trying to get a shot opportunity as the clock ticks down, of course. Now 0-second drill coming up. Hahabu has the dribble, plays it over one. Kixby challenged off. Tricky is now up. Tricky has the ball. Tricky has the dribble, but Bubbly Reaper an immediate challenge and followed by Whitlock. Whitlock trying to just caress this one down to the ground. Has flip reset. Hahabu somehow managing to keep this up. 0-second drill continues, but this ball finding its way down and Tricky not able to get there in time. It will be victory, pulling away with that game two.
Yeah, very, very weird game two dynamic. I'm not going to lie. You have this kind of like Bemidji oppression in the beginning, and then Brainerd shoots back, and then Bemidji with the kickoff goal, and they just couldn't bring it back. I don't know how that's going to work for their mental, as there is a timeout called, so we will wait for that. But a quick update for the other side of Premier. Green Bay versus Minneapolis on our other stream is tied 1-1 in the series here. Green Bay has had one hell of a run through LAN here, playing extremely well in groups, and we'll see if they can continue that through this match. And then Minneapolis coming off of an extremely close game versus Omaha have advanced to play against Green Bay. So we will keep you guys updated on that. But what do you think's going on in this timeout for, I guess, either team?
I think that if you're Brainerd here, you have to just keep, with the game plan. You change nothing, just try and keep the mental high. Basically, just make sure that if a goal happens immediately from Bemidji, if they get like another kickoff goal, if they get another pinch off of Whitlock, whatever happens, if they get that goal, just continuing to keep their pressure, find each other in the midfield. That's what they've been doing to get all of their goals. That's what they've been doing so successfully to take these first two games. If you're Bemidji, on the other hand, I think part of it is just sort of get a full reset, right? You've kind of been dominated in the midfield. You've kind of been pushed back into your half for the majority of both games. You want to try and find each other a little bit more. You don't want to have to rely on only Hahabu going and scoring, right? It's been only Haha generating an offense or kickoff goals or like random pinches in the midfield where it just doesn't feel as deserved for Bemidji.
Yeah, that is one thing that I don't want to say hate, but it's weird when you score a bunch of goals and you're like, well, we're scoring goals, but then you think and you're like, well, we didn't really have to do too much for those. And it's kind of a weird feeling to just both be scoring but also feel like you aren't at all. And it's almost like a detriment in some ways to think about it. But I do think that in that game specifically, like Bemidji did a much better job with clears. Obviously they had some offensive stuff being generated. Now they're crumbling on the double commits, especially on the backboard. Like you get one in net, one on the backboard. They both go for a high ball. So we'll see if they can work that out, or if they could work that out in the timeout. But Reaper and the rest of Brainerd generating some offense, gets the bump on one. Hahabu can't get the clear, and Kixby will continue this Brainerd onslaught here in Game 3.
Yeah, Bubbly's so smart on this play, just delaying it doesn't have a lot of boost, but his opponent doesn't know that. Uses that as almost a leverage point of like, hey, I still have the ball. You have to respect whatever I'm going for, and you don't know if I'm delaying or not. That delay so successful, playing it off the defender, and then of course Whitlock there to finish.
Tricky moving it up the corner. Whitlock there to pick it off. Haha Boo popping it high, doing what he does best. Gets one, gets two, cannot get it past. Swish and Haha Boo are absolutely using and abusing Whitlock on the back line. And that will be a rather open net. I can almost read the name tags in front of the Brainerd goal. And they will be tying it up here with 4:21 left.
Yeah, lots of time still in this game. Bemidji, of course, looking to capitalize on the fact that they used their timeout. They really need this game 3. It's one of those things where if you do go down 2 and you drop that next game, it's basically over. There isn't really a comeback situation for them on the table. However, this redirect, so close to connecting with Haha Boo on the shot, but doesn't quite find it. Now the control on the other way, trying to put it away. Tricky. 50-50 successfully has that one, at least buying time from Bemidji. Now Swish on the air dribble out. Tricky in a one-on-one situation with Whitlock, trying to play this one mid. Shot opportunity off to the corner, and Haha Boo does manage to slip that one in.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely was not expecting this shot at all. It's a genius shot, right? Reaper's expecting a fastball, and you give him a changeup. Fantastic placement from the Bemidji team there. 2-1. I mean, like we said before, they are generating these offensive chances, and this game in particular, they are doing a much better job. So they seem to have worked out some of those kinks in that timeout, but there is still plenty of Rocket League to be played in this game as Reaper is trying to get a pass over to Kixby off of the 50. Swish getting one touch, doesn't go as far as he'd like. But we have Swish now with a shot off target, slightly left. Sent back out by Whitlock with the full tank of boost and a dream. Gets sent to Jupiter here. Haha Boo off the corner. Can't get the touch that he wants. Reaper off the corner. Swish banging it upfield to Haha Boo. And Bemidji has a severe lack of boost right now, and I think it's causing a lot of communication and passing issues.
Yeah, but successfully defending so far. They've barely survived. That's all that matters, though, is that the scoreboard is still, of course, in their favor. However, Kixby here trying to change that, playing it off into the midfield. Now Bubbly Reaper off the corner. Whitlock to follow, trying to play this one mid. 50-50 comes out. Now a challenge early. Swish getting that successfully over. Bubbly Reaper's touch leaves a little bit to be desired. Now Haha Boo on the solo play. Does play it around one and right into the top right corner. Haha Boo connecting on that one. Bemidji now doubling their lead with 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, this is a nasty first touch from Haha Boo. Putting the ball in the, I guess, forward area, but not making it too far away from his car where he can catch it once again. I think he got a reset off the first one as well, but amazing shot from Haha Boo, giving him a 2-goal lead here as we have a clanger off the crossbar from Kixby, but Whitlock is there for the follow-up. Kind of stomach touch off the crossbar, bar down. A fabulous looking shot from Whitlock with the ducky.
Yeah, Haha Boo's just so awkward in net there. Whitlock has the whole net to shoot on, and then of course the crossbar, so hard to read when you're sitting directly underneath it. That one, of course, finding its way in. Bemidji's lead halved now. What can Brainerd do? Do they have a chance to take it back? They do here. Shot opportunity, and the Kixby dunk does come through. Suddenly, Bemidji's lead that looked pretty solid, and it looked like their timeout was about to pay off, not as certain anymore.
Yeah, the Brainerd bumps are really changing the rotations of this Bemidji team and opening the floodgates here for Brainerd, as they are really just not even needing to try on these shots, as the goal is pretty much wide open every time. Swish, unfortunately, just had no boost and has to take the dunk and hope for the best. But yeah, Brainerd in very quick fashion has completely changed the course of this game, much like the previous one. Haha Boo, though, still trying to keep the offense going. Clangs one off the post. Will collect now as Tricky off the sidewall. Swish looking for a pass, but he will not connect with the 50. Into the corner from Whitlock and Haha Boo into the midfield. Reaper gets it past. This is an open situation here for Bemidji, but Tricky is able to get back to it, gets a first touch under one, a little double commit. But Hahabu is up, gets the reset off the backboard. Kixby is able to read that though. 1:15, the next goal could be a dagger here in game 3.
Yeah, and while we don't know who's going to win this game 3, we do know that Minneapolis won game 3 on their series, now leading into that one 2-1. Can Green Bay bring it back? I don't know. You'll have to wait and see. Now, of course, a minute remaining left in this one. Hahabu on the solo play, but it's dunked by Whitlock, and Whitlock able to just walk this one right in. It just happens to not fall in Bemidji's favor every single time. I feel like Tricky, of course, back, but bumped off and was a little bit too far, pushed up. Bemidji, I feel like they really need to get a kickoff goal. They need something here. They need to force an overtime, get this game, because otherwise Brainerd will just be walking away with this series.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to point it out. Where's the energy? Like, this is I guess, momentum-based, cheerful, happy team most of the time. Where's the, the shouting, whatever. Like, I want to see some, like, Des Moines level stuff coming out of the Bemidji team. When they do that, you have to celebrate, guys. Swish, banging it with the beautiful double tap right over Kixby and the rest of the Brainerd crew in the net. I think Bemidji just needs to get excited. They play so much better when they're, cheerful, shouting, makes you calm more, all that kind of stuff. And they are hanging on in this series. The Brainerd, the offensive pushes that they have been generating are just so much to put up with. Hahabu putting one midfield for Swish. Whitlock is there for the save, but Tricky follows it up with the shot right through the center of the net and just over Bubbly Reaper from the jump recovery. 5-4 here, Bemidji.
And this is exactly what Bemidji needed. They need to take this game 3 if they want a shot at the entire series, of course. The winner of this booking their ticket to the grand finals, the last series of the day, what everyone wants to see and what every player wants to be. Now Kixby up off the ceiling, trying one last 0-second play. Oh, no. Bubbly Reaper on the shot, has it off the crossbar. 0 seconds, Bubbly Reaper. Are you kidding me?
Dude, you cannot make this up. You know what's... So yesterday, I actually played against Brainerd in a Prem game, and they did exactly that. We tied the game with like 10 seconds left, and they literally scored a 0-second in that series, so I kind of saw that coming. But if you're Bemidji, like, this sucks. Like, no matter what you do, it's not good enough, because every time you can get ahead, this Brainerd squad just ties it up, and it's just into submission. But they will see if they can get one more goal this game to ease a bit of this tension here as they carry it into the Brainerd half. Little 50 with Kixby into the corner. Swish, 0 boost. Will have to 50 Whitlock. Hahabu, though, full tank of boost off the wall. This is what we have been seeing here for Bemidji, ladies and gentlemen. Sent back out to the side from Whitlock. Hahabu, though, gets 1, looking for 2. Kixby is already on the backboard, anticipating it. Whitlock, 50 with Trickster into the corner. Now Kixby off the backboard, 50 into Reaper. Hahabu with the save. What a crazy goal line save here for Brainerd, a minute into OT.
Yeah, Bemidji barely hanging on to their life. Now pop into the midfield. Kixby there on the follow, just opts to leave it. Bubbly Reaper comes in, trying to get this off the corner. Shot opportunity here for Kixby. Kixby placing that up to the top left corner, and Brainerd walk away with a game that felt like it was almost guaranteed Bemidji's.
I mean, I really have no words for how I can't think of a more debilitating situation for the brain for Bemidji. You call the timeout, you talk everything out in there, you come into this next game, and you start to roll, right? Things are working in your favor. Then they come back, and you come up again, and then they come back, and you score with, like, I don't know, half a minute left or something. And then they just equalize with a 0-second and carry into OT. And then OT ends with a messy backflip double commit. Like, this has to hurt the Bemidji squad. And shout out Brainerd for keeping in it, even when this game looked extremely grim. But I feel like this is going to be a very uncomfortable game 4 for Bemidji.
Yes, however, Bemidji do have a lot of takeaways from that game 3. I felt like they came in a lot stronger. Swish, of course, with an incredible double tap. I feel like they're finally starting to feel themselves. But that 0-second goal, like you said, I feel like it's a heart crusher, right? It's so hard to be up in that game, to take your time out, to feel like finally, all right, something's paying off, right? We're going to win. We're going to do something. We're going to bring this series to at least another game. And then to have that ripped away, I feel like at this point, you might as well just call this series. It's really hard, unless if they somehow manage to go full, I'll just say fun mode, right? It's one of those things. You're not expected to win at this point. Maybe the other team's going to be a little bit nervous to try and close out grand finals. As I say that, though, Kixby showing no nerves, placing an immediate shot. Haha Boo now trying to transition out. It doesn't have the boost to follow it. Trying for the wall dash 50. Swish now off to the sidewall. Whitlock into the midfield. Kixby on the shot. Not quite good enough, however.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on it a little bit. And one thing that I like to say is nothing is scarier than a team that has nothing to lose. Like, if you're Bemidji here, you have been just so unlucky for a vast majority of this series in just how things have played out and whatnot. Just go crazy in Game 4. Their vibes, you know, if you can get something rolling, have some fun, get some momentum built. Granted, a reverse sweep in a best-of-7 is much easier said than done, and seeing those little 4 dashes pop up only makes it more difficult. But if they can get something going here to kickstart this, I definitely could see them building some kind of momentum into the rest of this. But you're down 0-3. It's got to start yesterday.
And I have an update now. Minneapolis taking game number 4 in the Green Bay versus Minneapolis series, looking like they are going to be booking their ticket to the grand finals. However, they do need to close that series out. Of course, Brainerd here looking a lot better in closing out this series. Bemidji looking almost hopeless at this point, even though they haven't been scored on yet. And as I say, that almost were, but Swish was back in time. I feel like Brainerd are just almost playing with their food at this point. They've been the dominant team so far. They've been cutting off everything at midfield. Can Bemidji bring something, one last hope, one last prayer, or will Brainerd just completely sweep them?
Yeah, Brainerd does seem to be having, like, well, I guess I've seen when player cams pop up, so I don't know how consistent it is, but they do seem to be having a very fun time, very joyful, cheery, kind of laughing, but not for long, as Haha Boo gets a kind of cracked angle off of the corner read and just slots it off the post and in, bringing it 1-0 Bemidji. This is the kind of momentum that I'd like to see them build.
But we've seen them get the lead before. That isn't the question.
That is the issue.
They can get leads. They can get goals. The question is, can they hold on to them? Bubbly Reaper here up early, trying for the 50. Does successfully play to the backboard. A fake from Whitlock. Kixby on the follow-up shot. Swish does get that save. So awkward for Bemidji, but they do survive. Now a pop down mid. Kixby not quite there in time before the defender does successfully tap into the corner, but the shot opportunity is good for Whitlock. And like I said, every time Bemidji get a lead, it seems like it just disappears.
Yeah, you can see very clearly here, Whitlock gets a offensive push, turns around, steals the corner boost, which they have been using and abusing basically the whole series, because Bemidji has had almost negative boost on any time they're on defense, and then just turning, knowing they have no boost, and slotting one in. So we'll see if Haha Boo and the rest of Bemidji can get something going for another go-ahead, but unfortunately, this push will get a little bit stopped. Now, Haha Boo off the corner, sent up by Kixby. Kixby tricky into the Bemidji half here as Haha Boo and Swish kind of recuperate. Whitlock with a drop pass to Kixby. Hopping off the corner, looking for a touch into the midfield now. 50 with Haha Boo. Swish gets one, looking for two, gets it past Whitlock to Boo! And that will be a 1-goal lead yet again for Bemidji.
Bemidji needing this game more than ever. Of course, quadruple match point on being eliminated. Championship Sunday, everything on the line. Bemidji giving their all to take at least Game 4, but they're going to need a lot more than just Game 4. So I feel like they have to keep, the mental high. They have to just take it one goal at a time. Don't get too ahead of yourselves in the reverse sweep. Swish now off onto the sidewall. Kixby kind of awkward on this read. Haha Boo still beaten out, however, by Kixby. Tricky on the bang out. Haha Boo with a redirect, but Bubbly Reaper successfully challenging that one off. Now Whitlock corralling that one into the corner. Just playing time, using it so well. Bubbly Reaper now in the follow-up. Tries to 50 out Swish. Swish now off the ceiling. Demoed on that play. Bubbly Reaper just immediately taking any Bemidji opportunity and killing it.
Yeah, it's kind of a crusher when you even go for something off the ceiling and you get bumped. But, that is just how Brainerd kind of works. You get Reaper going for these bump plays. Tricky on the on the defensive end, getting the reset to get a clear out. It is saved from Swish, or by Swish, off the push from Brainerd. This is midfield again, though. Tricky pushing out. Whitlock there for the intercept. Kixby up to read this touch off the backboard. That's a double commit from Brainerd, and Swish will punish it. Up 2 goals here with 41 on the clock.
Yeah, kind of an unnecessary defensive double commit as well. Bubbly Reaper kind of awkward on the read. Kixby had a better look at it, but didn't have the confidence to either fully call Bubbly off, or Bubbly was just too far committed. I feel like Brainerd now, at the end of the day, it's really hard to close out any series, regardless of if you're up or down and you're coming back, or you're, trying to close out a sweep. Anytime that Game 4 is the hardest to close out. Now Bemidji trying to guarantee their win, saving these balls, maybe into the corner now, but no, Brainerd's offense just kind of dying on this play. Kixby trying to pop this one mid for possibly Whitlock, but Whitlock no boost. Bubbly no boost either, has to just bang this one away. Haha Boost has time and will just take the 50s, killing the time entirely, of course. Now it is a matter of Bemidji get game number 4. Can they get a game number 5, maybe more, and start a reverse sweep?
Yeah, when you look at things, like if you're Bemidji here, you're making progress, but you are climbing what feels like an ever-expanding hill, a Sisyphus moment, if you will. Because really what you have to do, look at Swish and Haha Boo putting up almost 600 in that game, but really what you have to do is treat every game like it's a new series, basically. Because you can't really lose. You just have to kind of, as the game starts and as it moves through, just think, all right, win this one. And then you do that, go to the next one. All right, now win this one. Don't ever think about future, basically, is how you play this. We'll see if they can hold up. That was a very, very good display of the Bemidji that I'm used to seeing. But Brainerd has a sizable advantage here in this series.
Yeah, Bemidji doing a good job at least getting a game. It wasn't after their timeout, which is kind of what they needed if they wanted a more comfortable series. Now they have to kind of just roll with whatever is given to them. They can't really expect to come out on top of this, but anything from now on is just one of those things where it's just nice to get some more wins on LAN. Minneapolis is currently up 3-1 in the series, as you know, but the goal differential is so close. Right now, Minneapolis barely leading by 1 with 30 seconds left on that one.
Yeah, that
really
would be a very surprising upset in my eyes. Both very, very good teams, but Green Bay just looked so dominant yesterday through groups. So we will see if that is wrapped up in the next minute. But back to this game, we've got Haha Boo dropping it down to Tricky. 1-0. Bemidji seems like they are back to life in this series.
Yes, and another update, of course, Green Bay is scoring to tie it up, so they are also still alive. The Prem Grand Final, not quite as certain. It looked like it was just going to be Brainerd and Minneapolis, but now not quite so certain. What I am certain, though, is Whitlock having boost, having an opportunity here on the solo play, does dribble it past one. Haha Boo has to read that one and successfully gets the touch out. Now Bubbly Reaper kind of awkward in the midfield. Kixby has to rush back, plays that one back toward Whitlock. Whitlock now on the pop, trying for the follow himself. Gets this 50 up into the midfield. Bubbly Reaper up with a flip reset, but the ball just kind of floating out away from him. Now Kixby hunting, trying to get Tricky, but Tricky gets the successful touch out into the midfield. Bubbly Reaper banging this one back in. Whitlock on the shot opportunity. Hahabu easily able to turn that one away into the corner.
Yeah, the onslaught of the Brainerd offense is still continuing here into Game 5. It has not let up for a second. Swish, air dribbling this into the offensive push here. Trying to get a pass midfield, but no one is there. Tricky with the pinch off the sidewall. Whitlock will beat him. Swish bumps off Kixby, I believe that was. Reaper there for the angle. 50 into the midfield now. Kixby gets one, looking for two, gets the reset. Over to Whitlock with the 50 from Kixby. 2 men from Brainerd pushing. They cannot get the shot off. Hahabu there for the read into the corner now. Bubbly Reaper taking it slow, gets it past one. Little almost triple commit coming out from Bemidji. Kixby with boost on the Bemidji boostless defense. Gets one, gets two, but this does not float mid. Whitlock trying to get one mid as well. It will drop, but Swish is there towards the corner, and we are witnessing Brainerd looking like they did in the first 2 games of this series.
And Green Bay does win that overtime. They successfully force a Game 6. So Minneapolis now not quite as certain on their ticket to the grand finals, but Bemidji trying to possibly book one of their tickets into the grand finals. They've looked really solid this game, but I feel like, honestly, a lot of it is Brainerd kind of stepping off the gas. I feel like they got a little bit too comfortable with that 3-game lead in the series, and now Bemidji are capitalizing that. Swish with the shot, able to successfully put that one into the back of the net, but look at it. I mean, they're bumping each other, they're triple committing in the corner. It's one of those things where I think it's Brainerd sort of not keeping their composure and not really Bemidji doing much different. I feel like they've been the same team, they've been the same players this whole time.
I guess I'll jump onto that and expand a bit. They are not looking very happy anymore. I think they really wanted that sweep, and now that they don't have it, they're just kind of like basically playing to close it out, but now they don't really have the attitude that they had before, as Tricky slotting one off the pass from Hahabu, an absolute dime from Boo, popping it past Kixby and Witt on that shot from Tricky. 3-0 here in Game 5 for Bemidji.
And I feel like Brainerd, anytime you drop the one game, on the reverse sweep attempt, it's not that scary, right? At the end of the day, you think like, all right, yeah, we didn't close it out, but we still got 3 more chances. We're chilling. But on the second game, if things go wrong, that's when those thoughts start creeping in, and they should start creeping in now.
Yeah.
Because Bemidji is not out yet. The pass mid, the 50-50, such awkward defense from Brainerd. A shot coming in so close is just not going to be savable. And Bemidji now 4-goal lead in Game 5. I mean, they're looking a lot better. Maybe it's the confidence. Maybe it is just Brainerd losing their composure. But now they seriously have a chance in this series.
Yeah, Brainerd's defense has kind of slowly fallen apart over the last, couple games. And it is, like, these are easy looks on the Bemidji offense. There's not really anything special going on. They're just touching it and getting it past Brainerd in pretty spectacular fashion. And they get the shots off. And Brainerd's offense is still cooking, but they just can't get one to drop as Whitlock finally gets one behind it. But they got some ground to make up. 1-4.
Yeah, I think this game is just about as good as done. Just because at one point you had a 4-goal lead, teams tend not to drop that. Even if Brainerd does start to claw back here, even if they get 2 more, I feel like Bemidji is now kind of confident in themselves. I feel like they're playing a lot better, and Brainerd kind of scratching their heads as far as like, what happened? Where's our flame? Where's our fire? Kixby trying to ignite a fire, looking for shots there, but not quite good enough. And this might just be an open net the other way, but I thought for sure that save was coming.
You know what? I'm going to be the devil's advocate. That was 100% in. That's, I don't know. That's just unlucky for Kixby. But that will be 5-1. We'll see if we get taken to Rio with the incoming Brazil. But maybe we do, maybe we don't. But this has to be a breath of fresh air here for Bemidji. And it really does seem like once Bemidji gets a kind of structured offense in the Brainerd zone, they just kind of start breaking down like a McDonald's ice cream machine. So we'll see if that continues into these next games, because this one is just about wrapped up 5-1, excuse me. Kixby, though, can't get the touch over to Whitlock. He takes it himself off the sidewall. Kixby up, looking for a push here. Gets it past one, but Boo is there for the corner push. Tricky. 50 off the sidewall. Whitlock rips one on net, but it is slight wide. Kixby with a 50 into the midfield, and Reaper will slot it top bins, moving this to a 3-goal differential.
But at this point, I mean, you have 30 seconds. You have to average a goal per every 10 seconds. They need either a kickoff goal or, you know, some sort of 0-second drill. They need more than a miracle at this point. Brainerd kind of once again scratching their heads. I mean, yes, you get that goal, but you're still down in this, or you're not down in the series, but you're down in momentum certainly in the series. Maybe they get something here, trying to just, you know, use that garbage time, get the confidence back, because at this point, Game 5's under wraps.
Yeah, there is a point where you just kind of like chalk it up and focus on the next one. Stop the bleeding, I guess is how I'll word that. But yeah, I mean, Game 5 will be taken by Bemidji, making it a 2-3 series score right now in their eyes. When this eventually touches the ground, we'll see if we can get another consolation goal here in favor of Brainerd. We will not, and Bemidji is bringing it back. It really does seem like they can do no wrong right now.
And now we see the timeout the other direction. Brainerd suddenly not as comfortable, thinking about, all right, what went wrong? Because something is clearly off. We are not seeing the offensive generation. We're seeing so much more awkwardness in the defense. I feel like, at least from my perspective, their midfield presence has been what's vanished, right?
Correct.
They've been pushed back. They've been in their net. They've been low boost, and they haven't had those opportunities to cut off Swish, Hahabu, and Tricky connecting on the passing plays.
And if you're Bemidji, like, you are on cloud 9 right now. You know, you're like 0-3, you win one, great. You win the next one, the timeout. If I'm Brainerd, a timeout right now is almost embarrassing. Like, it takes a lot to have to will. I think it's the correct call. I really do. But it's definitely, momentum is now all in Bemidji's favor. And we'll see. I mean, as we mentioned, they are vibes. That's how they push. That's how they get momentum. And this is going to cause some serious vibes here for Bemidji. So hopefully, Brainerd, in their eyes, they can work something out. Bemidji, we'll see if this slows down what they have been doing. But yeah, this has become quite a crazy series from what I anticipated at the beginning.
Yeah, and I don't think, at least, all right, so if I'm Whitlock, right, I took off my headset, I talked to both my teammates. I'm kind of wondering about, is it just a confidence thing? Is it literally just all right, guys, we aren't really necessarily doing anything wrong. We showed that we're the better team for 3 games in a row, and we did so dominantly. Let's just take a breather, take our headsets off, stand up for a bit, and lock in. Because it really is a matter of, can you take that Game 1, Game 2, Game 3 energy and just one game. That's all you need. One game to book your ticket for the grand finals, or are the nerves too much? Is it just too much pressure? Are you going to crumble under the lights? Let's see. Bemidji now trying to get Game 6, force a Game 7. Will they successfully do so?
We will see as we have entered Neo Tokyo. The pass over to Tricky from Hahabu already seem to be maintaining what they have been doing over the last 2 games. We shall see if they can keep it up, though. Hahabu pinching it off the backboard, putting it upfield here, trying to get things pressured here for Bemidji into the Brainerd half. Tricky, little awkward. Reaper doesn't get the touch that he wants. Hahabu bringing it slow, popping it high. Whitlock there for the read off the backboard. Tricky into the midfield now, 50 with Whitlock over to the sidewall. This is Hahabu's bread and butter. Does not get the perfect recovery on the sidewall from the flip reset, however. Hahabu keeping offensive push, tries to get the little tap into the midfield, does not acquire it. Whitlock off the sidewall, gets a clanger off the backboard from the ceiling bounce. Hahabu is there, all three Brainerd players in the midfield. Let's see if Bemidji can capitalize. Breaking news, however, Green Bay has just closed out Game 6 here with an overtime goal just under a minute in. They will be going to 7 to play the winner of this series as Reaper trying to get a touch midfield. Gets about 18 touches between 3 people before moving back into Hahabu's lap as he takes a shot on target, cleared out by Brainerd. And this is looking like a cleaner game from both teams as Brainerd does get on the board first here in Game 6.
That's exactly what they want coming out of the timeout as well, getting that early goal in the game. Still a lot of time for Bemidji to try and claw back, but now you got to feel like Brainerd's finally like, all right, enough games. We gave you your 2 games. We're the ones who need to go into the grand finals. We were up 3-0, and we're not about to choke this. Hahabu now has other plans, however, reads the ceiling so beautifully. An immediate tap-in, Swish with the assist, of course, playing that one off into the midfield. Bubbly Reaper just has 0 boost. Whitlock not able to come off the backboard quick enough. And that's just going to find its way into the back of the net and equalize. Bemidji looking deadly in this Game 6.
Yeah, I am kind of confused because this game was not outlined this way on the LAN script. So we will see how it plays out for the rest of this one. But now you're in kind of a weird situation because you had you lost all the momentum walking into this from your timeout, and then you get the goal. Then you're like, all right, we're back, and then it's just immediately caught up by Bemidji. So a lot of interesting. That's not the psycho touch that Brainerd was looking for on the. I don't want to say ego push from Kixby, but
yeah, I don't know.
Not what he was looking for.
It's one of those things where the only difference between confidence and delusion is results.
Correct.
And of course, going for a psycho touch, lots of confidence, but it's one of those things where you're actively getting reverse swept. You just need to play solid rocket game. You don't need to do anything crazy. You don't need to do anything fancy. You got your premier MVP. You're walking out with at least that, but you want to be walking into the grand finals here. Kixby now has the pop, trying to follow it himself, ends up side flipping off that one, knowing he's beat by Swish. Now pushed back are Brainerd. Whitlock running out of boost on this one, does tap it to the corner successfully. Kixby and Whitlock kind of trip each other up now. Tricky off into the corner, tries to play this one mid, but cut out by Bubbly before it can connect. Hahabu into the corner, first touch a little bit out far. Whitlock there, able to challenge this one. Shot opportunity, Whitlock popping that one mid. Who's there first? Tricky and Bubbly meet it at the same time, just playing an even 50. Bubbly Reaper trying to keep this ball in low boost, trying to now steal the opponent's boost. The boost game very important here. Both teams trying to starve the other. Bubbly Reaper has some in the corner. Buying a little bit of time, but it's demoed on the play, and tricky shot off the crossbar, not quite good enough. That was a really good opportunity to put the dagger in Brainerd's heart.
Yeah, he's gonna want that back. I mean, that is one you just cannot it just hurts. Especially when if you play that back, I think there was a miscommunication with a boost grab on the Brainerd end, and it left Kixby with almost 0 in the tank. Is this on target? Slightly off. That would have been a tragic own goal in the eyes of Brainerd. Whitlock over to Bubbly Reaper off the sidewall. The first real offensive look for Brainerd since their last goal, as Swish getting chased on his offensive end here. Kixby off the corner looking for 2. Hahabu will be beat. Tricky into the midfield. Whitlock is there, and it is tied at 2 with under 50 left.
And that is exactly what Brainerd wanted, exactly what they needed. Whitlock able to capitalize on Bemidji pushing up a little bit too far. Now we start getting question marks. This series is completely blown open. It looked so in favor of Brainerd, but now it's really back and forth. We see leads being traded back and forth. And now who's going to put that next goal in? Who's going to try and push either into the grand finals or into a Game 7? Kixby now up off the ceiling, goes for the reset, doesn't get it under the defender, however. But Kixby is there for the shot, and the shot opportunity, and the bump comes through from Whitlock. Brainerd getting the go-ahead goal. 27 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, beautiful play by Whit here to actually bump Swish. I think Swish is going to be looking for a restraining order after the series is done, but we will see if he gets it. This bump play coming out of Brainerd, going back to their roots. This is how they like to score. They do now need to only hold out for 20 seconds as we get a bump, but Whitlock follows it up with one of his own, protecting against a potentially game-changing goal. Tricky, and Haha Boo off the backboard. Reaper there for the touch into the midfield. Kixby just trying to blow the clock out. Whitlock does not keep it up, closing out the series here for Brainerd.
Brainerd booked their ticket into the Premier Grand Finals. Minneapolis on track to do so right now. Currently up with about a minute left in Game 7. But let's talk about Brainerd for a second, of course. Able to go up early in the series, right? They get those 2 games immediately. Game 3 really looking like it was going to be Bemidji. I feel like if Bemidji won that game, they would have had that burst of confidence sooner, and we might have seen a different series. But the Whitlock pass to Bubbly Reaper, getting that 0-second goal, crucial step in that series.
Yeah, it'll be... I'm actually really curious to see how their brains are walking into this next series. We don't even know who's playing yet because there's about a 45-second time left in regulation in Game 7. But that was an emotional roller coaster for both teams. I think especially Brainerd. And now they have to kind of completely regenerate their mental walking into a fight against either Green Bay or Minneapolis. So we will see how that plays out. See if we can't get it on the screen for you guys.
And well, it is very disappointing for Bemidji to drop that series. I feel like they got to be proud of themselves for at least making it a fight at the end. They were able to claw back, start to push that door open at least a little bit before Brainerd slammed it shut in Game 6. But Bemidji doing so well in that one. And
this completely blew up.
It really did. And, of course, Minneapolis now scoring up 2 with 5 seconds left. Green Bay need an immediate kickoff goal. They go for a double kickoff goal. This ball not finding its way in there, and that will be Minneapolis versus Brainerd for your Premier Grand Final. Coming up, of course, as the last match of the night. That one will be so hype, but we have 2 more Grand Finals before then. That's what I love about Championship Sunday on MCS. We start off with Rising Star Burnsville, of course, set to face the Derecho. And then after that, of course, Brainerd, another Grand Final appearance against Derecho, another Grand Final appearance. So we are seeing many franchises dominate. And we're looking at a really, really interesting Rising Star Challenger and Premier Grand Final.
Yeah, we'll see how they play out. I will actually be back on the desk for the Rising Star Grands. My voice is in pain right now, but we'll see. Luckily, after that's done, I don't have to cast anymore, so I can just go all out. We'll see what happens. But yeah, fantastic game that we just witnessed on both ends. We were able to luckily keep track of the other side of the Prem bracket. So we will go to a quick little trip here away before we come back to the Rising Star Grands. Absolute pleasure casting with you. We will be doing it in the future, and we will see you guys in a second.
I gotta get to you. I gotta get to you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Really quickly, before we get into the action, we just have a quick announcement. Seer will be making that.
Hello, everyone. Today, we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the heartbreaking news shared by another league in our community regarding the passing of GM Jalen of the CSA, a GM that was a valued member of the scene. While this loss did not occur in MCS, he was a passionate person. He enjoyed CSA. He enjoyed competing. He had a lot of energy and brought a lot of positive attitude to everyone around him. We extend our extended condolences to everyone, the Jalen family, CSA, and our wishes are with them. If you are going through anything, please reach out. You are not alone. And I felt like it was the right decision to come up here and talk about it to you all. And he will be in our thoughts. Now I will be passing it back to Clash.
Thank you, Sir. Yeah, it's always tough losing someone in the Rocket League community, whether it be MCS or not. We're all so tight-knit, so it's such heartbreaking news. But it's always so tough transitioning from that. But perchance, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, extremely unfortunate. My heart goes out to all of those that are affected by this, and it's quite unfortunate. There's not really a good way to transition out of this. Unfortunately, we do have a Rising Star championship game to cast, so I will toss it over to Mr. Alex Kotula.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first grand finals to get to. Representing Rising Star, give it up for Burnsville Inferno and Des Moines Derechos! Thank you, guys. You can take the stage, and casters, let's get into the game.
We have Des Moines Derecho and Burnsville Inferno taking the stage here for Rising Star, two teams that have performed so well here at LAN. Derecho been kind of fan favorites here. They've had so much crowd behind them, but Burnsville bouncing back after a little bit shaky day one and been very dominant in today. So we'll see who can end up taking this one.
Yeah, like you mentioned, my opinion for the crowd favorite is definitely Derecho.
I'd be shocked if it's not for this one too.
Yes. Both of these teams, as you mentioned, have had amazing runs through the brackets, whether it's group stage, the secondary portion, the actual single elim bracket. Very, very good teams. It's exactly who I expected to be in grand finals, if I'm going to be honest with you, just looking at how everything went yesterday. So I'm looking to see a pretty good game here. I think it'll be pretty drawn out. Both of these teams, I don't think really closed out too many games extremely early. I think Des Moines might have had a quick one, but I know Burnsville went the distance most of the time, so.
Yeah, either way, I'm very excited for this one. I think either team can absolutely take this. Obviously, we will get into predictions later who we think will actually win, but truthfully, and either team can win, no matter what we predict.
Correct.
I think both of these teams have deserved to be here. They have played so well coming up into this game, and I'm excited for it no matter what. We'll have our Rising Star Grand Final right now, and we're going to see who's going to win it very shortly. It's always so exciting once we get into the end of the season. This whole season culminating into this moment for these two teams now. One of these teams will walk away the champion.
Absolutely. Looking at this bracket, they had pretty similar outplays.
Yep.
A lot of 4-2s. Literally the only one that wasn't was the bottom left one, the Brainerd 4-1.
Yep.
Very, very, very good teams. Similar play styles, in my opinion. They're all pretty well-rounded teams.
Agreed.
No real, outliers to normal, fundamental Rocket League play. I would be, excited, or I will be, to see the pop-offs on the stage, because these are two extremely animated teams. As you can see on the screen right now, displayed as well.
Blasky's one of those in particular.
Blasky is very, very animated on the stage. I cannot wait for him to. Yeah, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. he's extremely humble. He's extremely humble. But he is your Season 12 Rising Star MVP. So there's the crowd.
Also the league director for MCS, so
yes.
Huge part of this community. By the way, he had no input on that MVP. That was not his choice. There was no bias there. He was just a great player.
Yes, absolutely.
People other than him decided that, so he had no influence on that, don't worry. But absolutely deserving of it and proving it now in the grand final, pushing himself this far. But on the other side, we have the Inferno. Again, we mentioned multiple times in the last one we casted, those two, that dynamic duo of Bang and Lumi just going crazy and like so high mechanical ceiling, and Whirl just filling in that backline, filling in the rotation. They're a dangerous roster as well.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have who we just celebrated as the MVP for Rising Star, Blasky, who him and J-Bay are two peas in a pod, passing it back and forth, making plays happen. These two teams are very similar in that the effect of the I don't know, the 2 and 2 or the 1 and 1, I guess, and then that utility person.
Yeah,
that's Far.
Absolutely.
That's the only difference really between these teams is Whirl and Far on that utility.
I would say the Inferno are going to be a little bit more of the high mechanical ceiling. We're not going to expect as much of that from Blasky and J-Bay. They're more rotational based. So I expect Des Moines to try to have a little bit more of a grounded game, a more just rotation based game. Burnsville a little bit more high flying, a little bit more mechanical type, trying to get things going up in the air and making the defense of Des Moines uncomfortable. We'll see how those two play styles clash.
Right.
I had to do it at some point.
You didn't. No, you didn't.
Oh, my bad. I probably didn't. But yeah, we'll get into predictions here. Perchance, what are you thinking for these two rosters?
Yeah, I think I did make you go last time, so I'll go first.
I got to choose because I transitioned it.
I have to go Burnsville. I want to say Des Moines. I really, really do, because most of my friends that I've been hanging out, I'm going to get abused in the hotel room later. Wait, hang on. But, hey, Blasky, hey, I don't want any, yeah, that's right. Mwah. I have to go Burnsville. The energy that they have brought through this entire bracket. You've got Lumi, Bang, Whirl getting animated on the stage. I like to see that, and they have been popping off with these plays. So I'm going to say Burnsville in 7.
I agree on 7. There's no way. I mean, it could go less than that. Things can always happen. But these two teams are so close. It's so hard to predict. I will go to Rachel. I think they are not 22 power, by the way. But yeah, Derecho, they've been playing so well, so consistent. They haven't let teams hold them back, and they've been able to play their play style. They've just played solid and consistent. It hasn't been anything too crazy either.
No.
They haven't done anything exceptional except for just solid Rocket League. And I truly believe at LAN that's going to be the best play style. But I think it's going 7. This is going to be a good one.
I do, yes. I'm glad we can agree on something as we walk into this Rising Star Grand Final. Kicking it off, we got J-Bay popping it up. Already a demo from Far, asserting the dominance early. Bang into the corner, popping it up high, looking for 2. Not going to be able to catch it with the boost allotted. Blasky now popping it past 1. Lumi there for the read on the sidewall. Far doesn't get the greatest clear. Bang with a shot on target. J-Bay with the save, but Bang clearing it in. What a goal from Burnsville early into this series.
I thought that was just going to go in initially, but J-Bay just barely gets the save. Blasky almost able to recover it fully, but Burnsville does get the first one on the board. And striking early in this one could be important. It could just set the tone for the entire series.
It is exactly what you want to do. As we saw in the previous stream series, though, oh my God, J-Bay clanging one off the post. In the previous series, it was looking all Brainerd for the longest time, and then Bemidji started to claw back. It's very easy to get trapped in that view, but Lumi, 2 goals up. The Derecho defense had a massive hole in it, and Lumi and whoever this POV is just had the freest goal here.
That was a 3v0.
It really was.
All 3 of Burnsville players were ahead of the Des Moines Derecho players trying to get back. Yeah, huge overcommit coming out from Derecho. You don't want to keep seeing that. Blasky going to try to respond here. 3 go for the deep defend, and J-Bay puts one away, all on the hands of Blasky.
Yeah, J-Bay coming in clutch as the second man here. Blasky getting it past 1, forcing the double commit from the other 2. Already an onslaught of offense here. Not even a minute into this game, and there's already been 3 goals. This is going to be a hell of a series.
A kickoff goal almost. No, Blasky back in time. Up in the air. Met well by Lumi. J-Bay Gonna bang this one far to Blasky, far mentioned. A bang.
All right.
Hits it across over to Lumi. Lumi able to get 50, gets 50'd out by far. Bang. Presses this one forward. Doesn't make contact. This could be a chance now coming for Derecho. Lumi has to deal with this well. It does. Takes some control in his corner. J-Bay challenging Whirl now. Far. Trying to get this one back middle. Doesn't quite make contact, but neither does Bang. Little bit of a whifty coming out on the back line of Burnsville. Whirl trying to play this one down to Lumi. Lumi taking some control on the sidewall. Far going to try to meet him. Doesn't quite make contact. Lumi gets beat out by J-Bay. And man, these two teams kind of feeling each other out now a little bit after the fireworks start.
Yeah, Whirl with the shot just wide. Lumi trying to get the follow-up. Can't get it far, though. Trying to put one on target, sent back by Bang. The Derecho team here looking a little boostless on the offensive pushes, but they do have one grabbing now. Whirl gets one past one, can't get it past Far, who gets the clear, but Lumi there for the intercept. Bang a little awkward behind Lumi. Whirl gonna take this, putting it upfield off the corner. Lumi there, trying to read it 50 by Far. Far gets it past 2. It will just be Whirl in the backfield here for Burnsville. The back pass to Blasky, little miscommunication there, leaves Whirl with the full boost. Bump on J-Bay off the ceiling is the ball. Lumi can't get the shot on target here, and there is all kinds of depravity happening here in this first half.
Good pressure though from Burnsville. They're able to keep it in the Des Moines half, and Des Moines is struggling to get some boost. Finally, Far has some. Bang. Gonna get this one almost on target, a little high. Blasky not able to make contact, and Lumi puts another one away. We have a 2-goal lead for Burnsville.
Yeah, Burnsville doing a phenomenal job of keeping the ball in the Des Moines half. And they've been doing this all day to teams.
Yes.
I even, prior to this, they wanted a fill scrim. So me and 2 others actually scrimmed the Burnsville team that you're seeing right now, and it was horrible. Like the oppression that they had on offense, it was not enjoyable. I'll be honest. I'm glad I could play, but it was not a fun time for us. The bump from Bang onto, I believe, Blasky, leaving it another open net. 4-1 here in favor of Burnsville.
Very well-timed demo from Bang there. Puts it away himself as well, and extending that lead to 3. And yeah, Burnsville, there's offensive pressure already showing. And they haven't really had to do much mechanical stuff. I mentioned early that that's something we might expect from them. There might be another one going in here. Lumi doesn't quite get on target, but Bang does. They extend it even further to 4, and it's just a lot of ground play, some physicality, and good 50s.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just glad I saw Far flip, and I thought he was about to accidentally clang this thing in, but unfortunately for Des Moines, it did not matter. Just some unfortunate plays on the defensive end, and Burnsville is running away with this game 1 here, but there is plenty of time for a momentum shift. We have seen it happen multiple times today, in fact, as they are mounting an offensive push here. Lumi looking a little uncomfortable in the corner. Bang! Can't get the touch, and Far will finish it off top left.
Non-stop goals coming out from both teams now. Far able to put one away, reducing that lead down to 3. That's much more manageable. Still difficult in 3s, but it's doable. Des Moines can come back here if they keep that pressure up. Burnsville, though, want to stop that right in its tracks. Blasky gonna try to get this one middle off the ceiling. That's gonna be a shot. That's just gonna go through. And now we only have 2. This is a game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Of the people to go for a ceiling shot early in this game, Blasky was not on my bingo card. But I do like to see the aggression from him. Even though you're down 3 goals, you don't care. Still go for flashy plays that may or may not work. And, both of these teams are very, very, vibes, momentum-based.
100%.
Just energetic characters, and I'm glad that the crowd's getting into it as well, as we have just under a minute and a half left into this. We got Bang flipping around the wall. Can he get a shot on target? Far is there, but 0 boost now is the Des Moines roster. Blasky trying to get a pass midfield, intercepted by Lumi. Bang is there, he'll dazzle you. Gets 1, gets 2, but cannot get it past the Des Moines defense here. Far clearing it out. Lumi a little awkward here, has to take it into his own corner. And we got to see Des Moines take 2 here in under a minute if they want to make this feasible.
Yeah, every second that Burnsville is wasting here is just so valuable for them. World going to try to get a challenge here, just buying even more time. Lumi getting that one mid to Bang, just going to bounce high up into the field. They have to get a transition here, Des Moines do. They really have to get this thing onto the other side of the field. They have to start getting some offense going, but they're stuck in their half right now. Lumi with full boost, going to take this one high, going to try to get this one middle. Teammate does commit for that. I'm a little surprised with the 2-goal lead, but no harm, no foul, because Whirl cleans it up well.
Yeah, one thing that I do like about Burnsville is they'll go up, but they'll still try these kind of flashy maneuver, keep scoring things. And I like that attitude. Sometimes it bites you, as we saw Burnsville almost give up Bang with the pre-flip. VAR will be there. But a beautiful, anyone that knows me well knows that I appreciate a good pre-flip, and Whirl trying to get it on target. It will fall. But the Burnsville Inferno taking game 1.
They do fail the stat pad, but they get the win. 5-3 in favor of Burnsville. Lots of offense, especially early. They taking that 4-goal lead that early is so important. And Des Moines, when their system breaks, when a solid rotation doesn't feel so solid anymore, it's so difficult to recover from that. What kinds of things do you change to counter what this Burnsville team's doing?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, in regards to how Burnsville usually plays, I expected to see more bumps, and really I expected to see them more in this game at all, because both of these teams have those kind of bump-heavy players. I think Blasky got one earlier, but either way, I expected to see more physicality. And as we see here, Bang, it works. It really does work. And both of these teams are so locked on the fundamental rotations and all of these different, comms, everything that is just the baseline to get good, basically. Learn those things.
Yeah.
You kill someone, that all crumbles.
Yeah.
So I definitely think that the way that you're going to topple teams like these is through physical play. Unfortunately, we do have a quick tech pause, hopefully. Quick tech pause.
I'm going off the headset for Blasky.
I believe that game will stay, but I do not make that call. We will get.
At this point, I would be surprised if it doesn't, but we'll see as it goes on.
But yeah, what are your thoughts walking here into game 2?
Yeah, I mean, if Inferno can keep this pressure up, it's going to be so hard to stop no matter what. But Derecho, they found some life towards the end of the game there. If they can figure out a way to, I'm not sure, just get it out of their half, get it out into the midfield, get that pressure going the other direction. It's going to be, obviously, this is all easy things to say. Just get it out of your half. But
just clear it, Clash.
Yeah, just clear it. But coming out of your zone with control, making sure that they can't just quickly come right back at you. The Derecho have to find some way to do that, and I believe they did towards the end of that last game until the last about 15 seconds, where Inferno just held onto the ball. Excuse me. But Inferno are making that very difficult for Derecho.
Yeah, I do think that there was a big surprise factor walking into this, because you get the stage set, everyone's joining the lobby, and then there's just a straight up basically kickoff goal. And you're like, okay, well that sucks. And then you have another one, and then they score again. Yeah. And you're like, all right, this is bad. This is not what I wanted grand finals to be. If you're Derecho. If you're Burnsville, you are cloud 9. You're celebrating. And I do think, as you mentioned, that Blasky and company have improved on the mistakes that they made obviously after the last minute and a half, maybe there weren't really any Burnsville goals.
Yeah.
Except for the consolation one that Whirl could have gotten at the end. But they've cleaned up well on the defensive end with the double commits and everything with that. So I do think this next game they will look much better. I just think that they were caught by surprise. Alternatively, it could be related to this tech pause.
Could be.
But we will see how that plays out. I was talking to a couple of the Burnsville players just after our little scrim. It was me, Weevil, and Gunbro on the Brainerd Rising Star team, actually. Very, very fun scrim, but we got destroyed. They're feeling confident. Obviously, you have to. Walking into grand finals, you made it this far. You have to feel confident. If you don't, you're just going to kind of crumble mentally. They said that they're just kind of sticking to fundamentals, which makes sense. That's how they have done their like whole season, really. I think that there's some real pop. I want to see some. I say both of these teams love fundamentals. I know for a fact J-Bay loves a good old, corner read, and Bang loves to do basically anything in the air and be super mechanical and frustrating to play defense against. So I'm hoping we'll get some pop-off moments here in these next games. Of course, my prediction still stands, of course. But hoping for a nice series as we see, excuse me, I got the hiccups now all of a sudden, see some headphone action. Hopefully it's not anything too serious with scores and things, because that always gets messy.
Two things that might impact this next game, though. I feel like very early, Burnsville got that lead, but after the first, once it got to 4-1 or so, I think Derecho 5-1. Yeah. Derecho kind of locked back in and figured out a way to, rally and get some pressure going. But that 5-1 happened pretty early. The last half of that game, Derecho played a little better than Inferno there. So if they can rally on that, get that same play style going, they might be able to figure out a way to win this next game, as well as this tech pause might kind of favor Derecho.
It's like a timeout.
It's kind of like a timeout. Obviously, unfortunately, it's going to be on Blasky, so it's going to be a little bit of in his head, like, oh, what if it happens again? But it kind of might. Both of those things kind of favor Derecho in this one, even though Inferno won that last game.
Correct. Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I do think that the crowd is a big impact too, especially when you have a very interactive crowd watching a grand final. You do something good, you get rewarded with a bunch of cheering. It's also horrible to hear if you're the other team, but hopefully the crowd can play a pretty good aspect into this as well, as both of these teams are very momentum-based around celebration and things. But we will be jumping back into the game here. Hopefully no more tech issues. Knocking on, this isn't wood, but we're going to act like it is. Moving here into game 2 after the little tech pause. Bang off the backboard. Var there for the shot. Lumi and Whirl there for the save. Another shot coming out from J-Bay. Blasky, though, will finish it off, slotting it bottom right here. Up 1-0 here in game 2 for Des Moines.
Des Moines starting with all the pressure in the first 14 seconds. That it didn't leave the Burnsville half for that first 14 seconds. Des Moines, that's exactly what they're looking for in this game 2. Can they continue it far? Can they take the kickoff, obviously? J-Bang playing it just a pop high, going for probably a 50 here. Maybe a flick. Good flick over one. That's going to be going in. Last defender just didn't quite make contact, but very good flick from J-Bang getting it on target.
Yeah, that was probably the perfect flick that he could have pulled off. High enough to get over one pushing, but low enough to where it's still on target. And I don't know if there was a misread. Maybe they thought Bang was going to make contact with it. Whatever happened, it's looking like a repeat of game 1, but in the wrong direction if you're Burnsville here. We got Whirl up off the corner. This will drop midfield. J-Bay is there. I will tell you that when J-Bay gets confident, it is very difficult to shut him down. Lumi popping it off the backboard, almost reads that somehow. Whirl off the corner now. Far bringing it upfield. Kind of drops it down to Bang. Blasky is up really early for the tough read, and Bang will punish him for missing it. Closing this down to a 1-goal differential here with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, really tough read for Blasky there. He unfortunately just has to make contact with that. As soon as he misses, that Burnsville player is going to be there to put it away. Blasky had no help on defense. You're not going to expect to have any help there. It's going to be tough. But Burnsville absolutely will take that one. They had to get some momentum in this game. Lumi going to try to get this one out. Blasky goes ahead and fakes that one. J-Bay going to take it into the corner. Des Moines trying to get this one out. Blasky up to J-Bay, trying to get the team play going. Blasky gets 50'd out. This could be pressure for Burnsville. That's going to be on target. J-Bay, good clear. Blasky, J-Bay is going to have to follow that. Or Blasky, I can't tell by the cameras. It looks a little messed up. Lumi fakes that out for Bang. That might be good pressure here. Bang tries to get middle. This could be good, but no follow-up for Burnsville. That is a huge 50 to relieve so much pressure.
Yeah, there are a lot of strange things going on. You got pinches on one end. Bang with a whiff on the backboard, but will be there for the cleanup. J-Bay 50'd into the corner, far, and Bang pinched very far, mentioned, upfield here into Burnsville offensive pressure here. Blasky trying to bring it back out. Bang will be keeping this upfield. Now Whirl looking to do the same, gets a pop. Lumi is killed for his efforts as J-Bay tries to collect this, cannot get the touch. Bang is up for one, up for two, past one. Lumi there for the touch. Can he get it over to Whirl? J-Bay will be there for the intercept. Whirl over to the left wall, decides to ground it, play a little slow play. Far trying to get a pass over to Blasky. Fantastic collect by Blasky, gets the flip over one. Cannot get it past Bang. Lumi now will grab into the corner here. Gets it past one. J-Bay there for the cover. Bang and no, Bang and Whirl with the double commit, double bail. Leaves J-Bay with a free goal here.
Yeah, Bang kind of cutting rotation there. As soon as he starts going, I feel like he has to continue there, even though it might have not been the right decision originally. Both players bail, both players don't end up hitting it, and Des Moines get a free one. Lumi gonna try to make up for it, up high in the air. Met well though by Far. Bang trying to get this middle. Up is Whirl, met by J-Bay, just barely beat them. But lots of space now for Derecho to try to get this thing clear. Lumi back into the Des Moines zone. Far going for the clear, almost puts it top corner on his own net, but not quite. This one's on target. Blasky is able to get it cleared, but Far on his rotation back keeps it middle on accident. J-Bay gonna try to get this one out. Lumi keeps it in. Bang on target. Far, good clear. Whirl gonna try to take it up on the side. Big pinch. Blasky's gonna have to read this one. It's gonna take some control. Smart take it down there. Whirl on target, good clear again by J-Bay. Two players commit, this could be a chance. Bang on target, it's going off the crossbar, it's gonna go in. Lumi puts this one away.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, I've been saying amazing things about him all day, but Bang with this drop pass is the perfect way to place that in between both of the defenders, leaves the net basically wide open on an impossible read. 3-2 now, cutting it to a 1-goal lead here in favor of Des Moines. Lumi off the backboard. Whirl is up for this off the backboard as well. Bang pre-jumped Whirl's touch, I believe, down to Lumi off the backboard. This backboard is abused, and Whirl will close it out here. Tie game here. This crossbar is sobbing, ladies and gentlemen.
Quick comeback here for Burnsville. Whirl finds an open net. Just backboard pressure coming out from Burnsville. Des Moines not meeting it. And we have a tie game. Burnsville, clawing back into this one. The offensive pressure has come back very quickly. Blasky gonna have to get this one saved out. He does. Not the best touch. Maybe he goes a little bit more centered than he'd like, but does his job anyway. Lumi goes for a 50 in his corner. Bang just begs this one out, trying to get up for this one early. That's gonna be a shot on target. Good save by Blasky. Far just playing it forward. Whirl gonna leave it for Lumi. Playing it past one. Gonna try to beat another. Couldn't beat Far. Far's has been playing very well so far. He's been on a lot of these defensive and midfield plays, getting very important 50s.
Yeah, I do want to point out, I noticed it, but didn't want to interrupt. When Bang hit that off the corner, I think he pre-jumped like 2 seconds early and still put the dang thing on target. So he is feeling himself right now.
He's playing so well.
Yeah, Lumi and J-Bay, little fight in the corner. Whirl jumps in, gets the touch. Blasky doesn't get the greatest touch. It does drop midfield. Bang is there for another one. Lumi trying to read it off the ceiling. Blasky is extremely awkward here, but pressure will be relieved with the J-Bay clear as Burnsville does throw it back into offensive territory. Far, extremely uncomfortable. J-Bay is there for the bailout, though. The Des Moines Derecho have gotten away with a little bit more than they'd like here with 6 seconds left in this
oh my goodness
game, but J-Bay will score with 3 seconds left in regulation. I would imagine Whirl thought Blasky was touching it, and the fake lands right in J-Bay's lap.
Yeah, J-Bay gets a demo on the back line, but I didn't think that would matter because there was a player up for Burnsville, but they didn't quite make contact. 3 seconds left. They have to keep this one up unless they want to lose the game. They did. Derecho take game 2 and bounce right back.
Yeah, this is extremely scrappy series, as I'd imagine we both thought it would be. Very, very good teams. Look at how J-Bay is currently popping off, but
you see the shots for Bang?
I know.
9.
I know. They're putting hard pressure, both teams. This is, I mean, it's extremely well balanced. Yeah, honestly, it should have gone to OT, but I mean, really all I'm saying is they don't need to really change anything. These two teams are playing everything basically perfectly. Yeah. It's just those tiny misplays.
It's gonna be high-level reads like that one. Lasky just not quite making contact. Those kind of mistakes are what's costing goals. And if that's the kind of thing that's costing goals in Rising Star, you're playing well.
Correct.
So both teams are absolutely playing well here. They need to keep it up. They just have to have that slight edge on the other team. This really could still go either way. As we've been saying this whole time on this cast, this still can go either way. Both teams playing at a very high level.
I am waiting for, usually when I cast games like these, you get a very balanced beginning and kind of maybe even mid-series, and then something happens, some kind of pop-off moment or egregious mistake.
Or one team just takes off.
Everything goes downhill for one team. And hopefully that doesn't happen, as much as I love to see a pop-off moment and some spectacular things go down. I would like an extremely close entire length series as the Blue Angels triple commit into the midfield. Lumi's there for the shot, sent back out. This will be wide as Bang regains in the corner here. Blasky challenging off the ceiling, leaving himself a bit out of position here for the defensive return. Lumi doesn't get the touch. Whirl has to clear it out with 0 boost in the tank. Blasky now. Little chow with Lumi. Lumi hits it backwards, unfortunately. Bang! Misses the ball. Blasky tries to get the shot on. Sent off of his own backboard by Whirl. Bang there for the...
Oh my
gosh. Burnsville is on their last heels here on defense, but Whirl bringing out the mech so far there with the save. My voice is going to be dead by the end of this series, Clash.
Yeah, as we get further into this series, I kind of expect to see more mistakes. Pressure is going to be on both these teams. They both have to perform. This is the last series for Rising Star. Whoever wins this wins. That also means whoever loses loses, obviously. But that's just going to be creeping. That's just going to be creeping in your mind. J-Bay finds the opening, just beats that last defender. Just a fast shot from the midfield.
I think it was a pinch. I don't exactly know. It looks like it was just a. Bang just couldn't catch up to it. Yeah, great shot here by J-Bay. Off of the pass from the wall by Blasky. This is what we've been talking about, the 1-2 duo here with Far run and utility. That is a Cuxer pinch on target. Sent back by Far. Lumi now. Oh, Whirl jumping in. Lumi got the bump. That was a sure goal for Burnsville. Lumi just taking it across the field. Little tea party, if you will. Blasky collecting in the corner. 50 by Bang. This will drop midfield. Whirl there, off the corner. Can he get another one? This will go backboard. Lumi puts it right under Blasky's squishy save attempt, tying up this game with 3:18 at 1-1.
Important placement from Lumi there. He recognized the squishy save was coming out, placing it bottom left corner. Des Moines couldn't do anything at that point. We have a tie game. Plenty of time left for plenty of random stuff to happen in this one, and it seems like both teams are finding so many different ways to score lots of goals in this series so far. Lumi gonna try to get another one for Inferno, playing in middle, Far and Blasky double commit. This could be a chance, and it is. Bang punishing the double commit on the Des Moines side.
Yeah, these are Bang's bread and butter, and I've been saying it all day. The bro loves the top shelf. I don't know what it is. Every time he scores, it seems to be top bins. He's just feel like a blind man reading Clash. He is feeling it. And it's working out for Burnsville here as they carry momentum here in Game 3. They'll get one, and they just keep piling it on. Lumi, though, keeping pressure here for Burnsville as they try to get some kind of controlled clear. Blasky and J-Bay 0 boost, have to back up. We're being done dirty by director camera angles right now, but Far clearing it out. Lumi now gets the touch into the offensive half here. Looking for 2. Blasky is there for the touch, but it doesn't really seem like Burnsville has had a second man for these last couple pushes.
They're going to try to keep pressure up, but it's so difficult when that follow-up isn't going to be there. Whirl able to get a 50 here. Far just trying to get a good clear, but it's not going to be good enough. Lumi might be able to put this one away with a double tap. Slow crawler. It does make its way through. Lumi with the follow-up on the double tap.
Yeah, Burnsville likes the mechs. They play pretty, fundamentally, but they like to pop off a double tap every now and then. Great placement, a little uncomfortable on the aerial, but Lumi was able to rope that back in for the shot. And even if he didn't, I'm pretty sure Bang was there for the follow-up anyway.
I think the defender was reading more of Bang's touch. That he saw that one coming and jumped for that. But as soon as Lumi made that second touch, it was going to be so hard to defend.
Yeah, I don't think there was really much Derecho could do about that at all. But 2 minutes left here. Derecho does need to find 1 per minute by this average as Lumi hopping off the sidewall, gonna look for a touch. Far does get the good 50 though, kind of killing this into the sidewall. Is anybody home? J-Bay will be there to receive the touch from Lumi. Lumi waiting on the touch down, clears it over to Bang. This World is killed for his efforts, leaving the Burnsville defense a little awkward, but Des Moines has no boost. The bump coming out from Lumi.
Huge.
Is anyone there? This net is open, and Whirl will not be missing that opportunity.
Lumi doing the dirty work for Burnsville. Demoing one, beating another. There is no one else back. Burnsville extending the lead to 3, but we saw in game 1, Derecho can fight back. They can still take this one. 1.5 minutes, not much time at all, in threes especially, but we know it can be done. J-Bay gonna try to get this thing going for his team. Lasky taking some control, avoiding a bump. That's gonna be a chance, but 2 again go for Des Moines. That's gonna be pressure lost very quickly. J-Bay gonna try to get a 50 here, not gonna be able to. Good clear by Bang, gets demoed for his efforts. Far clear out, trying to get this thing going. Out of boost, Bang gonna be first to it. A little bit of a missed touch maybe, but well cleaned up by Whirl. Burnsville trying to get some offense as well, trying to put this one away, get the dagger, they do. Bang, bottom right corner, excuse me.
Yeah, this is, I think, judging by what's appearing on our screen right now, that game 2 might have been due to some of that tech stuff with the momentum kill. You never know. But Burnsville really is looking like game 1 Inferno. They're just popping off right now. They can do no wrong.
Except that shot.
I think Bang was passing that for sure, guys. Lumi though, over to Whirl, cannot get the shot on target. Far trying to get some kind of controlled clear, which is what Derecho needs against such a dominating offensive pressure team like Burnsville. Lumi though, passing it midfield, Far there for the clear. Kind of awkward, this could be potential, but it will be cleared out by Whirl. Now Whirl popping over to the sidewall, looking for a shot on target. Far there for the clear, 20 seconds left. It will take nothing shy of a miracle for Des Moines to come back from this super deficit. Whirl off the corner, trying to make it 6-1. Can we see if Burnsville scores another goal here? 3 seconds left. Dropping into Derecho hands, and that will be Burnsville taking game 3.
I want to see the ball chasing group replay analysis after this one and see just how much time is spent in this Derecho half. I feel like Inferno is putting so much pressure on, and we do have a timeout from Des Moines Derecho. I feel like that absolutely makes sense. They're getting so suffocated on defense. They have to find some sort of way to get out of this pressure.
Yeah, and offensively, I think Derecho are kind of missing out. Granted, it's related to the fact that they can't leave their own half.
Yeah.
And I think that they're doing everything right in the basics. Like, they're getting grounded clears when they can. They're doing everything right. It's just they'll do a double commit. Or someone will go back for the full boost who doesn't need to. Or something breaks up those fundamentals, and Burnsville just doesn't let it fly. Like, if you do that, you're going to get punished, and Burnsville has punished it every single time. The mistakes that they're making are minute. Who is taking a selfie on the stage right now? But they're just being punished for it. Of course, it's Whirl doing the selfie on stage. But if you're Burnsville here, you're in a real good mood walking out of that 5-1.
Yeah, one benefit that Derecho has that most other teams don't, they have like a designated coach.
They do.
I believe Blasky organized that. I'm not sure, but both the Challenger and Rising Star teams have that benefit of having that one person they can talk to in these timeouts that they can just coordinate with, find some sort of weakness in this style that Inferno are playing. They have that person taking notes behind him. He has that book just sitting there. And they can have that discussion afterwards. So having that outside party can absolutely be a benefit here. Of course, we have on the Inferno side multiple people supporting him, but it's not the same as someone who's just going to be designated to have that coaching role.
Yeah, so Brewer Dog is actually the name of the Des Moines coach. He's actually in my hotel room. So depending on how this game turns out, I might not make it to tomorrow. Yeah, he's extremely good. He's a college coach, UNI, I believe. Coached many teams for many games, actually.
Yeah.
And is very, very well versed in Rocket League theory and how to win games, and more importantly, how to fix things when you're not winning games.
Yeah.
So I have faith in their ability to bring it back. This timeout will be expiring momentarily as they move back to their seats. I have no idea what to expect walking into Game 4. I'll be completely honest with you. I guess the only upside for that kind of break was that it was a proper timeout. It's more orthodox, I guess. But rip off the kickoff from Bang, sent back by Far. Whirl, though, making JBay get a little pre-jump. Bang putting one on target as well. Burnsville does not really seem to change any kind of play style here, and they really shouldn't.
Why would you? Yeah, they've been looking so good. It's just all depending on Des Moines, how they're going to change things. I'm not sure what the recipe is, but maybe they have that coach behind them to tell them what to do. Blaski trying to keep this one forward, but Far going to try to keep it going as well. Lumi, great touch up. No one going to be able to challenge very early for Des Moines. JBay up. Flip reset almost makes its way through. That was real close. Bang has a lot of control now, though. Blaski not going to be able to do much. It just barely makes contact with it. JBay trying to get this one out. Up to Blaski. Lumi, great interception there. Is Bang going to be able to get this one out? This might just find its way in. Is it on target? It is! Top right corner from midfield. Bang puts it away.
Where else would he put it but top shelf?
Of course!
Where else would Bang put it but top shelf? Yeah, I mean, weird. Okay, one thing I noticed in that last minute, very aerial heavy.
Yeah.
Like, compared to the first 3 games, like, seeing the ball went like probably 30 seconds without touching the dang ground.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if that was something talked about in the timeout or whatever, but Burnsville capitalizing on that lack of a third man. From Des Moines, though, a pass from Blaski to JBay, putting it on target. Lumi now popping it up. Far looking for 2. Gets it over.
Wonderful
Bang.
touch.
Is this on? And Blaski will finish it. I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect that from Far, and neither did Burnsville.
That was a wonderful touch from Far. Defender, yeah, absolutely did not expect that. And Blaski just free walking the dog right into the net. That one's wide open, all on the hands of Far. Wonderful touch. That is going to be a peak play if they're able to get this win. And after that play, you got to do it for your teammates if you're Blaski and JBay. After that play, you have to win this game. Blaski going to try to get it going here into the corner. 50 off of Lumi. JBay low boost, plays it forward. Far just tries to get his shot going. Double clip from Burnsville, but it way into Des Moines half. It should be punishing for him. Blaski playing this one out. That's an awkward touch for Burnsville, but Lumi does clean it up well. 50 coming out. Bang, to try to get this one out, but Blaski first to it, might be able to get it past mid, not quite able to get back to it. Whirl loses the ball a little bit. Lumi, a little bit of an errant touch off target. Bang is able to get a good clear. If he wasn't able to get that clear, that would have been a great chance for Des Moines.
Yeah, honestly, a heads-up play from JBay. It might look a little strange popping it off the, I guess, post like that. Yeah. That's one of the best ways to touch that, actually.
Absolutely.
Because you're not scoring that. There's like 3 in net. It's just not going to happen. But if you pop it off the side, you might get one to jump and maybe try to make a play on it, even though they don't need to. Bang and Lumi, though, trying to make a play. Whirl looking uncomfortable for the back pass, though. Blaski gets destroyed on the way to the defensive end here. Lumi 50'd over to Bang off the ceiling, taking it slow, popping it back down the wall for Whirl. Trying to find some kind of pressure midfield here. Burnsville has been playing those midfield passes so well, as Lumi shows now with Bang getting the reset past one, and Lumi following it up, putting it top shelf. These guys were just proving me right, man.
The 1-2 punch that we've seen all land from Lumi and Bang. What can you do as the Des Moines team? You have to be up so early to get a challenge on this thing. As soon as neither of them jumped, immediately Burnsville capitalize on that. Blasky gonna try to respond quickly, gonna get this one middle. That's a miss, that's gonna be on target. Far, able to pull one away from Derecho. That's exactly what Derecho needed.
100%. They needed some kind of momentum transfer. Lumi wants that back. That is 100% a ball that he should have. Yeah, 2-2 with basically 0-0 with 2 minutes left, which is a weird mentality to have here in Game 4. But Whirl putting one on target. JB there for the save. As Blasky attempts to march this down the field. Bang will not have any of it, though. Far a little uncomfortable in the backfield. That was, I believe, a pinch on target. Sent back out. Whirl, or Lumi, Sciarri gets it on target. 3-2 Burnsville. We have one heck of a game here.
Just backboard play from Burnsville. They're peppering that backboard. As soon as Des Moines doesn't have someone on there, they are hitting it off that backboard over and over, just wearing down this defense, and Burnsville is doing that so perfectly, and it's wearing down this Des Moines defense. They have to figure out a way to get someone up on that backboard, someone to challenge this so Burnsville can't keep the pressure going, and they've been doing that so well the whole series and the whole LAN tournament, really, but they have to figure something. Des Moines gonna try to get this thing out, but more pressure from Burnsville now. Lumini popping it over one. Is there any final attacker? There isn't. Blasky gonna be able to get it clear, but Derecho is starved right now. Bang, gonna be first to this thing. Trying to get it middle. Blasky up for it. Far gonna be over there, but not gonna be able to meet it first. Lumi trying to get it middle. J-Bay able to get a big clear. Bang though, all the way back there, able to get an easy clear.
Yeah, 3-2, 1 minute left. Derecho, well, you know, I was seconds away from saying Derecho needs to find one here. I think they're tapped into I think they're tapped into my feed, guys. Tied up, 49 seconds here in Game 4. Des Moines need this game. Like, you just need it. You blow the time. Well, I shouldn't say you blow it. You use the timeout. You try to regain something, and
oh my goodness, what a pass!
Oh, that was almost deadly. And then you try to get something going. You can't drop this. If you do, the mental is going to be chalk.
That's a great bump.
Blasky trying to get a clear, gets it over to J-Bay, who gets the clear. Lumi though, popping it high, opts to fake it, gets the pass to Bang, who puts it off the crossbar. Little bounce shot from Whirl. The Burnsville offense not letting up. Des Moines' boost meters looking extremely, extremely famished. Bang, off the corner. Blasky will be there for the read, but he cannot get it. Whirl puts this on, but it is sent back by Far. J-Bay now clearing it upfield over to Far, looking for a pass. Slams it off the backboard and corner. Bang with an interesting pinch off the backboard. When this touches, we will be going to OT. Whirl up for the touch. That looks like they just want to end it now. They will not. We have OT in Game 4.
We've had some high-scoring games in this series so far. Both of these teams just striking so well on offense, but both teams, when they're getting suffocated, they're getting suffocated hard on defense. So both teams just trying to find a little bit of comfort on that defensive end, and neither are. Whirl trying to get this one going into Des Moines' half. J-Bay getting it clear here. Far trying to get it up to J-Bay. A little bit of space now. Whirl has to make something good. 50 coming out. Bang, trying to get it back middle to Lumi. Doesn't quite beat the last defender. Far doesn't go for the ball there. Decides to leave it for J-Bay. Lumi gonna go for bumps here. Maybe he's gonna be able to connect on Blasky, but not quite. Good clear from Blasky. Bang up early for this one. Just trying to get some control on it. Far, big clear, just relieving so much pressure for his team.
Yeah, I do think the longer this OT goes, the more in favor to Des Moines, actually, which might sound weird considering they're at like a slight deficit right now. But Burnsville was going for these kinds of crazy reads. They're bound to miss one. And I think it might end up costing them eventually. As you know, they only need to drop one and the game's over. But Whirl popping off the corner. Bang is up. He likes to shoot it, puts it on. Far will be there for the stop. Lumi popping it into the corner. Blasky, not the greatest touch. It does go midfield. Whirl using the backboard as they have this whole series. Cannot get the double. And Bang is forced to retreat.
we're starting to see some mistakes on both sides, missed shots and missed clears. Nerves are definitely creeping in on both of these teams. Overtimes can really start getting you, especially in a high-pressure scenario like this grand final. Blasky almost able to 50 it past one. Good clear by Lumi, just pinching that one out. Far going to be able to beat. I'm not sure how he was able to beat that defender, but we're leaving some pressure for his team now. J-Bay beating one. Lumi intercepting quickly. Far just playing a little ping pong here. That's going to be a good way to relieve some pressure, especially when you're being attacked so much on your back line. J-Bay, that's a wonderful clear. That touch goes all the way across, but now someone has to be on it early. They are. This might trickle its way in. It does! Far able to get one for Des Moines, and they tie up this series.
Yeah, this was exactly what Des Moines needed. This is what I was talking about. The longer this game goes, the more it benefits Derecho. They can learn how Burnsville plays. Burnsville is weird. They like the air. They like the walls. They like everything.
They like uncomfortability.
They really do, and they abuse you for having it. But Far,
oh my goodness,
1,022 points here in Game 4, or should I say Game Far? Got him.
That was Far's game.
Yeah,
he stepped up, did so much.
Thank you. Oh,
6 saves is incredible. Stewie trying to get chance off the cast because he
I'm
didn't
getting
like
booted
that
out
run.
of the booth, guys. I made the crappy joke. I'm sorry. There will be more, but 2-2 here. In what seemed like a Burnsville-controlled game, Des Moines brought it back.
As you mentioned, that one mistake is all that was needed. If one person pushing a little bit too far up on that back line, and Des Moines found it, and then maybe he could have still got back to it in time, but just a little bit awkward of a read right over your head. That is always one of the most difficult to reads to make it in Rocket League. When it is straight above you, it's so hard. The camera does all those weird things as it's over your head. It's going to be hard to read.
Yeah, it's, we're basically playing a best of 3 now.
Yeah.
Which makes the dynamic a little weirder. It's, obviously Burnsville still has their timeout.
Looks like they're choosing not to take it.
Correct.
Unless
I think it's a good call.
I agree. I agree.
I still don't think you change anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't. I think it's just missed opportunities and imperfections. I don't think there's any real problems with how either one of these teams is playing. And Burnsville always seems to get one off the rip, like just some kind of shot off the kickoff. I know. One of them is eventually going to drop here, but Bang here with J-Bay and Far in the Des Moines corner. Blasky extremely uncomfortable here, trying to get this read off the backboard, or off of his own net, I should say. Bang does not miss that, by the way. Yeah. Puts it bottom, opts to take bottom this time, but he ain't missing that. J-Bay is just kind of, what do? You're in no man's land. He did exactly what you need to, and that's put a body on.
And as soon as Burnsville recognizes that uncomfortability and nobody on the backboard, they're peppering it. They're aiming for that backboard. That is their goal right now until they see that open net, and they absolutely pounced on it there. Bang, trying to get this one back middle. Doesn't quite make the contact. Whirl going to put this one back in. They're just trying to keep the pressure up right now.
And they're doing a very, very good job as they put one on again. Lumi, though, oh my gosh, sending it on this time. Blasky looking a little uncomfortable in the corner, will be beat out by Whirl. I don't know if that back pass to Lumi was intentional. They seem to be working the wrong direction here for Burnsville. Bang with a nice pre-flip into the corner, reading twice. Blasky reads the initial one, though. Lumi trying to get a pass over to Whirl. It's read poorly. Bang there for the save off of the Des Moines shot. Bang dangerous here in the corner as he tries to look for something mid. J-Bay up nice and early. I like the aggression coming out of J-Bay here. This is off.
Still dangerous.
Bang will.
Oh my goodness.
My God. What a shot from J-Bay.
I mean, you can call that an open net, but that angle it's so hard to hit. Great angle from J-Bay there, able to tie this one up. Just finding the slight opening. This is the highest level Rising Star I've seen in a very long time. Both teams playing out of their minds, finding those tight angles, finding those pressure points on both teams' defense that they're able to capitalize on. Whirl going to take some control on the back line here. Full boost, going to be 50'd out by J-Bay. Gets demoed for his efforts too. This could be a chance for Des Moines if they can keep it going, but now going the other way. Lumi going to go for a double tap. Great clear by Far.
You know, I wanted it just to see it. Whirl, though, trying to put one on as well, but I like the mechie plays. Blasky, though, going back to ground plays. I do think that ground plays heavily benefit the Des Moines derecho. Like, if you put it in the air, odds are that Burnsville's going to beat you to it. They're just fast, they're mechy, they're just, they like the air. If you put it on the ground, like Blasky and JB are doing right now, this is how you get them uncomfortable, and I think that'll lead to success if they can continue doing it. Whirl, though, off the sidewall. Bar unable to get the touch. J-Bay sending it back out. Lumi uncomfortable, though. This is popping midfield for J-Bay. Bang there with the diving goal line save. Looking for another bump maybe upfield as Whirl collects this into the midfield. A little 50 with Lumi by far. Blasky now trying to get a touch. Picked off by Lumi. Lumi and Blasky again. Bang up for this one, though. Gets the reset, trying to get a little pinch midfield. Far will be there for the read. This is high. Lumi there for the touch, though. Fantastic collect. This ball is a magnet on his car right now. Gets it past one, the 50 past two, but it will be into the corner. 2 minutes left, just under. Whirl with a shot. It is off of the crossbar. J-Bay will pick up this much-needed full boost in the corner now. 50 with Bang. Far into the midfield. Blasky is there for the touch. Can he do what Far did last game? Unfortunately not. This might be on target as well. It is just wide, and Des Moines cannot find one to go.
We'll be trying to get this one out, but Des Moines now pressuring. Big bump coming out of the back line, but no one quite able to get the shot on. J-Bay gonna try to keep pressure going, though. Doesn't quite make contact. Des Moines with possession, though. No one up early for Burnsville on the back line. Lumi does make a good 50. J-Bay probably going to be first this one, but a double commit on the back line. And now J-Bay has to be a little careful with it. Good 50, preventing anything disastrous going on his end. Whirl going to be up for this one. Back up to Lumi, going for the demo, though. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there. Maybe just a shot on target would have been better. I'm not sure. Bang, trying to get this one back middle. Doesn't quite far. Good flick coming out from him. Lumi trying to keep pressure going. Doesn't quite get the 50 on the back line. Whirl going to be trying to 50 in this one out. He does. Blasky with some control here. That's a little bit hard. Maybe loses that a little earlier than he wanted to. Far. Big clear coming out from him. Relieving that pressure quickly.
Yeah, shout out Burnsville. I saw it a couple times. Well, Lumi especially has been stealing all of the derecho corner boosts. If they can get some kind of break where he does that and they keep it, that was extremely dangerous. Where they can keep it in the derecho half, it might spell disaster for them here.
10 seconds.
But 8 seconds left in regulation here. We are tied and will be going to OT if we do not find one when this touches the ground. Bang, okay, they cannot get the touch, and it will be killed on the backboard. OT game 5.
This is going to be the most important match so far. Obviously, every match is important, but taking this series to series point is so important. 1 game away from taking the whole thing. J-Bay going to try to get it going for his team. It's a little bit far. Bang. Hits it right back into the Des Moines zone. Blasky playing a little ping pong. Bit of a miss. That's going to be open. Des Moines takes game 5 and puts themselves on match point.
And who else than my man Curtis Blasky, the government name mentioned, the Rising Star MVP, putting it in the net, making it a derecho lead.
Yeah, I mean, they just pounced on a quick mistake from Burnsville, and we do have a timeout. That's no surprise
100%,
here.
100%.
After, there's no other situation where you'd want to call it here. If you win the next game, you wouldn't want to call it. So there's no point not to. Do Burnsville change anything? Or is it just, I mean, that last goal was just a mistake.
Correct.
It's not something that play style-wise you need to fix. It's just, don't miss the ball.
This is basically the perfect matchup in
love it.
all seriousness.
I love it.
I still, even now, I don't really think either team needs to change anything. It's literally just a matter of who's going to make the mistake first, and more importantly, who's going to capitalize on it.
The whole
first.
Inferno team is gone, by the way. I think they went into a back room to talk.
Okay, maybe.
So they're discussing something. I'm not sure what it is.
We'll see. Maybe they took like a team potty break. You never know. But
I don't think it was that. I think they're not in gameplay right now.
Hey, man, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Every single one of them.
But we will see if they come back. But, yeah, I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it now. These teams are basically perfect. Like, it's literally just the tiny things. I will say that, like, Inferno had more success when Bang was allowed more time in the air and could just kind of get these chippy kind of shots off. But, I mean, that's just props on Derecho for
They've done well to cut that down.
Yeah.
They have had earlier challenges in the air. They've starved out Bang's boost a little bit, so he doesn't have as many opportunities to go for that. And even if he does, then he doesn't have the boost for it. And on stage, we do have J-Bay
doing push-ups.
And Mr. Coach, I forget the name, I'm sorry.
Mr. Brewer Dog.
Yes, they got that push-up competition going right now. I'm not sure if it's a competition or if they're just getting hyped up.
It's always a competition to J-Bay.
Always a competition. And yeah, I mean, we saw him do that earlier. It worked out for him. They were able to win their series, so maybe that's the recipe.
We will see how the momentum shift works for this series. Here, as we have a roar of applause for the Burnsville Inferno team's return and quick return to this game. But yeah, I don't know. It's really just going to be a battle of who can make the lowest amount of mistakes is really what it is. And it sounds weird to say out loud, but that's really what it is. These teams are basically perfect. I do think if Burnsville can keep it in the air more, they have a slight advantage. But we are kicking off Game 6 here in Neo Tokyo.
Starting off in the Burnsville half. This can be a really awkward touch. It almost finds its way through real early. Blaski going to try to keep the pressure going, but Bang escorting this one away. Into the corner of Derecho now. Maybe he can find something. Good clear, though, by far. Whirl able to 50 this one. Over to Lumi. Lumi on low boost, though. All he could do is hit this one into the Derecho corner. J-Bay going to try to find a middle pass here. Is able to get to Blaski. A little bit of space now on the Burnsville half. Maybe Bang can get this one clear. Is going to be able to. Low boost now. Lumi takes control. He has the dribble going. Far left alone on defense. Good save. That one's going to find its way through, though, with the demo. Whirl striking early for Burnsville.
Yeah, Whirl's pretty pushed up here, third man, but this is one of the advantages. If it's just weird to defend, because odds are Des Moines, they see the shot, they're like, great, I'll just kill the second man, shut this down. Doesn't matter, because you do that, but Whirl emerges through the smoke, slotting one here early. 1-0 Burnsville as Bang trying to maintain pressure here. Whirl with the, oh my God. Almost a nasty pre-flip angle to get that put in, but it will be sent back out. Blaski J-Bay with an interesting little double commit in the air. Hopefully that doesn't cause too many issues on the defensive end when they return. J-Bay kind of faked out by Blaski, but does pop it down. This might be on. It is off the crossbar. Whirl is there for the save. Kind of a very, very weird Game 6 here with all of these different little touches going on.
I mean, pressure is on for both teams right now. Both teams know they have to make this happen. Misses coming out from both teams, just with the nerves going on right now. Bang doesn't quite make contact. Far finds an opening in the top left corner.
Yeah, Far, fantastic shot. Looks like Blaski might have found some like interference.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know if
it's
Bang,
hard to tell if he made contact.
I don't know if Bang was touched or not, but seems to have disrupted at the very least the save. So 1-1 here, a minute and a half into this grand finals contention, Game 6. Bang popping upfield, looking for two, does get it over to Far. Not the greatest clear down to Lumi. Lumi looking for a pass midfield. J-Bay there for the clear. Whirl and Bang with the pre-jump on J-Bay. Heads up play from Bang, popping it over to Lumi. Lumi off the corner. A little bit of a tough read from Far, but he does get it. Blaski now up to Far, met by Bang. This will be midfield for J-Bay, who puts it just right of the net. Bang trying to get pressure here for Burnsville, and Des Moines just looks like they have so much pressure here on offense.
Heroic saves coming out from Burnsville, but yeah, the pressure coming out from Des Moines is suffocating. J-Bay gonna try to keep it going. A bit of a pop from Blaski ends up being in favor of Burnsville. Whirl gonna try to get it past Far, doesn't quite. Great defensive play from Far there. J-Bay playing it back to the middle. A little bit of a fake, gets two to go, but Lumi comes out with the control. A little bit awkward now, trying to recover. Doesn't quite get what he's wanting, but Whirl going to be first on that one. Off the wall now, it is Whirl. Back to the backboard. They're trying to pepper that backboard again, but now Derecho is there, able to get that clear, get that control. If you hit it off the backboard and the defender is there to catch it, it just kills all the momentum of your offense.
Correct. In fact, it's actually bad because then they just get instant possession. Lumi, though, little dribble action, can't get the flick. Almost a little whiz flick if the tail came back around. But J-Bay popping up the backboard, looking for two.
Oh my goodness.
Does get the second touch. Almost the J-Bay peak double, but it will not drop. Whirl can't get the touch. Bang will clear out. J-Bay there for the redirect, though, keeping it back in the offensive half. Far will not get the read, intercepted by Bang. J-Bay and Bang with a 50 in Burnsville's favor.
No
a minute and a half, and this next goal could be very, very deadly.
Yeah, this could be a dangerous attack. Burnsville is fighting for boost, and they're not getting much. Bang finally grabs a corner there. That almost sneaks its way in for Des Moines. Whirl gonna try to get up this one early, but Far gonna be first to it. Blasky, no one there early for Burnsville, but a bit of a poor shot. It allows for an easy clear. Bang, trying to get this one out. Blasky back passing instead. 50 coming out. Far first to it. Double commit from Burnsville. One makes contact, but it's a little bit awkward. This could be a chance for Des Moines. That does beat one. A little bit awkward for now from Lumi. He has to get another 50 here, or a good flick. That works too. Lumi, well done. Bang, gonna try to get this thing going now for Inferno. Good flick. J-Bay with a good clear with only 45 seconds left. It's all we need is one for either team. Man, both teams getting such good opportunities, nothing going down.
I don't think I've been more kinetic in a game, I'll be honest with you. Every time it gets close, I'm just like waiting for that explosion to come, but it never does. 30 seconds left. 1-1 here in Game 6. The crowd wants a goal here. Lumi gets it past one into the midfield. No one is there. Whirl with a 50 with Blasky in the Des Moines favor here. J-Bay, 10 seconds left, trying to get some kind of offensive pressure here mounted. Lumi off the corner, 5 seconds in regulation. Game 6, off the backboard. Blasky's there for the clear, and we bang.
Oh, they
bang,
get up.
collects it off the ceiling, looking for a pass mid. Lumi is up. This is off the backboard. Lumi for the double. Oh my God! Lumi can't get the angle. We have OT Game 6.
That would have been the most insane Rising Star shot ever if that went through, but we play on. Burnsville doesn't quite get that one. Lumi gonna get this one out, and that might be an open net. Oh my goodness!
It's in!
Burnsville
Lumi
takes it to Game 7. It couldn't end any other way.
There could be another way. I could have more of a voice, man. This is insane. Game 7, Rising Star Grand Finals from Lumi with the open net. What a finish from Inferno. Lumi almost with 2 of the nastiest goals ever. And he finishes it out here for Burnsville. Game 7 incoming.
A little bit lower scores now. Both teams trying to lock it down, but Burnsville comes away with this one. And man, both teams are still playing so well. Obviously, there's a few little bit nervy mistakes coming out, but it's honestly not nearly as much as I expected. Both teams playing very, very solid. And that opening, J-Bay just a little bit too far up.
So close.
A little bit too far up. He was so close to getting back to that one. Maybe a pad more. Excuse me, but yeah, man. One more pad, and maybe he could have got back to that in time. It was inches. But we go to Game 7. Oh man, this is a good series.
Yeah, this is literally about as good as it gets. I'm actually very, very glad that I was picked to cast this, because I mean, this is peak. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, a Game 7 Rising Star Grand Finals with the de facto best teams in Rising Star. There is not a doubt in my mind that it's any different.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating right now. This is so
crazy.
exciting.
This is the perfect experience. But I have no idea who's going to walk away with this. Obviously, we have made our own predictions, so I'm unofficially rooting for Burnsville and you, Des Moines. We'll see if I die
I'm rooting
tonight.
for good Rocket League here. I don't. At this point, I want either team to win as long as it's going to be a good
I'm just
game.
excited for the inevitable
Oh my
crowd
goodness.
reaction when we see a goal. Whirl
bringing it 1-0 here, 13 seconds into Game 7 off the dime from Lumi.
Early goal from Inferno is exactly what they're hoping for. Obviously,
100%.
Any goals are
100%.
important, but a strong start of momentum can be so huge. If they can continue this thing rolling, they can get out of hand quick. Far going to try to make that so it doesn't happen. Trying to take some control in the corner. Luby takes it over, playing it to the middle, is able to get first to this one. J-Bay met in the air. This could be a chance. Far, good clear. Blasky first to it. Good 50 out by Bang though. Blasky, that's going to be an opening. Does Luby get back? He does not. We have a tie game.
I mean, this is great. This is exactly what I was expecting. Just the back and forth. Just each team picking apart the defense, figuring out. I'm not gonna lie, most of these goals have just come from just an unnecessary push-up with the third man. And these two teams are very, very good at punishing it. 1-1 here, 30 seconds into this Game 7 final. Whirl popping up, looking for two. J-Bay is the last back, does get the clear. Lasky looking for a touch, but it will be sent into the sidewall by Lumi. Over to Bang now. Bang 50 with Far, over Far. Lumi there for the touch. This will go off the backboard again as Burnsville going back to their roots of just abusing the sidewall and backboard. Bang gets it past one, past two. Shot comes out from Lumi and Whirl, but it will not find the back of the net as Burnsville just keeps upping the ante on offense.
Bang, getting this one cleared out. Zero boost though, gonna try to get something going. Not quite able to beat Blasky. Blasky getting this one out. J-Bay continuing that clear. Lumi up quick for this one. Good 50. This could be a chance now for Inferno. Almost getting the bump on J-Bay. That would have been a good chance. Blasky with some control. A little bit of a poor flick. That's going to give Lumi a chance. Off the backboard now. That's going to be a backboard miss off the crossbar. This could be a chance for Burnsville. It does go. Bang!
2-1 Burnsville. From the man who's been putting in work on offense, or men I should say, all day. Lumi and Bang, the tic-tac-toe plays, and they are working here for Burnsville.
Tons of time left though. We have so much Rocket League left to play. Des Moines inevitably surely responds here. We've had such a back and forth game. What a clear coming out from Burnsville though. They're going to try to get another one here. Bang might be able to get first to this one. Awkward bounce. Far, good clear, but he's on zero boost. Blasky's low. Going to try to get this one out. Just barely beats the attacker. Far up to J-Bay into the corner of Burnsville now. He has to get a good touch. Get Far, going to be first to it. This one's going to fall middle. Lumi able to get a clear now. Blasky in the corner, flicks it past one. Is anyone up for Dracho? They are! Of course it gets tied up again. J-Bay putting this one away for Dracho.
I'm telling you, man, give Blasky the ground and he will make plays happen with the dribbles. Blasky, J-Bay, the duo here for Des Moines. You've got just the beautiful pass off of the dribble. Just do a nice 50 by J-Bay under the defender. It doesn't get much better than that. 2-2 with just over half of this game left here in Game 7. Rising Star Grands. J-Bay gets the bump on Bang, easing up the defense a little bit. Lumi, though, gets the flick over one. J-Bay there for the touch. Blasky not able to get the touch that he wants with the 50 from World. J-Bay, though, beat out. Bang off the backboard. Lumi is up because why not? 3-2 Burnsville. The Bang, Whirl, Lumi trio putting in work here. Whirl with the interference on the back line opens that up perfectly for the offense.
Third time Burnsville has the lead. Can they hold on to it this time? J-Bay, can he hold this team on his back? Can he get those flicks that he's been doing so well this whole time to get it past the defense? Blasky with a little control. Good 50 out by Lumity there. J-Bay playing this one middle, Far up, quick to it. Is anyone going to be there for Des Moines? No. Good clear from Bang. Whirl up to Lumi. This could be another chance. That's going to be on target. Good clear, though, from Blasky. Well positioned to get that one out. Blasky continuing it out. Maybe decides to go for a flick here. Up is J-Bay. Is he going to be able to beat the last defender? Not quite. Far has control, though. Off the backboard. Bang, a little bit awkward. Oh, it's going to be an awkward touch. Is anyone there? Far tries to get it middle. Lumi going to be able to play it up to Bang. Good team play from Inferno. That might be an overcommit. Oh, Blasky just barely gets back in time. Des Moines holding on just needs one to tie this thing back up.
Yeah, you know, these goal line saves from both teams are really just only building the tension for the next goal, for the lovely, lovely crowd reactions that I crave. Far, popping it off the backboard, 1.5 minutes. Des Moines gotta find something soon if they want to hold this into OT here. Blaski can't get the touch off the backboard. It is just Lumi back off of the Blaski pinch. Lumi Bang, the duo of the day, cannot get the touch on Bang into the corner, looking for Whirl in the midfield. Popped high by the Derecho defense here. Lumi off the backboard. Bang is there for the shot. It is also off the backboard. Whirl trying to get one on as well off the corner.
Oh no.
Far can't get the read. Lumi has the shot on it. It's in! Lumi! 4-2 Burnsville.
Just barely not making contact in the corner as far. Blaski can't quite get to it first. Lumi putting it away. Des Moines not out of it yet, but they don't have much time. They have to get this thing real early to have a chance here. 49 seconds into the corner of Derecho. Far on this first. Lumi up early to get that one out. J-Bay playing it up. Blaski up early. That almost goes on target. There's a chance for Des Moines. Not quite on target yet. Far can't quite get it on. Blaski playing it to the middle, not able to get anything there. That was a great chance from Des Moines. They really wanted that one. They still have a little time, but it's running out quick.
Yeah, and I almost saw Bang with a full tank of boost on the sidewall. Thank God for Des Moines for shutting that down early. Blaski looking for a clear, does get it past 15 seconds. They need a goal
50
right about now. Lumi can't get the touch. This is midfield. Can anyone from Des Moines find it? And Burnsville are your Rising Star champions.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible series. And hats off to Des Moines for playing their hearts out. I know that they lost this series. They played so well, but Inferno just barely took this one. I don't think I've seen a more entertaining Rising Star series than this one.
No, I don't think I've seen a more entertaining series today. I'll be completely honest with you. Or yesterday. That was the best series I've watched on LAN so far, by far. Far mentioned. And I mean, perfect play from both teams. Both of you should feel super accomplished. I know it sucks getting so close and having it stripped away from you, but like to the men who play for the Des Moines Derecho, absolutely nothing but respect for each of you. You played a hell of a series. You should feel absolutely amazing.
Such a good series. So much pressure on both ends, back and forth the whole time. No team really felt like they had an edge. But Burnsville found it. They found a way to win. They succeeded in this UWRF arena. And oh man, that duo, Bang and Lumi, just showing off here. And before we get down to the medal ceremony here for this Rising Star Grand Final, any last thoughts up here?
I need some water. I need some NyQuil or something. I need something medicated for my throat because what a series. But yeah, we obviously we'll turn around. They don't need to see, our super good side. But yeah, I mean, what a series. We've been preaching it since it ended and really the whole thing. But shout out Burnsville, shout out Des Moines. Played your heart out. And without further ado, we will toss it over to K-Tool.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have here our Rising Star champions. First off, we have to obviously go through a couple of questions here. Obviously, we're going to start with Whirl standing next to you. How does it feel to hoist this championship trophy? Obviously, with the sheer craziness of the season, going through a LAN tournament with these crazy teammates, what's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, I don't know. Am I holding this or are you holding it? Okay, you're holding it.
I don't trust any hooligans here.
No, it was an awesome season. Seriously, I think we're one of the last standing teams that stuck with it throughout the whole season. And so much fun. We're the original roster on this Rising Star team, which doesn't happen too much in MCS, I don't think. But no, listen, I can beat the carried by Remzik allegations. I won in a different league with Remzik It's been an absolute blast with these boys. Couldn't have better teammates.
I love to hear that. I do have another question for you. Obviously, playing with these guys, it seemed like your job was fairly easy. Was it really just the chemistry you guys had for the entire season, how much trust you had in these guys that made you guys take it down in a crazy match starting off our grand finals?
Yeah, no, we played a lot. I think chemistry had a big deal. Obviously, Bang and Lumi are both very good players, so I just tried to be the glue between the two of them and do my job, and I think we did okay here in the grand finals.
I love that. We're all step in the middle of you. And Bang, my very first question to you is, how does it feel to win having so much support out in the crowd here?
I mean, it's looking amazing, I'm not gonna lie. We drove 8 hours to be here, and I wanted to make it worth it for my family, so definitely made that happen.
I love to hear that. I am curious, obviously, when you're scoring some of these crazy goals, just hearing the energy, how does that feel, you guys, to get a crazy Game 7 win?
I mean, it's an unreal feeling, not gonna lie, it's surreal. And my job was easy. I just got to be like an anchor. I just got to rotate around this guy. This guy did all the crazy stuff. I just got to be the basic guy that scored his cleanup. I was like a mop, pretty much. I was his tool.
I love that. And then one more thing, obviously, this is your rookie season. Obviously, your first time ever playing in this. Not a bad way to go. The question is, how are you going to top it? Are you just moving up and trying to win more?
I mean, that's my goal. I mean, hopefully I can get on the same team with these boys again next season. Whether that's Challenger, Rising Star, wherever they decide to put me, I'll win it all again.
I love that. And I'll step on the other side here. Lumi, not bad, I will say. Obviously, did well enough that there were actually another team on the Inferno, the Chow team, that you wanted to play for. But you said, what if I throw for those boys just to save the energy for here? But no, in all honesty, obviously, massive congratulations. Tell me, what exactly about you or your playstyle made you so unbelievably dominant in a crazy high-stakes grand final?
A lot of it was trusting my teammates here. I like to go fast, try mechs and outplays. I think my ground play is my strongest, though. But I'll be honest, going into this, there was a couple scrims we did. I'll keep it a buck. I didn't trust you guys sometimes. But going here, I just was like, I'm going to trust them, which allowed me to perform what I needed to do.
I love that. Massive, massive congratulations. Seer, I'll let you hop out and give the medals and the rings to these boys. It was well earned. You guys had a dominant fashion. Again, you didn't decide you wanted to just go for a sweep, even game 5, 6. You wanted to go all the way. I'm not going to lie, I was kind of hoping for a Game 7 OT, but we have to give you guys a massive, massive props for getting an unbelievable series. And obviously, shout out to the casters. You guys going back and forth was crazy. This might be the most fun I have ever seen for a grand finals in terms of the support from the crowd. You have to give up. You guys did such an amazing job. And seriously, it means so much. All of you guys coming out to support the family, the friends, the significant others. It really does make it worth so much. Now, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up now, real quick here, for our Rising Star champions, Burnsville Inferno! Well deserved, guys. You guys can go grab your stuff now because we got some more grand finals to go here. So massive, massive. Appreciate you guys starting off with a bang, obviously. Going 2-7. That is going to be the first grand finals of 3. So we're going to go to a quick intermission and come back with our Challenger grand finals.
You're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974.
wondering in this place how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space. So we still come back for more, leaving it behind. Isn't always easy, but how hard we try. No more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go?
Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly night and day, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly down.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to MCS LAN Season 12. I can't believe we're here once again. We have another Grand Finals, of course. Challenger up next. I am joined here by Freight Cabbage, one of the GOAT casters on the scene, of course. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I mean, we say that about every single match, and it's usually because we get something that does deliver. Of course, it's going to be hard to top that. Of course, what we just saw, Game 7 going all the way to the wire, such a great back-and-forth series. I mean, I hope that we get something better than that. I'm not sure what you can make much better than that. Of course, congrats to the Inferno there. And what that also does, which is interesting, it makes it so there's only one team left, or at least one franchise left, that can have two champions. It'd be the Brainerd Victory competing in this one and in Premier. Derecho is the other team. So we'll see if that comes through. Coming into this one, though, I mean, a lot of storylines, a lot of things to talk about.
Yes, for sure. I have played against both of these teams countless times as a Chow player. I think the main thing everyone's thinking about is, can Brainerd Victory pull the victory off themselves? Because they have been dominant the entire regular season. The only really sort of hit against them is their major performances, right? They didn't have the showcases that they wanted. They didn't make grands in either of those, but of course they're in grands here, and that's what matters for them.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing is, the teams, they'll say, we don't care. We get last all the majors. We get last in the regular. Well, I mean, I can't get last in the regular season, but, you get what I'm saying. You get as low as you want, and it doesn't matter. It really comes down to what you do on LAN. And, of course, they've been, I would say, basically, I guess not perfect because they did lose that one series in the group stage, but perfect enough. I mean, a 4-1 clean semifinal, they've really got kind of the world in front of them. It's can they seize it? Can they seize the day and find that title?
Yeah, and we'll have to find out. The teams are ready to walk out. I will throw it down to K-Tool now, and we can see them take the stage.
We had an unbelievable first grand final. Now here we are going to welcome our first grand finalists of our Challenger squad. We've got the MVP in Luigi, followed by Spalti and Juxo. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Brainerd Victory! And their opponents, seeing if they can take them down. We've got T-Jack, Divine, and Rick. On the other side, give it up for the Des Moines Derechos! Obviously, we don't want to see the Derechos go 0-2 on the grand finals. We'll see if this is their redemption arc. Players, best of luck. You can take the stage. Casters, back to you.
Great to see the teams walking out, of course. I'm sure the blood is flowing. The nerves are starting to hit. It's one of those things you've been working for all season. It's been many months of regular season gameplay, many wins, many victories, and it all accumulates to this.
Yeah, and now it's just those, 7 games in front of you. Can you win 4 of them? That's what it comes down to. And I mean, we've talked about it all day today, myself and K2, about some ugly series in there, some ugly games. But at the end of the day, if you get the wins, that's all that matters. So for these two teams coming into this one, I think, you kind of set the stage with the Brainerd victory. For them, it's kind of just a show up. It's play the Rocket League that we've seen them play all season long and been so incredibly dominant in that regular season. For the Derecho, what do you think is their key to victory if they're going to come away with this one?
I think the biggest thing is I'm looking at Rick. Rick is the solid rock on that team. He has led Divine and T-Jack so well. And of course, Divine and T-Jack have had so much LAN experience. They both have been around for a long time. And T-Jack has won on this very stage against Juxo, I believe, in a Rising Star series. So I feel like they got the composure there. It's kind of just like eyes on Rick. Can he do everything that he's done in the regular season here?
Okay, that's fair. And I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to, is having one of those players step up. And in that last series, I mean, we thought it was impossible for the chance that this Des Moines Derecho team would take down the #1 Chicago Jungle, but they did it. I mean, it took all 7. It took us all the way to the wire, but they found a way to win. They found a way to do it. And I think if they're able to triumph here, I think that kind of is the story of the LAN for them, is just finding a way to get those wins. Because, I mean, it's a team that we knew could potentially cause an upset, but that was an upset like a step above, and then this would be potentially a step further.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is at one point during the season, this team was set to disband. I kid you not, the Derecho have gone through hell and back and are still here, and they are going to be playing against Brainerd in the grand finals. A little bit more predictable on Brainerd showing up here, but let's get into predictions. Where are you going on this one?
As much as I love the upset and as much as I really do enjoy a little bit of drama, I am a part of the Brainerd Victory franchise, so I got to go with my boys. I think they're going to get it done here today.
Okay, that is a fair take.
I'm sorry.
I have played both of these teams. I know how good each of them are. I am going to similarly go Brainerd, because last time I went Brainerd, it did not curse them, and they still came out on the win with the Premier semis. So I think they get it here.
Okay. So I don't know, maybe a little reverse curse, a little counteraction here, or we'll just both be right, or we'll both be wrong. But I mean, I think it's only 6 people can really decide that for us. I think it's about time we get underway with the Challenger Grand Finals. Oh, I guess not. We gotta give them a little bit more. You know, you gotta make them wait.
Yeah, and as you're sitting here, I feel like the most important part is to clear your head, right? It's one of those things, you have so many thoughts rushing through your head. There's so many like what ifs and should have beens or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, you made it to the grand finals. You just need to be calm and play your game.
And I guess we did talk already about the MVP of Luigi being on that Brainerd Victory team. Do you look to him to just carry, to just put up an all-star performance, or are you looking at those other 2 players to kind of step up in their own right?
So I have been an interesting kind of opinion on this, but there is some facts to this. Luigi is the highest salary that has ever touched Challenger since Season 8. There is stats that he has broken on this Challenger season that no one has ever thought possible. He was projected 2nd round of Prem, dropped down due to availability. So inevitably, you could look to him, and he is the face of Brainerd. But Juxo and Spalte have had really good seasons. They've assisted them really, really well. If you look at the stats, the assists stand out. They have been playing a team game. It has not been only Luigi on this team. Although he is, of course, breaking the goal record.
1.55 goals per game and 500 points per game. That's a pretty good season. You know, that's definitely nothing to laugh at there. So we'll see if he can do it here. But I mean, there's always got to be something. You know, there's always going to be that chance that somebody just comes out of the woodwork, puts up a performance here on the side of the Des Moines derecho, and I think that's what we're just kind of looking for. I will say the only other thing that has me a little bit with some sort of energy is the fact that this derecho team has found ways to win in the most unorthodox styles. Like we talked about that matchup earlier, where it just felt like no matter what the jungle did, they could not find a way through. They could find like goals, they could find a match, but they really couldn't find the whole series.
Yeah, and you think about all of the pressure that is on Brainerd's shoulders, right? They're so expected to win here. This is one of those things where all of Challenger, they've been the team that should be winning everything, and they crumbled in both majors. So it's a matter of what if derecho go and push them a little bit harder than they thought game 1? What if, you know, those thoughts start creeping in of we should be winning, but suddenly we're starting to get swept by T-Jack, Divine, and Rick. And it's one of those things where no matter how experienced you are, no matter how much the stats back you, it's the game that decides the winner.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that too. We always talk about kind of, you know, the nature of a best of 7 being somewhat different than a best of 5, best of 3, of course, more to work with there. In this series, let's say, you know, Brainerd Victory, they come out slow, they lose the first one, a quirky goal, they lose the second. At what point do you think you actually start to maybe believe that the derecho can do it? Does it need to be at match point, or can it be with like a 1 or 2 game lead?
So for me, I believe that derecho can do it right now. I don't think they need to prove themselves at all. It's one of those things. Challenger has always been the league of parity, in my opinion. The 16th team and the first team aren't that far apart. It's one of those things where every single player is super hungry. Every single player shows up and wants to win.
Yes, of course. One final reminder about the difference between the 2 teams. I mean, the top and the bottom. I mean, it was really, it's just surprising to see not the rhythm and not the jungle here. That was kind of the biggest thing. You talk about the parity, right? Like just the fact that you expect those 2 teams that have been so strong all season long, and unfortunately they don't make it through.
Yeah, well, Rochester, of course, had some extenuating circumstances, not showing up with the full roster, of course. But Chicago were playing so close in that semifinal. Surprised to not see them here. But, of course, derecho, they earned it, right?
Yeah.
They took that Game 7, and they won.
Yeah. And I want to talk quick, too, about going back to what we saw in that Rising Star Grand Final, and it kind of just the back-and-forth swings and how much energy can come from just one goal at the right time. I think that's going to be interesting to see. Are we going to see things like that where it's one player has a pop-off goal, one player just has that solo play? Because especially, you talk about Challenger being, the closest league in terms of skill level, but it's also a higher skill level than Rising Star, and that's just a matter of fact thing. So you have the ability for those players to make those solo plays, to take the game into their own hands. So I don't know if that's going to be a big part of this, if we see a lot of those momentum kind of shifts, or if those teams are both just kind of locked in.
I'm curious to see the team play. I think the team play is going to make or break the winner of this grand final. It's one of those things where Brainerd has been leading in assists the entire season. They've been able to find each other. They've been able to create offensive chances. I want to see Derecho do that in the same sense because they have been very successful throughout the season. They have, not had all the results that they wanted, but at least at LAN, they've been finding each other. They went 3-0 in their group. They were doing incredibly well, and now they find themselves here.
Yeah. And I mean, you talk about it too. Their major runs, they were middle of the pack in both of them. It's not like they had absolute, bombs out in either one of them. It was just kind of the first one falling, I believe it was the quarterfinals, and the second one in the later end of that Swiss stage. So it's a team that, just one game goes your way, and we might see them into those playoffs, into the later runs. And I mean, at some point too, you talk about them almost disbanding. That honestly might galvanize them. They might be like, let's, we were against the brink in one direction, now we're on the brink of greatness in the other direction. Can we just kind of come together and for 45 minutes just be the greatest Rocket League team in Challenger, right?
Yeah, and you say that, and they're probably thinking that, but it's so hard to actually execute. It's one of those things where the grand final goes by in the blink of an eye. You feel like you just started game 1, and then suddenly it's game 6 and you're losing. It's one of those things where no matter what you do to prepare for it, it'll take you by the horns.
The good news is we've talked about it, we've already seen it a lot, is the timeouts, of course. A newer thing in terms of MCS competition, but allowing for those timeouts in this series. So, either get some words from a coach, just get some words as a team where you get a little bit of a break in the action. That's always a good thing that these players can work with as well, just to get that extra little bit. So we'll see if that plays in here as well. Of course, for those of you at home, we're working on a technical issue right now with one of the PCs. Stick with us. We're getting it done. Of course, the other thing to talk about, too, is this upcoming grand final, the Victory versus the Miracles in Premier. I don't want to spoil what's coming down the road, but I think that's going to be a really good one as well.
Yes, for sure. Of course, Premier, the thing to watch when you're watching MCS. It's one of those things, grand finals comes around and you're going to see some really, really good gameplay. And of course, we have some insane individuals on each side. Premier MVP, Kixby, and then of course, ex-Premier MVPs, multiple. Mogi on the other side. That'll be a heater of a match.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of fun to look back here through the history books a little bit too of just previous champions, previous teams, some players who, still competing to this day, some players who no longer in MCS, but of course, just kind of those who have come before is kind of the best way to put it, where it's all the changes that have happened. Of course, even one title that's no longer available, Prospect Champion. That's something that only a few select people own. So kind of fun to look at this. Of course, Rising Star only joining in the later years as well. And it's just so fun. It's, the history that you have here is unique. I mean, a lot of the times these leagues don't last as long as MCS has, but just through the iterations, through the changes, it's kept on going. And why can't we do 12 more seasons at this point?
Yeah, and congrats, of course, to Burnsville Inferno getting their second ever win as a franchise, of course, in Rising Star for Season 12. That is incredibly exciting for Cripplefy, who I know is probably was watching. I don't know if he's still tuned in as he doesn't have a team left, but he's currently my teammate in CSA, so hopefully he is super happy with his result. And big congrats, of course, to all of Rising Star. It was a very, very well thought out season. Very long season, of course, as we look back in sort of time and see oh my goodness, draft was all the way back in October.
Yeah. Well, and it's crazy to think about too when you talk about the Challenger teams as well. With having 16 teams, it's so much. But it's about time we get in here. It's our time for the Challenger Grand Final. Des Moines, Derecho, Brainerd Victory. Let's put on a show.
Yes, let's. Now into the midfield already is Juxo, trying to play this one to a teammate. Of course, that team play, as we talked about, Brainerd's sort of speciality here. Luigi on the redirect has an opportunity, doesn't quite find it. Rick now has control in the corner, trying to play it to himself, trying to 50 the next man in Luigi. A pinch comes out from Divine. That is so powerful. Off the backboard, Spalty does get the read just in time, though.
Yeah, Luigi's going to set this one down, looking for Spalty once again. And early on here, it feels like Des Moines Derecho coming out with a little bit of speed. I mean, it was a really nice pinch out of the corner to get some aggression going, as now Rick's going to go for that one. Demo's there, and that might be a big thing too, is physicality. Is, you know, those players are great, but there's only so much you can do even in on the play if you're dead on the sidelines.
Of course, now Luigi looking for a double off the backboard. Spalty choosing to leave this one for Juxo. Juxo trying to control this into the midfield. Spalty pop toward the corner. How will T-Jack handle it? Kind of an awkward touch, but does it well. And now Divine is up early, 50-50 toward the ceiling. Now T-Jack up, trying to play this under one. Has a shot opportunity. Luigi barely there in time.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing, too. You talk about the higher level players get even better on the defensive side. You know, you'll see some lower level players that are able to still do some of those high mechanical offensive plays, but the defensive positioning, kind of the instinct, is one of the things that really makes players like Luigi special, of course, playing a little bit lower than he ought to, but Rick, a great save there to keep this one tied up. Spalty tries to send it back in. Rick's going to go for a pinch off towards the sidewall. Luigi will send it back in once more, and there's T-Jack coming over.
And now Divine off the backboard, tries to touch this one out toward Rick. Rick does get the follow, trying to follow it himself once again, but runs out of boost, has to leave this one. Luigi now into the air, has it under one, goes for the flip reset, leaves it for the teammate, and the teammate is there for the finish. Spalty credited, but Luigi made that play happen.
Yeah, just takes it from his own side of the field, goes for the flip reset, nice little touch. Actually misses the flip reset, kind of fakes T-Jack there. I don't think he would have gotten to it if it went top shelf off of Luigi's touch anyway, but definitely makes it real easy there with the finish off of Spalty. And now it's just Brainerd. I mean, I don't expect them to take their foot off the gas, but they could. They can just play back. They can just play a little bit more calm, a little bit more relaxed. You've got your lead. That's all you need.
Yes, and time management, oh so important, especially in the grand final setting. What will Brainerd do now? Let's see, into the corner. Zero boost on T-Jack. Shot opportunity saved away by Rick. Juxo now trying to play this one mid for a teammate. Goes for the 50, and Luigi is there for the finish. Incredible team play once again. Juxo so smart to just take this ball and take time. Immediate 50 and immediate follow by Luigi will result in a Brainerd doubling their lead.
Yeah, and I mean, that one for Luigi, kind of felt like he was in the wrong spot there. Probably shouldn't have stuck around, but just, you know, kind of appears on that back post off of a great 50, and that's all it takes is just having that one player. Now Juxo's looking for a solo play. That's going to kick out towards mid. Spalty a shot there, but T-Jack a great save as Divine will take it up the sidewalk. Trying to get some offense going for the derecho here. 50 back in the direction. Rick will have to take this one off towards the corner. They take this one around Luigi. No, he's 50 out towards the middle, and T-Jack nice clear.
Now, who's there on the follow-up? Of course, Spalty is there, trying to play this one over the last defender. Not able to get it before it is turned away. Now into the midfield. Rick up early, tries for the 50. Divine with a little bit of time and boost. What will he do with it? Has to go down. Luigi now into the corner, trying to 50 this out. Juxo with just a clean beat there. Now an awkward ball for T-Jack. An immediate challenge from Luigi. Who's there first for the shot? Spalty is there, but off the backboard. Who has the finish? Not quite there.
Yeah, but a dangerous opportunity once again. Juxo just in the right spot, almost able to put it in the back of the net, and that's the problem with the Brainerd victory. It's just they will keep on getting those opportunities. As now Juxo from range here. Rick, that's going to be awkward. Great stop. T-Jack gets in the middle of that one, keeps the shot from going in. Luigi's now, I believe, disconnected, so we're going to have a pause here as this one gets a little bit messy, and unfortunately, I mean, I'm not sure if that miss was caused by Luigi's disconnection there, but either way, I mean, it's the Brainerd victory looking very strong so far through the first 3.5.
Brainerd have come out swinging, and luckily, of course, the pause is on their side, so it feels a little bit less, you know, like they're using it as a...
Yep, yeah.
So, of course, this will give derecho a little bit of time to, like, sort of recuperate, right? They have a minute and a half still left in this game. I'm sure we'll start with some time still on the clock from probably a kickoff position, which might favor, you know, a quick derecho goal, the ability to get back into the series, at least early on, of course.
Yeah, and the trouble is, or I guess there's two ways you can take it for the derecho. I feel like they've looked pretty comfortable, so I think they're not in necessarily a bad spot. I think they're in a pretty good position here. I think, you know, back by 2 can only be so pretty good, but still have looked solid. However, I feel like there hasn't been a lot of chance generation. We talked about it earlier against the Jungle. It didn't feel like they were really generating offense. It just felt like they were capitalizing on those mistakes on the other side. And that's the troubling part, too, is that this Brainerd team has looked so clean on LAN that they just I don't expect many mistakes, but we're back into it. 100 seconds left in this one. Let's see what they've got.
Yeah, and the offense, as you mentioned, on Brainerd has been so good. Here's another chance, but it's not quite in off of the backboard. Now this one floating into the midfield. Spalti trying to tap this down toward a teammate. T-Jack with a clean beat toward the corner, trying to follow it himself. Does get it over one. A demo on the play, a bump on the play, but Rick's finish not good enough. Now Juxo on the follow, just banging this one out. Not wanting any control on that one. I don't necessarily blame him. It's one of those things where you're just trying to get time for your teammates to boost up and get out of defense. You're up 2, you have lots of time. There isn't really a need to panic on that one.
Yeah, and now just some soft defensive play here. Juxo, can he get it past 2? He does. The third one up is Rick, but he goes up, he gets the touch, and then no boost, and I think that's the tough part, too, is we've seen the Derecho sometimes struggle with that as well, about having enough boost. Divine an opportunity, but maybe T-Jack, the shot looking nearly on target, but unfortunately it's saved away, and now Spalti off the sidewall. Rick has to dive at it, unable to get a touch, so it goes other direction once again. Juxo sky high, and that should be enough for the pressure now.
Yeah, about 30 seconds left. Now Rick trying to play this one through the corner with a demo. Shot opportunity immediately saved away by Luigi. Spalti beating Divine to that ball, crucially keeping this one out of the Brainerd net. And time is just the biggest enemy of Des Moines right now. 20 seconds now remain. Brainerd still keeping their offensive pressure, have done such a good job just shutting out the midfield from the Des Moines Derecho.
Yeah, and this one should just be all done and dusted. I think that's potentially going to go in. It will, Luigi. That one's a little favorable. Nice little pinch off the ceiling, and it's, again, kind of a weird one. But he just goes for the nice challenge there, and it happens to find that perfect angle right off and in. Rick almost able to get the save, but just not enough. And, I mean, Brainerd, clean, clinical 3-0 win in the first game, and, I mean, setting themselves up for what could be a quick grand final.
Yeah, possibly. And Des Moines now, of course. You got to start thinking, what went wrong, right? It's one of those things where if you're shut out in a game, something went wrong, right? You want some more offense generation. You want to find each other a little bit more. And I'm guessing the shots did not favor them either, as it felt like it was a Brainerd onslaught toward the Des Moines net. And Des Moines just kind of inevitably letting some slip, but not looking super uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see this. I want to see real quick. Yeah, so only 4 shots to 13 in favor of the victory, and that was the big storyline earlier on today. Was the saves going, or excuse me, the shots so heavily in favor of the Derecho in that jungle series? It was like 8-3, 8-4 was usually about the ratio in an average game. So really was a lot of pressure coming out of the Derecho, even if it wasn't necessarily quality chances. They were at least putting shots on frame that made the opponent have to do something. And so far in this one, 4 shots to the 13. It's not going to be enough, so you need to find a way, control the midfield, and kind of turn that into more pressure.
Yeah, and Brainerd have been doing just that against Derecho, of course. They've been controlling the midfield. They've been finding each other. I feel like every touch that has an orange trail finds another orange car immediately. Divine now trying to play this one through. Spalti has time and boost, trying to control it out of the midfield. Luigi now to follow. T-Jack with an early beat, and that one just rolling in. Des Moines finally getting on the scoreboard.
And, I mean, we take those. It's definitely a little bit more of a mistake as MVP chance coming out. Nice little shot from range. And, I mean, if the Brainerd victory are going to give you opportunities like that and you can capitalize, you absolutely have to. You're only going to get so many of those, and I think it's kind of dumb, but I think T-Jack, good credit there to get the shot on the empty net and put it away.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they kind of just need confidence, right? They were shut out game 1. You just want to get a goal on the scoreboard so that way you can be confident and be like, yes, we're showing up in this grand final. We are not going to go easy into that good night. Now Spalti toward the sidewall, Juxo there to follow, trying to play this one through the corner. Luigi takes his time, has the space, looking for the solo play on a low boost defender, and 50-50s around one, tries to use the flip to dunk that double in, but not able to find it.
And that one's incredible too, because I'm surprised there was nobody there for the follow-up on the side of the Brainerd victory. It felt like they really had a chance, maybe a chance for Juxo. No, once again, who's are we going to say? It's going to be Luigi.
Luigi finishing that one, but Juxo with the generation had an opportunity to just slot it in himself, but that bounce going perfectly mid to Luigi, and Luigi is not missing a shot from that close of range. Brainerd equalized now. Only a minute has surpassed. We will see maybe Derecho going to kick a goal here, but no, a little bit of awkwardness lets Luigi play that one off to the side safely. Yeah,
Divine does get a demo on that back post. Maybe an opportunity here. T-Jack's going to look for a pass out center. It goes up the sidewall. Juxo just a nice little toss mid. As now Divine kicks it out to Rick. Shot from range. Does that one go? No, 2 defenders there. Both able to get in front of that one. Spalty's going to send this one downfield, and I mean, so far in this one, the Brainerd victory have been a little bit less clean. It's been a little bit more of the boomer ball, which can work, but I think their specialty, we've talked about it, is definitely in that possession style and teamwork style play instead of just kind of the rip it downfield and chase.
And I'd love to see Des Moines do a little bit more demo plays. We saw one earlier, and possibly disrupt that team chemistry. It's one of those things where if your touch is planning to go to a teammate and that teammate isn't there, it can really mess up the play. Opportunity here, shot is good from Rick. An incredible pass mid from Divine allows Rick to just slot that one in, but Juxo's mistouch kind of allowing that chance to even occur in the first place. You can't expect your defenders to get that one after the touch out mid.
Yeah, and again, it's just a nice job there by the Derecho to capitalize on a mistake that's given to them. It's so base level, but it's something that's so critical in matches like these, especially with those nerves and with, like you mentioned, getting shut out in that first game. It is so difficult to find a way back into it. But now an opportunity here once again. Des Moines kicks this one into the sky. T-Jack's going to drop it down, looking for Rick. It's past one, but now the follow-up. Juxo out towards the middle. It gets dangerous for a second. Rick, can he get this flick? He does, but it gets defended well by Luigi. Off towards the ceiling. Divine pass out middle. Spalty easily there.
Divine has been going for the pinches. I remember the one in game one that I swear went around 200 kph across the entire side of the field. Maybe one of these will find its way into the back of the net, but not lucky enough so far. Des Moines just taking their easy chances, taking those mistakes and capitalizing so far, trying to at least get that lead and hold on to it beyond just, the 1-0 and then an immediate response from Brainerd, and then you sort of lose your momentum. So they've done well so far. About 2 minutes left now. T-Jack trying to generate something in the midfield here. Shot opportunity comes through, but Spalty with an easy save toward corner, passing that test with flying colors. Juxo on the follow-up, tries for Spalty. Spalty on the bump, actually. Opts to leave that one. Luigi left back alone. Manages to avoid the demo and grab the boost and get the ball.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing right now, too, is it feels like Des Moines Ratio, they're being much more aggressive. They're applying pressure. It doesn't feel like the Brainerd victory have all of the space and have all of the time they want as Rick's going to try to drop this one down. Divine bounce shot, and a player, I believe, just kind of out of position. I don't see any, no reactions that make it sound like he was disconnected or anything. I think just couldn't quite, backwards, couldn't get around the ball, and so that's a great other goal there.
Yeah, very demoralizing too, because you can literally look at net and he can't do anything about it. He just has to watch it roll in over his head, and that is so rough as that last back person, knowing that it wasn't even necessarily your fault. It might have been teammates' mistakes. Here's another opportunity. Who's there first? Divine off toward the backboard. This one bouncing down, trying to follow it himself. Not quite able to put it in, though. T-Jack back into the corner, trying to just continue the Des Moines pressure, turning the script on its head here, with Des Moines probably favoring in shots so far. Divine now trying to play this one out of the corner. Rick now back into the corner after the 50-50 comes through. Who is up on top of this? Spalty is there, but played around from the Des Moines defender.
Yeah, and again, we saw for a moment there all three Brainerd victory defenders in the same corner. That one is uncharacteristic for them, so you can tell they're a little bit flustered, if not at least from their, you don't really see it on the face cams, you don't really see it in the actions, but you can definitely just see it in the positioning and how it's not as clean, it's not quite as crisp, as Juxo's going to have to try to find some magic here. 45 seconds left in game two. Can the Brainerd victory find their way back into this one? Are we seeing a tied grand finals once again? As Luigi downfield, Divine able to kick that one to the sidewall. Spalty going for that 50 off the ceiling, and will kick it back out towards mid. Now final 30 seconds. T-Jack chips this one high. He's going to go for the double touch. T-Jack, no, that one well wide.
Time ticking down. Now, of course, the opponent of Brainerd victory. Des Moines just opting to take this one in the corner. No need to rush it out. T-Jack smartly there, not banging that one away, just taking his 50, knowing that he has support, and that is time ticking down. Now Brainerd, you have to ask, what happened to their offensive production? And they do get one here as I'm about to call the game already. They say, no, not just yet. We have 5 more seconds to make something happen on this next kickoff.
Yeah, and that one just so tough to defend for T-Jack. He was in the right spot, had the right reaction, but just Spalty goes for the back post on a little bit of almost a delayed touch there. So really well done to find that opening, as it's going to be a chance at a 0-second goal. T-Jack's going to try to just set this one down, but he has to let it float. Opportunity for Luigi to charge forward. Divine goes for that 50 and finishes it there. The Derecho, a great response in game two.
Yeah, a little bit of a, we're almost going to make something happen. but Derecho do pull away with that game number 2 win, equalizing the series. Very, very important. We see the shots actually equal here. It did feel, though, that Des Moines had a lot more of the pressure, and they were a lot more in charge of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing that they're looking for there, is just finding that offensive pressure and finding a way to put more shots on frame. I mean, it was a couple of mistakes. I mean, we talked about that, but honestly, I feel like they could have found those opportunities other ways, and we saw that with that third goal. It was just a nice, clean play across the middle and a great pass out center, and that was all that they needed. So it'll be interesting to see if they can continue that again in Game 3, or if the victory can kind of reset and really get back to that team, that level of excellence that we expect from them in the final frame.
Yes, for sure. Victory, I feel like they still had some really good looks that Game 2. They really had opportunities that they did turn into goals. It was just a matter of the minute differences, right? Des Moines taking advantage of some of the mispositioning, some of the 50s that went their way, and just sort of capitalizing on those mistakes. What can Des Moines do in Game 3? Will they force Brainerd on the back foot, or will Brainerd just walk away with this?
Yeah, and I think there's a potential answer that they're looking towards is solo plays. We saw Luigi go for that one by himself off of an early chance from the kickoff, but now this one is going to go towards the backboard. Des Moines low on boost, at least in terms of Rick. The other two doing okay. Is Luigi. He's low on boost in that corner. We'll try to kick it out middle. T-Jack instead downfield. T-Jack's going to pressure this one off the sidewall. Gets past one. Can he kick it out mid? He does, but it's kind of an awkward touch, so Divine kicks that one sidewall, and it might be a mistake here. Rick, no, great touch towards the backboard there, and a great follow-up on T-Jack off the respawn. Puts Luigi on the back foot now.
I thought for sure that was going to end in a goal, but Rick, heroic diving save, and now trying to make something happen on the offense are Des Moines. This is an opportunity, but Luigi's touch just away from Rick before he can tap that shot in. Now Divine on the wall, trying to just bang this one mid. T-Jack looking for the bump, opportunity there, but Spalty's touch does come through. Now Luigi banging it over one, trying to follow it himself, gets the demo, but misses the ball. Now Juxo leaving it in the corner. Luigi trying to just play it around one. Spalty there for the potential finish, has the double lined up. Spalty taps it in, but it was an entire team play that made that happen.
And quite fired up here. You hear him down there on stage. I couldn't quite tell exactly what was shouted, but a lot of energy, and that was a great play. I mean, get fired up after that one. That one just looks oh so nice. And I mean, we talked about Luigi pregame, but those other two, you said they just need to kind of do their part and step up to be a part of this team. And Spalty getting the lead there. That one definitely a way to step up.
Yes, Spalty has definitely stepped up so far this grand finals. Of course, Brainerd as a whole probably feel like that Game 2 was just kind of a fluke for them. They are now back in control. They are looking to get this lead early in the series. Spalty now not on that one. Juxo up to Luigi. Luigi up to the ceiling. T-Jack off to the sidewall, but ends up missing. A shot opportunity here for Spalty. Is that one just in? It is. No Des Moines Derecho defender back in time. I thought for sure that would be defended considering how slow of a shot this was, but it just rolls in.
No, and that one's just really, really difficult. Divine almost able to cut it off in time. And that really spawned, there was a double commit there in the midfield. Both players went up for it to try to 50 against Luigi. It kind of just dropped right where it was, but unfortunately for them, that meant nobody back on the defensive side. T-Jack goes for it, just whiffs. I mean, you can't expect him to hit everything, and kind of that's all she wrote. So it's going to get interesting. It's now an opportunity. It was a quick third on the cards there for the Brainerd victory, but instead it's held out. Des Moines downfield. T-Jack shot from range. Luigi easily handled. And it's going to be a chance for a little bit of a counterattack. Spalty kicking it out towards mid. Luigi there for the challenge. Divine kicks it towards the backboard. Rick, nice touch. He's going to keep going with this one. Unfortunately, has to get that one chipped out towards mid. Luigi there, but again, a nice save. And I mean, Derecho, they're holding on just barely, but I mean, for how long?
Yeah, I mean, the cohesive team of Brainerd are swarming like sharks against the Des Moines Derecho. It's one of those things where it feels like eventually one of these is going to fall. We're getting so many chances. We're seeing the backboard ping so many times. Is there going to just be a finish? Is there going to be one time when Des Moines don't have boost or don't have that third man back and one of these balls going to slot into the back of the net? Rick, however, finally getting a chance out of the Des Moines half, trying to solo play that one. Now Divine up to the backboard. Team bump actually happening, and T-Jack there for the finish. Another mistake from Brainerd, capitalized by Des Moines.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, if Des Moines didn't make a couple mistakes, they say, we deserve a few of our own. So the Brainerd victory trying to even that tally, giving T-Jack a nice open net there, and he does well to convert. Not not the easiest of angles there, but definitely puts it away. And I guess my biggest thing I wanted to comment on right before that, Luigi was in the perfect spot for a touch. The Des Moines derecho tried to clear it. Luigi just sends it back in, and that can be so incredibly suffocating when it feels like every time you try to hit it forward, there's an opponent just right there for it. As Rick's gonna go for a 50 off the backboard. All three players, T-Jack's gonna put it away. And what was that?
An absolute masterclass from Rick. Has all three defenders jump because of how threatening he is on the ball. T-Jack with an easy follow-up to get the credit on that goal, but that was a Rick-created goal.
Yeah, no, T-Jack the tap-in merchant apparently, but hey, we take it. And I mean, exciting there. We tie us back up here. It felt like the Brainerd Victory were just going to run away with this one, but T-Jack back-to-back goals now. An opportunity, Divine looking for the back post pass, wanted Rick, but out of reach. Rick was low on boost. It's going to go downfield here. Divine gets demoed there as now we're on screen. We're going to look back there. It's going to go off towards the corner. Rick heading for this one. Spalti chips it up. Going to keep on going. Off the backboard. Rick's going to kick it downfield. Divine's going to try to chase, but instead demoed Luigi on the back line. Should have kicked this one forward and give some space.
Yeah, Juxo now off the sidewall trying to follow it once more. Gets the bump on Divine, but T-Jack is there. 50-50s into the corner. T-Jack just trying to play that, continuing into the corner. Luigi now pops that mid to Juxo. Juxo with the drop and a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and that one, I mean, great response once again. The Victory doing what we expect out of them, just able to put pressure on, and Juxo's up so quick on that ball. He knows exactly where it's going, can read that there's like no boost left in the tank on the rest of those players, so doesn't really have to worry about much and just finds the leading goal.
Yes, he did, and now Divine trying to put it back the other way. T-Jack up early, ends up missing that one. Luigi with a pinch opportunity. Does he get it in? And he does, managing to just capitalize on the absence of the derecho third. Not a fancy play by any means, literally just waited for the miss, and Rick pushing up, anticipating a teammate to get a touch. And now Brainerd looking to seal game 3 away.
Yeah, so it should be Brainerd Victory all done and dusted in this game. I mean, 50 seconds, there's a chance for the derecho, but it feels like only if Brainerd get a little bit overconfident, maybe go for something they probably shouldn't. Otherwise, it should be pretty clean here on the finish. Juxo's looking for one of his own. Actually, this might be a chance for Luigi. Rips this one in from range. Juxo, what a shot! Off the backboard, redirects it.
Incredible play from Juxo here, just patient enough to stay slightly in the play. The dime from Luigi. Juxo tapping that one down into the net. So confident now, our Brainerd. I'm sure they feel like they're found their offense, they found their stride, and now they're going to look to continue that into game 4.
Yeah, and if they can keep this offense rolling like this, which is what we've seen from them all season, I mean, they're a team that's basically impossible to beat. As Juxo's going to try to put this one back. Opportunity, Luigi. He was going for that one. He's wanting a hat trick. He's got 3 in every other category so far. The hat trick's the only thing he's missing here in game number 3 as it goes off the sidewall. Divine trying to chase that one in, does steal the boost. However, Rick has to go for the touch now. Soft touch low. Rick trying to 50, but Spalti easily handles that one. And just, I mean, it's pretty clinical. T-Jack, a chance to maybe put that one in the back of the net, but you need 2 goals in 4 seconds. It's not going to be enough, and the Des Moines derecho, they will fall in game number 3 victory. I mean, offensive explosion, looking good, looking comfortable, back in control of the series.
Yes, the Victory have looked so good. Game 1 and Game 3, if you just showed me to them in isolation, I would think that this would have just been a sweep. It's one of those things where Brainerd is now showing up. They are rolling on all cylinders. They are not nervous. They are showing that they are here to play, and I feel like Des Moines, they're going to need something special here. They're going to need to flip the script. They're going to need to look more like a Game 2. But even Game 2, I felt like it was still even, right? It wasn't like Brainerd had just completely collapsed. It was a lot of mistakes. It was Des Moines capitalizing on those mistakes. But I feel like they need more. They need some generation where it isn't just Brainerd giving up a goal.
Yeah. And the other thing to talk about, too, is just, I mean, Rick, we see a great solo play there to set up T-Jack for the shot. I think we need more out of the other 2 players. I think Rick has done his part so far in the series. I don't think, not necessarily that the other 2 have not done their part, but it's just, we need them to step up. We need something that maybe a little bit of a highlight play. Maybe T-Jack goes for something crazy. Maybe Divine gets a nice back wall read or something like that. So I think, for me, it's turning to those 2, and if they can shut down the offense of the Victory. I think that's the toughest part, is it's always easy for us to say, just do that. Just shut down the offense. But when you're playing this Brainerd Victory team, it's so much more difficult than that. It's, do you shut down just Luigi? Do you focus on him? But then you get the passing plays, you get those highlight plays like Juxo off the backboard. So I don't really know what for them to do besides try to shut down that offense. How you're going to do it, good luck.
Yeah, and luck, not something exactly you want to rely on in a grand final. Divine trying to rely on not a lot of boost, and that makes it a little bit hard here, but Spalty with an easy save off to the sidewall. Now Juxo popping this one to backboard. Divine with an easy touch off. Luigi up toward the ceiling, trying to bump Divine off this one. Shot opportunity slot, not quite there, but the follow-up is good. Spalty following that one. Team play once again where Brainerd are just pelting the net, finding each other. Even if it's not on the first shot, it might be the second with a follow-up.
That's a weird one, too, because I honestly can't tell if Juxo missed the net on purpose or not, because if that's a missed shot, that's a very fortunate miss. It actually puts it in a better spot. Both defenders diving towards the ball, not diving towards the frame, is now an opportunity for T-Jack. He was looking for a 50 there, wanted a quick kickoff opportunity, and fight this one back and forth, but we'll keep on going here as T-Jack off of the sidewall, kicks it out towards Rick. Spalty going to go for the touch forward, but it's just, they're swarming, like you said, like sharks, really, for the Brainerd victory, where when they sense that there's an opportunity, they dive in on it, and they're almost always able to capitalize. T-Jack, good opportunity, but Luigi, a nice easy save as we pass 1 minute gone in Game 4.
And the demo on Rick allowing Brainerd to start pushing up on their offense where they love to be. However, the Des Moines Derecho did a good job at least contesting that in the midfield. This ball contested in the corner. Now Rick successfully playing it over the Brainerd attacker. Spalty now trying to just playing this one up. Juxo up off to the sidewall. Now Luigi pop mid for a teammate. Rick able to cut that one out just in time. Trying to follow this. Low boost though. Does not have a lot of options. Grabs the corner. Trying for the bump now. T-Jack called in. Divine up early on this one. Tries to tap this one down, but Spalty is there. Now Juxo clear towards Spalty. Spalty goes missing on this one. Rick control touch. Trying to dribble this one out himself. Has control over one. Over the next from Divine. Shot good. And Des Moines Derecho will equalize at 3:20.
And I was going to talk about how good it's been that the Des Moines Derecho have just kind of hung in there, just stayed back by one. But I mean, that's even better. A great pass and Divine, a little top shelf shot there. That's all you're going to need. And again, it reminds me of Game 2, where it feels like the Derecho are just kind of sticking in there. They're not necessarily doing anything flashy, not necessarily going kind of crazy, but they're hanging close behind. They're just kind of just hanging in the shadows, really. And then they get an opportunity and they pounce. So if they can continue that, I think they're in a great spot. But it's just kind of the question of, can you continue that?
Yeah, and that, of course, off the back of Rick on the control off the backboard. We've seen Rick air dribble result in 2 goals now. It's one of those things where he's very threatening on that ball. Even if it's not him putting it away, it's a matter of time. Now this one, not quite good enough. Spalty trying to pop this one up mid for a teammate, but no boost on any of Brainerd. Means they are forced back to grab some of that boost back into the offense, of course. Now they are the Sharks swarming once again in the corner now. Luigi with a control touch, trying to play this one around one, has the demo, and that one just rolling in. Luigi, that one has got to hurt if you're Des Moines.
Yeah, especially after another great minute after your tying goal. You look like you're in a good spot, and then just, unfortunately, great play there by Luigi. That one's just clinical, sees the ball rolling, just going to take out the last defender, and knows, he knows the position of the other players. It's something, that the better and better players are so aware of, not only where their teammates are, but aware of where the opponents are. So, just able to capitalize. Now a great opportunity. Divine, his shot looked good. This one pops out towards mid. Luigi up for the quick challenge. He's going to take this one downfield. Able to get it past T-Jack. Now Rick's going to challenge. Opportunity. T-Jack touches that one to the far wall. Juxo's the first one there, and I think it might have been, honestly, a better spot if T-Jack just left it.
This one into the corner. Luigi, not a lot of boost once again. Does not have the opportunity to just demo and let it roll in this time, however. Des Moines kind of awkward on the back foot. 2 people committing, but Divine successfully playing that at least to the side to buy them some time. Luigi now on the solo play, has the flip reset, busting toward backboard. Who's there for the follow? Spalty goes missing, but Juxo is there for a shot opportunity. T-Jack with the save. Now Spalty back in, trying to play that one once again on net. Just going for goal every single time, forcing a Des Moines defender up on those balls, trying to just force them to use all their boosts to starve them out and continue the swarm.
Yeah, I mean, it's endless here. That one should finally go into the back of the net. It will, as the demo not even necessary there. That one was an open front side of that net, and I mean, it is the victory just being so oppressive. They're just able to put so much pressure on, and finally, I mean, they don't really care. They'll say, we'll just keep shooting off the backboard every minute of every game. And eventually, somebody will run out of boost, somebody will be out of position, somebody will be demo. mode. Something like that is now a kickoff goal as well. Luigi just cooking in game number 4, and I mean, it's just too easy.
Yes, this, I feel like, is best described by the word suffocation. It's one of those things where the mid boosts are cut off, the back boosts are getting stolen. There's always someone challenging you. All of your clears are met by solo plays back into your half. It's been just so hard for Des Moines to get out of their half, to get some pressure. They finally see at least a little bit here, but immediately the transition play from Brainerd, trying to put this one back on the Des Moines back foot.
And it's going to be kind of the question now of what can you do with your back against the wall in the final moments to Derecho. Do you have anything to even, talk about momentum? We always talk about it. We always like to say it swings back and forth. I think even if they make this one 4-3, I don't think they have the momentum on their side, but maybe just something to get them with a little bit more energy here as T-Jack and Juxo having a little fun in the corner. Luigi just says, all right, we'll play a 2v2 on the other end of the field, and it's nice and easy. And, I mean, the Brainerd victory, it looks really easy for them right now.
Yeah, they have been moonwalking this one. So simple. It's one of those things where they're not doing anything super crazy. It's very fundamental, but they're doing it so successfully, and they're doing it to a T. Luigi now into the corner, trying to play this one mid for a teammate. Spalti has to leave this one. Juxo filling that gap, trying to just fill that space that's left in the void. Luigi now back alone. Rick on the solo play, not able to find this one in time. T-Jack low boost, plays this one to Rick, and a shot opportunity. Rick does get it, but once again, we find ourselves down so much in a game that just feels insurmountable.
Yeah, really nice play, though. I mean, that was a nice pass out mid from Divine, and then Rick's able to put that in a beautiful position. So, I mean, more of that in game number 5, and maybe we still got a series going for us. Otherwise, I mean, the Des Moines Derecho, you fought hard. You definitely put up quite a LAN, taking down the #1 team, and I think the victory might say thanks for that, if nothing else. But I think they've still got a dog in the fight. I think they still have an opportunity if they just keep up those offensive plays, and I think it's just the question of if the Brainerd can continue the pressure that they have, you really can't slow them down. There's only so much you can do. So at some point, I think it's the victory's series to lose at this point.
For sure. I feel like it was before it even started. But they have done a really good job of not letting that pressure get to them as they, have let happen in Bakers. They have looked so clean here. They're looking to probably 4-1 this. Of course, that relies on them continuing this masterclass performance. We see Luigi, 3 goals, 7 shots, over 800 score. Challenger MVP for a clear reason, and he's doing it here in France.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's just the offense production. They've been shut down really only in game number 2, but even then, 2 goals. It was just that the Derecho had a couple of nice goals off of the mistakes. Besides that, 5 goals in the last 2 games. So it's really just continued to steamroll, and for them, it's the shots as well. I mean, we talked about this Des Moines team loving their offense, even if it's not, hard-hitting, impactful offense, at least throwing shots at net. In that one, 9 shots. So again, it's a good total, but it's not going to be enough when you're unable to put really consequential shots on net, and especially with the rotations that we've seen out of the victory. They look so incredibly comfortable on their defensive rotations. 7 saves for them in that game. Usually the winning team doesn't always have the most saves. Usually it's kind of that team that's on the back foot of the offensive assault. But in this case, they play solid defense. They play solid offense. It's just a complete game. And, I mean, they're series to lose.
Yes, for sure. And we talk about a complete game. Right, you are Des Moines. You're taking this time out. You're trying to think, full series. All right, yes, we're down. It's 3-1. It's not looking good, but they still have fight in them. Like you said, how do you start to complete the series for yourself when you're it's so far away, right? Game 7 would be needed in order for them to win. How do you just focus on that first game? What are you looking at to change maybe to try and beat this swarm that has been keeping you in your third?
For me, honestly, I think it's prioritize the boost a little bit more. I feel like we know how dangerous Rick can be in the air, but if he's using all that boost just to knock down a ball in the defensive end and then they're stuck in the back corner, it's not going to do much. So I think it's difficult, but be okay with taking 50s. Don't necessarily have to boost and rush the ball out of the zone. We've seen you've got those deadly passing plays. We've seen you've got that team chemistry. So just if they give you possession, hold on to that possession. Find a way to reset. Just get some boost, get yourself set up, and then go. Of course, the moment that the Brainerd victory realize what you're doing, if you do go that route, they'll probably adapt and come back with some more aggression themselves and just try to kind of force it in the other direction. However, until that moment starts, we'll see if the Derecho have it in them. Game 5, match point for the Brainerd victory.
Yes, and Des Moines, I feel like also needing to maybe slow it down a little bit. Brainerd, one of the faster teams in Challenger. Juxo averaging probably 1,700 speed constantly, and Luigi pinch off the corner. Just an immediate challenge on this Des Moines defender, and immediate lead in for Brainerd. Not what Des Moines want coming out of that timeout.
No, that's just about a nightmare start. I think a kickoff goal is the only way to make it much worse than that, but really not a good one there. And the derecho, I mean, at this point, you have nothing left to lose. So I think it might not be all-out offense, because I feel like the victory will be very good at capitalizing against that play style, but maybe a little bit more aggression, maybe give Rick some more space to work with, just give somebody a little bit of a longer leash and say, all right, you know, I'm going to play a little bit more defense, you just go. Like, try to find those offensive opportunities and see what you can do.
50-50 now toward Rick. Rick just kind of giving away possession, banging it out there. I want to see him keep it close, but it's just one of those things where it feels like no matter what they're doing against Brainerd, they're not finding the success that they want. Rick now trying to control this across, has the 50 pass, 2 committed. This is numbers for Des Moines, but an immediate challenge from Spalte. However, it does leave the net open because of that. You know, 2 people committing on Brainerd. Spalte has to go early or defend a 2v1. Opts to go early, but Juxo just not back in time for the follow-up.
No, high risk, high reward there for the Brainerd victory. They put that one away. It's a 2-0 lead a minute into Game 5, and you're basically done. You basically won the series at that point, but instead tied up, and now an opportunity maybe to keep some pressure going. Great opportunity by Luigi. A better save as Divine goes up for this one once again, and I feel like the toughest part with the Brainerd victory, they're so good at pre-jumping each other's touches. We've seen that a couple of times where there's a 50 and there's a player that's already up ahead of the Des Moines derecho, even though they really probably had the advantage on that ensuing 50.
Now up off to the sidewall. Spalte flips it over 1. Luigi there almost on the shot. Not quite able to find it before Des Moines turn it away. Now another opportunity. Rick off to the sidewall, however, has boost, has time, plays it around 1, trying for the follow-up, gets the double, but saved away from Juxo. Just clinical defense so far from Brainerd on this push. Off to the sidewall, Divine called out, Rick called in. Rick trying to follow this one himself. Shot opportunity not good enough. Divine now trying to keep this in, but Spalte clear out will sort of take this pressure and completely relieve it.
Yeah, I think the dangerous part is too is we're seeing Des Moines get a little bit too aggressive, at least in my opinion, as this one could get dangerous. Juxo against the shot could have just taken a quick rip to the near post, instead holds on to it. But that might be the reason. Honestly, the Brainerd victory kind of tripping over themselves here. If they just put shots on frame, I think they find a goal in that sequence, but instead they're just holding on to it. Not even what I was wanting to talk about. Really what I saw was that the derecho were getting so aggressive, they were leaving open a ton of space in the backfield, where if the Brainerd victory just get possession with a little bit of space, they could rip that high and it's done.
Yeah, and it could just be done. 2.5 minutes left in this game, of course. Match point for Brainerd, just trying to get 1 in. They just need a lead. Here's a chance. T-Jack up in time, however, Luigi now has control, plays it past 1, 50 toward the wall. This one going down, really awkward low boost situation for T-Jack, has to leave this one for Rick. Luigi now off the backboard, has control, touch past 1, trying on the 50, but this is an opportunity. T-Jack up early, it has the slot around. T-Jack, perfect execution to beat that in the midfield.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by T-Jack. Divine, just another nice 50, just puts it into a great spot. Spalte comes off his line, but not in time. And I mean, again, another tough angle for T-Jack where he's just getting set up by teammates. But so far, game 2 and now he's been able to convert. So I think it's definitely, it shouldn't be overlooked there because it is set up by the teammates. But you gotta convert, and he is.
Yeah, T-Jack shooting has been on point. Tap in T-Jack showing up so strong in this grand finals. Now Divine trying to dribble it to T-Jack. T-Jack popping this one over 1, not quite good enough. Juxo now to the sidewall, goes missing on that touch. Divine also in the corner. Gets his boost stolen, has the 0 boost 50. Juxo, however, coming out on the top of that one. Spalte now off to the sidewall with Juxo in support. Trying to play this one past them is Divine. Left back alone, T-Jack and Rick both diving on that one. Communication not quite there, and a demo comes out, but Divine demoing the immediate first man of Brainerd will allow Des Moines to get away with that one.
Yeah, and again, it's just good pressure here. That could be a little bit dangerous, but Rick, plenty of boost back to work with. As long as he gets the double, he does, but that one's going to open up some space. Juxo saves that one. I think it was saved by the derecho defenders either way, but really a little bit of a dangerous moment in both directions. This one kicks out towards mid. Juxo, another nice touch there. Spalte's going to have to be called into action. He'll kick it forward. Divine up for the 50, and that one just drops straight down. So Luigi with with a little bit more space here, trying to kick this one out towards mid. Great pass, but another nice save. Rick able to get up in time, and 45 seconds left to see if Derecho can they keep alive in this series.
Time management, probably their biggest thing to focus on here. It's a matter of you don't want to see these overcommits happen because they allow chances to happen on the other half, and Luigi tapping that one in immediately. A response from Brainerd. Now it is equal once again. 30 seconds left. Do we see maybe an overtime? Do we see Brainerd use their offensive prowess to get another one in here and secure the grand finals victory?
And that was heartbreaking too, because you could kind of see that happening as it cuts to Divine. You can see both of his teammates, Rick, and kind of in that midfield, T-Jack back on defense. All three of them just nothing left in the tank. They're all empty on the circles, and so it just tells you so much about, it's basically done at that moment. And the Brainerd victory able to convert is now Divine. This one's dangerous, giving some space to Luigi, top shelf. Rick, a nice save, but Spalty's going to kick it back the other direction. Divine, does he have a nicer touch this time? It is. Rick can send it downfield there. Luigi is just going to be patient on it. Rick goes past the 50. T-Jack, he gets beat as well. Now an opportunity. Juxo's going to have an open net here. Can he get it out towards mid? Juxo going to juggle this one mid. Spalty's going to put it away, and the Brainerd victory will win it right there.
And that decides your Grand Finals Challenger Championship. That is an insane 0-second goal to win it all. And it was Juxo and Spalty combining. They beat the carried by Luigi allegations, at least that time. But man, that was just such a dominant performance out of Brainerd. They showed up and they showed out.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the demos there, 11 demos in the deciding game. Brainerd victory just from start to finish, applying that pressure, being so suffocating. That is the perfect word for it. They were such a strong team in the regular season, and it was just finally their chance to rise to the occasion, finally their chance to step up and take the title that they had been looking for all season long. And in this one, it was just a great team effort there. And to the Derecho too. I mean, you always talk about, holding your head high. For them especially, this was a series that they put the Brainerd victory to the test a little bit in there. There was a couple of close games. There were some close moments where it was just almost able to get it over the line. But unfortunately, when you're facing such a strong, cohesive team that's got so many weapons, it's so incredibly difficult.
And of course, Brainerd, as soon as they were drafted, people were like, all right, this team is probably going to be good. They got that first overall pick. They got Luigi, and they successfully pulled it off. That is something that cannot be overstated. It wasn't just like, all right, they're favored, but they didn't do well in majors. They did well throughout the season, but when it mattered, they didn't. And now they do. They finally were able to execute, and they did it so beautifully. I think back earlier in the season, they took first place away from me. I was first in standings in Challenger, and immediately, Spalty, as soon as he did that, he messaged me and he was like, I got you one up. And of course, now standing down there on the stage with the medals is the Brainerd victory with K-Tool. We are going to throw it down to them.
We are seeing victory here. And this has been not quite the crazy Game 7 that we expected with the Rising Star Series. You guys wanted to make it a little quicker. Obviously, we ran a little behind on the schedule, which I appreciate. Juxo, though, starting with you, I don't want to say this was expected, right? But obviously, you guys have been so dominant for so long. Coming on here, you guys took care of business. I want to know, what about this team chem made it, I don't want to say relatively easy, but it really seemed dominant from beginning to end?
Yeah, it definitely helps have some guy named Luigi on your team, but I think between the bumps and the passes, it was just never a question, to be honest with you.
No, I love to see that. Obviously, you guys are going to be, congratulations, obviously, getting this win here. It's a lot, obviously, you guys. I am kind of curious. Obviously, Rising Star was back and forth with some crazy support. How did it feel up there every time you guys will score and the crowd's just, we don't care, we want you to lose?
Honestly, it feels fine. I mean, they kind of made us the villain because we have Luigi, but it was the expected result. They just didn't want us to win. It's okay.
Hey, I respect that. I'll step in the middle here for you. And Spalty, you a little fired up there. I get that, even calling out the crowd not being on your side. But I will say, the first thing you said to me when I walked over is the first game you played well in was the Grand Finals. What about it was the time for you to pop off?
Well, when I see everyone out here being super quiet, I know I need to get that energy back up, and I'm just glad, like I said, it was the one series that I played really well. I proved myself here today.
I like it. And before we go to the last man here, I kind of alluded it to him. I got to ask you, how convenient is it to have the man on your right on your team?
He is really good at the video game. That's all I have to say.
I don't think he's going to be in Challenger next season. What do you think?
Well, he came from Florida, very long way out. It's very expensive for him to be here, so even with the winnings and stuff, it's just not as worth it. So I believe he won't be playing anymore. But I love this man. I'm so glad that I was able to meet him and play with him here. He is such an amazing person. He's always just so cheerful. He's always keeping us up, and I just love him for it.
It's all right. Hey, the GoFundMe is going to be going right now as I'll step over here. So it sounds like, obviously, you got the MVP. The only way to cap it off was to get the win here. Sounds like you might be one and done. But when we talked about earlier up there, obviously you said this was an expected result, and it was dominant. How does it feel to come out here and play in a LAN with this crowd environment?
I mean, the LAN's the only reason why I joined this league, because I played a bunch of LANs in college, and I just enjoy the environment here. Like, playing on LAN is so fun.
Hey, you're not wrong. That is the main reason a lot of people do come and drive a long way, or in your case, fly, because it is such a special and cool environment. Congratulations again on the MVP. And so, I am curious now, anything you want to say to your teammates here as they're supporting you, getting this, in your eyes, this eventual win?
Yeah, I could not do this by myself, to be honest. Like, there's no way I can 1v3 Challenger. Like, they did so much to help me even break that goal record. They gave me the ball, they forced for me, they do everything to give me the ball and stuff. It's huge.
I love that. Again, congratulations, guys. I'll let you step in the middle here. And again, Seer, I think you got the rings. I'll let you pass out the rings real quick, which again, I have to give a massive shout out to that. They have been really, really cool to see those. And Seer, you can step to the side then. We'll get Wedlock in later. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to put your hands together for your Challenger champions, Brainerd Victory! All right, boys, we'll kick you out of here because we have one more series to go. Well, we'll get pictures once we go to break. Don't worry, we'll get pictures. But again, you guys can start grabbing your stuff off stage then. So, okay.
Mention one thing real quick. Jalen was my buddy. I've been talking to him a little in the past year, ever since he's joined CSA, and we've had some really deep talks with each other. So, rest in peace, Jalen. I love you, buddy.
You can see how so much of this friendship means to these players. And obviously, Seer talked about it earlier. Yeah, there's so much that goes behind the scenes that we don't see. But again, even this something like this event, there's so much that goes behind with us mentally and everything that we don't necessarily see here. So we do just want to make sure that so many people, we have so much care and love and support into the world. But we do have one more game to get to. We have one more grand finals here to launch our last premiere and see this trophy get raised. So we are going to go to our last intermission of the night and then crown our final champions.
I know you're confused. People tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974.
Breathing underwater. Can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
One more chance to hoist our final trophy here. We have one more game of Premier, one more game of Season 12 of MCS. It has been a long, long awaited time here. There's been so many players that have had ups and downs, so many players that have had success, had losses, have victories, and have gotten just kicked from teams, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to this. These two teams have fought hard here to make it and deserve their chance in the grand finals, but now as we lock in for our final game, this is going to be a spicy one. To cast it off here, I will be Kato, surrounded by Gold Dude, and I don't think we've actually cast together, so this is going to be a fun pairing here as we look at our finals here in the Minneapolis Miracles versus another Brainerd Victory Squad.
Yeah, there was a poll put out in the predictions channel about which general manager or which franchise could come away, if any, with 2 grand final victories, and I believe most of the votes went to the Brainerd Victory. I know that's who I voted for, and so far that is coming to fruition as the Challenger were able to handle their side of business. Now Premier wanting to take care of theirs. But yeah, like you said, we have an exciting matchup. A lot of experience on both sides of the pitch here. The Miracles really going through a gauntlet here, going to Champions Field during both of their series today. Will be interesting to see if just that wear and tear will kind of take effect throughout the series.
I think they're just trying to get as much Rocket League out of it as possible. We have
for the people.
massive, massive crowd here waiting. They have been waiting the entire day for this Premier Finals. Whitlock, look down. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just look back to your computer. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are the one person we appreciate, Clash, in the crowd here. This is going to be a fun time again. We have the reigning champion in Whitlock. Ended up winning it last season with 2 teammates he actually knocked out previously. So he is trying to go back-to-back victories here. And then obviously going against Mogi and the Minneapolis Miracles. And I think they're going to be a little more chill going into this series.
Yeah, definitely seems like they have been just enjoying that have fun meta. I've been seeing them during their series today, even tense moments. I mean, they went to Champs Field in the semifinals, and I saw them just giggling and laughing. I was like, didn't you guys just concede a goal? Like, it's equalized with a minute left.
Meta. It's the have fun meta.
And we're laughing, but I mean, it's worked so far for them. It'll be interesting to see if they keep that up or if they are going to kind of try and lock in for this championship at the highest level that we have here in the MCS.
We are now 3 for 3 on the MVPs, making it to the grand finals. We'll have to see, or they're 1 for 2 right now on winning the whole thing. We'll have to see if the MVP right now in Kixby is going to be able to raise that trophy. And I will say, I'm really curious. I'm going to throw it to you first and make you pick first on who you think is going to be taking this one, the Miracles or the Victory.
You know what? It seems a little silly, but earlier in the semifinals, Brainerd were down in game number 3, and they scored with like 9 seconds left, and then they scored a beautiful 3-team passing play with 0 seconds left to absolutely steal that game. And you know what? That just takes a lot of guts. And so I'm just going to say that is my tilting factor, because it is so close between these two teams, but just showing that clutch gene is pushing me over the top. I'm going to go Brainerd I'm going to go 6 here.
I'm so glad you said that, because I was actually casting a LAN last weekend, and I saw the 2 captains here between Mogi and Whitlock. Actually, they were going against each other in the grand finals, and it was actually Mogi that ended up coming on top there, and I do expect that to happen again. I do think that the Miracles are going to be taking this one. I do hope it goes in 7. I don't want to see, a 4-4-1, something crazy. I'm hoping we can go the distance here, obviously with us going opposite on the prediction. I'm curious, are you thinking it's going to be pretty one-sided on the Victory, or do you think we're going to see a Game 7?
It's really hard to say, as I thought that may have been an opportunity for Bubbly Reaper. I can't tell how even these two teams really are. I thought that there was no way that was in. I'm a little bit stunned. If any ball today was going to be posting out, I thought surely. But that one,
yeah, you can see the reaction actually of Kixby in the cam saying there's no way that should have gone in. I agree, Kixby, there is no way, but that is the magnificent Mogi at work on this Miracle squad. And like I said, that is the reason why I expect him to find the back of the net. But also, Kixby is the MVP for a reason. This Brainerd Victory squad and Whitlock are back in the championship fight for a reason.
Yeah, Mogi getting harassed a little bit, but is able to corral the ball at least for a moment. Has to retreat, leave it for a defender. Off the backboard, Sean with no boost, trying to get it out. Mogi with the save, but right now, Minneapolis, they have the lead, but they need to find some boost. 000s right now, gotta pick up some pads, gotta pick up a big boost somewhere. Need to reset. Mogi facing his own goalie, but is able to get this ball out, at least for now, along with a bump. Eli has to avoid a demo, as these teams right now have to be really careful. Things are looking a little nervy so far early in this grand final.
Yeah, it is going to be nervy. And this is one thing we kind of alluded to earlier, though, is that I don't want to say it's necessarily trolling, obviously, but Mogi, Eli, and Sean really tend to have some fun with this series. Obviously, going for some crazy passing plays so often and just trying to figure out, hey, how do we handle this situation? Well, let's just have fun. Let's just pre-jump. One of the things, I ended up casting one of their quarterfinal matches. They are pre-jumping a pre-jump, and it is ridiculous that all 3 players are going at once, but they're able to rotate back and recover so quickly. They surprisingly weren't getting punished. So it's weird to say, I think the amount of pre-jumps that Miracles do will directly correlate to how much fun and how much confidence they have in game.
Yeah, you know what, when you go for something so unexpected like that, as that is a beautiful shot, Mogi off the backboard, just putting it back there. Eli with the nice pass, was that even a pinch? I can't exactly tell. I think it may have been scoreable by Mogi regardless, but just a beautiful start to this game for Minneapolis. Brainerd having a hole to dig themselves out of here, as Eli with the reset. It's dangling in front of the net, and Mogi scores it. We see back-to-back goals by this duo here. 0 boost, gets that reset, and such a weird pop, but it works.
It does work. We see Eli with just a little bit of a touch there on the reset. Again, just sitting on the goal line. It's already halfway in, but technically, with Mogi stealing that goal, he does have a hat trick under 2 minutes of gameplay with having, I don't want to say the third goal wasn't as cool as the first or the second, but they do count nonetheless, as now at the Victory side, as we're nearing halfway through this game, we haven't even had them sniff the Minneapolis goal.
Yeah, and there was an opportunity there for Brainerd to get out of their own half, just kind of sitting under the ball, let a Minneapolis player end up taking it right off the hood. You got to speed things up a little bit. This is not the quarterfinals. This is not the semifinals. This is the grand finals here. This is the final series that we're going to have in Season 12. It felt like so short ago that we were doing combines, the leaves were falling outside, and now it is just one series left. Little bit of a flick there, trying to get it past the defense, but Brainerd needs to wake up here. It's been a long day for all these players, but only one team has shown up so far.
Only one team has shown up, and they have scored 3 in the back of the net. We'll have to see if Brainerd, again, they've got the reigning champion in Whitlock on as leading this team in terms of so much of the scoreboard. Kixby obviously being the MVP on paper. This team should be so competitive, but maybe it's game 1 going Miracle's way, and it's going to be, hey, we just need to take a second and reset, and maybe Brainerd in games 2 and 3 will lock in a little bit more, as Mogi might be putting in his 4th. What? Sean actually with the whip. He realized that no one else but Mogi's allowed to score right now.
That was very unique, as we have another post by Whitlock. Neither of these teams want to score. They want game 1 to end as quickly as possible. Even before we saw those back-to-back posts, a little bit of a redirect, dusting his teammate. I saw another post by Brainerd, or I guess Bubbly had a shot opportunity, ended up going high. So I think 4 in a row there between these teams in the span of 15 or so seconds. Little midfield pass attempt there, but isn't able to find any help. You talk about the makeup of these teams, really interesting. Kixby, our MVP for Premier. Then you have the championship experience in Whitlock, and then Bubbly Reaper, a player known for his bumps and demos. He has notoriously led many a leaderboard throughout his time in MCS with bumps and demos. So you think that the team makeup, you got a lot of people covering different team needs, but so far right now, Kixby trying to put one in the back of the net. They just cannot find pay dirt here.
Nothing is seeming to go their way, as Sean now trying to get a touch. Can he actually read this corner? He does drop it mid, and Italy with the miss. And again, no one but Mogi is allowed to score. I'm pretty sure we have in fact learned that, but I will say Mogi again getting the hat trick in the first 2 minutes and then hasn't found the back of the net since, but you can definitely tell they've had so much pressure. It's almost a miracle that they themselves hasn't found a 4th.
Yeah, it's it's an interesting strategy of having only Mogi score. They, I don't know if I'd hang your hat on that for the rest of this series. Maybe it'll work, but unfortunately for Brainerd, this game is going to end as a 0 on the scoreboard unless Kixby can put one in right now here. A little bit of a redirect. Mogi trying to pop it up high as this ball will finally hit 0.
Hitting 0 it does here. Miracles, not exactly what I expected in terms of a dominant 3-0 in the first 2 minutes. And then again, Mogi, they're dropping 700 points. And yeah, it's actually really looking at the math here. I'm pretty sure that's more than the entirety of Brainerd. But again, it is game 1. Mogi goes crazy, and you can tell when he locks in, he's incredibly dangerous. Now, again, the victory, though, we know Mogi is going to be really good, but victory, they might have a little bit of a genius on their side in Whitlock. He's done so good in what I call being a chameleon and does whatever he needs to do, changing and adapting his ability to work with his teammates. So now the question is going to be, what are they going to change here? Because that was domination for the Miracles.
And they definitely will have to change, as that is not the start you want for this grand final. They are now down 1 game. Now we've seen earlier in the series where a team will absolutely dominate game number 1 of the series, and then the rest of the series kind of goes along as normal. Teams go back and forth, trading goals, trading wins. So if you're Minneapolis, you have to keep the foot on the gas. You cannot sit on 1 game, because a champion will not be crowned until you can win 4, as Mogi was a little bit awkward, but it's saved by Sean, who has Eli waiting in the wing, fakes out 1, gets a second one to jump, but Whitlock gets a piece, and it's kicked into the offensive end by Kixby. Sean tries to get it to Eli, but with nothing in the tank. A little bit of an awkward back and forth, but he's able to make it work here, at least for now.
A good touch, Eli. Is Mogi going to hit? Do I even have to ask if Mogi's going to hit it on target? He's been so consistent with these. As Sean now is going to be last man back. Bubbly, great opportunity for a counterattack. Mogi, he does dive. Wow. And you see both people, Kixby and Bubbly, were up for that one. Counterattack potential going the other way. Sean, what a ridiculous pass mid, but Mogi ended up actually pre-jumping. He didn't think Sean was going to get such a good touch mid, and that was a golden opportunity for the Miracles to open the scoring here, but still not going to work out completely here as Kixby and Bubbly actually go for that as well, and it seems that Brainerd is getting more and more desperate to find the back of the net.
As these antics right now from Minneapolis, they're making me sweat up here, as I can't even really determine what they are trying to do, so it's a little difficult as a caster, but somehow it is working. Eli doubles it off the ceiling, but is not able to make anything pretty out of it. Sean ended up having to dive for that. Maybe thought a teammate was going to help out. Eli in a bit of an awkward spot, but has a little bit of time to take a 50. Whitlock tries to pop it over one, gets it over to Kixby. Kixby to Bubbly Reaper. Top left shot. It does hit the post, and now they have to rush back. Mogi up, and it will be in. Our fourth goal.
As soon as Mogi popped, again, he's the only one who has scored in this series. You can see Eli rushing the way, trying to just cause any interference with Whitlock, but Kixby wasn't even able to get back in time. And that is now Minneapolis 4-0 on the series for Brainerd. And again, this challenging squad here in Whitlock, Kixby, and Bubbly Reaper, they're desperate to find anything in the back of the net. But so far, Minneapolis defense continues to hold, led by that man on the ball right now. And he's looking for the 5th of the series.
Oh man, Mogi is looking so dangerous, as that was an opportunity, making the defense panic. Something has to change here for Brainerd as they are getting bumped. Mogi tries to get the midfield pass, but it's shut down. Whitlock trying to make a play happen here. We do see a demo as well. Eli just playing patient, knows he has help in front of him with Sean. Hit nice 50 by Mogi, ends up popping it high for Kixby. He's able to get back to it and takes a 50 from the attacker. But as this clock just continues to tick, 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 tick down, Minneapolis is still in the lead, and they want that 2-0 series victory. And if you are really on the Brainerd, I don't even know what adjustments you make, because I can't read this Minneapolis game plan right now.
And that's kind of then the theory of the whole season with this Minneapolis squad, especially here on LAN, is, hey, we're just going to go for some crazy stuff like that. Like I said, remember I talked about the
and he got the touch.
The amount of pre-jumps is going to correlate directly with how confident they are. Is Eli at the point for a psycho. And again, they're just laughing and smiling. They're only up 1-0 with 2 minutes left. But like I said, I don't want to say trolling particularly, but they do seem to be having a little more fun going for some crazy, nonchalant stuff.
Yeah, we saw that Mogi pre-jump. Didn't end up getting the initial touch, but fell back into it to kick the ball into out of harm's way, rather. And then Eli having to stretch back on defense, going for a double off his own backboard, ends up tripling it with the opponent. Mogi wanted to get that double, does get a little bit of a bump. Sean popping it up high. Eli wanted to turn for this, ended up getting bumped a little bit, but ends up enabling Mogi, who gets it back to Eli. They're just slowly matriculating up the field here, but Bubbly Reaper is a quick shot back, not able to make contact, and with 1 minute left, they need to equalize. It's only a 1-goal game. If they can pick up a goal here, we are in a completely different series. But if the clock hits 0 and they are still scoreless through 2, it's just an absolute disaster scenario.
You have to call a timeout, right, in that situation. You can't just let the Miracles, yes, they've scored 4 goals in 2 games, which isn't anything crazy, but the fact is that Brainerd really haven't been able to find anything. And also, can they figure out how to shut down Mogi, because that has been their entire offense on the side of Miracles.
35 seconds left on this clock here. Whitlock trying to pre-jump that corner. Does get a bump as well. This could be an opportunity as this pinches, but Sean collects very well on the backboard. Little bit of a double commit. They are trying to force chaos and panic on that Minneapolis defense, as that is a big, I don't even know if I should say miss, because it's more likely that it was a fake by Mogi. Instead, Eli just poking it upfield, collected by Bubbly Reaper. Back right corner, gets it past 1, gets it past 2. Where's the follow-up? Kixby shot. It's wide. Whitlock does get a touch.
No way. Hold on.
That is just sent far and away from any other player in this lobby. And the Miracles will take a 2-0 series lead. And like you mentioned, surely we see a timeout here.
We'll have to see if a timeout does in fact happen. Something that's a little interesting actually is in so many series today, especially in the grand finals between Rising Star and Challenger, a lot of these players have a coach or have their GM or someone behind them helping them coach and walk them through the series. And even right now, we do have some players behind the side of Miracles, but right now, especially on the side of Brainerd with Whitlock being the GM, there is no one behind them. They are the supporting cast. They are alone on that stage. But with Whitlock being up there, obviously he has been a phenomenal job being a GM, as Victory have had a lot of success here at this LAN. He definitely wants to go on top here, but down 2-0 in the series, it's time to make some drastic changes.
And you know what, sometimes it can feel like with a coach there's too many cooks in the kitchen, but at the same time, it's always helpful to have just an eye in the sky to tell you what you are seeing, as I actually don't believe that we did get a timeout unless I'm mistaken.
They want to run it back?
If that is, I mean, it was a 1-goal game. Whoa.
How many of these is Mogi going to go for?
No way. Oh, I thought that was in.
Mogi continues to go over and over for these crazy plays. And yeah, you just expect Mogi's touch to go in at this point, right?
I just need to recollect myself. I don't even know how Brainerd needs to recollect themselves.
That's it.
And that is a nice touch. And that will be the first goal of the series. You talked about Whitlock having that leadership. He is able to get their first goal, and they have themselves a lead here.
GG, honestly, go next. They are trembling right now. They don't even know how to contain themselves. Mogi might be crying at this point as Whitlock does get the first goal of this game 3. And you can see Miracles, they're trying to lock in here. We'll see if this one is going to go right off the back. Mogi actually ended up with the back, but that's the only way that he could have actually hit that ball. Almost a crazy kickoff. Bulby now going for a double tap. Can he find it? And he does! And this is the response from Victory. They couldn't buy a goal for 2 games, and with 30 seconds, they found 2.
Minneapolis flying a little bit too close to the sun there, going for a crazy kickoff strategy, flies high. Mogi trying to seal the deal in the back of the net to equalize. Instead, they are now down 2 with 4:28 left on the clock. Still a lot of time, and they have shown that they can score great goals. That being said, they have not been down yet at all in this series. In fact, they hadn't even allowed a goal before this game. So how are they going? They've never been forced to respond until now, and now they're going to have to in a big way.
It'll be interesting to see because, like you said, Minneapolis has not yet to find themselves down in a individual game. How will their playstyle change, if at all? Will they be as kind of silly, loosey-goosey with these crazy pre-jumps, or do they play more structured Rocket League? We'll see if Mogi finds the back of the net. Again, we are still waiting for Sean or Eli to get their first goal of this series here, and Mogi don't. There's no way he makes this work, right? What a mechanical thing that we just witnessed here. But at the end of the day, the Brainerd still have a 2-0 victory, and now they are trying to figure out how to decipher this Minneapolis squad.
I mean, the reset must... And the first goal we see from a Minneapolis player, that's not Mogi, but it's set up by who else? Turning on the defense, bumping Whitlock out of the way. He saw blood in the water, and he said, you are going down. This one is in the back of your net. They have gotten themselves a goal within 3:34 on the clock here in game number 3 as Mogi, with time and space, full boost, resets under 1, tries to dunk the second with the reset, but not able to make the magic happen there, although he'll have many other opportunities in this game that I'm sure he'll be able to cash.
It's kind of interesting. We really haven't mentioned the Premier MVP winner, and that's going in as well. We haven't really mentioned Kixby's name, as Whitlock and Bubbly have really been the ones stepping up in game 3, and something like that, Whitlock somehow finding this weird pinch angle thing going off of the side of Sean. You can see them, they're laughing and smiling at cams, and I think that's one of the biggest differences is whether Minneapolis is losing or winning in the cams, they are jumping and bouncing up and down, and which if you are on the side of Brainerd, that has to be so tilting as Mogi gets one right on back.
I mean, Mogi the Magic Man, what is this? Fakes the kickoff, then goes for a really weird backflip to sink the shot. I don't even understand what would cause someone to flip in that direction.
All I know is they're a heck of a lot better than you and I combined.
Yeah, Mogi may be able to, especially at this at the pace that he's playing right now and just what he's getting to work. He may be able to 2v1 anyone else in this league. I just can't imagine a player of this caliber. Kixby was hunting off field, but it's shut down by Eli, who pops it off the wall back to Eli. Eli with the shot, but it's shut down by Reaper, who tries to get back to it or get it over to Kixby, but unfortunately neither able to make a play. Mogi off the ceiling, forces one. No boost for Eli or Mogi, but they're able to reset here. They do still need to get a goal here, as much as we've been talking about how impressive Minneapolis has been, as that was an opportunity, but a little bit too close to the net there. They still need to get a goal here. They've been allowing too much as they bumped each other, and that was a shot on net.
That was a golden opportunity. They're still getting shots on net, and Mogi gets in one the other way. We were just about to call Brainerd was going to be finding their fourth. They probably should. They had a golden opportunity from Whitlock, but not going to work out well. And then Mogi just there for the outlet pass, able to slot that one in, and suddenly Brainerd has no lead at all. And Minneapolis, if they do find a game win here, will be forcing Brainerd to attempt to reverse sweep.
This has been a quick 3-0. I mean, it really feels like this series had just gotten started. Kixby trying to breathe some life into it though. Gets an opportunity. Whitlock had a shooting chance. Maybe didn't expect the defense to miss, though. Sean flicks it past one, forced 2 to go. Whitlock has to go off the backboard. Doesn't get much of a 50, though, on the second. And you were talking about our MVP here. Kixby been a little bit quiet. I want to see him step up here as this is going to waterfall down. Is able to get a save there, but he's got to get, he has to put his team on his back right now, at least offensively, and just find some goals because this game has been equalized too quickly. This was an opportunity there as he finds himself in the back of the attacking half. But with 1:25 left on the clock, Minneapolis has been threatening to put this game away for the last minute or so straight.
Yeah, we're just seeing here Kixby. Is this his chance to find the double? What a touch! But what a save from Mogi saying, not gonna happen. You're not clipping on me yet here. And we still play on. I thought that was gonna be the dagger as we're seeing some crazy bumps and demos happening now. Sean gonna be going for the solo play. Can he get a touch around 1? Gets a dunk on Willow. Gets an extra touch. Nobody on the field expected him to get 2, 3, 4 more touches there.
Uh-oh. Mogi with the shot opportunity was set up very well by both of his teammates, but it's saved by 2 defenders for Brainerd. We were talking about this in the last game. Now they are equal here, but 1 goal, just find a goal if you're Brainerd, and you are drastically changing the outcome of this series. But if you allow Minneapolis, who has scored 2 goals straight now, if you allow them back in this game, as they do have numbers here, but no challenge really from either side. Kixby with the 0 boost saved. It's kept in by Mogi. Punch
that's on
forward
target.
by C, and where was the defense?
Where the defense is a great question here. We can see a good pop from Eli, who then just boots that downfield. Mogi is there. You can see, just the overcommit. Minneapolis Miracles, again, they're just vibing on cam, having fun, going back and forth, and suddenly they are 20 seconds away from going on to triple match points.
Bubbly, Reaper, and Whitlock, unfortunately, occupying the same area of space. I don't understand how that's not a goal, but Kixby does fake 1, gets it past the second, as this should be a goal, but it's saved once again. A golden opportunity squandered by Brainerd, and with the clock at 0, Mogi is going to safely bring it to the corner. There was opportunities earlier in the game as well. Surely that should have been a victory by the Victory. And instead, like you mentioned, triple match point. They are going to have to make the comeback of all comebacks tier at the highest tier of gameplay that we have in MCS.
Whitlock going toe for toe against Mogi, rocking 700 points, 6 shots apiece for Mogi and Whitlock here. But at the end of the day, the Miracles do come out on top. But Brainerd, again, they had some amazing, immaculate opportunities, especially that last minute that we both casting-wise were expecting and ready to call a goal. But somehow the crazy saves of Miracles gets them to survive. And we might be looking at a 4-0 sweep for our Premier Grand Finals.
It looked so much better for Brainerd. I mean, they were dead in the water for the first 2 games. It looked so improved until it wasn't. When it was time to clutch up, unfortunately, they just weren't able to make the plays happen. And right now, it's not a great follow-up act for their challenger team, who had such a dominant victory immediately beforehand. Again, no timeout, if I'm not mistaken. I think Brainerd is... they keep losing the close ones. I think they want to keep that in their back pocket. Unfortunately, though, if you keep losing close games, eventually the series is going to be over, and you can't save that timeout for next season.
That is very true. Who knows? Maybe that's something we'll implement. Maybe we will allow them to double up your timeouts and save them and bank them for your teams. And Bubbly starting off strong. That is now 2 games in a row that Brainerd have gotten multiple goals in the first 15 seconds. And last game, Brainerd actually got a second goal within the next 15 seconds, and Miracles slowly clawed their way back. So I think part of it is Miracles maybe don't start their game really locked in. They kind of wait, troll a little bit, and then eventually say, hey guys, maybe we should start trying.
They seem to be able to make it work when they have the lead, seem to be able to make it work when they don't have the lead. I mean, you talk about how their demeanor off the pitch doesn't change whether they're winning or losing. They're still laughing even when they concede. And we've kind of seen that in the series, even when they are down, it doesn't really feel like the game plan changes at all. The game plan is just, let's be the Miracles and do what we do. And there's no other team in this entire league that seems like they can replicate this recipe.
Well, and it's so interesting because I keep looking at this one being like, dang, Whitlock has been so incredible
What
as
a
he
save.
again was about to find another goal. And I'm like, dang, Whitlock, this is a crazy touch from him. And we're still waiting to see where the MVP Kixby has showed up because Mogi is definitely showing up and showing off.
This is Mogi's world right now, and we are all living in it. Another goal, this time assisted by Sean. There's been so many of these goals. You know, we're talking about how well Mogi is playing, and these goals are definitely part of it. But so many of these are assisted by a teammate. They're able to find him in space, let him get that boost, let him get that space, and then just dime him the ball and let him make a play with it. I love how Minneapolis, despite being so
this might be open.
As he's hunting, he finds them, but Bubbly Reaper, through the smoke, is able to get a save. You'd think surely that should have been a goal. I think that there was one more touch by Minneapolis that was missed. Kixby, a little bit awkward, kept in by Mogi. And they does get bumped out a little bit by a teammate, but they do pick up that corner boost for themselves.
Chance here. This one may be ripped on target. Mogi does turn in time, but actually doesn't even bother to flip into it. And you can see immediately Sean and those guys, they start giggling and laughing. It is the have fun meta. Even when they do lose one, Mogi expected to be able to get there. You can see head down. He's like, yeah, I should have had that, boys. That one's on me. And again, we see the victory finding a lead. But the question is, which is something they haven't been able to do so far, is can they hold it and build on top of it?
And it was a great midfield dish by the teammate, but I really love that shot. I believe it was Kixby. Had so much juice on it that we saw Mogi get a piece, and yet it had so much momentum that it actually carried Mogi's car into the net along with the ball. Bubbly Reaper trying to get the backfield pass, ends up keeping it away for himself. We do have some numbers here. Whitlock trying to get a bump. He is now up, but can't keep it away from Mogi, who doubles it, and that is on target as well, which forces Brainerd's defense to scramble. He is still hunting on that back line there, sweeping through the back line of the Brainerd defense. They still have a lead, but right now it truly looks like they're just surviving.
Oh, surviving is absolutely the key, though, doing the Whitlock. Might find one here, but Sean with a diving save, finding it to the sidewall. He does try to get a pinch around one. Does get dunked by Kixby. This might be a completely open net, as it is going to be an open net. There's a lot of twos on the board.
There is a lot of twos on the board. Fortunately for Brainerd, they do not have 2 games to their name, and they've had opportunities, but do we have like 100% goal participation for Mogi?
If it's like not 100, it's got to be pretty dang close. I mean, of the goals that have been scored, I'm pretty sure he's gotten probably like, 9 out of 10 of them. But Whitlock now trying to get a low 50 with Bubbly Reaper is in tail. Sean, though, able to get a great touch to the sidewall. Now Mogi does drop a mid. Sean now getting dunked, or dunk over one. Eli now gets a reset. Is he going to get a dunk on Whitlock? He does get a decent 50 to the sidewall now. And again, the clock keeps on ticking down, and it might only be inevitable before Mogi finds another one at the back of the net. So the question is, I'm looking at Kixby, I'm looking at Whitlock. How do you guys figure out a way to find the back of the net? This is where that MVP needs to come and shine through.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a scary miss by the defense. Mogi able to get up to it even with 0 boost. I mean, I don't know if it's at the point where, guys, we just need to start taking him off the pitch. Like, literally just, I don't know if we need a quarterback spy here. Go find Mogi and just bump him away from the play. But he is unbelievable. And if I'm not mistaken, I was going to say, is someone off the ceiling, and who else would it be? But a little bit of an overcommit. Like I said, fly a little bit too close to the sun sometimes. It doesn't punish them often, but that time a little bit too goofy.
Yeah, you can see still they're just bouncing around laughing. I think Eli's a little bit just like, guys, come on, can we just lock in real quick? I want to get this game done right. I want to go home.
Let's get a medal around my neck.
Some of us have a drive we got to do tonight. I know we're running a little bit late. We are working our way through, and Mogi again might be looking to go for a solo play. Gets the musty, and it's off. What a touch from Whitlock. A follow from Eli, and Whitlock again.
Wow, Whitlock.
What a defensive masterclass on the goal line.
Whitlock keeping them in this series. He does not want to go home being swept, especially as a reigning champion. He does not want to go out like that. He has decided, I don't care if it is 5-1, 10-1, doesn't matter. I am not ending my season giving up. I am going to give us life. I'm going to put you on my back as the GM, as the team captain. Little bit of a carry, and it's passed to Sean. Also has 0. Bubbly Reaper, can he get to it? No, because Mogi has rejuvenated his boost and now has an opportunity to take a 50 to the midfield. Eli doesn't have to do much as Mogi is making it all work in front of him. Just an absolute steamroller, finding Kixby, I think 2 or 3 more times in the back of the net. He almost is able to get back to it, but with 35 seconds left, we are now tied, and I don't understand these goals that Mogi is
the goals are a little odd, but you can see the frustration permeating through the screens here on this victory side, especially looking at Kixby and Whitlock trying to lock in. Whitlock has been doing so much work, and the scoreboard is getting racked up here. But again, Kixby and Bubbly, it is a team game. You got to get involved as well. And right now, Whitlock and co are doing a great job, and they are now in golden goal territory. If the Miracles can score 1 more goal, they might be crowned the champions here. This might be it right here. Bubbly has the time on that one, but it's a gift to Mogi on the goal line, and 6 seconds is all that separates the Minneapolis Miracles from sweeping to the championship.
And just straight panic there for Brainerd. You hate to see it. They had a lead in this game. They had a lead in the last game. Just not able to finish here. And with 4 seconds left, it has to be this, but the wrong man has the ball. A bad man has the ball. It's still up somehow. Try to see if they can do something with it. Instead, Sean with the exclamation point on a dominant series. It's a little bit close at times, but it really never felt like there was any doubt.
What a final way to end this one off. The Minneapolis Miracles with a dominating 5-3 victory in the last game here, getting a 4-0 sweep. And I did admit I expected the Miracles to win, but not in such a dominating fashion.
Yeah, and I said earlier that Brainerd had that clutch gene. Unfortunately, they did not in this series. Maybe just ran out of juice there. Minneapolis, who I mentioned earlier, 4-3, 4-3, and now a 4-0. They have brought it all together and are our champions here. And many people may not know this, but back down in the quarterfinals, they were playing a team of sub-ups from Challenger. And if I'm not mistaken, they were down 3-1 at one point. They were on the brink of elimination. You would never know that watching this team here today. They were absolutely dominant, and the gameplay, while confusing at times, was beautiful. And I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our fans that are still here in attendance. I hope that you return back for season 13 of MC, or just whatever happens to be next. Maybe it's Roman numerals. I don't want to assume. Yeah, just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who attended, who competed, and now soon we should be going down to our victors here, our champions. And everything is just getting set up here.
All right, folks, I am down here with our champions in a dominant fashion. You guys, I get it. You want to get out of here. You want to go home. I appreciate that. We had Rising Star go crazy 7, and this one ended in a sweep. And this man right here, who's rocking some chocolate milk, who has played probably a little too much Rocket League today with how dominant his performance was. Mogi, you ended up winning in a very dominant performance, and what a performance. I think you scored like 12 of the 15 goals in that series. How the heck did you manage to play, and from our standpoint, was such a weird, unique play style?
I am him. I don't think anyone in here could guard me. I think I'm the best.
Scale of 1 to 10, what's your brain rot?
10. I'm not going to say. All right,
I had to check on that one right there. But obviously, congratulations, though. It was huge. You ended up actually getting a victory over Whitlock in a different than last week, and you had to repeat it here. But I am kind of curious, what is so different and unique about your teammates that allowed you to be so free-flowing with your play style here?
I think we just have fun the entire time.
It was obvious.
We were just laughing. It's easy to play with teammates who just enjoy the game.
I love it. All right, keeping it simple. I'll step in the middle of you here. And then moving to Eli, moving down here. You seem to be the one bouncing and laughing the least here. I am kind of curious. Obviously, you got these two hooligans on the other sides of you. How unique is it to play with such a unique players just having so much fun in this LAN environment?
It is really different. I don't know how to say it, but it's just really easy to play around them when everyone's having fun and stuff.
Hey, they're making it easy. I was going to say, I do love it. No, honestly, it looked like you were having so much fun on the field. Massive, massive congratulations. Being the supporting cast here, obviously, is no joke, but they're making your life very, very simple. I will step now on the other side, and you can go get your medal. And then going to the end, you were kind of seeming to be Mogi's right-hand man, laughing and everything, just slapping around. Yeah, I see that. I am kind of curious, like I said, same question, though. Just what is going through your head with such a dominant 4-0 victory?
I had to avenge Endeavor. Last time he lost on LAN was to Bubbly, so I had to take back what he lost.
I respect it. No, like you said, though, it was a dominated victory, making it easy. The question is, going into next season, I doubt this team is going to be existing because I know your guys' chemistry and everything. I think you're going to be a pretty hot commodity. So the question is, are we going to be back to take another victory next season?
No chance.
All right, keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. I'll let you get your medal real quick then. And then, Seer, you can pass out the rings as well to these guys. But again, we have been rocking a long day. Rising Star went to 7. And then, obviously, we were hoping for some crazy end to this matches here. But they decided, we want to go home. We want to get dinner. I don't necessarily blame them. We've been here for a long time. I got to love Eli with the hair and the medals, making this one work. And the hat, you got to take the hat off there, bud. Got to take the hat off. Take the hat. You know what? I think it's perfect as is. But yeah, we'll give these guys their rings. And again, a dominant victory. Not exactly what I was expecting. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your premier champions, the Minneapolis Miracles. Might be a little boosted, but either way, boys, now I will let you go. Grab your stuff. Congratulations on your medals and your rings. You guys can go clear off your stuff in a second, but actually, I'm gonna lie on that one. I'm gonna lie on that one because there is something behind us that we got to get for the pictures, right? Yes. You know, if you want to toss some milk up there, be my guest. But I know I'm going to get yelled at if we don't get some content, so I do have to have you guys grab the trophy real quick. We got to get a good picture, right, for the gram, obviously. You guys, you can lift that one more time. The Minneapolis Miracles. Now you can grab your chocolate milk and get out of here. All right, now we got that done, but that is going to be the wrap-up here of Season 12 of MCS. And as always, we do have a couple thank yous we have to give out. Obviously, massive shout-out to so many people out here helping us a ton. Obviously, the people I see in front of myself, like AK, like Seer, obviously running the stream, Stewie, Trash, the guys on the back end. They have gone through so much to make this happen. And we have to give a massive shout-out to, obviously, where we are at right now in River Falls. Dylan, behind the camera, seriously, and I say this every time, you make it so easy for us to come in here and just bombard you with some crazy chaos, but you making it work. So honestly, it does mean a lot to us that we can come in and make it happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here to wrap up Season 12 of MCS. Thank you so much for all your support online, at the venues, family, friends, everyone coming here. It really, really means a lot. Make sure you guys are checking the Discords and everything because we have more seasons coming up here with Season 13 locking in soon. But with that said, for Season 12, it is time to say goodbye, wrap up. Make sure you guys are getting home safe, driving home. A lot of us have work tomorrow. A lot of us have homework due at midnight. Make sure you guys are locking in. Thank you so much. Drive safe and have a good night.
It's all in the description. My time has arrived, I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way, knocking down barricades. On a different type of time, dreams are never late. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break. Ain't got time for indecision. I got all along. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel, still it's strong like never.
working after hours. Seize the moment, I came back up, called a coward. Student of the game, like a ball at Howard. You can cut me down, I can be devoured. Heart on 10, covered on 10, all I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like